This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Welcome to the highway survival game. A bass voice rang out. Yinlan was startled and dodged to the side. No one was around, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Just so you know, she had been single for over 20 years, and had never had close contact with an adult male. Where did this man come from? But then she was stunned. Where was this? She was standing on an endless asphalt road. It was wide, with about 50 lanes, and it was obvious that it wasn't a proper highway. Looking around, she saw endless tropical savanna, with low yellow grass scattered here and there, occasionally a dry tree or two, and a few white clouds hanging in the sky. Yinlan couldn't help but let out an involuntary awe. The sound escaped her throat only to be swallowed by the emptiness. The eerie silence reminded her that she was the only living person here. That's all? I'd rather have a man. Just as she was about to let her thoughts wander, that sexy bass voice rang out again. Welcome to the road survival game. Here are the rules, please obey. 1. This is a road of disaster. 2. Each player is randomly assigned a starting vehicle, and supplies come from treasure chests and supply stations. 3. Vehicles are upgradable, and more advanced vehicles can withstand danger. 4. Dungeon missions are randomly assigned, so please be careful with your teammates. 5. Disasters occur every 15 days, so be prepared. Currently, there is a novice protection period 3 days. 6. Do not drive at night. Night is for predators. Staying in your car will ensure your safety. 7. Death in the game is death in real life. Please cherish your life. Game announcement complete. Please silently recite the game panel to open your personal interface. After carefully listening to the system rules, Yinlan thought about her initial means of transportation. She looked left and right, her eyes finally fixed on the wooden cart that had been deliberately ignored from the beginning. It was made of wood and looked very worn, covered in dust, as if it had been used to carry goods without being cleaned and then used to make up the numbers. Oh, okay. She reluctantly accepted it and silently recited the game panel. A high-tech transparent panel suddenly appeared before her. The interface was white with blue text, simple and elegant, with a prominent scrolling entry at the top. Map, Savannah, number of game days, 1, weather, sunny, temperature, 28 degrees Celsius, summer time, 8 a.m. Below was a personal introduction, and on the left was a portrait. The game captured her jumping around when she first entered the game. The avatar was editable, but she liked the blurred artistic style, and didn't bother changing it. On the right are personal attributes, player, Yinlan. Age, 21, nominal age, balance, 0. Strength, 50, upgradable, speed, 50, upgradable, intelligence, 90, upgradable, health, 85, slightly hungry, slightly thirsty, a full bar of attributes is 100. While her IQ is high, her strength and speed need improvement. It seems she needs more training. Below the profile are 5 sections: backpack, friends, regional channel, world channel, and trading center. The backpack has 10 slots, the first of which is already occupied, with the words newbie gift pack written on it. Yinlan didn't open it immediately, but quickly checked the other sections. The friends section was empty, the world channel was not yet open, but the regional channel was bustling with activity. She silently muttered and clicked in. The group name was the area code, and the number of people remaining. Area H38, 10,000 remaining. It seemed their area had an initial population of 10,000. The group chat was very intelligent. Not only could text be sent, but photos and pictures could also be uploaded. She saw several people taking photos of their surroundings and posting them to the group, but voice and video chat were unavailable. Where is this? Who dares to bring me here? I sue you. My dad is. Even if your dad is the king, it doesn't matter. Just accept your fate. Holy crap. Where's my Lamborghini? How did it turn into a wooden cart? Who's so ruthless? Beep beep. Please upstairs, be kind. My helicopter is gone. What are you talking about? But that female voice just now was so sweet, like chilling. Is your voice female? I have a male voice, and I sound like a handsome man. You're also considerate of the individual. How thoughtful. Thoughtful? You're not. You're not a fool. Didn't you hear the game prompt just now? This could kill you. Wow, brothers and sisters, I'm so scared. Don't be afraid, little sister. I protect you. Don't listen to him, little sister. Look at his avatar. He's a fat guy. He can't even protect himself, so how can he protect you? Why don't you look at me? I'm 1.8 meters tall, with 8-pack abs and as strong as an ox. How about getting to know me? Yanlan didn't respond to a single word. She calmly left the chat group suspended on the interface, exited the regional channel, and began to research the trading center. In addition to the game's built-in system store, the trading center also had a free trading area for players. She browsed quickly. The items in the system store were priced extremely high, clearly beyond her reach. Player transactions are limited to this zone, with a maximum quantity of 10,000 items. Payment can be made with balance or barter, but there are price limits, presumably to prevent anyone from exploiting a game exploit and using the trading center as a warehouse. She casually placed the black hair tie from her wrist into the trading center and set a balance of 1. Dang! A resounding bell rang above everyone in Area H38. Congratulations to player Yanlan for successfully listing the first item in this zone, earning her the title of leading merchant and a silver treasure chest as a reward. Everyone, bewildered, followed the vines to the trading center. Upon seeing the black, worn-out hair tie, an involuntary damn escaped their lips. Condemnations echoed throughout the chat group. Who is this Yanlan? She's so shameless, even selling a hair tie, fuck. She even got a reward for this. It's a lucky blunder, right? I beg to differ. I have to admit, some people are just lucky. I say you're just jealous. Can't stand seeing others have it easy. The trading center is right there. Anyone has the right to list their items. While you're freaking out and begging for protection, others have already been figuring out the rules of the game. She's completely clueless. Who's this person upstairs? You're defending her like that. What's your relationship with her? Like, what's wrong with a few words? Is it bothering you? Yanlan glanced at the person who was defending her. His name was Sure Yuan. He previously said his helicopter was gone. Sure Yuan. She read it out word by word, unable to help but burst out laughing. It wasn't that she was being sarcastic, but the name was so unique. But he was right. At a time like this, it's best to act quickly. Instead of wasting time arguing with these trolls, it's better to dive in and take action sooner rather than later. She then studied the initial vehicle the system had given her, the cart. As soon as she touched the cart, a screen of light flashed, displaying the current level, Cart LV1. Upgrade requirements, 10 glass, 10 metal. The game initially explained that supplies could be obtained from treasure chests and supply stations along the way, and she happened to have one. With a thought, a silver treasure chest appeared from her backpack. Opening it revealed 3 cards, 30 units of gasoline, 5 units of metal, and 5 units of glass. As soon as the cards were removed, they dropped into the form of supplies. Yanlan put all the supplies into her backpack, filling up 3 slots. It seemed that the same items could be accumulated, with a maximum limit of 1,000. She wouldn't need the gasoline right now, but she would definitely need it in the upgraded vehicle, so she had to save it for now. The upgrade required 5 more pieces of metal, and 5 more pieces of glass. Looking at the empty silver treasure chest lying on the cart, Yanlan had an idea. Do you want to disassemble it? Sure enough, this treasure chest could be disassembled. A silver treasure chest yielded 3 pieces of wood and 2 pieces of metal. Then came the newbie gift pack, which she also checked. 1 bottle of mineral water, 500 milliliters, 1 purple rice bread, 1 barbecued pork bun, and 1 iron rod. The iron rod could be used for self-defense, so Yanlan left it on the cart. She put the remaining 3 items, which didn't have bags, into the grid. Together with the supplies from the treasure chest, she occupied a total of 7 grids. Although she was a little hungry, she still had 85 health points to last a while, so she gave up the idea of eating and decisively lifted the cart to move forward. Ding. Another sound echoed in her ears, but it wasn't the same sexy bass voice from the first. The check-in system has been activated. Please complete today's clock-in task. Oh my, a golden finger has arrived. She grew up without parents, in an orphanage, and gave all her earnings back to society. Could it be that because she's so pitiful and has accumulated countless merits, they've given her a big bonus? Yanlan looked gleefully at the task that popped up. Please make a yes sign to the sky and send it to the chat group. It was just like clocking in at work, no difficulty. She raised 2 fingers to the sky and spread them apart. A click sounded in the air, and the system sound echoed. Card unsuccessful. Items obtained. 1 bottle of mineral water, 500 milliliters, 1 purple rice bread, 1 barbecued pork bun. A flash of light appeared before her, and these 3 items floated in the air. Yanlan put them all into her backpack. What a lucky bastard. They happened to be the same items as the newbie gift pack, so no new space was taken up, and there were still 3 backpack slots left. She continued pushing the cart forward. According to the nature of the game, the first player in their area to level up would definitely receive a reward, so she had to work harder. As she walked, the area channel screen hovered to her right. She would glance at it from time to time, diligently working like a lurker. Now everyone had officially entered the game and began discussing the content. What did everyone get in their newbie gift packs? I only got a bottle of mineral water, an iron rod, a bottle of mineral water, and a meat bun. I got a little more than you, an extra roll of toilet paper, ha ha ha. Toilet paper is great. I need it if I have diarrhea. If you don't have toilet paper, you can use straw paper. If that doesn't work, leaves will do. Come on, there's not a single hair within 100 miles of this road. Where would we get leaves? There's none on the road. Have you been to the grasslands outside? There must be some dry grass there. Everyone, I've tried, and I can't get out. It's like there's a wall at the edge, blocking us from the road. Really? After a moment, the man replied, I tried, and I really can't get out. Damn it. Yinlan pushed the cart forward without stopping, breathing heavily. For now, the best thing to do is upgrade and get the reward chest as soon as possible. Let them try to figure out if they hit a wall. Chapter 2. Yinlan had always had excellent physical fitness, so her stamina shouldn't be just 50 points. However, probably because of the game, her stamina, which is considered strong for an ordinary person, was only a fraction of what she would normally be. She didn't have time to dwell on these things. She hurried along at a brisk pace, keeping a close eye on everything around her. She had seen the treasure chest before. It was the size of a notebook, and because of its metal clasp, it glowed, making it easy to spot even on a very wide road. As they walked, the asphalt road was empty, save for a few thorns. Thorns are wood, and after picking them up, the game converts them into wood and places them in the backpack. This information was discovered by a player in the regional chat room. Just as her feet were about to blister, Yinlan finally spotted the treasure chest lying not far away. Excitedly, she put down the cart, thought for a moment, grabbed the iron rod from the cart, and ran to the treasure chest. This time, it was a bronze treasure chest. My luck wasn't so good, but I got 2x glass and 2x metal. After disassembling the chest, I got 1x wood and 1x metal. I took inventory of my resources, and found 10x metal and 7x glass in the slots. I needed 3 more glass to upgrade. Upgrading was the most important thing for now, but without food and water, my health would drop. Even during the novice protection period, I could still die from low health. Most people only had a single novice gift pack, which offered few materials and even less food. But she had the added security of a check-in system, so she had more resources than other players. It made sense to trade some of her food for the upgrade material she needed. Acting immediately, Yinlan listed a bottle of water and a piece of purple rice bread in the trading center, requesting 2 glass pieces each. Upgrade supplies were in short supply, and food and water were essential. She felt the exchange was reasonable, and the game had approved the transaction. But someone in the group, Swan Lume, immediately expressed dissatisfaction, especially since the seller was Yinlan. I'm really impressed. What the hell is Yinlan thinking? Glass is so precious, and she's actually trying to trade a loaf of bread for 2. Yeah, everyone has food, but who has glass? That's just unrealistic. Some people are just too naive. This is a survival game, not playing house, okay? Yinlan thinks she's such a beauty that someone would sacrifice their own interests for her. Yeah, she made a blurry picture just to avoid everyone seeing how ugly she is. Don't talk about Sister Yinlan like that. Maybe she really has a lot of food and is just kind enough to share it with everyone because she doesn't need it. Hey girl, you're just too kind. You don't even know you've been tricked. Yinlan, who had been peeking at the screen, is that kind? They seem to be speaking up for her, but they're actually trying to put her down. What a complete idiot. She was speechless, but she didn't say a word. She just silently memorized the names of these people. And this idiot was the one who called her brother in the group chat from the beginning. After listing her item at the trading center, no one came to exchange it. Perhaps everyone thought exchanging a loaf of bread or a bottle of water for 2 panes of glass wasn't a good deal. She didn't pay any further attention, calmed down, drank a sip of water, and continued on. The weather had been pleasant in the morning, but the temperature rose as they walked, approaching 30 degrees Celsius by noon. After a morning of exercise, her health had dropped to 70, hunger, thirst, and fatigue. She had been dragged in without eating breakfast, and had been walking non-stop all morning. She was now starving, her eyes blurry with hunger. Unable to go on any longer, She finally stopped, took a deep breath, and slumped down on the cart. The moment her butt touched the cart, the weight of her body completely relaxed, and she felt a sense of comfort, as if she had been freed. She pulled a bottle of mineral water and a barbecued pork bun from the compartment of her backpack. Having already drunk most of the mineral water during the journey, she carefully unscrewed the cap and took a sip. The water was cool and sweet, and the heat in her body was quenched as soon as it entered her stomach. She sighed with satisfaction and eagerly stuffed a large bite of the barbecued pork bun into her mouth. The bun was still steaming from its freshly pulled out container, and it tasted warm. It seemed the backpack compartment had the ability to keep it warm and fresh. The barbecued pork buns had a crispy crust and a hearty filling, each bite filled with a mouth-watering aroma. She devoured them ravenously, finally taking a sip of water. The stomachache finally eased. She checked her stats again, her health back to 80, not quite full, probably because she wasn't full yet. Looking at the tender white buns in the box, she slurped her saliva, turned her head, and cleared the backpack. There wasn't much food, so she might as well save it. After dinner, she laid down on the cart to rest, relaxing, feeling the morning's fatigue slowly dissipate. As the sun grew brighter near noon, she turned over, her back to the sun, her head resting on her arms, and browsed the regional channel. As expected, many people in the group chat were complaining. This cart looks light, but it's actually heavy. That's right, my arms are sore, and I haven't even seen a treasure chest. Is there really one? I've finished my entire bottle of water. What should I do? I'm almost out of food too. This is so difficult. I can't find the next supply box. I have to save my food. Is there anyone kind enough to lend me some food? Just a little bit. I return it to you as soon as I find a treasure chest. As soon as these words were spoken, the person who had been active just a moment earlier suddenly disappeared. Are you there? Is anyone else here? Can I borrow some food? Huh? Why is there suddenly no one here? On another unknown road, a young man lay slouched on a wooden plank, sighing endlessly to the sky, a look of despair on his face. Like most people, Sure Yuan had been inexplicably dragged into this place. It took him a long time to mentally prepare himself before he could get into the flow. Everyone's new player gift pack contained food and water, and some even included a weapon. Only he was unlucky. He only got a few pieces of metal and glass. Upgrading required glass and metal, which everyone said were rare treasures. Sure Yuan initially thought he struck gold, feeling smug for a while, even dreaming he could level up just by collecting a few more materials. But what happened next made him regret his decision. Before entering the game, he'd been a wealthy man, chauffeured around by luxury cars. He never walked such a long distance before, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. The cart was his initial means of transportation, so he couldn't throw it away. He grunted and pushed it like an ox the entire way, finally spotting a bronze treasure chest near noon. Seeing the treasure chest nearly brought him to tears of joy, but the shock of the moment was that it was made of metal and glass. Including the initial new player gift pack, he had a total of 5 metal and 5 glass items, leaving him a long way from leveling up. By this point, he already considered trading glass, but he glanced at his remaining 70 health points and decided he could hold off. Maybe he could level up this afternoon. With that, everything would be easy. So, Sure Yuan pressed forward, his emaciated stomach stretched thin. Gradually, he realized that as his health dwindled, his strength and speed also decreased. He gasped like a dehydrated fish, his steps growing weaker, and his health plummeted at a rate that doubled. Finally, his heartbeat raced, his eyes dazzled, and he had a premonition that death was imminent. Just before fainting, he opened the trading center. Leveling up was important, but he feared even more that he might lose his life before it. Yinlan was resting with her eyes closed when she heard a message alert. She quickly opened it, her face beaming. It must have been someone she knew. The other party said succinctly, "Hello, I'd like to exchange a bottle of water and a piece of purple rice bread." Yinlan blinked. "Okay, I only exchanged the glass." The other party replied without a word, "Okay." She had only put a bottle of water and a piece of purple rice bread on the shelf, and he had exchanged them all. It seemed he was really short of them. She raised an eyebrow, understanding, and immediately confirmed the transaction. Sure Yuan received Yinlan's supplies and hurriedly stuffed them into his mouth. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw his health steadily increasing with the food. After Yinlan received the metal and glass from Sure Yuan, the system quickly sounded a notification. "Do you want to consume 10 glass and 10 metal to upgrade?" She silently said yes. The white light dissipated, and a yellow 3-wheeled motorcycle appeared before her. At the same time, A system announcement sounded above everyone's head. Ding! Congratulations to player Yanlan for successfully upgrading the first three-wheeled motorcycle in Area H38, earning her the title of lead owner and a gold treasure chest. The announcement sent the group chat into another uproar. Oh my god, why is Yanlan here again? What the hell did she do? No one would trade with her, would they? I checked, and some idiot actually did. Such selflessness, truly amazing. How did you trick that little guy? Come out and say a few words, at Yanlan. We've been chatting for so long, and you haven't come out yet. Are you a coward? The same few jealous people who couldn't stand her well continued. Yanlan sneered and ignored them, turning to examine her newly upgraded vehicle. She circled the three-wheeled motorcycle. Its yellow exterior, sleek metal construction, and spacious rear seat with a roof gave it a lot of room. It exuded such a cute aura that Yanlan couldn't help but touch it. As soon as she touched it, a description popped up. Current level, three-wheeled motorcycle level 2. Upgrade requirements, glass X100, metal X100, rubber X100, electronic components X10. The materials required for the next level have increased several-fold, and 2 more types have been added. But there's no rush. She's already the first player in this area to level up. With a three-wheeled motorcycle, finding treasure chests will surely be much easier. This time, she found a gold treasure chest, 1 level higher than the last one. She didn't rush to open it, but instead put it in the trunk. Having just finished her rest, she got in the car and prepared to set off. The interior of this three-wheeled motorcycle was surprisingly high-end, with an unbelievable display screen showing fuel level, mileage, daily indicator lights, and so on. The gas tank was now half full, only 30 units, and the mileage was 0. With a thought, the 30 units of gas in her backpack slot vanished, and the tank instantly showed a full 60 units. After taking a look, she started the engine, twisted the handle, and drove off. It had to be said that the wide road was a plus. She could drive as fast as she wanted without worrying about accidents, but she also didn't dare go too fast, fearing she missed a treasure chest by dodging too quickly. How nice it would be if there was a treasure chest detector, Yanlan thought. She shook her head, discarding all distractions and focusing on the road. The gentle breeze felt refreshing on her face, and her mood was lifted by the 2- or 3-wheeled motorcycles. She had observed that each unit of gas could travel 10 kilometers, which meant she could only get 600 kilometers with the gas she had now, barely enough for 2 days. So, in addition to upgrade materials, gasoline was also essential. With the help of the 3-wheeled motorcycle, she traveled over 100 kilometers in the afternoon and found 3 treasure chests, 2 bronze and 1 silver. Gold and above were rare. Seeing that it was getting dark, she stopped and climbed into the back of the car to open the treasure chests. The first gold treasure chest was the most anticipated. It contained 10 glass, 10 metal, 10 rubber, 2 electronic components, 1 blueprint, and 1 dungeon card. The toilet paper blueprint is permanent and requires 1 wood. Making toilet paper requires wood and a crafting table. She had picked up a lot of thorns and branches along the way, and with the treasure chests she had broken down, she had plenty of wood, but no crafting table yet, so she had to put it away. The dungeon card was like a key. It was required to participate in the dungeon quest. She had assumed that anyone could enter. The remaining 3 treasure chests contained 10 glass, 10 metal, 10 rubber, 3 bottles of mineral water, 500 milliliters, 3 purple rice breads, 2 meat buns, 1 chicken leg, 1 tangerine, and 1 blanket. She managed to find quite a few items. Yanlan carefully counted her supplies, and surprisingly, all 10 of her backpack slots were full, with the barbecued pork buns and meat buns taking up 2 of them. She licked her lips and pulled out a chicken drumstick, a barbecued pork bun, and a piece of purple rice bread. The chicken drumstick was tender and smooth, the skin fried to a crisp, and it was a delight to eat. The purple rice bread was also generously packed with ingredients, and each bite was filled with filling. She felt a bulge in her stomach after finishing the food, and her health points rose to 100. After dinner, she took a walk alone on the street to digest the food. She then did some horse stances and boxing exercises. This was a survival game, and she needed to improve her physical fitness as quickly as possible. After her workout, she couldn't shower, so she just slumped into the back of the car and fell asleep. In the middle of the night, an eerie scream came from outside. The 3-wheeled motorcycle blocked out some of the noise, and she slept soundly. But other players weren't so lucky. Chapter 3. Map, Savannah, number of game days, 2, weather, sunny, temperature, 28 degrees Celsius, summer time, 7 a.m. Yin Lan looked at the weather and stretched comfortably. The first thing she did after waking up was to sign in. She excitedly called up the sign-in system, but when she saw the task, she gasped. Today's task seemed a bit annoying. Please create an emoji with the theme Good Morning, Scraps of Society, and send it to the regional channel. Compared to yesterday's Please Make a Yet to the Sky, this task was clearly a step up in difficulty, but that didn't dampen her confidence. She confidently struck a pose, but didn't hear the camera click from yesterday. She continued to smile and greeted, "Hi," and Jing. Eerie silence. She awkwardly changed poses several times, her face frozen in laughter, but still didn't hear the reminder. Did I do something wrong? Yinlan rubbed the stiff muscles in her cheek, her eyes fixed in thought. Then, she placed one hand on her hip, leaning back on her scooter. She raised one hand above her head, pointing a finger, and slowly lowered it, her hips arching into an exaggerated S shape. A look of disdain and arrogance crossed her face. Click check-in successful. Please check your reward. Huh? Yinlan finally withdrew her hands and feet, breathing a sigh of relief. She hadn't dared to check the group messages out of guilt, but she couldn't resist the constant pinging of private messages. After she didn't accept their friend requests, they followed the hair tie link in the trading center. Most of them came to scold her, accusing her of being petty and vindictive, and that she was deliberately seeking revenge. She glanced at it indifferently, seeing no reply, and scrolled down. A long list of familiar active users included an unexpected name. She hadn't expected him to be up so early and send her a message. Given her pleasant exchange with him yesterday, Yinlan had a good impression of him, so she clicked on it. The other party was indeed kindly reminding her, "Yinlan, did you send it by mistake? Retract it now, or you get scolded." Yinlan smiled faintly and replied, "Haha, it's okay." How could she retract it? If she did, she wouldn't get the reward. "Are you still asleep?" Sure, Yuan was bewildered. "That's okay." Hadn't she heard the scolding in the group? Yinlan reassured him, "Don't worry, I know my limits. Everyone's been so dull, so I just wanted to liven things up." Sure, Yuan stared at the replies for a long moment, then finally convinced himself to let it go. She was far better off than he was. He should be the one worrying. It was just that he couldn't help but frown at the first sight of the replies, especially since the person involved was a woman. However, she didn't seem to mind, seemingly enjoying it. Sure, Yuan glanced again at the chaotic group chat and gave a thumbs up in admiration. This mental fortitude is unmatched by ordinary people. No wonder she was the first to level up. As if inspired, he took a deep breath, exerted force in his arms, lifted the cart, and stepped forward. Only one glass left to level up. Go for it. Yinlan cleared her unread messages with a single click, and seeing the red dot disappear, she felt a surge of relief. Then she began to check the rewards from the sign-in system. Successful sign-in, receiving 1 fabrication table. Fabrication table. A super versatile crafting tool, you deserve it. Wow! She couldn't help but exclaim. It was a crafting table. Such a wonderful item. Why would she make a fool of herself in the group? She currently had a toilet paper blueprint and some wood, perfect for experimenting. The crafting table was half a person's height and 1 meter long, made from a mix of wood and metal. Its surface was smooth and delicate, and it felt very nice. She patted it twice, then placed the blueprint and wood on it. The crafting table was incredibly intelligent. Just click craft, and it would automatically start working. In less than 10 seconds, a roll of coreless toilet paper appeared on the table. The paper was soft, tough, and had a pleasant woody fragrance. She put it away with satisfaction. She would keep the first roll for herself, so she would have enough to wipe her hands and buttocks. There were still 30 pieces of wood in her backpack. She used half to make toilet paper, and kept the remaining half for future use. The toilet paper blueprint was permanent. After learning the crafting skills on the crafting table, she could directly process the same item again. In 2 minutes, 15 rolls of toilet paper were complete. During this time, she ate breakfast, a baba tangerine and a meat bun, replenishing the 20 health points she lost from a night's rest. The baba tangerines were enormous. A single slice could fill her entire mouth. A mouthful of them, overflowing with juice, was incredibly satisfying. After finishing the toilet paper, she put it all on the shelves at the trading center. It was now 7:30 a.m., ready to set out on the search for supplies. She clasped her hands together, made a sincere wish, and as she boarded the bus, she spotted the seeds she vomited onto the ground. Since supplies were scarce, she picked up the seeds one by one and wrapped them in a piece of toilet paper. Driving alone is bound to be boring, so she habitually left the group chat floating in the upper right corner. This group of players actually loves to jump around so much, so let's just treat it as a bit of fun. So much time has passed, and the emoji I sent early this morning has long been overshadowed by new messages. Everyone is talking about something else. What's going on? How come so many people are missing overnight? Does anyone know what's going on? A lot of people are missing? Yinlan only then noticed the number at the top, and it startled her. H38 zone, 9,980 people. A full 20 people are missing in one night. This is during the newbie protection period. It shouldn't be life-threatening. Clearly, many people have noticed this problem, and they're discussing it enthusiastically in the group. Who knows the inside story? But I'm guessing they must have been driving at night. The game says not to drive at night, right? I swear that's not the reason. I drove at night last night because I forgot the rules, and some strange creatures did harass me, but they seemed to be bound by some kind of rules. They were just threatening and didn't actually attack. Yeah, I've encountered them too, but I've found that as long as I stay in the car, they won't come near. So, there's only one truth. Their health was reduced to 0. That's too tragic. They starved to death. Wow, how pitiful. Yesterday, I saw these guys begging for supplies in the group chat. If only a kind-hearted person had helped, they wouldn't have lost their lives in vain. The moment the girl spoke, the tide of discussion shifted, and more boys began to agree. She was so special that Yinlan had already memorized her name yesterday, Jiang Tiantian. This person's profile picture was as sweet and adorable as her name, especially those innocent, large eyes, their moist gaze making it impossible to resist. That's right, some people make a killing but can't bear to give even a tiny bit of money to help others. They're truly heartless. We're all compatriots. Why can't we help each other? Especially those leaders. Yinlan, silently peeking at the screen. Leaders? Why does it feel like something's being implied? It must be referring to her. The little white lotus was still tepidly fanning the flames. Brother, it's so nice of you to think that way. It's a shame not everyone is as kind as you. That's called kindness. Can someone tell her? What did he do? Was he yelling in the group chat? Yinlan was so angry that her nostrils were about to burst. Just as she was about to start cursing, she saw someone in the group send a message. If you're truly kind-hearted, just give them some. Who are you trying to impress by being so stingy? Do you have any moral integrity, woman? It's only natural for the rich to help the poor. What law says the rich have to help the poor? You're poor, so you think you're right? You shrew are simply unreasonable. Oh my, desperate dogs are going to jump over the wall. Jiang Tiantian, who had been silent for a while, stepped in just in time to lighten the mood. Brother and sister, please don't argue about me. It's normal for everyone to look out for each other when they're out and about. Today you help him, tomorrow he helps you. Sister, if only this shrew were half as kind as you. Bah! Calling you brother all the time? Are you a hen laying eggs? Some men are so clueless, thinking they're alluring just because someone calls them brother. It's just because you're cheap and gullible. How much money did this uncle lose? The men fell silent at this remark, seemingly piercing their fragile hearts. Seeing the situation take a turn for the worse, Jiang Tiantian's heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly tried to make amends in the group chat. Brother, don't be misled by her. I'm a weak woman, and I'm asking for help because I'm truly desperate. The outcome was a sudden reversal. Yinlan immediately took a liking to this outspoken heroine, and couldn't help but send her a private message and a friend request. The application was quickly approved, and a message arrived. Hello, my name is Yuan Zhou. My name is Yinlan. Yuan Zhou, I know you, a famous figure in the H88 area. Yinlan couldn't help but scratch her head. Haha, a little awkward. Yuan Zhou, but don't worry too much about their opinions. This is a survival game, and everything is based on your own interests. Yinlan, well, I have to thank you today. Please accept this small token of your appreciation. After that, she presented a roll of toilet paper. The other party didn't reply, and the toilet paper wasn't accepted. Just as Yinlan was wondering what the other party was up to, 20 pieces of wood were presented. I won't accept a reward without merit, and I'm not trying to help you. I just really can't stand their behavior. 1 piece of wood can make 1 roll of toilet paper, and 20 pieces of wood can make 20 rolls. Honestly, this deal was way over the top for Yinlan. She returned 10 logs. 10 logs is enough. Yuan Zhou was very forthright this time, accepting the supplies without a word. Okay, thank you. The exchange of gifts was complete, leaving Yinlan with 10 more logs in her backpack, and Yuan Zhou with a roll of soft, white toilet paper. She touched it carefully, tucked it away in the plastic bag hanging from the handle. Such a compact roll, if used sparingly, would last for a long time. It must be said that the demand for toilet paper is quite high, especially among girls. Soon, a girl sent a private message. Can logs really be exchanged for toilet paper? Yanlan replied, really? 10 logs for 1 roll of toilet paper. The other party replied almost instantly, okay, I take 1 roll. Yanlan silently confirmed, and the transaction was instantly completed. The girl couldn't put the toilet paper down. Honestly, even though it was only the next day, she was really tired of living without paper. The more she looked at it, the more she liked it. She took a picture of the toilet paper and posted it to the group chat, captioning, I bought this from Yanlan. 10 pieces of wood for 1 roll, what a great deal. Chapter 4. Unread messages kept popping up in the trading center. Having just sold a roll of toilet paper to a girl, Yanlan hadn't even had time to return to the regional channel. She was a little overwhelmed by the sheer number of private messages. She clicked on the first one. Hello. I also want to trade wood for toilet paper. The word also was quite insightful. She probably guessed the reason. As long as the product was good, there was no shortage of places to sell it. She began processing the transaction. Okay. No problem. 10 wood. The 15 rolls of toilet paper quickly sold out, but many people still lined up asking, are you out of toilet paper? She patiently replied, no. Player, will there be new products later? Can I still trade them for wood? She pondered for a moment. Yes, there will be new products, but the exchange rate depends on the actual situation. 15 rolls of toilet paper for 150 wood. Adding the original 15, she had 165 wood. Wood isn't a material for upgrading, so there's no need to stockpile it in large quantities. Therefore, it's more likely to be exchanged for other items later. The young ladies who arrived were extremely disappointed. Wood is the easiest item to obtain. You can find one every few kilometers along the road, and you can even break it down in treasure chests. They gathered over a dozen pieces of wood in just 2 days, easily exchanging them for a roll of soft toilet paper. What a bargain. However, the owner seemed quite approachable, so I'd definitely be a regular customer. Since Yanlan couldn't respond to all the inquiries, she posted a notice in the trading center. Toilet paper sold out. New stock will be arriving at 8 p.m. Please check back if you're interested. This announcement was quickly screenshotted and shared in the group chat. Those who had wanted to buy, but hadn't gotten their hands on it now had something to look forward to, and they all started discussing it. New items will be arriving at 8 p.m. Everyone hurry up. That's great. I hope there's more stock this time. Tell me, have you practiced your finger speed? I just clicked and the stock is already down to 0. Haha, you're just too slow. The new items have been out for a while. I have to say Yanlan is very honest, and her prices are fair. Indeed, but how come she has so many supplies? Previously it was food and water, and now it's toilet paper. She must have had some luck. Besides, the game rewarded her with 2 treasure chests. Maybe there's something good in them. Yeah, but it's good for everyone. Jiang Tiantian looked at the harmonious atmosphere in the group chat, and felt a surge of jealousy. She had been the one everyone supported and loved in the beginning, so when did she become the silent and taciturn person? Everyone praised her sincerity. If that damned woman hadn't gotten unlucky, she'd be the leading merchant and car owner, right? Jiang Tiantian couldn't help but glance at the tiny piece of toilet paper left in the corner. The fat man refused to give her anything, even after she sent him a photo. He was so stingy. He still wanted to date her. What a toad wanting to eat swan flesh. She looked at the notice and silently noted the time. Yanlan continued to explore the highway in her 3-wheeled motorcycle. It had to be said that with the help of the car, her exploration speed was much faster. At the end of the day, she had found 5 bronze, 3 silver, and even 1 gold treasure chest. I figured even if I opened these supplies, they wouldn't be enough to upgrade the 3-wheeled motorcycle, so I dumped them all in the back of the car, planning to disassemble them during the night's rest. 6 p.m. The sun had set, the sky was getting dark, and Yanlan's grip on the handlebars gradually loosened as the 3-wheeled motorcycle came to a stop. The first thing to do was open the treasure chests. There were 9 in total, containing upgrade materials, 20 pieces of glass, 20 pieces of metal, 20 pieces of rubber, and 2 electronic components. The food and water items were 5 bottles of 300 milliliters mineral water, 5 pieces of purple rice bread, 5 meat buns, 1 box lunch, and 1 apple. Other items included 1 dungeon card, 60 pieces of gasoline, 1 lighter, and 1 flashlight. The food and water I had previously consumed were all gone, but thankfully these treasure chests provided a restock. I had 2 dungeon cards, including the previous ones, so I didn't have to worry about not being able to enter the dungeon. I also had plenty of gasoline. Everything was going well. Supplies were piling up, and her 10-compartment backpack was completely full. She had no choice but to pack some of them and place them in the trunk. After sorting through the supplies, she carefully pulled out a lunch box. She opened the plastic lid and couldn't help but swallow at the aroma that hit her. The lunch box contained 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish, a chicken leg and braised fish, and stir-fry chrysanthemum with coriander. It had been 2 days since she had such a hearty meal, and the physical work was exhausting. Yinlan was so greedy that she grabbed a piece of toilet paper from the side, wrapped it around the chicken leg bone, and stuffed it into her mouth. The meat was indeed the best. The chicken leg was braised, and the broth soaked it right into the chicken, leaving it smooth, tender, and delicious. Each bite was incredibly flavorful. The braised fish was also incredibly flavorful. A mouthful of broth-soaked fish, paired with a mouthful of fragrant, soft white rice, was simply divine. Yinlan's eyes narrowed in happiness as she ate. Food truly had a healing effect. Even in another world, a full stomach brought immense happiness. Putting the last centimeter of the lunch box in her mouth, Yinlan rubbed her stomach and burped with satisfaction. So comfortable. If only life could remain this peaceful. But she knew this stability would eventually be shattered after the novice period. Better to level up quickly before danger struck. After dinner, she turned on the lights of her 3-wheeled motorcycle and practiced a set of boxing moves on the road, then did a horse dance. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was 7:20. She had promised the other players a new batch of toilet paper at 8 o'clock, so now was the perfect time to make some. She unloaded the crafting table from her backpack. As it grew dark, she didn't dare venture out onto the main road. For safety's sake, she hunkered down in the back of the car. The trunk was reasonably spacious, but with the half-person high workbench down, the space was minimal. She squeezed into a small corner inside, having to make do for now. She habitually placed the chat interface in the upper right corner before starting work, and just then she saw a friend request. She assumed it was still the same group of jealous sour plums from before, so she ignored it. But the message alerts kept coming, as if they wouldn't stop until she agreed. She frowned, opened them, and saw it was from Shi Yuanyuan. Yinlan had a good impression of him, so she accepted the friend request. Almost immediately after adding him, a message came in incredibly quickly, so fast that Yinlan wondered if he had grown up there. Sorry to bother you so late. Shi Yuanyuan hesitated for a long time before brazenly submitting this request. He had once been a wealthy young man, a wealthy family with a simple gesture, making tens of thousands of dollars. But who knew he'd become a beggar after entering the game? Today, he was still incredibly lucky. All day, his treasure chest only yielded a small cookie. Just a thumb-sized cookie. He was a tough guy, 1.8 meters tall and weighing 145 kilograms. Such a small cookie wouldn't even fill a gap between his teeth, let alone in a game world where his body was digitized. He had endured a day without food, and his health had dropped below 50, heading straight for 40. Even resting at night would cost him at least 20 to 30 health points. This health bar was extremely dangerous. Like a fragile piece of skin, a single touch could cost him his life. So, as soon as night fell, he parked his car and went out to trade supplies. He visited the trading center twice, but there were very few people selling food, and many were asking for food in exchange. He posted a plea for help in the group chat, and several players were willing to trade, but they were going too far, taking advantage of his desperate need for food. One player demanded 20 glass pieces for a bottle of water. Another player was even worse, selling buns by the mouthful, demanding 10 metal pieces and 10 glass pieces for 1, and 5 electronic components for 2. That's robbery. Shi Yuanyuan grew increasingly angry, and simply deleted them all. The moment he did, he regretted it. At first, he could still trade for food, but as time went on, their demands only grew more steep. If he traded, he could at least be the victim. If he didn't, he would starve to death. Amidst this dilemma, his eyes lit up, and he sought out Yinlan. Shi Yuanyuan stared intently at the chat interface, his throat pounding, his nerves inexplicably tense. The other party quickly replied, "It's not too late. What can I do for you?" "Look." As expected of the leading car owner and merchant, he immediately guessed he needed help. He carefully chose his words. "I'm so sorry. I didn't find any food today, and I'd like to trade with you. If you have any extra, could you please do me a favor? After sending the message, he was about to add, anything you want to trade with, when he saw the other party reply. No problem. What supplies do you have? Sure, Yuan's eyes widened at such directness. How could the gap between people be so great? Yanlan had no idea she was becoming a saintly figure in the eyes of others. She simply felt that in this dangerous gaming world, having a few loyal friends was essential, and sure Yuan was just the right person to try to develop. The other parties seemed to be pondering what supplies to exchange. Without a quick reply, she remained unhurried, making toilet paper while she waited. A moment later, a message arrived. I can exchange a blueprint for a set of women's underwear. Yanlan's hand, gripping the wood, nearly slipped. Women's underwear. Sure Yuan, don't get me wrong. I just happened to get this from the treasure chest today. Don't worry, I haven't even unpacked it. Yanlan was a little tempted. What blueprint is it? Sure Yuan, charcoal blueprint. I don't know how to use it, but if you don't need it, I can exchange it for something else. Yanlan asked again. Send it to me. Sure Yuan took a photo of the two supplies and sent it over. The resolution was incredibly high, and clearly written on it were the words, charcoal blueprint, permanent. Required, 1 piece of wood. Another permanent blueprint. Chapter 5. Although the charcoal is currently useless, but this is a survival game, and all sorts of natural disasters are possible, so this blueprint is extremely attractive to her. Yanlan thought for a moment and replied, we can trade. How about I give you a meat bun, a purple rice bread, and a bottle of mineral water? Sure Yuan's heart trembled. This was too good to be true. Not only did they not extort money, but they also thoughtfully provided him with water to prevent him from choking. These supplies will restore his health to full, allowing him to continue fighting all day. He eagerly sent the women's underwear and the charcoal blueprint. Yanlan kept her promise and delivered the food, making the deal a very pleasant one. The backpack's 10 slots were full, and these 2 supplies were squeezed out. Yanlan was about to find a place to store them, but she looked around and was shocked to find that there was no space in the trunk, completely occupied by the manufacturing table and the newly produced toilet paper. She frowned and sent another message to Sure Yuan. Do you have a backpack or something? Sure Yuan, munching on a purple rice bread, nearly choked at the message. He quickly took a sip of water and replied, no, what's wrong? Yanlan told him honestly, there are too many different kinds of supplies to fit in my compartments, so I'm looking for a backpack to store some. The disdain between the lines stabbed Sure Yuan like a sharp knife in the heart. He glanced at his backpack, which still had several compartments left, with shamefaced rubbing his face. He thought of a novel he read and offered a guilty suggestion. You can't put more than 1,000 identical items in one compartment, but I heard that if you put different items in a backpack or box, it only counts as one, no matter how many items are inside. Yanlan struggled to digest the news, and her eyes suddenly lit up. It seemed to make sense, but she had neither a cloth bag nor a box, so what could she use to carry it? All she could see was the crafting table before her. That's right, the crafting table. When she first got it, it was said to be able to make anything. So awesome, surely it could even recognize homemade blueprints. As if she had come up with a grand plan, Yanlan crouched in her scooter and laughed heartily. Drawing blueprints requires paper and pen. Paper could be replaced with toilet paper. The pen? Thinking of the charcoal blueprint she had just obtained, Yanlan was eager to try it out. Charcoal, though black, could also create colors. She immediately stopped working with the toilet paper and began experimenting. Charcoal blueprint. Get a stick of charcoal, break off a corner, sharpen it, and a crude pen would emerge. She tore off a piece of toilet paper and began drawing. She had already decided to make a wooden box. A wooden box required wood, and she happened to have the materials readily available. A square, lidless wooden box was quickly drawn, and she thoughtfully marked its length, width, and height. Looking at the well-made wooden box, Yanlan's confidence surged. She placed the blueprint and wood on the crafting table, clasping her hands in nervous anticipation. Beep. The blueprint is too crude to be recognized. After 3 consecutive beeps, Yanlan reluctantly picked up the blueprint and studied it carefully. The crafting table said the blueprint was too crude, but it didn't invalidate it. There seemed to be hope. She peered around until she finally discovered a flaw. The blueprints provided by the game were incredibly detailed, from the outline to the joints. The wooden box was well drawn, but the details weren't quite right, like the grain design on the surface, whether the corners were rounded or square, and whether the joints were nailed or mortise and tenon. After thinking it over, Yanlan revised the blueprint and added a piece of metal to the crafting table. The blueprint for the simple wooden box is permanent. Materials required: 10 pieces of wood, 1 piece of metal. Clang! Clang! The crafting table began to work. It actually worked. She was overwhelmed with surprise and also came to a conclusion. Homemade blueprints could be read, but drawing them with extreme precision was impossible with her skills, or with the skills of most people. However, for simple small items, she could try. Half a minute later, a crudely made wooden box appeared on the crafting table. It was so large and heavy that she felt the three-wheeled motorcycle sink several centimeters. She quickly placed the box in the newly vacated backpack compartment. The tires finally recovered after the car lost pressure. The wooden box was 2 meters long, 1.5 meters wide, and 1 meter high, plenty of space. She tried putting her miscellaneous items in it, and surprisingly, it worked. Before, each type of miscellaneous item took up 1 slot, but now several items took up 1 slot. What a steal! She could control the items in and out of the box with her mind, eliminating the need to remove the box and search again. Very convenient. Taking advantage, Yinlan crafted another box. This time, the items couldn't be stacked. It seemed the game had carefully planned this out. After all the toilet paper was ready, she began to pack her backpack. There were 10 slots in total. The first 2 held the boxes, one of which was empty. The other held all her miscellaneous items: 4 bottles of mineral water, 4 purple rice bread, 1 apple, 2 dungeon cards, and some toilet paper. The third slot held 60 units of gasoline, the fourth 50 units of metal, the fifth 40 units of glass, the sixth 40 units of rubber, the seventh 4 units of electronic components, and the eighth slot was a crafting station. The remaining 2 slots were empty. She was very pleased with the volume. Thinking of Shi Yuan, who had suggested this idea, she took out 2 rolls of toilet paper and handed them over. Your method is very useful, thank you. Shi Yuan hadn't expected Yinlan to implement it so quickly, and even gave him a thank you gift. He just casually mentioned it, but it actually worked. He happily accepted the 2 rolls, and carefully placed them in his backpack. After inventorying all the supplies, it was exactly 8 a.m., and Yinlan put all the toilet paper on the trading platform. She now had 221 pieces of wood, including those she exchanged for toilet paper, broken down treasure chests, and found along the way. After deducting the 21 pieces she used to make wooden boxes and charcoal, the remaining pieces made up 200 rolls of toilet paper. The news that Yinlan would be selling toilet paper at 8 p.m. spread quickly, attracting a large number of people, and the back-end notifications were constantly ringing. Once again, the earliest orders were prioritized. The first 100 players' transactions went very smoothly. Everyone was exchanging wood, and Yinlan simply confirmed the transaction, sending all of them off in about 5 minutes. Wood, as a raw material, can generate income, so she need to continue stockpiling it, but she want to trade it for something different later on. Can you still trade it for wood? No, try something else. Why was it okay just now? Yinlan, I don't need wood anymore. You're dishonest in business, aren't you? Others can do it, so why can't I? You? Yinlan ignored him, and closed the chat. To use pointless morality to condemn her at this moment was either ignorant or foolish. She didn't need to waste her time on such a person. There were plenty of players wanting to trade with her, so she continued clicking on the next person's message. Can't we trade with wood now? She replied succinctly, yeah. This player was quite understanding, having probably read her new announcement. How about metal? Yinlan, metal costs 4 per roll, glass and rubber 2 per roll. Similarly, metal can be salvaged from treasure chests, making it easier to obtain than glass and rubber, but its value is correspondingly lower. The other party was very forthcoming, sending 4 metal and 2 glass rolls. Okay, I trade for 2 rolls then. Some customers, reluctant to part with their upgrade materials, traded other supplies. I have the blueprints. Exchange them for 50 rolls of toilet paper. Yinlan's lips twitched. That's too much. No. This is a clothing blueprint. It can be used to make permanent clothing. 50 rolls won't be a loss. Although Yinlan liked the blueprint, 50 rolls was indeed too much. She had to bargain down. The blueprint is nice, but I can't use it. The girl across from her fell into an eerie silence. Had she guessed wrong? Yinlan didn't make the toilet paper, but obtained it from resource points. In that case, the blueprint was just a piece of waste paper. The girl got a little anxious thinking about this, afraid Yinlan wouldn't accept it. Then how much do you want? Yinlan smiled. 20 rolls? Oh my! You're pushing too hard. 10 more rolls, boss. Yanlan said. No, 25 at most. No more. Okay, deal. Yanlan was quite experienced at bargaining. 25 rolls was exactly her preferred price. After all, clothing was just an embellishment, so a lower price was reasonable. Toilet paper is a necessity, especially for women. In less than half an hour, all 200 rolls were sold. After the transaction was completed, Yanlan began to sort out her supplies. She traded the toilet paper for 1,000 pieces of wood, 30 pieces of metal, 20 pieces of glass, and 20 pieces of rubber. She also obtained a blueprint for a men's and women's coat, a blueprint for a sanitary pad, and a pen, a notebook, a towel, and a messenger bag. She hadn't found the electronic components she needed to upgrade, and no matter how high her offer, players refused to trade. Some hadn't even found the materials. She also didn't have all the necessary materials for the blueprints. Sanitary pads required cotton, and clothing required cloth, which came from a wide variety of sources, including cotton, linen, and various animal hairs. The notebook and pen might be a burden to others, but they were treasures to her. With them, her blueprinting skills would surely improve significantly. She planned to store some small miscellaneous items in the messenger bag. The day ended successfully, but she ignored the player whose trade she had immediately rejected. On a dark road, Jiang Tiantian crouched stealthily, using the light from the game interface. A gentle breeze blew, bringing a chill to her, but mingled with a strange, foul smell. Pinching her nose with 2 fingers, she labored a meter away with her legs, numb from squatting, and persistently asked in the group chat, "Does anyone know why my transaction wasn't successful? Is this happening to you all as well? Can anyone tell me?" The group chat, usually bustling with activity, had nearly 10,000 members, but now it was hushed. After a long wait, a man named Shi Yuanyuan finally replied, "You've probably been blacklisted." Blacklist. For all her beauty, she was blacklisted. No wonder she could send messages at first, but then, after reading them, she couldn't chat anymore. The few men she chatted with didn't even get toilet paper, and everyone else ignored her. Yanlan was so stingy. She only said a few bad things about her, and she kept quiet about it, yet she was blocking her transactions behind her back. How hateful. After figuring out the reason, Jiang Tiantian gritted her teeth. Another gust of cold wind blew, sending a chill down her spine, making her feel uneasy. Although she knew she was alone, this was the first time she squatted bare-bottomed on the street, and she always felt like someone was watching from behind. Jiang Tiantian had no choice but to swallow her nausea and pull out 3 leaves from her backpack. After a moment's thought, she put one back. She had a small, but so too would be enough. Chapter 6. A new day is always so exciting. Yanlan ate breakfast while calling the sign-in system. System, sign in. Please send a classic line from Hong Shixian to your most recent chat friend. At the mention of Hong Shixian's name, she hissed, an indescribable expression on her face. The image of that irritating face from the TV series drifted through her mind, and she shuddered. This mission was indeed a bit awkward to complete. But thinking of the generous reward after the mission, she howled, cheering herself up. She only had 2 friends, Yuan Zhou and Shi Yuanyuan. Shi Yuanyuan had just chatted with her yesterday, and was the target of today's mission. After a moment's hesitation, she finally sent a message with her eyes closed. Shi Yuanyuan still woke up early. Ever since entering the survival game, he had gone from a noble young man to a hard-working model worker, waking up earlier than the chickens, and sleeping later than the dogs. Having been exposed to the elements these past few days, his once delicate skin has become rough, and the stress has also led to a large, red, swollen pimple on his chin. He leaned forward, pouting disapprovingly at the face in the rearview mirror of his 3-wheeled motorcycle. If only his cousin were still here. His cousin is smart, capable, and resourceful, always able to rise above any adversity. He's also incredibly handsome, to the point of making him jealous. If he were still here, would he still be working so hard? He had been carried away long ago. Oh! I wonder which district my cousin is in. Thinking of his missing loved one, Shi Yuanyuan's face was filled with melancholy. Ding dong, a message alert sounded. Shi Yuanyuan opened his profile, and a smile instantly spread across his face. It turned out to be his benefactor, Yanlan. They weren't just saying good morning to each other, so a message so early must mean something. He clicked on it with a grin, then exited as if nothing had happened, though the smile on his face was noticeably more fake. If you don't believe me, click on it again, then exit again. It was her, but why would she send such a message? He seemed to have been brainwashed. The words "you're so flirty" kept floating through his mind. You're so flirty. He couldn't help but associate the word slutty with himself. He shuddered, shivering in the 28-degree weather. Yinlan, could she be interested in him, and want to flirt with him? Although he had looked a little older recently, he was undeniably handsome. It was an honor for him to be noticed by someone. But he didn't want to go down that path. How could he, a grown man with arms and legs, live a life of being kept by a woman? Sure, Yuan's mind was in a trance, and he was a little confused for a moment. Faced with temptation, especially from the game's biggest moneymaker, what should he do? Not wanting to keep Yinlan waiting, he quickly sent a message to test her. Yinlan, what are you doing? Oh, nothing, just kidding. Sure, Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she hadn't fallen for him. But this was still strange. Who would text a boy you're so flirty? He's a boy. How could he use that word to describe him? Shouldn't he say you're so handsome, you're so manly? Sure, Yuan, you're not thinking the wrong thing, are you? Sure, Yuan's hand trembled violently. His dirty thoughts guessed. He didn't know what to say. Huh? How could it be? Impossible. Haha, by the way, I need to go to the bathroom. We talk later. With that, he ran off to pee. He was afraid Yinlan would notice if he said any more. Yinlan raised an eyebrow, but stopped worrying about the other person's mental health. She happily hummed a song as she checked in on her sign-in reward. I have a little donkey, but one day I just felt like riding it to the market. Check-in successful. Received a copy item card. Copy card. Allows you to copy all newly acquired supplies from your friends. Valid until 8 p.m. tonight. That's double the supplies. So cool. To save time, he quickly selected the person to copy, Sure Yuan. Although Sure Yuan's luck was unlucky, and he couldn't get any food, he was a top-notch expert at acquiring upgrade materials, and Yinlan was most in need of upgrade materials. Sure Yuan, are you there? Ah, I'm here. What can I do for you? Yinlan looked at this you, and couldn't help but twitch her lips. Why did he seem so strange? But she didn't dwell on it, simply explaining her purpose. I've just acquired a new item card. It won't work unless it's bound to you. I pay you a fee upon completion. Why? With that, she sent the item card over. As soon as the other party clicked confirm, it would instantly take effect. Sure Yuan looked at the 3 large words copy card in disbelief. He double-checked. Are you really going to choose me? My luck is so bad. It's okay. I trust you. Sure Yuan was deeply moved by Yinlan's trust in him. He solemnly checked the card and replied, Don't worry, Yinlan. I'm sure I have incredible luck today, and get tons of food. Yinlan's eyelids twitched, thinking it would be best if she didn't get any food as usual. After resolving the item card, Yinlan prepared to set off. Her 60 units of gasoline were all gone, so she added the remaining 60 units, enough to last her 2 days. Map, Savannah, number of game days, 3, weather, sunny, temperature, 28 degrees Celsius, summer time, 7:10 a.m. Today is the last day of the novice period. The weather is warm, and the temperature is just right. I'm sure the days ahead will be tough after today. But it doesn't matter. At least life is blissful today. Why dwell on tomorrow's worries? Keep a positive attitude, and you might stumble upon unexpected beauty. I have a little donkey, but I never ride it. One day, on a whim, I decided to ride it to the market. After a few seconds of self-reflection, Yinlan happily hummed a song as her 3-wheeled motorcycle clanged along. Yinlan, have you heard? Jiang Tian and a man named Jin Bui have founded a gang called the Jin De Gang. Jin Bui is the gang leader, and Jiang Tian is the vice president. After linking his copy card with Yinlan, Sure Yuan felt obligated to keep Yinlan updated on his progress, so he occasionally sent her a message or two. After trying it out, he found it quite amusing. No wonder taxi drivers were constantly listening to his chat messages on speakerphone. Yinlan couldn't help but chuckle. Jin De Gang? Sure Yuan. Yes, Jin De Gang. Jin comes from Jin Bui's last name, and gang is the group's motto, mutual assistance. Mutual assistance? How could that term possibly have anything to do with Jiang Tian? Sure enough, Sure Yuan sent another message. Joining their team requires an entrance fee, and each person needs 10 upgrade materials. The two of them are bragging about it in the group chat, and I see several players have already been recruited. Yinlan, yeah. Sure Yuan, just Aren't you afraid they use other players' materials to upgrade early, and steal your title as the leading driver? Yinlan felt a little embarrassed by the title, but she joked nonchalantly, It's okay, it's just a title. They wouldn't upgrade early. Not only are the electronic components incredibly rare, but even if members were willing to give them up, there would likely be an uneven distribution of the spoils. Jiang Tiantian and Jin Buwei are both greedy, so there's bound to be some trouble. While the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman profits. Who will win or lose is still uncertain. Seeing Yin Lan's open-mindedness, Shi Yuanyuan gave up on trying to persuade her. He tightened his grip and sped up, hoping to find the treasure chest sooner and upgrade before Jin Dabong. Yin Lan, I found a treasure chest. Yin Lan, I found another treasure chest. Shi Yuanyuan had found 2 treasure chests in the entire morning, a record for him. Yin Lan clearly sensed his excitement and happily replied, yeah, I just found 2 too. Shi Yuanyuan opened the treasure chest, and the copy card took effect. Yin Lan received the same amount of supplies, metal X3, glass X3, rubber X3, and electronic component X3. It must be said that Shi Yuanyuan was incredibly lucky, having found 3 electronic components at once. Shi Yuanyuan, my luck is so bad. There's not even any food. Yin Lan handed over 2 bottles of mineral water, a meat bun, and a purple rice bread, saying, it's okay. I give you half of what I just found. Shi Yuanyuan, oh my god. You're so lucky. You actually got so much food and water. Yin Lan, well, if I'm lucky, 2 treasure chests wouldn't only yield 1 electronic component. She copied 3 of Shi Yuanyuan's, and just got 1 herself. Adding the 4 she had before, she now has 8 electronic components. The other materials are similar, and she's only 1 step away from upgrading. But before that, Yin Lan still had a question. Why haven't you upgraded yet? As far as she knew, Shi Yuanyuan had just upgraded to level 2 of his 3-wheeled motorcycle. Shi Yuanyuan understood immediately, and the mention of this made him groan uncontrollably. If I hadn't traded with others, I should have been able to level up by now. I had no food or water, so I had to trade what I had. And then 1 player cheated me out of 10 metals. Another one cheated me out of 20 glass. Huh? Now that I've found you, I'm not being cheated. Yin Lan, then if you need food again, you can come to me. My price is fair. Shi Yuanyuan, okay. By the way, how many materials do you need to level up? For some reason, he felt a sense of urgency, as if he were being chased. 10 glass, rubber, and 2 electronic components. Shi Yuanyuan, you're almost there, but I still need a lot. Can I have a few rolls of toilet paper? Yin Lan had made 5 rolls while eating breakfast. Seeing this question, she paused briefly and forwarded the entire package without asking any questions. Shi Yuanyuan received it, said wait a moment, and then, there was no response until she heard the sound of more supplies appearing in her backpack. Copying successful, obtaining 3 electronic components. Copying successful, obtaining 10 glass, obtaining 10 rubber. 2 reminders in a row, and he had unexpectedly obtained 3 electronic components. Could Shi Yuanyuan have done something else? Before she could ask, he excitedly sent a message. Yin Lan, did you receive the supplies? Yes, how did you get them? It actually works. I'm going to return it then. Yin Lan had a guess. Are they willing to lend it to you? Shi Yuanyuan, these guys have been through a lot these past few days, and we're in a difficult situation. I'm just borrowing them temporarily, and I gave them 2 rolls of toilet paper each as compensation. They're quite willing to lend it to me. 2 of the 5 rolls were given away, and he kept the remaining 1 for himself. He used up a whole roll of toilet paper a week, so he used quite a lot, so he had to save some. Shi Yuanyuan had his own survival strategies, and Yin Lan didn't ask too much. However, it did take some effort for him to actively ask for help in order to level up. She remembered his kindness, and planned to support him as much as she could in the future. Now that she had enough materials, she could level up. Chapter 7. Sufficient materials, now ready for the upgrade. Do you want to upgrade using 100 glass, 100 metal, 100 rubber, and 10 electronic components? Yin Lan's mind flickered, and she chose yes. A familiar white light flashed. After the light faded, a medium-sized off-road vehicle appeared before her eyes. At the same time, a system announcement rang out above everyone's heads. Ding! Congratulations to player Yin Lan for successfully upgrading the first off-road vehicle in Area H38, earning the title of leading vehicle owner, and receiving a diamond treasure chest as a reward. Diamonds! A surprisingly rare diamond treasure chest. This action must have sparked the envy and jealousy of many players, with the group messages buzzing non-stop. She simply closed the panel, muted the volume, and confidently inspected her new vehicle. Current level, medium off-road vehicle level 3. Upgrade requirements, 500 glass, 500 metal, 500 rubber, and 100 electronic components. The materials required for the next level doubled again. It seemed the higher the level, the more challenging it became. But it didn't matter. She had already surpassed most people, Yanlan thought optimistically. The SUV was silver white, its lines powerful and imposing, like a tiger poised for action. It had a high chassis and large tires. Even an amateur like her could tell it was a hardcore vehicle. She patted the SUV's body, very satisfied. Then she opened the door and climbed in, instantly captivated by the stunning interior. Oh my god, it was stunning. Luxurious leather seats, exquisite metal accents, impeccable cushions. But what surprised her most was the high-tech ambient lighting. With the lights on and the dynamic music playing, she felt like a modern celebrity walking the streets of New York. She nestled into the comfortable leather seat, squinting her eyes, and sighing comfortably. How refreshing. Ding! The treasure chest detector has been activated and is searching for you. Huh? There's a detector? She leaned over. Besides the usual speakers, navigation, air conditioning, and vehicle information, the display screen also featured a radar-like device, now hard at work. With this radar detector, she no longer had to constantly stare at the road. Next came the diamond treasure chest, a game reward. This was the first time she'd seen a treasure chest of this caliber. The lock was made of metal and diamonds, a truly superior quality. She eagerly opened it, revealing a flower pot, about 50 centimeters in diameter. She couldn't carry such a large pot, so she got out of the car again and transferred it to the trunk using the backpack compartment. The trunk of the SUV connected to the back seat, making it spacious enough for a small flower pot. As soon as the flower pot was placed, its description popped up. Magical flower pot. Plant a seed today, and I give you a tree tomorrow. The introduction was quite impressive, and thinking of the bobagone seeds I collected earlier, it seemed like a good time to give it a try. She stretched out her hand, and the seeds from her backpack appeared in her hand. She dug a hole with a piece of wood, buried the seeds, and sprinkled a small bottle cap of mineral water. After doing all this, Yanlan got back into the car. The upgraded off-road vehicle was very spacious. She placed some of her daily necessities on the passenger seat, put on some of the car's built-in music, and then hung up the game chat panel before setting off again. The engine roared, and a streak of silver flashed across the sky like lightning, disappearing into the sky in the blink of an eye. True to its four-wheel drive, it drove with flying colors. Congratulations, Yanlan. You've earned the title of leading car owner again. 20 minutes had passed since she saw Sher Yuanyuan's message again. Yanlan smiled and replied, thank you. You contributed to this too. Sher Yuanyuan, haha, you earned this through your own hard work. And you've done me a huge favor by giving me such a large commission. It was true. Yanlan always returned favors with favors, and revenge with revenge. If someone treated her well, she would definitely return tenfold. The copy card was still valid, and Sher Yuanyuan embarked on a new treasure chest hunt. Gas X5. Cloth X2. Frying pan X1. Metal X1. Supplies were accumulating sporadically. Yanlan guessed that Sher Yuanyuan was still borrowing supplies from others, and returning them after the copy was completed. Although there was always borrowing and returning, in this game world where supplies were scarce, trust between people was almost non-existent, making it very difficult to put it into practice. She remembered this favor. Soon, the sky darkened, and she parked the car, ending her day's treasure hunt. She squatted for another half hour, then practiced boxing for another half hour. She was drenched in sweat after finishing. After 3 days without a shower and a long journey, she could smell the stench of sourness from a distance. Luckily, no one was around, or she'd be utterly embarrassed. Today, there was plenty of mineral water, so she lovingly opened a bottle, wet a few pieces of toilet paper, and wiped herself. Once her body was no longer sticky, she changed into the underwear she exchanged with Sher Yuanyuan the day before. She couldn't bear to throw away the old ones, so she washed the stained areas with water and hung them on the car window. If the weather was good, they could be dried tomorrow morning. Putting on clean, comfortable clothes, her complexion instantly changed, her fatigue from the day finally easing. Yanlan took inventory of her supplies while eating dinner. With the help of the detector, the number of treasure chests found today nearly doubled. It seems we missed quite a few just by visual exploration over the past 2 days. Meanwhile, the prop cards also copied a lot of goodies from Sher Yuanyuan. After the final inventory, the upgrade materials were glass X30, metal X50, rubber X30, electronic components X10, food, mineral water X20, purple rice bread X10, meat buns X10, chicken legs X2, lunchbox X5. Other, cloth X5, frying pan X1, bowl and chopstick set X1, socks X2. She selected a few items, and gave them to Shi Yuanyuan. The other end quickly replied, "So much. Yinlan, thanks to you this time." Shi Yuanyuan, hee, I take it then. Come back to me next time you need something like this. Seeing that he didn't seem to have lost that strange feeling he had that morning, Yinlan smiled and replied, "Okay." Shi Yuanyuan excitedly accepted the supplies Yinlan sent him. Surprisingly, they were all food and water, 500 milliliters bottles of mineral water, 2 purple rice breads, 2 meat buns, and 1 boxed lunch. He wouldn't have to worry about starving and losing health for the next 2 days. After processing the supplies, Yinlan began making toilet paper. Of the nearly 10,000 players in the group, only about 100 had bought her paper. Most of the others tagged her in the group chat, asking her to sell it quickly. "Yinlan, do you have any toilet paper to sell? I picked up a banana on the street today and have diarrhea." "Ahaha, how could there be bananas on the street? And you can eat them if you find them. Don't laugh at me. You picked them up and ate them even when you were starving. Who knew they were so good for your bowels? That's hilarious. Bananas are supposed to cleanse the intestines, and they're picked bananas. Why are you still squatting there?" Yinlan happened to see this, and couldn't help but laugh. She quickly replied, "Wait a little longer, it'd be on the shelves soon. How much toilet paper does Boss Yin have? It feels like you can't sell it all. I guess they use blueprints to produce it. I see a lot of people have found them. I have the blueprints, but they're useless without a manufacturing table. Does anyone in the group have a manufacturing table?" No. I've never heard of one." After looking around, no one had a manufacturing table. The only one she had wasn't a treasure chest drop, but rather one she got from the check-in system. It seems manufacturing tables are also rare items for some people. After understanding the general situation, she began producing toilet paper. The SUV was huge. She sat in the back seat, with the manufacturing table and flower pots right behind her, within easy reach. She could make a roll of toilet paper in 10 seconds. Like a factory worker, she placed wood and took out toilet paper, working non-stop until she quickly produced 300 rolls. She then privately messaged Shi Yuanyuan, "Can you do me a favor? I'm a bit overwhelmed." Shi Yuanyuan replied without hesitation, "Sure, what favor?" "Yinlan, I just made 300 rolls of toilet paper. Please sell them for wood or upgrade materials. 1/20th of the profits will be your commission." Shi Yuanyuan, "Wow. I can make extra money after get off work. I love it." Yinlan thought the description was very apartment. After all, it was just extra money after get off work. Even a dog wouldn't be as busy as her. Despite her complaints, she continued to make 200 more rolls of toilet paper. After listing them at the trading center, she specifically stipulated that they would be exchanged for blueprints or other rare items. Everyone who saw her announcement went to bother Shi Yuanyuan, so few people came to her. The first person to ask was still a girl. "Hello, how do I exchange the blueprints?" Yinlan sighed. Didn't she say 25 rolls? Why did she ask again? 1 blueprint for 25 rolls. "Girl, can you add a little?" Yinlan, "No dear. Girl, but my blueprints are very advanced and impressive." Yinlan raised an eyebrow. "How advanced? How impressive?" Then the girl sent a picture. She took a closer look and swallowed. It was a blueprint for a water collector. Although it was disposable, its value was truly immeasurable. "Yinlan, so what do you want in exchange?" "Girl, 25 rolls of toilet paper. We split the profits from the water collector 50 to 50. I keep an eye on you at the trading center and won't let you cheat." Yinlan, what are you expecting? Maybe she was being too eager and letting them take advantage of her. Although she fell in love with it at first sight, she didn't want someone else to have half the control over something she paid for, so she ignored her. "How is it? Are you here?" When the girl's questions were dry and raucous, Yinlan finally appeared slowly. "Oh yes." The girl was clearly anxious. "How are you thinking about it?" Yinlan, "Not very." The girl, "So what do you want?" "This is a great deal." Yinlan's lips curled slightly. 160 rolls of toilet paper, buy it out. The girl choked, clearly shocked, and after a moment's reply, "That's too much toilet paper to use up. Let's trade it for something else." Yinlan, 80 rolls of toilet paper, 80 sticks of charcoal. Girl, what do I need charcoal for? Yinlan, but all I have is charcoal. The material she had most was wood, and besides toilet paper, wood could only be used to make charcoal. It was the girl's turn to be emo, and she remained silent without answering. Yinlan wasn't anxious, and even offered her some sweet comfort. It's okay, you can find other buyers. Sweat began to drip from the girl's forehead. If she could find another buyer, she could compare prices without having to beg her to buy. Players were accumulating more and more blueprints, but those with crafting stations were extremely rare. Currently, Yinlan was the only one who collected blueprints. If a blueprint with the same function appeared in the future, the value of hers would drop. She gritted her teeth and replied, "Okay, deal." Although it wasn't what she hoped for, at least she had 80 rolls of toilet paper, enough for a year, and could be traded for supplies in a pinch. As for the charcoal, it was useless, so she'd just keep it for now. Sure, Yuan's sales were simple, and the toilet paper quickly sold out. After the sale, he excitedly handed over the supplies he obtained. Yinlan, as agreed, took 1/20th of his commission. Sure, Yuan returned all the wood. "I have no use for it, you can keep it." Yinlan, without pretense, readily accepted it. "Okay." Tonight, 3 blueprints were exchanged: a water collector, men's underwear, and women's underwear. Some players still had some blueprints in their hands, some waiting to see what was going on, others waiting for the manufacturing station to appear. After working non-stop until 11 a.m., she was exhausted and quickly fell asleep after reclining in her seat. At midnight, the scenery outside the highway changed dramatically, and the temperature plummeted, waking many players in the middle of the night with a chill. Chapter 8. Late at night, a gust of cold air swept through, waking Yinlan from the cold. She wrapped herself tightly in her blanket, drowsily got up, and turned on the SUV's heating. The heat slowly filled up, the temperature inside the car rose, and she fell asleep again. The cold weather easily made people feel tired, and Yinlan rarely woke up on time. Ding! Ding! When the 4th message alert sounded, she covered her ears in annoyance. "Who is it?" "The latest news. Yinlan, you're finally online, thank goodness." Seeing it was her work partner, her anger subsided a bit. "What's wrong?" "Sure, Yuan. Did you see the group message? 80 people died last night." "I thought you." Hearing the death, her sleepiness instantly vanished, and she tremblingly went to check the group message. H38 District, 9,900 people remaining. Aside from a few people who lost their lives on the first day because they didn't follow the rules, everyone figured out the game. While the next 2 days were miserable, they weren't completely wiped out. So how could 80 people suddenly be missing? Before she could ask, Sure Yuan volunteered the reason. The game switched to a new map just after midnight last night, and the weather plummeted. Many people were still pushing carts with wooden planks, with no shelter from the wind, so they just had to push. The weather was so cold, it brought on negative attributes, so Yinlan's throat was dry. Did they freeze to death? Sure Yuan, yes. Yinlan's body suddenly went limp, and she felt dizzy. Her hands clung feebly to her thighs, her face buried in her chest like a cowering ostrich. Everyone else was freezing, but she was the only one sleeping comfortably in her car, the heater on. Their deaths left her utterly remorseful. She should have noticed their cries for help when she woke up in the middle of the night and provided charcoal, but she'd fallen asleep and missed the chance to save them. They froze to death alone in the freezing cold night, without help or companions. She couldn't imagine the despair they felt in their dying moments. They all came from the same world, fellow human beings. Although they didn't know each other, hearing about the other's misfortune still brought deep sadness. Sure Yuan, sensitively sensing her anomaly, sent several messages of comfort. Are you okay? Try to be more positive. Even if you save them this time, they still be harmed for various reasons next time. The protection period is 3 days. With effort, the card should be upgraded. If it's upgraded to a 3-wheeled vehicle, they won't freeze to death. Survival of the fittest. The outcome is determined from the beginning. Early release might be good for them all. Yinlan sobbed silently, raised her dizzy head, and pinched her arm hard to regain her spirits. Well, thank you. I'm going to make charcoal. I need your help selling it. Seeing her cheer up, Sure Yuan smiled knowingly and replied, Okay, at your service. Although Yinlan appeared aloof and unapproachable, she was kind-hearted at heart, just like his cousin. It took 10 seconds to make 1 block of charcoal. While waiting, Yinlan checked the main interface. Map, Iceberg Snowfield, Game Days, 1, Weather, Rain and Snow, Temperature, 10 degrees Celsius, Winter Time, 8 a.m. After switching to a new map, the game days were reset to 0. She still remembered the system's initial instructions. Natural disasters would occur every 15 days, meaning that when the game day reached 15, one would be free from a difficult situation and face another. Before she could even survey the scenery outside upon waking, she rolled down the car window, hoping to get an unobstructed look at the new map. As soon as she opened it a crack, a biting, icy wind blew in. She took a sudden breath of cold air, her chest instantly chilled. Startled, she quickly closed the window. Yesterday, the yellow savanna outside the car window had transformed into a vast expanse of snowy plateaus. Towering peaks reached the sky, and a thick blanket of snow blanketed the earth. As the snowflakes drifted, the earth seemed to stand still. The surface appeared pristine, yet who knew how many lives lay buried beneath? Outside the highway lay a blanket of ice and snow, while on the road itself, there was only a thin layer of snow. The two contrasting views in the same place were eerie. After preparing a dozen pieces of charcoal, Yanlan gave them to Shi Yuanyuan first. These are for you and your friends. She knew that Shi Yuanyuan had made two friends with a shared destiny, and that he had indirectly helped her, and seemed trustworthy. Shi Yuanyuan huddled in his motorcycle, panting heavily. Outside, a cold wind blew fiercely, the flimsy iron door unable to withstand the fierce gale, making a rustling sound. His teeth chattered, and he shivered again. At this moment, Yanlan sent a message, and he instantly perked up like a shot of chicken blood. He happily accepted the gift of charcoal and replied, "Thank you. I'm so warm if I hold it in my arms." Yanlan, wait a moment. Shi Yuanyuan uttered an huh, before realizing he had said the wrong thing. He slapped himself in frustration. I told you not to think before you speak. He planned to give the charcoal to his friend first, and then explain things to Yanlan. He opened a friend interface, and joined a 3-person chat group. I give you 4 pieces of charcoal each. The charcoal was received in less than a second, and the two friends started praising him. Little Black, holy crap. Brother Shi is awesome. He even got some charcoal. We won't freeze to death. Woohoo. Little Yellow, Brother Shi, YYDS. Shi Yuanyuan's face turned black. I told you not to call me Brother Shi. It sounds like crap. He then added, also, this is from Yanlan. Thanks for helping her last time. Little Yellow, what about that time I lent you supplies? Hey, that's nothing. Little Black, yeah, Brother Yin is so nice. Little Yellow, Brother Yin is awesome. Little Black, I give Brother Yin a big thumbs up. Shi Yuanyuan was speechless, his heart changing so quickly. In just a moment, Yanlan sent him 3 more copper furnaces. Shi Yuanyuan accepted them immediately, taking one for himself and handing the remaining 2 to Xiao He and Xiao Huang. And this hand warmer is also a gift from Yanlan. He didn't even glance at their replies, curiously examining the stove in his hands. He just mentioned how nice it would be to hold it in her arms, and she immediately made it. Her initiative was truly impressive. It was a bowl-sized stove, cast in brass, with a hollowed-out top and a curved belly. Metal handles at the ends made it perfect for holding in one's arms. It was round, but the roundness was a bit odd. Compared to the straight lines of the charcoal, it didn't seem to come from the same source, yet they were clearly both made by Yanlan. Forget it, why bother studying all this? Let's just put some charcoal in and warm ourselves. Shi Yuanyuan broke the charcoal in 2 and placed it inside the hand warmer. He then tore off 2 sections of toilet paper from the hanging bag, lit them with a lighter, and threw them inside. The charcoal burned quickly, scorching the entire copper warmer. Shi Yuanyuan, holding it through his clothes, felt his cold, numb body instantly warm up. Yanlan's design for the hand warmer was incredibly rudimentary. She had only seen a rough sketch of it in a TV drama, so she drew it based on her impression. Surprisingly, the result was quite good. A hand warmer requires 1 piece of metal, and also takes 10 seconds to make. So, she produced them in the order of 10 charcoal pieces and 10 hand warmers. Once completed, she gave them to Shi Yuanyuan, who was then responsible for selling them to other players. Charcoal is primarily traded for wood, 10 pieces of wood for 1 piece of charcoal. Hand warmers are primarily traded for metal, 5 pieces of metal, glass, or rubber for 1. Charcoal is consumable, while hand warmers are long-lasting, so they sell for a higher price. It's a good trade. Shi Yuanyuan sent the wood and metal obtained from the trade to Yanlan, who then used them to further process the materials. Delivering them in batches would also prevent Shi Yuanyuan from succumbing to the temptation of the supplies and turning his back on her. While a bit scheming, this was a game world, and one had to be cautious. When the wood and metal were almost fully exchanged, Yanlan began asking Shi Yuanyuan to trade for other upgrade materials. She also listed some charcoal and hand warmers in her trading center, seeking blueprints and electronic components. Since her Yuan supplies were difficult to obtain, some people who couldn't find them would come to her to exchange. After a frantic morning of work, her stomach began to growl. She checked the time and saw it was already 12 noon, and her health had dropped to 50 points. Low health would affect work efficiency, so Yinlan climbed from the back seat to the driver's seat to grab the bread and water she casually placed on the passenger side. A casual glance at the center console gave her a start. Holy crap! Is this a horror movie? Last night, she had 30 units of gas left, and now there was none left. No wonder she felt the temperature was dropping. She hadn't even traveled a single kilometer today. Yinlan hurried to check the car's air conditioning usage history, and her heart ached. 30 units of gas for 10 hours of air conditioning use was equivalent to 3 units per hour. She could travel 10 kilometers on 1 unit of gas. 60 units had been added to her backpack yesterday, and she filled the SUV with them. This time, she didn't turn on the air conditioning. Instead, she grabbed a heater from the back seat, lit a stick of charcoal, and threw it in, hugging it. The air conditioning was using too much, so she decided to alternate between using it and the heater. The charcoal was of excellent quality, clean and pure, without a trace of smoke. However, it was still several notches below air conditioning. When the AC is on, the entire body is warmed evenly. Using a hand warmer is like a world of ice and fire. Your hands and stomach, touching the heater, feel hot, while the rest of your body feels cold. Yinlan picked a box lunch from her backpack and, while eating, messaged her Yuan. Gasoline and fabric are also available. Sure Yuan, in a moment of his urgency, replied, okay. After a morning of hunger, she began to eat. The box lunch was still warm when she pulled it out of her backpack, perfect for eating in the snow. While eating, she opened the group chat. Does anyone have any thick clothes? I'm only wearing a thin shirt, and I always feel naked. Where can I get thick clothes? I got a blanket yesterday, and I'm wrapped up in it now. Go buy Sure Yuan's hand warmers. They're sold individually, and they're super warm with charcoal. Yes, I was one of the first to buy one, and they're amazing. A stick of charcoal can burn for hours. He said it's made by Yinlan, and he helped sell it. You two seem to have a good relationship. I bought it. If anyone has a lighter, please lend it to me. I have one stick at a time. Okay, private chat. I didn't buy it. Hey everyone, please, can you lend me some? I'm so cold. I don't even have enough for myself, and I'm asking you to lend it to me. You're asking for money. Why don't you just take something valuable and ask someone to trade it for it? You could just burn wood. That's what I did. My advice, don't even try it. The smoke is too thick, and it's too cold with the windows open. There's no Kong, so I just threw it in the trunk. I almost burned a hole in that sheet metal. I'm so pissed. Ha ha ha, why am I trying to laugh? Amidst the rants, explosive news popped up. Chapter 9. Oh my god, the Jean Gang has released a massive wave of supplies, including charcoal, hand warmers, and toilet paper. Everyone, hurry up and grab them. As soon as these words were spoken, players immediately raised questions. Is this true? Did they also get a crafting station? That shouldn't be the case. Yinlan got a game reward, so how did they get it? Could they really be that lucky? Jiang Tiantian peered at the screen from behind, gloating at the players' unsophisticated expressions. As the vice president of the Jean Gang, Jiang Tiantian, I answer everyone's questions. What the friend above said is true. Not only have we added these 3 new supplies, but the prices are also significantly lower than at some leading retailers. Charcoal and toilet paper only cost 3 pieces of wood, and hand warmers only 2 pieces of metal. The players currently handling sales are Jean Bouet, Jiang Tiantian, Zhang Shi, and Wang Shire. Please use the official platform, and don't be scammed. Finally, Jiang Tiantian added playfully, first come, first served. As if in response, someone immediately came out to show their support. Look everyone! This is the charcoal I bought from the Jean Gang. It really only cost 3 pieces of wood, and Yinlan actually charged 10. How greedy. I second that. I bought some too. The Jean Gang truly lives up to their mission, to help the poor. Boycott Yinlan, support the Jean Gang. Boycott Yinlan, support the Jean Gang. Yinlan watched the entire process, stunned. Are they chameleons? Just now they were saying Yinlan was great. Yinlan was awesome. Now they're boycotting her. Sure Yuan, affected by the situation, sent an anxious message. Yinlan, did you see that? The Jean Gang has a new batch of supplies, exactly like ours. They're copying us. Yinlan, just learn then. Why don't you let them sell it? Sure, Yuan. That's what they say, but they're selling it so cheaply. Aren't they deliberately trying to steal my business? You know, no one comes to me to buy charcoal anymore, and some even come to me to deliberately scold me. Sensing his frustration through the screen, Yinlan chuckled softly. Yes, they're selling it so cheaply. Sure, Yuan. It's incredibly low. I've never seen prices like that. Fuck, why did I just realize this? Yinlan, it's good that you know. It's fine. I've been busy all morning and haven't had time to look for treasure chests. Now's a good time. Sure, Yuan scratched his head. You're thoughtful. I get back to work. Yinlan reached out and cleared the chat panel. Go. She happily enjoyed her lunch, her health back to 100. After a long day in the car, she was bored and decided to get out for a walk. But it was freezing cold outside, and she was only wearing a thin t-shirt. So she climbed into the back seat to make some clothes. She had recently collected some fabric and also happened to have some clothing blueprints. She placed the 2 blueprints on the table, along with 2 rolls of fabric. The sound of fabric being cut rang out, and 2 jackets appeared on the workbench, one for men and one for women, each in a different style. She gave the men's jacket to Sure Yuan and put on the remaining jacket herself. The jacket was a casual black and white style with 2 layers. Although it wasn't a cotton jacket, it was still much warmer than before. She wrapped herself in the jacket, tucked a hand warmer into her arms, and as soon as she opened the door, a gust of cold air hit her face. She exhaled, and the moisture instantly condensed into a white mist that drifted away. It was already 10 degrees Celsius on the first day, and the temperature was expected to drop even more sharply later. She should stock up on cold weather supplies. After sitting in the SUV and the death that morning, her mind was completely foggy. Suddenly, with a chill, she realized she had something important to do. How could I have forgotten that? Yinlan slapped her head and called out, System, sign in. The sign-in system didn't specifically try to make things difficult for her today. It simply let her take a photo with the snow-capped mountains in the distance. Successful sign-in. Item received. Women's thermal underwear blueprint, permanent. A flash of white light, and a blueprint floated before her. Oh my god, thermal underwear. If the sign-in system had a physical form, she'd poke at it. This system is so cute, so thoughtful. Whatever you need, it's yours. She put the blueprint away, planning to go back to production later. The first thing she did after getting out of the car was check on the tangerine seed she planted yesterday. Opening the SUV's trunk, she saw the original pots. Overnight, in the absence of sunlight, the seed not only sprouted but also grew significantly larger. Yinlan gestured with her palm. It was actually longer than her hand. The tender green sapling stood firmly in the chill wind, looking remarkably strong. It truly lived up to the saying, plant a seed today, and you get a tree tomorrow. She watered it with half a bottle of mineral water, and the sapling, like a starving baby, gulped it all down. Satisfied, she planted the remaining apple seeds in the pot, the tangerines on the left side, and the apples on the other. Then she took out a blueprint for a water collector and began to examine it. She had paid a large sum of money to a woman for this blueprint. She had even despised it when it was given 80 pieces of charcoal, but now she must have been secretly delighted. The water collector requires 10 pieces of metal, 10 pieces of rubber, 10 pieces of glass, and 2 electronic components. It even requires electronic components, but it's truly valuable. Once it's built, you have an abundant source of water. You won't have to fumble with toilet paper to clean your showers, and it'd be enough for watering your flower pots. Yinlan gritted her teeth and put the materials in. This water collector was quite complex, and it took her 20 minutes to complete. After it was finished, Yinlan put it away, planning to use it later that night. After all, the water collector was large, and after the flower pots and the crafting table were placed in the off-road vehicle's trunk, there wasn't much room left. If only it could be upgraded sooner. Afterward, the car's space would be further expanded, allowing her to take out many items and store them. Speaking of upgrades, Yinlan took inventory of her backpack. This morning, she traded charcoal and obtained a large amount of supplies, mostly wood. The first and second slots of the backpack were still 2 oversized wooden crates, containing various miscellaneous items, including food, water, blueprints, and clothing. The third slot, originally for gasoline, had just been filled with 60 units, but now it was down to 0. The fourth slot held 200 units of metal, the fifth slot held 150 units of glass, the sixth slot held 150 units of rubber, the seventh slot held 10 units of electronic components, the eighth and 9 slots held 1,000 units of wood, and the remaining slot was just enough for a water collector. All 10 slots were completely full, with the wood slot already at its maximum capacity, and even the wooden crates were starting to fill up. The off-road vehicle was at level 3. To upgrade to the next level, I needed 500 units of glass, 500 units of metal, 500 units of rubber, and 100 units of electronic components. I exchanged a lot of the first 3 materials this morning, so 500 units was easily enough, but the electronic components were a bit more difficult. After taking inventory and freshening up, Yinlan got back into the car and prepared to leave. She planned to use the afternoon to search for the treasure chest. The car had just passed through the wind, and the temperature inside was very low. Reluctantly, she turned on the air conditioning again, intending to wait until the temperature rose before turning it off again. She was so stingy trying to save gas. It was unbelievable. Beep! 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 That was the sound of a treasure chest being detected. She leaned closer to the display screen, and saw it was a silver treasure chest. Good luck, but not bad luck either. She stuffed the hand warmer into her clothes, wrapped her coat tightly around her, and got out of the car. The treasure chest was on the side of the road. She walked over step by step, stepping through the snow. She didn't know if it was her imagination, but the snow seemed a little thicker than yesterday. The treasure chest fell in the snow. She squatted down to pick it up, but suddenly she noticed a small, furry creature moving not far away. It was completely white, almost blending in with the snow, so she didn't notice it at first glance. Chirp! It looked over here, its wet little eyes fixed on you. Yinlan's eyes instantly lit up, and she waved at it. Hey! Little cutie, why are you here? Chirp! The white fluffy creature kept chirping, looking so pitiful. Yinlan was so adorable that she wanted to get out of the transparent cover and hug it. She crouched on the side of the road, gazing lovingly at the white fluffy creature. What's wrong with you? Do you need help? I can't get through. The white fluffy creature seemed to understand her words, and 2 tiny paws emerged from its ball of fur and slowly crawled over. Seeing it move, her heart began to pound. Was it trying to come over? Yinlan stared at it intently, clenching her fists to encourage it. 10 steps, 9 steps, the last one, it crossed the road and crawled to her feet. Chirp! Yinlan seemed to wake up, snapping back to her senses and looking at the fluffy ball on the ground. Snow elf. A little elf born in the snowfields. It's actually an elf. No wonder it looks so dreamy. She reached out and gently picked it up, holding it up to her eyes. Oh my! You really made it. Great baby. Yinlan took it to the SUV and placed it on the passenger seat. Seeing that it was still chirping, she took out a bag of purple rice bread and started feeding it. Bite after bite, such a tiny thing actually devoured a whole head of purple rice bread. It must have been starving. Since we met in the snow, I call you Snowball. Yinlan gently rubbed its soft body. Snowball. Chirp. Snowball nodded happily, seemingly liking the name. With Snowball's company, the afternoon's journey passed quickly. She packed her supplies and, as usual, exercised on the road for an hour. Despite the inclement weather, she couldn't stop exercising. Then she placed a water collector next to the SUV to collect rainwater. Then, she climbed into the back seat to make charcoal. The snow and ice would continue for another 15 days, so charcoal production would continue. It took her 10 seconds to make a single stick of charcoal, and it took her almost 3 hours to transform 1,000 pieces of wood. By the time she was done, it was already pitch black outside. Yinlan, exhausted, added a stick of charcoal to the hand warmer and fell asleep, hugging Snowball. On an unknown road, a young man with a bowl-cut haircut could not stop. He held a piece of wood in his left hand and a piece of charcoal in his right hand and worked numbly. Chapter 10. After a long sleep, Yinlan rubbed her eyes and greeted Snowball, who was pressed against her cheek. Good morning, Snowball. Chirp. It looked much better than yesterday, its fur shiny and smooth. She rubbed its soft belly and sat up. The windshield in front of her was covered with a thick layer of snow, blocking out the sunlight outside. Even in the daytime, the car interior seemed a little dim. She patted her cheek, encouraged herself, put on her coat and shoes, and got out of the SUV. Huh. It's obviously colder than yesterday. She brought up the game panel to check. Map. Iceberg snowfield, number of game days, 2, weather, rain and snow, temperature, 5 degrees Celsius, winter time, 6 a.m. It was still 10 degrees Celsius yesterday, and it had dropped another 5 degrees Celsius in just one day. She didn't know what the temperature would be like by the end of the day. She sighed, walked to the windshield, took out a metal rod from her backpack, and began to shovel snow. There was a brief period of freezing rain last night, and some of the snowflakes had already solidified into ice, clinging firmly to the glass. It took quite a while to remove the ice. It seemed I need a canopy umbrella and a shovel. After shoveling the snow, she went to the trunk to check the flower pots. The apple seed she planted yesterday had already sprouted into a small sapling, and the tangerine had grown into a small tree, now about 50 centimeters tall. She worried that at this rate, the trunk's narrow space wouldn't be enough for them. There was no point in overthinking it, so she simply gave up and went to the nearby water collector. Overnight, it had already collected a full ton of water. The water tank in the water collector had a space compression effect, so even a full ton of water was reduced to the size of a can visible to the naked eye. This water was drinkable, and could even be used for washing. With abundant water resources these days, there was no need to worry about running out of water. She pulled out a kettle she had just redeemed yesterday from her backpack compartment, filled it with water, built a fire in a sheltered area of the SUV, and set the kettle on top. While boiling the water, she filled all the empty bottles with water, and put the water collector back in her backpack compartment. Then she practiced 2 sets of boxing. While practicing, Snowball flew out of the SUV, landing on her arm, then on her head, having a blast. Yanlan looked at it in surprise. "Snowball, you can actually fly. That's amazing." "Chirp," Snowball chirped, pecking at rice bit by bit, adorably. After finishing her boxing practice, the water had just boiled, so she added some cold water, using some for washing and the rest for laundry. Fresh and clean, Yanlan took Snowball back to the SUV. It was exactly 7 a.m. time for breakfast. "Just eat the meat buns. 1 for me, 1 for you." After Snowball recovered, he didn't need Yanlan to feed him at all. He stretched out his 2 meaty paws and gnawed away. He devoured the meat bun, which was half his body size, in just 3 or 5 bites. Yanlan looked at him, a sudden surge of panic welling up in her heart. He was such a foodie. It looked like he'd have to consume twice as much food from now on. "Oh, I forgot to sign in again." "System, sign in." Every day when I woke up, I had so many things to do that I almost forgot this most important thing. "Please imitate Sailor Moon's, I will destroy you on behalf of the moon." Send to the chat group. After her first scolding, she had calmed down and quickly completed the task. The people in the group weren't surprised. Several players even saved her picture for memes. After successfully checking in, she received an attribute enhancement card. Attribute enhancement card doubles the effect when applied to a specific object. Such an amazing effect, Yanlan had roughly figured out the rules of the check-in system. The harder the task, the richer the reward, while the easier the task, the easier the reward. She held the attribute enhancement card, her eyes darting around the car. The most pressing and precious item right now was this SUV. Oh, the original vehicle can only be upgraded, not used. It seemed she overestimated it, thinking applying it to the SUV would have some miraculous effect. She shifted her focus, climbed into the back seat, and placed the attribute enhancement card on the crafting table. Attribute enhancement card is being integrated. Please wait. The light screen on the crafting table changed. Excited, she stared intently. After a flash of white light, the crafting table's appearance remained unchanged, but a new description appeared. Crafting table. The enhanced crafting table's production speed is halved, and there's a 1 in 1,000 chance of obtaining an attribute item. Previously, she had only crafted ordinary items, but the upgraded crafting station could now produce special items. Furthermore, this chance could be accumulated for a single use. Yanlan decided to capitalize on this chance. Perhaps even a miracle would happen. Production speed had been halved. Making a single piece of charcoal, which previously took 10 seconds, now took only 5. This would free up half the time she needed to do more things. After experiencing this joyous event, Yanlan was delighted and returned to the driver's seat, humming a song happily. "I have a little donkey, but I never ride it. One day, on a whim, I decided to ride it to the market." "Snowball, what are you doing?" While she was singing, Snowball flew onto the steering wheel, bouncing back and forth. It was understandable that it wanted to be cute, but it was hindering her driving. She had no choice but to reach out and carry it to the passenger seat. She nodded its head firmly, feigning anger. "Snowball, don't be naughty. If you hinder my driving, you won't be able to find the treasure chest, and if you can't find the treasure chest, you won't have any food to eat." "Chirp." Snowball stretched out his little paws and gestured continuously, then flew to the steering wheel in the blink of an eye, looking very stubborn. Yanlan carried it to the passenger seat again and said sternly, "Snowball, if you keep this up, I won't take you with me. The threat was very effective. Snowball slumped in the seat, his round black eyes occasionally glancing at her. Everything was back on track, and she opened the regional group chat again to see what everyone was doing. What she saw was shocking. Qin Shengsheng was a male college student who had just turned 20. Like most people, he had the misfortune of being dragged into the game. He spent the first 20 years of his life studying hard. His parents, eager for their son's success, treated him with almost harsh discipline. He had always focused on studying and had never done any housework, resulting in extremely poor personal development and severe social anxiety, becoming terrified at the mere act of interacting with others. But luck struck him. He gathered the necessary materials to advance to a three-wheeled vehicle during his novice period. Then, with the arrival of heavy snow, he met Jiang Tiantian, who introduced him to the Jin De gang. Life in the Jin De gang wasn't as rosy as he imagined. The leader, Jin Buwei, was overbearing and aggressive, and he never dared to speak to him. Thankfully, the vice president, Jiang Tiantian, was gentle and kind, caring for him. Jiang Tiantian handled all his external affairs for him, for which he was deeply grateful. Then he got lucky again. This time, he obtained a skill card. Given an item and sufficient materials, he could learn how to make it. Qin Shengsheng shared this news with his best friend Jiang Tiantian, who came up with an idea. He would be responsible for production, while the others would market and sell the resulting items, with the profits shared proportionally. Qin Shengsheng thought Jiang Tiantian was a kind little angel. She knew he didn't like interacting with others, so she thoughtfully came up with this idea. But today, she seemed a little fierce. Qin Shengsheng, what's wrong with you? Some players are complaining that the charcoal you make is smoky and burns too quickly, and they're complaining about returning it. Qin Shengsheng paused and wiped the sweat from his forehead. I don't know. I was learning from the charcoal you gave me. Jiang Tiantian, are you saying there's something wrong with the charcoal I gave you? Qin Shengsheng hurriedly replied, No. Jiang Tiantian was suspicious. Are you sure you didn't cut corners? If he hadn't known Jiang Tiantian couldn't see, Qin Shengsheng would have raised his hand and sworn, Tiantian, I really didn't. I followed the instructions step by step. It takes 20 seconds to make one piece of charcoal. Jiang Tiantian was silent for a moment, then sent another message. Okay, we need another 2,000 pieces of charcoal. How long will it take? Qin Shengsheng was shocked by the number. It should take 11 hours. What? Perhaps feeling her tone was too blunt, Jiang Tiantian withdrew the message and sent a new one. Okay, I might have to trouble you to work overtime today. Qin Shengsheng thought for a long time before finally mustering the courage. Tiantian, did you miss something? Jiang Tiantian looked at the silly, bowl-cut hairstyle and sneered. What era was it? And he still had such an old-fashioned hairstyle. She pretended not to understand. What did you leak? Qin Shengsheng, just the supplies you promised me. I haven't even checked the treasure chest these past 2 days. Jiang Tiantian was almost fed up with him. If Qin Shengsheng were a handsome guy, they could at least continue the conversation, but he had to have such an unappetizing bowl-cut hairstyle. If he weren't useful, she wouldn't bother with him. She was the one who brought Qin Shengsheng in, and she was the one who distributed the supplies. Every time she divided the commission, she would pick 1 or 2 items from his share and put them in her own coffers, then pass the rest on to Qin Shengsheng. He was such a weakling. She wouldn't dare complain if she gave him a few less. And this Jin gang, if she hadn't been so down and out back then, she never would have joined. Not only did she have to hand in supplies every day, but she also had to listen to that annoying Jin Buwei's lectures. But she was afraid of being cyberbullied by Jin Buwei, which would leave a bad impression if she tried to achieve something big, so she had no choice but to endure it. Sure enough, just after she finished chatting with Qin Shengsheng, Jin Buwei's message came in. What did Qin Shengsheng say? Jin Buwei was the owner of a martial arts gym, and had studied martial arts for decades. Jiang Tiantian didn't dare to neglect him. I've asked him. There's nothing we can do. The quality of his plagiarized work can only reach this level. Jin Buwei, what can we do? The complaints in the group are getting more and more. Jiang Tiantian was also helpless. These big, rough guys were relying on a woman like her for advice. How foolish. Jin Buwei's profile picture showed a burly figure with a small head, resembling King Kong, a terribly mismatched look. Jiang Tiantian accidentally glanced at it, and her eyes immediately flew up. How could this guy look like this? Not only was his face ugly, but his figure wasn't her type. Not as good as Shi Yuanyuan's. Thinking of Shi Yuanyuan, Jiang Tiantian's eyes sparkled with love. But he was also a bit of a nerd. He refused to be added as a friend several times, seemingly holding back for some reason. Tian, are you there? Another message alert brought Jiang Tian out of her reverie, a look of disgust on her face. Go ahead and complain. We sell cheap anyway. Isn't it normal that cheap products are inferior? Jean Bouet was oblivious to her annoyance. Well, Tian, you're absolutely right. Let's just stick to one side. After dealing with Jean Bouet, several private messages popped up, all asking why her charcoal was of a different quality than Yinlan's. She rolled her eyes and cleared them. Idiot! How can they be the same quality when they're so much cheaper? Besides, she wasn't the head of the Jean gang. She should go talk to Jean Bouet. Chapter 11. Calling Jean Bouet, the leader of the Jean gang, and Jiang Tian, come out and speak. Why aren't you speaking? Weren't you so righteous before? Now you become a coward. That's right. The charcoal I bought from Yinlan lasted over 4 hours, but yours doesn't even last an hour. What a joke. You have no idea how much secondhand smoke I've inhaled all day. It's so unlucky. That's still good. You don't know how rip-off that roll of toilet paper I bought was. The paper was so thin. Ahaha, it sounds like there's a story upstairs. Tell me more. Really? I'm afraid it'd make people sick. Not only is it disgusting, but even the memory is shameful. Zhongli now deeply loathes her own petty self. What era is this? Still hoping for something easy, the sight of the roll of toilet paper hanging from the handlebars fills her with dismay. Thinking of her embarrassing experience, Zhongli suddenly grabs the toilet paper and starts to throw it out. But she felt a little reluctant to part with it at the last minute. It was what she exchanged for 3 pieces of wood. After some thought, she couldn't bear it anymore. Zhongli tossed the toilet paper into the trunk, hoping to out of sight and out of mind. Then, with a determined heart, she went to the trading center to find Yinlan's merchandise. It was only 10 pieces of wood. She could still afford it. Wangda had suffered from chronic rhinitis since childhood. The mere smell of dust or smoke would cause him to have a runny nose. To cope with this delicate condition, he used the softest, baby-quality items. At first, he thought Yinlan's merchandise wasn't expensive. It was just 10 pieces of wood, something you could easily pick up on the road. But after the Jean de Bang's products came out, he felt badly outmatched by the comparison, and decisively abandoned Yinlan for Jean de Bang. He experienced the disastrous consequences firsthand. The unpleasant smoke from the charcoal ignition wafted everywhere, making him cough and feel dizzy, and the smoke made his eyes water. After throwing the charcoal away, he had another problem with the toilet paper. How could toilet paper be so thin and rough? You could even see the wood fibers on it. It was so crumpled from wiping my nose that it turned red. How could wiping my butt be any worse? Wangda stood there for a moment, silently searching for Yinlan's trading back end. Such situations occurred in many places. Some people decisively abandoned Jean de Bang's products in favor of Yinlan, while others found it tolerable and continued using them. Yinlan, did you see that? Did you see that? Sure, Yuan sent a message. Thinking of the player's bizarre experiences, Yinlan chuckled softly. Yeah. Sure, Yuan. A lot of people have asked me if I still have any for sale. Do you have any in stock? Yinlan, some people have asked me too. I happened to make some yesterday, so I sent it to you. Sure, Yuan. Yeah. This time I'm going to give them a good humiliation. Sure, Yuan collected the supplies and went back to work. Just then, the detector detected a treasure chest and beeped. Wow! A gold treasure chest. In this game, gold and above are considered high-level items, and therefore extremely scarce. She slammed on the brakes, opened the car door, and ran out excitedly, forgetting even to grab the hand warmer she was carrying. There was plenty of space in her backpack, so she opened the treasure chest on the spot. Received 5 electronic components, 3 self-heating pots, and 3 instant noodles. Now, she gets excited whenever she sees electronic components, and she got 5 at once. Electronic components, a self-heating pot, and instant noodles. After 4 days of eating purple rice bread and steamed buns, she was already tired of it. Finally, she could try something new. Yinlan happily gathered her supplies and turned around, only to be horrified. The SUV actually started moving on its own. She hadn't seen it wrong. The SUV was actually moving on its own. Her heart nearly leaped into her throat, and without a second thought, she dashed out. She screamed as she ran, "Wait, wait! I'm still down there!" The SUV seemed to be starting slowly at first, then gradually picked up speed. The treasure chest was at the edge of the road, some distance from the SUV. By the time Yinlan ran over, it had already accelerated. Her hair stood on end, her body icy cold, her panic growing. She ran with all her might, relentlessly following it, crying out miserably, "Wait!" No matter how fast a person could outrun a four-wheeled machine, the SUV vanished from her sight in a moment. Yinlan watched the vanishing SUV, her entire body on the verge of collapse. Her face was pale, beads of sweat formed on her forehead, her eyes had long since lost their luster, and her lips were trembling. What was going on? How could anyone upgrade without a means of transportation? Where would she go when night fell? And why had it suddenly started moving for no apparent reason? Through this thought, Yinlan realized someone was missing. Oh right, where's Snowball? Doesn't it love snow the most? Every time it stops, it flutters out? How could it have vanished? Combined with the fact that the SUV was unmanned and autonomous, this unsolved mystery had been solved. It was it. It looked so adorable, yet it betrayed her at this crucial moment, and she was foolish enough to let a strange snow elf into her car and trust it so much. It felt like she'd been kicked from head to toe, her heart completely broken. She drooped her head like a deflated ball, her eyes gleaming with despair. Her legs gave way, and she simply collapsed to her knees in the snow. Her pants were thin, and the ice and snow melted at the touch, turning into water that seeped into her skin. Even wearing warm underwear, it felt as cold as an ice cellar. A gust of cold wind blew in, rushing through her ears, and she felt as if her head wasn't her own. Yinlan scooped a handful of snow from the ground and lashed it onto her face. The contact sent a chill down her spine. The snow clattered to the ground, and though she was disheveled, her eyes had regained clarity. No matter what, she would never give up. She would keep moving forward, refusing to believe she couldn't catch up. If memory serves, the off-road vehicle only has 10 units of gas left due to the frequent use of the air conditioner. 1 unit of gas can travel 10 kilometers, and 10 units can go up to 100 kilometers. As long as she can reach 100 kilometers, she catch up. After thinking it through, Yinlan stood up and brushed the remaining snow off her knees. The crafting station on the vehicle couldn't produce new supplies, but since it was linked to the game, she could access items from her backpack at any time. She had to be frugal with these supplies. She pulled a hand warmer and a piece of charcoal from her backpack, lit a fire, and cradled it in her arms, moving forward step by step. It was 5 degrees Celsius outside, and she was only wearing thermal underwear and a double-layered jacket. Even with the hand warmer, she was still freezing. The cold wind blew in her face, chilling her cheeks red. She could only pull up her collar, tightly covering the lower half of her face. She tucked her hands into her sleeves, hugging the hand warmer tightly, trying to warm herself a little, but the chill was pervasive, even her heart trembling. She could only quicken her pace, hoping to generate some heat through exercise. After running for a while, she was panting heavily, and had to slow down to a walk, repeating this over and over again. It was 1 p.m. in game time, a full hour since the off-road vehicle left. The wilderness was vast, desolate, and there was no one else on the road except her. A drop of icy cold landed on her face. Yinlan looked up at the sky, which was gradually darkening. Dark clouds hung low, and the air was unusually still, hinting at an impending storm. Her heart sank, and she felt as if she had been drained of energy. Misfortunes never come alone. Without the rain, she could have made it to the 100-kilometer mark, but if it started, she wasn't sure if she would survive. Chapter 12. The storm was approaching, and Yinlan began to feel hopeless. She walked like a zombie for an unknown amount of time, before she finally noticed something strange ahead. Her senses seemed cut off from the outside world, only her legs mechanically moving forward. As they drew closer, she could see the movement ahead more clearly. The SUV kept moving and stopping, its front end not parallel to the road but swaying erratically. It seemed to be adjusting its position, but due to its lack of experience, it was slowly making the correction. Seeing this, she guessed everything. She hurried forward to the SUV, opened the door, which was still half closed, and got in. The moment she entered, rain and snow poured down. Shichi. Snowball saw the figure before him and pounced on her. He flew to her cheek and tried to touch her as usual, but noticed something was wrong with Yinlan's expression and quickly sat back in the passenger seat. Chirp. Snowball glanced at Yinlan cautiously, his eyes wet, as if he just cried. Finally defeated, Yinlan sighed deeply, rubbed his belly vigorously, and said, "Watch this, this is how you turn around." Chirp. Seeing Yinlan rubbing his belly as usual, Snowball regained his cheerfulness and flew to her shoulder, nuzzling his furry head against her cheek. "All right, stop being so cute. I won't want you if you keep playing around." Chirp. Snowball nuzzled her cheek again as if to say, no more, no more. It was her fault for being so careless. When Snowball lunged at the steering wheel that morning, she should have understood his intentions, and wouldn't have gotten out of the car to retrieve the treasure chest herself. This playful elf took the opportunity to try and accidentally drove off. But who could have imagined this? Who could have imagined that a little elf born in the snow would love to drive? She learned it so well in just one day. Even the best drivers couldn't be as fast as her. She'd always been driving straight down the road, never backtracking, so it was normal for Snowball to not know how to turn around. But thankfully, she's seen how she braked before. Otherwise she'd have to walk hundreds of kilometers through the snow and ice to catch up. After teaching her all the buttons and demonstrating a few times, Yinlan asked, "Do you get it?" Snowball nodded repeatedly. Chirp. Yinlan said, "Okay, then you drive. Remember to drive safely." Snowball nodded rapidly. Chirp. Even though she saw her excited little self, she still felt a little uneasy, so she moved to the passenger seat, watching and directing her. Start the ignition, apply the handbrake, and hold the direction. Despite Snowball's small arms and legs, he possessed immense strength. It landed on the steering wheel, and with a flick of its tiny paw, the disc effortlessly spun left and right. As for the brake, accelerator, and various buttons, a flick of its tiny paw effortlessly controlled the various components with a force that traveled through the air. Yinlan, sitting in the passenger seat, fell silent. Snowball looked over, stunned, and triumphantly raised his tiny chin, which seemed to be one with her body. Seemingly there was nothing to worry about. Yinlan simply climbed into the back seat. With a helper behind the wheel, she had more time to produce supplies. Last night, it took almost 3 hours to transform 1,000 pieces of wood into charcoal. She gave half to Shi Yuanyuan, asking him to trade for wood and metal materials, and put the rest up at her own trading center to acquire rare supplies. Buying electronic components at a high price, no quantity limit, first come, first served. Yinlan was a well-known figure in District H38, and every announcement from the trading center was promptly shared in the chat group. Did you see that? Yinlan is buying electronic components. Electronic components are scarce. Will anyone be willing to trade? I think so. It's so cold, we use at least 5 or 6 sticks of charcoal a day. Even with the substandard products produced by the Jean de Gang, the supply is far from enough. I can't do without charcoal. The weather is too cold. The constant low temperatures are negatively impacting my health. I just upgraded to an SUV with air conditioning. But, wow, the upstairs is happy. They have guaranteed heating. I'm not finished yet, but the power consumption is ridiculously high. It uses 3 units of gasoline in an hour. I barely have enough gas to drive, so how could I possibly have any left to run the air conditioner? Huh? So you're going to fight us for charcoal? Ah, there's nothing I can do. It's nighttime, and I can't sleep without some charcoal. At least you have a windproof SUV, and we have 3-wheeled motorcycles. Please don't fight with us poor people. Why should you? The trading center is right there. Whoever's quickest gets it. Jiang Tiantian made a timely announcement. Everyone, we at Jean de Bang have been working overtime to produce a batch of charcoal, so you can have a warm night. The price is still the same, so hurry up and grab some. The group chat was silent for a moment, then erupted. If I buy your charcoal tonight, I'd be so scared I'd die from the smoke without even knowing it. Yeah, I sleep like a log at night. Don't use your charcoal or you die. Your charcoal is worse than burning wood. Yeah, I can use it during the day, but I still have to use Yinlan's at night. Jiang Tiantian was furious at the complaints in the group chat. She angrily hammered the steering wheel, but accidentally hit the horn. A resounding horn nearly killed her. She rubbed her frightened heart and silently cursed Yinlan. After Yinlan's announcement, many players became interested. In a group chat called Go Lu Xiukui, 3 players were engaged in a heated discussion. Lu Zilin, did you see that? Yinlan's latest announcement. Zhang Xiaoxiao, yes. Should we exchange it? Should we exchange it? Sunflower, I think we definitely should. If we don't, how are the 3 of us going to get through tonight? Lu Zilin, yeah, I think so too. I just saw in the group chat that 1 electronic component can be exchanged for 15 pieces of charcoal. Since we're short on supplies, let's exchange 1 first. That way, each of us can get 5. Her charcoal is strong and durable, and will last us until tomorrow night without a problem. Zhang Xiaoxiao, I think Lu is right. If one of us upgrades to an off-road vehicle first, the others will follow soon. Sunflower, yeah, let's help each other. We've already carried our wheelbarrows, so why should we be afraid of this 3-wheeled vehicle? Lu Ziling, I have the most electronic components right now, so I go exchange them today. Zhang Xiaoxiao, Lu today, I go tomorrow. Sunflower, Lu today, Xiaoxiao tomorrow, Kuekue the day after tomorrow. Zhang Xiaoxiao, meanwhile, let's go grab Shi Yuanyuan's charcoal. They only need wood and other materials. Remember, be quick. Lu Ziling, well, it's settled. Remember, our slogan is, 3 people simultaneously responded. Lu Xiukue, keep going. As soon as Yanlan posted the announcement, someone approached her to trade. It was a girl named Lu Ziling. Lu Ziling, hello, I want to trade for electronic components. Then, an electronic component was delivered, so instantly and quickly that she was a little incredulous. She clicked confirm, and the transaction was complete. But Lu Ziling didn't leave, clearly still having questions. Excuse me, could you reserve some for us in the next few days? I also like to trade for charcoal, but I'm worried it might be out of stock. Yanlan, well, I'm not sure. You could trade everything all at once. Lu Ziling, my 2 other sisters, and I have formed a mutual aid team. We're weak, so we can't earn that much all at once, so we like to pay in installments. After that, she sent a screenshot of their group chat. Yanlan read the entire thing at a glance, deeply moved. In such a cruel world, she could still maintain her inner truth, kindness, and beauty, which was always commendable. But she couldn't offer convenience. If everyone wanted convenience, how could she possibly do business? She replied, no, I'm limited on charcoal, and I don't know if there will be any left by then. Lu Ziling, okay, but thank you anyway. Yanlan, you're welcome. The next customer was even more direct. I want to exchange 75 charcoal bars. 75 charcoal bars equal 5 electronic components. Based on the daily usage of 6, it would be more than enough to get through the rest of the day. To be able to take out so much at once, he must be quite wealthy. But she had a second thought and didn't go straight to the deal. Why so much at once? I upgraded to an off-road vehicle. The next level requires too much, and I can't get it all at once. Might as well enjoy it. Life is about enjoying every day. Yanlan, She was powerless to argue. Many people shared his sentiment. Upgrading from a 3-wheeled motorcycle to an off-road vehicle was possible, but the higher you go, the harder it gets. Might as well just lie back and enjoy yourself occasionally. So Yanlan's charcoal exchange went very quickly. In less than 10 minutes, all 500 pieces were sold out, yet people were still asking for more. Player, no more. I'm trading electronic components. Electronic components were very attractive to her. Yanlan reassured the anxious player, wait a minute, I make it right away. The enhanced properties of the crafting station have its production speed, producing 1 piece of charcoal in just 5 seconds, and 15 pieces in a little over a minute. When she sent it, the players were incredulous. So fast. Yanlan, yeah, we can't keep customers waiting. Players, great. You're the best. Unlike Jean Dabong, where the lines are so long. Yanlan, ha ha ha. 2 hours later, she was producing and selling simultaneously, using up all the wood in her 2 backpack slots and earning herself x80 electronic components. She posted a notice about a temporary market closure and went to find Shi Yuanyuan. Yuanyuan, are you there? I'm out of wood. How's your trade going? Shi Yuanyuan quickly transferred the supplies he acquired today and sent a message back. We only have a little left, but I have some bad news for you. Yanlan's heart skipped a beat. She encountered so many bad things today. What's going on? Shi Yuanyuan, it's snowing now, making the roads difficult to navigate. Plus, the snow is getting thicker, making it harder and harder to find those treasure chests and logs hidden beneath the snow. Now, there's less and less to exchange for supplies. We need to be mentally prepared. He already encountered several people today who couldn't even get any logs out. Back in the novice stage, there was a log to be found every kilometer along the road. Yanlan had anticipated this situation, but she hadn't expected the crisis to strike so soon. Players buy charcoal from her, and she gets wood from them to make charcoal again, repeating this cycle in a virtuous cycle. Once the players run out of wood, her stock will quickly run out, and the days ahead will be tough. The day's work ended early, and she crossed her legs on the chair to take inventory of her supplies. The first and second slots of her backpack still held 2 huge wooden boxes, plenty of food, water, and sundries, for now. The third slot held 100 units of gasoline. The 4th through 7th slots held upgrade materials, 450 metal, 400 glass, 400 rubber, and 95 electronic components. She only needed to sell a bunch more charcoal to level up. The 8th and 9th slots held 1,000 wood, respectively, and the last slot held a water collector. She originally had 2,000 pieces of wood left, but her backpack was too full to fit them all, so she left them with Shi Yuan for the time being. Since Shi Yuan had been helping Yanlan, she'd been earning a huge commission these days, so she asked Yanlan to help her build a large wooden box to store her miscellaneous items. As the sky darkened, she asked Snowball to stop the car and rest. Snowflakes fluttered down the windshield, quickly forming a thick pile of snow. Thinking of the snow frozen to the stone-like mass on the windshield when she woke up this morning, she sighed deeply. Alas, another problem that needed to be solved. Chapter 13. Yanlan was awakened early in the morning by the cold. There wasn't enough gas, so she set the air conditioner to shut off on timer for the night's heating. She added charcoal later, but it was still surprisingly cold. She nestled in the reclining seat, covered by 2 thick blankets, cradling the still warm hand warmer in her arms, and sleeping beside her was a fluffy Snowball. It seemed exhausted from driving yesterday. It was sleeping soundly. She remained in this position, completing her check-in task. Today's task was simple, and so was the reward, a 1,000 milliliters thermos. This was enough for most of the day, so she prepared to boil some water to drink from. Then she opened the game panel. Map, Iceberg Snowfield, number of game days, 3, weather, rain and snow, temperature, 0 degrees Celsius, winter time, 6 a.m. As expected, the temperature had dropped another 5 degrees Celsius today. 0 degrees Celsius is the critical point of solid-liquid equilibrium. Water freezes at this temperature. Yesterday, the road was covered in thick snow, but now it's probably half covered in ice. When the road is icy, the friction between the wheels and the road surface is greatly reduced, making it easy for cars to skid and lose control, leading to accidents. People trying to retrieve treasure chests are prone to slipping, falling, and even breaking bones. This icy weather brings all sorts of troubles one after another. Yanlan glanced at the group chat. The request for drawings she sent yesterday hadn't been replied to yet. Cars need anti-skid chains to prevent skidding, and canopy umbrellas to protect the car body. These are essential supplies. She copied the message and sent it to the group chat again. Looking for car anti-skid chains and car canopy umbrella drawings at a high price. Someone immediately answered, but not to reply to this message, but to ask for charcoal. Yanlan, when will the new charcoal be available? I'm trading in my electronic components. I need to trade it in too. It was so cold yesterday that my heart was pounding. Ouch, my hands and feet are getting frostbite. Does anyone have any frostbite cream? It's itchy. And my health is starting to take a toll. I need frostbite medicine. Yanlan, the charcoal will be available soon. Does anyone really have these 2 blueprints? No. If they did, I would have traded them with you a long time ago. But why do you want these? I don't think you really need them. Before Yanlan could reply, someone else answered her first. The familiar smell of tea made her frown slightly. If the group chat didn't have this feature, she would have suspected Jiang Tian had set her as a special follower. Otherwise, why would she jump in and pick on her every time she mentioned something? It's only a little after 6 o'clock, and she's up so early? Jiang Tian, you don't understand. Some people live a very sophisticated life, with abundant resources, and don't care about such things at all. Unlike us poor people. We can't even afford to eat or wear clothes. But this time, the players weren't as easily fooled as before. If you don't understand, just keep quiet, okay? No one will think you're dumb if you don't. Anyone who's ever driven a car knows how important these 2 tools are in rainy and snowy weather. Snow chains prevent the car from slipping, and a canopy umbrella protects the car from freezing ice and snow. They're essential items. That's right, you're just copying her. Jiang Tian, you are talking nonsense. I'm not copying her. Then don't sell it. You be a pig if you do. Jiang Tian, do you swear? Jiang Tian, where have you been? Why aren't you talking? Don't run away at this critical moment. Jiang Tian hadn't actually run away, but Jean Bouet had caught her and scolded her in the group chat. Jean Bouet, I'm saying you have nothing to do, right? You might as well find a few more treasure chests. Yesterday, everyone found 4, and you only got 2 silver. As the vice president of the Jean gang, everyone worked together to help you level up. If you don't turn in more supplies, how can you be worthy of the organization's cultivation of you? Besides, everyone else has already turned in more than you. Don't you feel embarrassed? In addition to collecting supplies for joining, the Jean gang also collects a certain amount of tribute at the end of each day as collective property. They concentrate their efforts on helping the strongest player level up. This upgraded player has an easier time obtaining treasure chests and, in turn, hands in more supplies. Then, they help the next player level up, and so on, achieving the desired effect of support. There's no denying there are some dirty tricks going on, but when desperate, people do join in for that little bit of faith. Jiang Tiantian glanced at Jean Bui's diminutive figure with distaste and said, "Brother Jean, I didn't mean to. I wasn't feeling well yesterday, and dealing with player complaints took up quite a bit of my time. But don't worry, I definitely try my best to find the treasure chest today." Jean Bui, why do I remember you saying the same thing yesterday? But you can't just talk the talk without doing anything. Everyone's watching. Jiang Tiantian, Brother Jean, I'm really sorry. I want to contribute more to the organization, but women always have those special days. Jean Bui, I don't care. Especially as a manager, you must abide by the organization's rules. At this point, Qin Shengsheng, who couldn't even be criticized, suddenly spoke up. I can vouch for Tian. She's truly too busy, not only handling external liaisons, but also managing internal affairs. She simply doesn't have the time to collect supplies. Why not take her share from my commission? My commission is higher anyway. Jiang Tian, thank you, Shengsheng, you're so kind. Qin Shengsheng, no, it's okay. Jean Bui couldn't bear to continue to harass him. Alright, just coordinate among yourselves. The supplies collected will be collected. The funds will eventually flow back to you. Our mission is to support the weak and achieve shared prosperity. Jiang Tian, President Jean is right. Follow his lead. With that, she decisively closed the chat panel. Trying to get her to hand in more supplies was a complete gamble. She was the one who recruited Qin Shengsheng, the money tree, into the team. Not only did she not give her a high commission, but she also wanted her to hand in more. What a pipe dream. Yinlan, on the other hand, after trading charcoal with several players, had over 100 electrical components, meeting the upgrade requirements. She impatiently clicked on the upgrade button, and after a flash of white light, the SUV seat beneath her transformed into a comfortable bed. Dang. Congratulations to player Yinlan for successfully upgrading the first small RV in Area H38 to level 4, earning her the title of leading owner and receiving a diamond chest as a reward. As soon as the system announcement was released, the group chat erupted in excitement. Wow! The next level is an RV. I'm so envious. I want an RV too. No, I have to get up and roll up. Congratulations, Yinlan. Congratulations, Yinlan. By the way, after visiting the RV, you should go make charcoal as soon as possible. I haven't bought any yet. Oh. Ha ha, +1. +2. Yinlan replied to a player in the group chat for the first time. 3,000 charcoal will be added today, but everyone should also work hard to collect wood. I'm almost out of wood. With that, Yinlan exited the group chat. As the other players had said, she wanted to inspect this new vehicle. As soon as she touched the RV, an introduction popped up. Current level, small RV LV4. Upgrade requirements, glass X1000, metal X1000, rubber X1000, electronic components X200. After reviewing the upgrade requirements, Yinlan wasn't particularly moved. It was something she expected. Snowball had already woken up from the commotion. Excited to discover his surroundings had transformed, he leaped up and down, flitting about. Yinlan looked at him lovingly. Be careful, don't hit your head. She threw back the covers, climbed down the stairs, and carefully examined the small RV. It was a miniature RV, with a short wheelbase, a high roof, a large front, and a two-seater design. The RV was 5 meters long, 1.7 meters wide, and 2.5 meters high. While not large, it had everything it needed, and it was significantly more spacious than the previous off-road vehicle. The large bed she had just slept in was located at the headrest, 2 meters long and 1.5 meters wide. Under the bed was a thick Simmons mattress, which was incredibly soft. After 5 days of sleeping in a car, she was very satisfied to finally have a proper bed. Below the bed was the driver's seat, with 2 leather seats. The cab and the trunk were connected, separated by a curtain. The interior was the living and dining area. On the right was a sofa set, and the lift-up table in the middle could be folded down to form a bed with a sofa. On the left was a sink and counter, which could also be used as a kitchen area. Under the sink was a small refrigerator, where food from treasure chests could be stored. The ceiling on both sides of the interior was lined with storage cabinets, making perfect use of the space. Further in was a small bathroom, 1.5 square meters in size, serving both washing and toileting. Inside, there was a water tank indicator showing a 200 L capacity, and the current remaining level at 0. The sight of this bathroom brought tears to Yinlan's eyes. She'd been stinking from not having a proper shower for 5 days, and today she could finally have a comfortable wash. At the rear of the RV was a small balcony, 1.7 meters long and 1 meter wide, where her flower pots and crafting table were located. The first tangerine she planted had already grown to a meter in height, and had a few buds. It probably wouldn't grow any further, and Yinlan was worried it might become a towering tree and pierce through the roof. The crafting table wasn't conveniently placed on the balcony, so she moved it indoors, and placed the water collector there, allowing it to collect water constantly. This balcony offered a great view, with a view of the snowy landscape to both sides, which Yinlan loved. She found the water tank inlet, filled it, and returned to the sofa, preparing for breakfast. Snowball, it's a bit cold today, let's have instant noodles. Sure. Snowball rubbed her face cheerfully, never missing any opportunity for closeness. Okay, stop being so cute. Yinlan pulled away the snowball that was about to be sucked onto her face, and pulled 2 buckets of instant noodles from her backpack compartment. There was a stove on the kitchen counter, and when she touched it, an icon popped up. Stove, gas level 0. Surprisingly, it ran on gasoline. Yinlan added 1 unit of gasoline, took out a pot, and filled it with water from the tap. While waiting for the water to boil, she opened the diamond chest. It contained only an empty card. Yinlan pulled it out and read, Visitor Reception Card. Chapter 14. Visitor Reception Card, a permanent item that grants 1 invitation per day with customizable time slots. It only applies to friends. After confirming its use, the item card merges with the game panel, adding a new function to the Friends section, Invitations. Yinlan's friend list could be counted on one hand, so she had to ask her Yuan to come out and test it again. After sending the invitation, the other party didn't respond immediately, suggesting he was away for some reason. Just then, the water on the stove boiled. She removed the panel, pulled 2 packets of instant noodles from the cabinet, tore them open, and put them in the bowl before adding the seasoning. She had previously been given a set of bowls and chopsticks, so she took 2, rinsed them, and placed them on the dining table, the larger one on her side, and the smaller one on Snowball's side. Snowball, with his bean-sized eyes, slyly compared the bowls in front of him. When he noticed something different, he chirped non-stop, waving his paws, causing his chubby body to bounce. Although they couldn't communicate verbally, Yinlan easily understood his meaning after spending time with him. Unexpectedly, this little creature was quite clever. Yinlan chuckled and soothed, Be good. This is the only bowl I have. I get you more after you finish. Snowball finally stopped chirping and tapped on the bowl, urging Yinlan to feed him quickly. Yinlan, pot in one hand and chopsticks in the other, approached the dining table. Snowball stared intently at the chopsticks, afraid she wouldn't take too much, and that he eagerly slurped up the food as soon as the bowl was full. Yinlan couldn't help but twitch her lips. This starving ghost looked like he'd been treated harshly. After serving herself a bowl, she sat down on the sofa across from her. The noodles were cooked to perfection, their texture chewy and firm, and the broth was rich and juicy. With one bite, the fragrant aroma of wheat melted in my mouth. In this cold winter, a mouthful of fragrant noodles was incredibly comforting. She quickly slurped down her instant noodles, eventually chugging down the broth as well. The hot broth warmed her stomach. Across from her, Snowball had long since vanished. He had finished his instant noodles, now clutching his bowl and flying over to the counter, preening as if to add more rice. Yinlan's face was etched with dismay. It seemed that being too quick to learn wasn't always a good thing. Just then, a regular knocking sounded from the RV door. Yinlan paused, thinking she misheard. This was the 6th day, and she hadn't seen a single living person besides herself. She shook her head and continued to watch Snowball's movements. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking continued. A flash of lightning flashed through Yinlan's mind, and she quickly stood up and ran to open the door. The car door opened, revealing a face that seemed both familiar and unfamiliar. He seemed cold, his arms folded across his chest, stamping his feet. Hey, Yuan, come in. Yinlan called out hurriedly, having been escorted to the door. If it weren't for the knock, she would have almost forgotten. Wow, it's so warm in there. Sure, Yuan eagerly entered. Yinlan closed the door, ushered him to the dining table, and handed him one of the hand warmers. Sure, Yuan pressed his stiff hands against the metal wall, inhaling the aroma. It smells so good. Yinlan glanced at Shueqiu, who was about to drop the pot on his head at the counter, and said, "You just had instant noodles. Would you like some?" Sure Yuanyuan's throat slid, and he swallowed hard, his expression conflicted as he refused. "No. No thanks, I just ate, haha." Yinlan gave him a look, but didn't force him. She planned to give him a packet of instant noodles next time she gave him his share. Just then, Snowball, with a bowl of instant noodles in hand, flew over. Sure Yuanyuan faced it, seeing a soft, adorable creature flying with a bowl larger than its body, seemingly wary of spilling the broth. He gaped in shock, unable to recover for a long moment. What? What is this?" "This is a little elf I found in the snow named Snowball," Yinlan introduced them. "Snowball, this is Sure Yuanyuan, our partner." She had intended for Snowball to greet Sure Yuanyuan, but the glutton simply exchanged glances and lowered his head to continue slurping his noodles. He gave an awkward smile. "Sorry, it's a bit of a glutton." Sure Yuanyuan was still in a trance. "Haha. It's okay, just saying hello when we meet." Yinlan saw his pale face and bruised lips, and couldn't help but ask, "Are you still cold?" Sure Yuanyuan quickly shook his head. No, yours is much better than my off-road vehicle. At least you have the air conditioner on, so it's warm." Yinlan felt bad. If Sure Yuanyuan was living like this, how miserable must the other players be? She found paper and pen, and drew a simple charcoal brazier on the table. She went to the crafting table, and threw 2 pieces of wood onto it. With a sound of sawing wood, a wooden charcoal brazier was created. She placed the charcoal brazier under the dining table, and took out several sticks of charcoal to light. The charcoal fire burned bright red, and the temperature inside the RV rose several degrees. Sure Yuanyuan watched Yinlan's actions the entire time, astonished. "Is that how all that charcoal and toilet paper rolls are made?" Yinlan nodded. "Yes." Sure Yuanyuan couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "Awesome." Yinlan said, "You can stay here this morning. It'd be easier to communicate and save resources." Sure Yuanyuan was grateful. "Thank you." As long as the charcoal was selling, he couldn't focus on driving. Since he wasn't collecting treasure chests anyway, it was better to stay with Yinlan. Besides, it was really warm here. "Snowball, after dinner, go get in the car. We're leaving," Yinlan said, as Snowball poured the last drop of soup into his mouth. Sure Yuanyuan was warming his frozen hands over the charcoal fire, when he was startled again. "It can drive?" Speaking of this, Yinlan glanced at Snowball's back and said coldly, "It can do a lot more." He even left her on the road while driving. Snowball's back felt a sudden chill. He put down his bowl and darted to the driver's seat. Soon, the RV was rolling steadily. Yinlan clasped her hands together and looked at Sure Yuanyuan. "Then let's get to work." Sure Yuanyuan's hands were already warm. "Okay, then I continue selling charcoal." Yesterday's charcoal sold out completely, leaving no stock, so they had to make it now. Sure Yuanyuan was in charge of connecting with players, while Yinlan worked on the production table. Once they got to work, the initial awkwardness faded, and they even chatted about family matters. Sure Yuanyuan, "Yinlan, which city were you from before you played the game?" Yinlan, "City B." Sure Yuanyuan explained, "Wow, we're so lucky. I'm in City A, right next door." "That's pretty close. I just don't know if I can get back." "Do you live with your parents?" "No, I'm an orphan, raised in an orphanage." Sure Yuanyuan was startled, then glanced over, feeling guilty. Seeing Yinlan's normal expression, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Well, I was pretty much an orphan growing up, too, except I have a cousin. My cousin is so handsome." Sure Yuanyuan couldn't stop talking about his cousin until a player came online and messaged him. The two of them were right there, so there was no need to pass supplies back and forth. After Yinlan gave birth, Sure Yuanyuan took the supplies and sold them directly. Yinlan said he only has 5 pieces of wood left and asked if he could offer a lower price. Yinlan's hands were constantly moving. Then set the price to the lowest possible. "I had previously asked for 10 pieces of wood so I could collect upgrade materials, so I had chosen the upper limit. Now that upgrading is no longer as urgent, wood is in short supply, so lowering the price is no problem." Sure Yuanyuan nodded. "Okay, then, set it to 5 pieces of wood." After selling for half an hour, he asked again. "So many people are out of wood now, and want to trade it for upgrade materials. What should we do?" Yinlan frowned, paused, and turned to ask, "How many pieces of wood did you exchange today?" Sure Yuanyuan checked. "Exactly 500 pieces." "So few?" "Yeah, less than 1/5 of yesterday's." To encourage everyone's enthusiasm for collecting wood, Sure Yuan even made a special call in the group chat. Buy wood aggressively. 5 pieces of wood for 1 piece of charcoal. A player quickly responded, even if the price drops, I can't afford it. Don't you know I only collected 2 logs this morning? Yeah, it's all buried in the snow, and I can't see it, and I don't have a keen eye. A treasure chest detector can detect treasure chests, but not wood. All my wood today was salvaged from treasure chests, just enough to exchange for a stick of charcoal. Hiss, are we really going to freeze to death for the next few days? No way, it's only the 3rd day. Another player, still desperate, asked, Sure Yuan, are you really out of wood? You've been waiting for a few days now. Didn't you get a lot? Sure Yuan, it's really gone. Jean Dabong. Yes, isn't Jean Dabong still selling charcoal? Go stock up. Jiang Tian appeared just in time. Sorry, we just sold out of the last batch of charcoal, but we still have some toilet paper. First come, first served. Huh? I didn't expect the most scarce thing to be the most humble piece of wood. If I had known about the novice period, I would have picked up more. Yeah, back then, there was only 1 piece of wood every few kilometers. I wouldn't have thought it was useless. Now it's too late to regret it. Sure Yuan closed the panel inside. Excluding the 3,000 pieces to sell today, they only had 1,000 pieces of wood left. Even with the money collected from today's transactions, it wouldn't be enough to sell tomorrow morning. He asked, What are we going to do? We can't survive without charcoal. Yinlan was also a little depressed. There's always a way. 3,000 pieces of charcoal were produced in 4 hours. Fast production means even faster sales, and Sure Yuan quickly finished his morning work. Yinlan finally handed him 50 pieces of wood. This is for you if there really is no more wood to exchange, you can keep this for yourself. Everyone is selfish. If you can't protect everyone, then do your best to protect those who are important to you. Chapter 15. Map, Iceberg Snowfield, Game Days, 4, Weather, Rain and Snow, Temperature, -5 degrees Celsius, Winter Time, Midnight. It was a little after midnight, the 4th day of the game, and the temperature plummeted to -5 degrees Celsius. A strong wind blew outside, and Yinlan, disturbed by the howling wind, was unable to sleep for the first time. She yanked back the blanket from her head in frustration and opened the game panel. Surprisingly, there were still quite a few active players in the regional channel. Player 1, I'm freezing and can't sleep. Anyone want to chat? Player 2, I've run out of the last stick of charcoal, and I'm cold too. What do you want to talk about? Player 1, there are 9,890 people left in our zone. 10 more people died last night. Seeing the death toll again, Yinlan no longer felt as sad as she had at the beginning. Player 2, yeah, when will this awful weather end? Player 1, come on. Just hold on for another 11 days. The map will change in 11 days. Player 2, so what if it changes? It's still another hell. I'm really tired of this life. Player 1, just think about it. A good death is worse than a miserable life. Player 2, that being said, life is really boring. Sometimes I think I'd rather just die. Just then, a girl named Luowen jumped out, and her words startled Yinlan. Luowen, I want to die too, but I can't bear to part with the supplies I've worked so hard to save. Is there anyone who wants to inherit my inheritance? A pot, a dozen ingredients, 2 loaves of bread, and a bottle of mineral water. It's not much, but it can help a few people. Player 2, are you serious? Don't be so pessimistic. A good death is worse than a miserable life. Player 1, TSK. Didn't you just say that? Player 2 cursed, get lost. Can't you see I'm really desperate? Player 2, girl, if you have any problems tell us. We can all help out. Don't take your life lightly. Player 1, yes, life is precious. What's the highest price? Player 2, illiterate, love is the highest price, isn't it? Are you trying to persuade people to cherish life? Roman, stop trying to persuade me. I really want to die. Life is too painful. I want to be free. Also, does anyone want my inheritance? At this moment, another player, player 3, jumped in. I want it. Player 2, get lost, big bastard. If you dare accept me, I cyberbully you every day. Seeing the situation wasn't going well, Yinlan immediately contacted Luowen and requested to be his friend. There's a hot topic online. If someone is dying, saving them might save their life, but they might suffer greatly later in life. Should you save them or not? Yinlan used to think she shouldn't save him. He had his own choices. Why interfere with his choices and cause him further suffering? But when faced with such a situation, she subconsciously wanted to lend a hand. She sent the friend request and stared at the message intently. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, and after half a minute, Luo finally agreed. Do you want my inheritance? You don't seem to need it. As a celebrity in age 38, Yinlan felt this was the first time she disliked her status. It was too conspicuous, and everything she did was being scrutinized. She sent Luo a visitor invitation with the following message. I don't want your inheritance, and I'm not trying to persuade you. I'm just inviting you to come and rest for the night. If you still feel the same way tomorrow, I won't stop you. There was a long silence before someone finally accepted the invitation. Yinlan, who had been waiting at the door, saw Luo being teleported over and immediately ushered her into the RV. Luo was soaking wet, head bowed, twisting her fingers helplessly. The RV was air-conditioned at 28 degrees Celsius, and it was so clean and warm. She wouldn't have messed it up, would she? Yinlan handed her a towel and a new set of pajamas, then pushed her toward the bathroom door. Go take a hot shower. Then she pointed to the made-up sofa bed. You can rest here afterward. This was the second real person Yinlan had seen since entering the game. Compared to Shi Yuanyuan, she was living a miserable life. The thin clothing she wore clung to her body, soaked with water. The fabric was stained and had several holes in it. The skin on her face was chapped, as if it had been exposed to the cold wind for a long time, yet it had only been 4 days. Her hands were swollen and red, twice their original size. Every finger had frostbite, probably from the intense itching, and she scratched them until they bled. The sound of running water echoed from the shower, and Yinlan finally climbed onto Big Forehead's bed and drew the curtains. She'd given him a hand, but whether she could change her course depended on her. The next morning, Yinlan woke promptly at 6 o'clock. Her first reaction was to draw back the curtains and check on Luo, who was lying on the sofa bed. She wasn't there, but the blankets on the bed were neatly folded, clearly gone. Yinlan immediately opened her friend's list and found an unread message. It was from Luo, sent at 5:50 a.m., and it read, Thank you. There were 2 ways for a visitor to leave: automatically teleporting at the time set by the inviter, or returning early. She set a deadline of 7 a.m. for Luo, but she'd gone home early. Yinlan yawned, ripped the snowball from her face, and threw it back under the covers, then got out of bed. Although her living conditions had improved, she couldn't stop exercising. She put on her coat and went outside. As usual, she did half an hour of horse stance and half an hour of boxing. Even in the -5 degrees Celsius weather, she worked up a sweat. After her workout, she returned to the car, feeling satisfied, and prepared to wash up. Before she did, she checked her personal attributes. Player, Yinlan. Age, 21, nominal age, balance, 0. Strength, 52, upgradable, speed, 52, upgradable, intelligence, 90, upgradable, health, 80, slightly hungry, slightly thirsty. After 7 days of continuous, hard training, her physical fitness had improved, but only by 2 stats, still far from her ideal figure. With a sigh, she began to sign in. Today's task was simple. She received a set of toiletries, including toothpaste, toothbrush, shampoo, shower gel, and laundry detergent. With a toothbrush, she no longer had to rinse her mouth with her fingers. Brushing her teeth happily, Yinlan went to the balcony to check on the fruit trees. Oh my! She almost spit out the foam in her mouth. Overnight, yesterday's small buds had blossomed into buds, the bright yellow fruits hanging from the branches, a truly beautiful sight. 1, 2, 3. 8 fruits in a flash. Each one so big, she practically doubled over with laughter at the fruits. The tangerines and apple trees had grown into small, 1-meter-tall trees. The tangerines had 8 fruits, and the apple tree had a few flowers. Tomorrow, she could harvest a whole basin of fruit alone. After her excitement, she happily picked the fruits and brought them back indoors. She no longer had to worry about her daily vitamin needs. After finishing her morning routine, she began to eat breakfast. Snowball, startled awake at the smell of food, and the 2 of them finished their breakfast and began their day's work. Snowball went to drive again, while Yinlan sat on the sofa, warming herself by the fire and selling charcoal. She had less than 2,000 charcoal bars, and they were all sold in less than an hour. The which she had traded for was also made into charcoal and sold. Those who bought in felt lucky, while those who didn't sighed. Shiru happened to be the lucky one. When she heard yesterday that Yinlan was down to her last batch of charcoal, she was incredibly anxious. She'd been hunkered down in her trading backstage early in the morning, constantly refreshing, and frantically clicked on any stock that showed up. Yanlan prioritized the wood trade. Since she had no wood, she traded metal and glass for 2 charcoal bars, one for the day and one for the night. Zhang Wei was the unlucky one. He was a second slower and was pushed behind by the faster players. It was -5 degrees Celsius outside, and the road was thick with ice. He didn't dare drive, so he simply hid in the car. Gas was running low, and he didn't dare turn on the air conditioning. Thankfully, the car was windproof, and the temperature was just a little higher than outside. He piled all his clothes on top of each other, wrapped himself in a blanket, and huddled in the leather seat with his arms and legs tucked in. As long as he stayed still, his health would decrease more slowly, allowing him to live a few more days. The group chat was quiet due to the dwindling charcoal supply, but one player seemed a bit mentally disturbed, constantly peddling anxiety. 9,880 people remaining. 9878 people remaining, 2 dead in a minute. This is so fun. 3 more people died. Wow, 9,872 people left. Exciting. Exciting. Can't sleep? Come chat with me, a beautiful woman. It's free. He was like a psychopath. Every time someone died, he got more excited. The more people died, the more satisfied he became. Many people were already depressed, and he was stirring up the atmosphere, only to amplify their fears. One female player finally couldn't take it anymore and stood up and scolded him. Are you crazy? Not only did this guy not restrain himself, he even deliberately disgusted people. Beautiful girl, your breasts are a little flat. I help you enlarge them. You pervert. That name sounds familiar. I like it. Hurry up and scold me more, hee hee. The female player seemed frightened by his maniacal demeanor, and didn't dare to speak. His words made the hairs on her back stand on end for no reason. They were definitely not something a normal person would say. Yanlan frowned and clicked on the man's profile picture. This man's name was Sharon Fan, and it was clear from his name that he wasn't a good person. He was in his 40s, with prominent cheekbones, a dark complexion, and a sleazy aura. Based on the several criminal psychology books she read, she knew this man was no ordinary person in the real world either. She thought for a moment, and sent a message. You must be so unhappy in real life that you're trying to make a big presence online. Are you having trouble with your relationship? Unsatisfactory work? Or are you left with a trauma from your childhood? Don't act like you're sick and go on a rant in the group. We're all normal people, and there's no need to watch your psychopathic performance. Sandman Fan, hey. Isn't this Yanlan, our district's famous person? What's wrong? You're so sanctimonious, you're sad to see someone die? They didn't deserve to die in the first place. It's their blessing that they brought me some joy. Yanlan, the fundamental difference between humans and animals is that humans have humanity. Even animals feel sad when their companions die, but you're worse than an animal. With support, the frightened female player also stood up. You're right, you're worse than a pig or a dog. Other players chimed in. That's right, you're inhumane. Sandman Fan, seeing Yanlan's sharp tongue and the support of so many other players, couldn't get enough of her and simply resorted to cursing. I'm fucking you, Yanlan. You slut, if I ever see you. Beep, the player has used the mute card. Sandman Fan has been banned from the group chat. Beep, the player has used the mute card. Sandman Fan has been banned from the group chat. Looking at this message floating on the group screen, Yanlan was bewildered. Chapter 16. A player used a mute card, and Sandman Fan has been banned from the group chat. Not only Yanlan, but all the other players were bewildered. This was the first time item cards had been used on such a large scale, and the players found it quite novel. What's going on? The mute card is awesome. Oh my god, it's so cool not to see that disgusting pervert. There's no news about him anymore. This item card is so humane. Yanlan, did you do that? That's awesome. You're my idol. Beautiful and strong. Yanlan was completely bewildered. It wasn't me. Players, who then? Yanlan, I don't know. But regardless, the previously oppressive atmosphere dissipated, and everyone's spirits slowly returned to normal. At that moment, on an uncharted road somewhere, a fierce female player running across the snow was distracted for a few seconds before resuming their battle. The wood supply was low today, and Yanlan had nothing to do after selling charcoal. She took 2 tangerines and went to the driver's seat, taking over from Snowball. It was icy and snowy outside, so she drove carefully. The RV was heavy, and if the tires slipped, the sheer force of inertia could cripple her. The car was moving very slowly, and a journey that normally took an hour took a full 2. Not to mention the extra time, the amount of supplies she found was also greatly reduced. She couldn't even find the most important piece of wood. The road was covered with a thick layer of snow, a vast expanse of white. Not even a single log could be seen. Perhaps there was, but it was buried beneath the snow. She couldn't possibly dig it out with a shovel. By noon, the sun had broken through, but something worrying had also occurred. Yinlan felt a stinging sensation in her eyes. She had developed snow blindness. She quickly stopped the car and went inside the RV to rest. Snow blindness, also known as solar eye, is an acute light-induced eye disease caused by sunlight reflecting off the snow, causing thermal burns to tissues and resulting in vision loss. Sufferers experience stinging, spasms, bloodshot eyes, photophobia, tearing, and even corneal detachment in severe cases. Yinlan applied a cold towel to her face, closed her eyes, and rested while reviewing her to-do list. Preventing snow blindness is simple. Besides avoiding looking directly at the snow, wearing sunglasses or tinted protective glasses can also protect your eyes. Making glasses requires glass, rubber, and metal. All these materials are available. All she needed was a pair of glasses blueprints. She hadn't yet collected the blueprints for the snow chains and car roof umbrellas, and now she needed another pair. It was only the 4th day after the disaster, and she already had so much to deal with. She considered drawing the blueprints herself, but she didn't understand the physical structure and design principles of these items, and she accidentally ended up making the protective glasses out of glass. She couldn't simply copy, so she had to diligently collect. The thought of this made her feel a bit overwhelmed. The slippery roads and the snow blindness had made this afternoon's efficiency extremely low. They hadn't found even half the treasure chests they normally would. Most people in the group were like this, and there were constant complaints about it. I'm dying, my eyes are starting to burn. That's snow blindness, you need to protect your eyes. There's nothing to block out, and I have to keep looking for treasure chests. I only opened one in an afternoon, how am I going to survive tomorrow? Your treasure chest still yielded a few pieces of wood, and I've been sitting there all day. Ahaha, I have to say I'm so lucky. During the novice period, I traded a blueprint with Yinlan, and got 80 pieces of toilet paper and 80 pieces of charcoal. Back then, I thought charcoal was just shit, but now it smells really good. Holy crap, 80 pieces of charcoal. You won't be able to use them all even after this disaster ends. Honey, can we trade? I have something good. Private message. I want one too. Damn, I just saw the message. I guess it won't be my turn. It'd be minus 10 degrees Celsius tomorrow. Life is so hard. The charcoal is gone, and in a few days, the food will be gone too. So sad. Just then, the long-awaited system announcement sounded. Dungeon quest notice. A random dungeon begins tomorrow. Please be prepared. Required item, 1 dungeon card. Duration, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. This announcement repeated 3 times, even those sleeping could hear it. The group chat was buzzing again. Oh my god, hearing about the dungeon makes me want to cry. What should I do? Great. Finally, a brief escape from this freezing weather. I need a dungeon card. Does anyone have one? I happen to have one. I don't have one yet. If anyone has extra, please pay a high price. Yinlan was brimming with excitement. Tomorrow's dungeon mission might be a turning point. They wouldn't surrender so easily. In preparation for tomorrow's dungeon, she carefully organized her backpack, storing anything she didn't need for the time being in the RV. Except for the upgrade materials, she placed everything else in a large wooden box, freeing up several slots, so she could store any supplies she found tomorrow. Meanwhile, she crafted a few handy tools on the crafting table, a shovel, a hoe, an axe, and so on. While they weren't particularly refined, they were practical. After finishing the sorting, the system beeped with a notification. It was an old acquaintance. Actually, I hadn't chatted with her since adding her as a friend. Yinlan opened Yuan Zhou's chat, and the other person's words were concise and clear. Do you have any extra dungeon cards? Yinlan, yes, what's the matter? Yuan Zhou, I'd like to exchange one with you. Yinlan pursed her lips. It depends on the value of your traded item. Yuan Zhou sent a picture. Is it worth enough? Yinlan clicked on the picture and enlarged it. It was a stunning ice blue bow, called the Frost Moon Bow. Crafted entirely from ice crystals, it resembled a crescent moon, with a glowing blue gem embedded in the center. It exuded an icy aura, perfectly suited to the snowy landscape. It was a bow that perfectly suited her taste, both in appearance and practicality. Yinlan was immediately attracted to it. Before joining the game, she often went to the archery gym and had a skilled archery skill, perfect for self-defense. However, Yinlan was still a little curious. Where did you get this bow and arrow? Why don't you keep it for yourself? Yuan Zhou made no attempt to hide. I encountered a snow monster today, and it dropped this treasure after I defeated it. I didn't use it myself because it's too delicate and not suitable for me. Snow monster? Are there monsters now? Yinlan unconsciously sent this message. Yuan Zhou, yes, it was hiding behind the treasure chest. I was almost ambushed by it, but luckily I reacted quickly and took care of it. The fact that she could make taking care of it so easily made Yinlan curious about her identity. She clicked on Yuan Zhou's profile picture. The profile picture showed a beautiful woman with short hair, dressed in a tight-fitting outfit, with a resolute gaze and a straight back. Name, Yuan Zhou, age, 23. Aside from these two items, everything else was hidden. Yinlan didn't ask any further questions. Well, this treasure is too valuable. Exchanging it for just a dungeon card is a bit of a loss. Do you have anything else you'd like to exchange? Yuan Zhou pondered for a moment, then sent a message, charcoal? I haven't collected any wood in the past few days, and I'm feeling a bit cold. Yinlan immediately transferred 1 dungeon card and 50 charcoal pieces. Okay, no problem. She had 3 dungeon cards, so exchanging one was no problem. The bow and arrow were also exchanged, and Yinlan held it in her hands, admiring it immensely. The bow and arrow came with a quiver containing a bow and arrow blueprint, probably to prevent running out of arrows without a refill. It had to be said that this deal was a very good one. The crafting station's performance was enhanced by the item card. Not only did the production time decrease by half, but there was also a 1 in 1,000 chance of obtaining an attribute item, which could be converted into a cumulative chance. Yinlan had previously saved up several chances to craft charcoal, but they hadn't been used up, and now they were all gone. A bow and arrow with attributes required 1 metal and 1 glass. She placed the materials and clicked to add the attribute. This time, crafting took a full 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, a sharp, silver-gleaming arrow appeared before her. Arrow 1. Skill stun, temporarily freezing enemies. Cooldown, 1 hour. This arrow was surprisingly reusable, automatically returning to the quiver after use. She then crafted another. Arrow 2. Skill piercing, inflicting critical damage to enemies from a distance. Cooldown, 1 hour. Yinlan felt the 1 hour cooldown was a bit long, so she crafted 2 arrows of each function, using up all the attribute chances. She also crafted 20 ordinary bows and arrows. Each ordinary bow and arrow only requires 1 metal, which is not automatically recycled and will be consumed. With these, tomorrow's dungeon mission felt completely secure. All players were fully prepared, and the next day, the long-awaited dungeon mission finally arrived. Chapter 17. I'm so excited. The chance to strike back has finally arrived. I hope the dungeon is easy. Please don't mess with me. Amitabha, may Guanyin Bodhisattva bless you. For this dungeon quest, the players had been up early in the morning, waiting, chattering incessantly in the chat group. Yinlan, inspired by the players, was also extremely excited, and even added an apple to her breakfast. Is Snowball full? Sure. Okay, let's get going. After a final check of the water, electricity, gas, and windows, she confirmed they were all in good working order before exiting the RV and closing the door. She held the frost moon bow in her hand, her quiver slung across her shoulders, her gaze blazing. Snowball landed on one of her shoulders, mirroring her serious expression, his dark eyes fixed straight ahead. At 8 o'clock, the system chime rang. The dungeon is about to begin. This dungeon is a resource hunting dungeon with randomized maps and randomized dangers. Enjoy. As soon as the voice fell, the dungeon card in her hand transformed, and a simple vermilion door appeared before her. The door looked like it had been ripped from the card, exactly like the picture. Yinlan stood there for a few seconds, then turned the doorknob, pushed it open, and walked in with Snowball. When she turned again, the door behind her had vanished. The map she was on was a deep forest, and she was standing beneath a massive pine tree. The temperature was pleasant, a stark contrast to the freezing cold just now. Looking around, all she could see were tall trees, fallen leaves on the ground, a few plump wood ears, and a few mushrooms at her feet, almost sprouting from the soil. A resource hunting dungeon? Could it be that she was being cast as a mushroom picker? Yinlan's lips twitched, and she reluctantly dropped the mushrooms. She squatted down, picked up a random branch, and scraped around the mushrooms. Once the soil loosened, she reached out and pulled them up, root and all. With a casual throw, The mushrooms appeared securely in her backpack compartment. It's true, where there are many trees, there are more mushrooms. She spotted another large cluster of chanterelles. The chanterelles were trumpet-shaped, bright yellow, each one the size of a palm. Even before she got close, she could smell the rich aroma of chanterelles. Snowball was even more excited than her. He flew over, plucked the chanterelles, and excitedly handed them to Yanlan. Yanlan accepted the large handful of chanterelles, rubbed their furry heads, and praised them. You're really good at it. I make you mushroom soup tonight. Perhaps feeling the praise, Snowball continued to pick mushrooms without stopping. With Snowball's help, all the mushrooms were quickly picked, filling about a basket. Yanlan put them all into her backpack. Okay, let's go inside and see if there's any supplies. At Yanlan's command, Snowball returned to her shoulder, and the two elves continued forward. At the same time, she opened the game panel and entered the group chat, which was now unusually lively. Did you see? The world channel is open. Really? So many people have been dragged in. Girls, I'm done talking. I need to go find my boyfriend. I wonder if my parents are here. I hope they're doing well. Yanlan also went to the world channel. Sure enough, it was no longer gray and could be entered. Unlike the regional channels, the world channel isn't a chat group, but rather something like a blog. Players can post messages, and other players can view and reply to them. Most of the messages here are about searching for relatives. Yanlan grew up without any relatives, and the few classmates she knew weren't close enough to keep in touch. After scrolling through and finding no useful information, she returned to the regional group chat. Everyone was now discussing the dungeon. It's so nice, it's so warm here. It's 26 degrees Celsius, but the chilblains on my hands are a little itchy. I'm in a coal mine. You won't let me dig coal, will you? Mining coal is good. It can be made into briquettes, which can be used for heating and cooking. You make a fortune. But it's not readily available. I have to dig it out one shovel at a time. Be content. I'm in a coconut grove. A coconut grove is great. You can drink coconut milk and eat coconut meat. Damn, I thought so too. But do you know how hard it is to climb these coconut trees? They're so tall and slippery, and I'm a girl. I tried several times and fell flat on my face. Not to mention, I almost got bit by a snake. Ahaha, that's better than me. I have branches everywhere. I don't need to chop down trees. I can just pick up a log. Oh my god, I'm so jealous of you. Hurry up and pick up some logs. We're relying on you for charcoal. Yes, trust me, I carry a lot of logs back. Help. I'm in a fish pond dungeon. Is there any experienced fisherman out there who can teach me some tricks? Me. I love fishing before the game, but you have to give me some. No problem, private message. I don't have anything at all. So miserable. Don't worry. Instances like ours have hidden resource points. Just look carefully. Really? Then I take a look. Chirp. What's wrong, Snowball? Hearing Snowball's call, Yanlan quickly closed the game panel. Chirp. Snowball flew in midair, gesturing anxiously with its two little paws. Yanlan, are you saying you need to go to the bathroom? Chirp. Snowball shook his head frantically. Yanlan half closed her eyes, gazing at it dangerously. So you're hungry and want to eat? But you only had 2 meat buns and an apple this morning. Chirp. Snowball's tiny black eyes rolled back. It wasn't her fault. Snowball's greatest hobby was eating. Eating, drinking, and pooping were the things she did most of the time, so it was natural for her to think that way. Seeing that Yanlan didn't understand what she meant, Snowball simply bit her clothes and tugged them aside. You want to take me somewhere? Chirp. Snowball's eyes lit up. Then lead the way. Yanlan stared suspiciously at the Snowball flying ahead. Could this little elf have a dog's nose and could smell something different? Seeing they were getting further and further off course, she couldn't help but ask, Are you sure we're going this way? There aren't any traps, are there? Snowball turned, fluttered his paws, and turned back to continue flying forward. Yanlan was furious. She felt it was foolish to let a dumb little elf lead the way. But Snowball had already flown quite a distance, so she had to quicken her pace to catch up. Snowball was specifically leading her into the jungle. Yanlan, worried about the dangers around her, put her frost moon bow in her backpack and took out her iron rod, swinging it left and right to clear the way. The bushes were taller than a person, densely packed, and occasionally dotted with thorny brambles. She walked cautiously, fearing scratches from the thorns. After another half-hour of continuous walking, Snowball stopped. Yanlan pushed aside the brush ahead and walked out. Huh? There's a cave here? Chirp! Snowball, perhaps tired of flying, landed on Yinlan's shoulder, one short, fleshy paw proudly pointing forward. Got it, clever one. She gave Snowball's furry head a firm push and walked towards the cave. As soon as she entered the cave, a cool breeze blew in her face, and Yinlan couldn't help but hug her chest. The entrance was narrow, only wide enough for one person, as if by design. The further she went, the quieter it became, but the view seemed to widen. It was pitch black inside, and Yinlan couldn't see a thing. She had to pull out the flashlight from her backpack. The first thing that caught her eye was the dazzling array of stalactites overhead, reminiscent of the Dragon Palace where Little Dragon Girl lives in the anime. Splash. Splash. Yinlan looked down at the sound. A stream streamed along the edge of the cave. Clear water flowed around the rocks, occasionally dripping from the cracks above, making a crisp sound. No wonder it felt so refreshing inside. The presence of living water meant there must be a spring within. Yinlan excitedly continued forward. Suddenly she stopped, her face filled with shock at the view ahead. Oh my god! Is this where immortals cultivate? At the very top, a cave entrance opened, letting in sunlight from outside, illuminating everything within. Ahead lay a large cavern, its walls inlaid with thousands of crystals, emitting a multicolored glow. In the center of the cave stood a vast pool, its surface emitting a chilly steam. It turned out to be a cold spring, the same source from which the stream we had just seen flowed. In the sunlight, the mist shrouded the cave, and with the colorful crystals, the entire cave resembled a paradise on earth. Without a second thought, Yinlan took out a small, homemade hoe, and was about to dig for gems when Snowball on her shoulder fluttered. Chi-Chi. Snowball flew off her shoulder, reaching for the cold spring and extending its claws. Yinlan pointed at herself. You want me to take a bath? Chi-Chi. Snowball stood on the ground, head held high, his face serious. This was a supply search dungeon, and she wanted to take a bath here. It seemed a bit strange no matter how you looked at it. But Snowball had found this cave, so there must be a reason for her to do so. Yinlan arrived at the cold spring. Before undressing, she froze for a moment, turning to glance at the Snowball playing in the water. It lacked any gender characteristics, making it impossible to tell whether it was male or female. Snowball felt a chill on his back. Turning around, he saw Yinlan staring at him coldly, and he squeaked in fear. A little elf, perhaps there was no gender difference. After reassuring herself with this, Yinlan quickly stripped herself naked and stepped in. So cold. As her toes touched the cold spring, it spread like ice throughout her body. Yinlan gritted her teeth and buried herself completely in it. After enduring the initial chill, her body gradually adjusted, and her tense skin relaxed. Ah! So comfortable. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she felt a strange shift taking place within her. Every pore was breathing, and even her internal meridians were energizing. She unconsciously touched her face, and was almost startled by how smooth it felt. Surviving these days in the snow and ice had left her face rough and wind-beaten. How could it be so smooth and delicate? A flash of inspiration struck her, and she checked her personal attributes. Player, Yinlan. Age, 21, nominal age, balance, 0. Strength, 80, upgradable, speed, 80, upgradable, intelligence, 95, upgradable, health, 95, energetic. After less than 10 minutes, her attributes had already increased significantly. This place Snowball had discovered was truly a treasure. She hummed a little donkey song happily, as she soaked in the cold spring, occasionally scooping up a handful of water to splash on her arms. Just then, a strange sound rang out. Yinlan was startled, grabbed some clothes from the edge of the pool, and covered her chest with them. She shouted coldly, "Who's there?" Chapter 18. The cave was eerily quiet. Yinlan stared motionlessly at the source of the noise. Snowball, who had been playing in the water, also stopped moving, his neck stretched out like a statue. It was a shady spot, blocked by a tall rock, making it difficult to detect anyone there. She had subconsciously assumed that only one player could enter a dungeon, never considering the possibility of other players entering the same dungeon. She blamed herself for being so excited that she forgot her proper vigilance. Thinking of the person hiding behind her, her heart sank, her eyes fixed on the rock with a dangerous look. Seeing the rock still didn't move, she raised an eyebrow and gestured to Snowball beside her. Snowball cooperated perfectly, receiving the signal and lightly flying towards the rock. It was a small elf, flying as it walked, and the person hiding behind it could hardly hear it. Yinlan also stared intently, silently pulling her Frost Moon bow from her backpack, knocking an arrow with enhanced attributes, and drawing the bowstring to full length. As soon as the enemy appeared, she would use skill 1 to stun them, freezing them in place. If they dared to resist, she would use skill 2 to shoot them through on the spot. The arrow was on the string, ready to be released. Yinlan held her breath, waiting for the snowball to arrive and drive the thief out. As the snowball drew closer, her heart beat faster and faster. It was still unclear whether the enemy was human or ghost, and she could only half hidden in the water. The snowball flew behind a large rock. Yinlan saw its round body pause for a few seconds, then turn around in confusion and wave. Yinlan frowned and mouthed to it, "Really? Look again?" Snowball obediently turned his head, looked, and waved his paws again. Yinlan's doubts remained, but she trusted Snowball. She rose from the cold spring, sending a rustling sound of water cascading down. Her body, purified by the spring water, was white and delicate, like a ray of light in the darkness, particularly eye-catching. Without taking the time to admire her improved skin, Yinlan quickly pulled a towel from her backpack, wiped the water droplets off her body, and quickly dressed herself, picking up her clothes from the shore. Without even tying her shoelaces, she hurried behind the large rock. There was nothing behind it, not even a footprint. "Is it really my imagination?" Yinlan muttered. "Chirp," Snowball nodded repeatedly. "You're just overthinking it." "All right then." Her doubts dispelled. Already dressed, there was no way she could go back to the hot springs, and her personal attributes had almost stabilized. Yinlan picked up her small hoe and prepared to collect crystals. A clanging sound echoed from the cave, and at the same moment, a tall, handsome man sprinted out. His long eyelashes trembled slightly, and his ears tinged with pink. Ding. Ding. Ji Zhou's shoulders trembled, nearly startled by the sudden system notification. He covered his mouth with his hands, coughed softly, and uncomfortably opened the system panel. It was a message from his cousin, whom he had just contacted. "Cousin, what were you doing just now? Why didn't you reply?" Ji Zhou's cold face rippled slightly. "Nothing." "Cousin, didn't you say you found a cave full of crystals? Take a picture and show me." Ji Zhou, feeling a bit embarrassed, lied. "Huh? If you hadn't told me earlier, I already come out." "Cousin, what? Out so soon? How could you be so quick at this critical moment? Did you dig up those crystals? They're priceless. Maybe there's even hidden loot in there." Ji Zhou, "No, I left because I had something urgent to do." "Cousin, left? You left without digging anything. What urgent matter could be more important than loot? Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? Oh my god, you're so pissed you off." His despair was palpable even through the screen. Ji Zhou frowned. "Don't talk nonsense. There was an emergency." He was the first to enter the cave, mining peacefully, when a strange woman and a magical elf suddenly burst in. This strange pairing puzzled him. He assumed they were NPCs from the dungeon, so he hid and observed the situation. Unexpectedly, the woman was dragged off to take a bath without a word. He froze in his tracks, looking for a chance to leave. However, he accidentally made a noise as he left. "I really want to dig your brains out." My cousin looked like he was disappointed in me, his mouth chattering non-stop since he added me as a friend. Ji Zhou glanced at him indifferently, ignored him, and simply closed the chat panel and strode forward. Inside the cave, reassured that no one was behind the stone, Yinlan happily hummed her favorite song, "Little Donkey." Snowball, having listened so often, began to sway along with the song. He'd been eating more recently, and seemed to have become rounder. His body bounced back and forth, a truly adorable sight. Yinlan shook her head and smiled, then raised her small iron hoe to dig for crystals. Ding! I got 1 primary crystal, and my balance increased by 10. Hey, this is game currency. With currency, you can buy expensive items in the system mall. To speed things up, Snowball was also given a shovel. And so, like gold miners, the man and the elf worked tirelessly to chip away at the crystals. Ding! 1 primary crystal obtained, plus 10 on your balance. Ding! 1 intermediate crystal obtained, plus 50 on your balance. Ding! 1 advanced crystal obtained, plus 100 on your balance. The game announced each time a crystal was chipped, which sounded incredibly fulfilling. Yinlan's enthusiasm grew as she listened, and her movements quickened, her small silver hose swirling through the air so fast that only a silvery shadow could be seen. She sighed inwardly. The physical fitness enhanced by the cold spring is simply superior. After an hour of toiling, Yinlan finally felt a hint of fatigue. She set down her hoe and sat casually on the ground, calling out, "Snowball, want some water?" Chi-chi. Snowball flew down from midair, landing on a flat crystal. I have to say, this little elf has a good sense of location. The crystal looked perfectly smooth, as if it had been hewn by hand. Wait. Yinlan narrowed her eyes slightly, gazing grimly at the crystal. It seemed she had never hewn crystals in that area before. Snowball felt her gaze, his round body trembling violently. He leaped up and landed on her shoulder. Yinlan picked up her hoe and measured the crystal. The smoothness was indeed achieved by a single blow of the iron hoe, but not by her hoe. Her hoe was only 10 centimeters long, while the crystal was 20 centimeters, a full double the size. Yinlan felt a surge of inexplicable panic. Someone had been here to begin with, most likely a man. Although this cave was large, there was little obstruction. How had he managed to escape without them? She folded her arms and glanced around, feeling a chill at her back. Or perhaps she was overthinking it. Perhaps this crystal was just like this, or perhaps the newcomer had left before they appeared. Chi-Chi. Snowball's scream interrupted her thoughts. This was the first time Yinlan had seen Snowball so anxious. His feathers stood tall, like a rooster poised for action. At the same moment, Yinlan shuddered inexplicably. Her chest stirred, and she turned and shouted, "Run!" As soon as she finished her words, the crystal-covered wall in front of her began to crumble, stones clattering to the ground. Yinlan didn't bother looking back to see what monster was behind her. She just ran forward desperately. Her strength and speed had now increased to 90. By the time the unknown monster burst from the rock, she had already gained some distance. Snowball screamed in panic, seemingly frightened, and stopped flying altogether, curling up on Yinlan's shoulder. A roar echoed, shaking the ground. Rocks crumbled and exploded in all directions. Yinlan, who had run some distance, was nearly injured by the rubble. She quickly glanced back, her eyes widening with anger. Ding, triggering the mountain monster boss, health, 1000. The mountain monster's maw gaped, its sharp teeth gleaming coldly. Its huge, red eyes stared intently at her. What frightened her most was the striking health bar. So long, it was almost equivalent to 10 of her lives. Yinlan's heart skipped a beat, and her pace quickened, practically disappearing in a flash. The mountain monster had been sleeping soundly, but someone kept knocking on its house, disturbing its slumber. It was so frantic it could no longer bear it, and, wishing it would be struck by thunder, it abruptly arose. Its massive body sent rocks crashing down from the mountaintop. Yinlan was quick-witted and dodged as she ran. Chi-Chi. Then her shoulder felt empty, and Yinlan turned sharply. Snowball was brought to the ground by the falling rock. It raised its short, fleshy paws to support the rock, which was several times its size. One of its legs seemed to have been injured by the friction, and it bent downward. The mountain monster was in a frenzy, moving swiftly, its massive body close at hand. Chi-Chi. Snowball glanced at her worriedly, anxiously urging her to hurry. Yinlan calmed herself down, grabbed the frost moon bow from her backpack, and with a full draw, unleashed an icy arrow. Skill 1, Stun. The Yeti, struck by the arrow, suddenly froze, its massive frame frozen in place. The stun lasted only 5 seconds. Yinlan spun back, pushed the boulder off Snowball's head, and brought it to her shoulders. Hold on. It's time to run. Snowball's claws clutched tightly at Yinlan's collar, dragging him forward. After the 5-second stun wore off, the mountain monster continued roaring forward, this time with an even more ferocious aura. Reaching a narrow section of road ahead, Yinlan was forced to slow down. The mountain monster seized the opportunity to catch up. Its fat body couldn't squeeze through the hole, so it stretched out its paws, like fleshy pads, to grab. Its palms were long, broad, and powerful, slamming the rocks above it with a resounding thud. Amidst a cloud of dust, Yinlan gasped for breath, ignoring her bruised arm as she continued to walk. Unable to reach Yinlan, the mountain monster grew increasingly furious. With a deafening roar, it slammed its mountain-like palm down. Just as it was about to strike her head, Yinlan used Skill 1, Stun again. The mountain monster paused, maintaining its clapping stance. Yinlan then used 2 penetration skills, and it withstood both blows. Health points decreased by 200. Health points decreased by 200. Still, only 600 remained. Without delay, Yinlan sprinted out. Just as she emerged from the cave collapsed with a bang, sending up a cloud of dust. The entrance was blocked by a huge rock, and the mountain monster let out a cry before gradually retreating. Yinlan stood at the cave entrance, thinking of the magnificent crystals and miraculous cold springs within. She couldn't help but sigh, then dragged her injured body away. Jizhou, who had just left, heard the sound and looked back. Smoke and dust were billowing out of the originally tall cave. Chapter 19. After emerging from the cave, Yinlan sat on a large rock, a limp, snow-white furry ball curled up beside her. Health, 65, hungry, injured. She ate a meat bun and watched her health slowly rise, but it stopped at 80. The hungry negative status had disappeared, but the injured status remained. She had also learned a new rule. Negative statuses affect the maximum health, and to completely eliminate them, medicine was needed. She opened the game's trading center and tried to find some healing potion. She searched around but didn't see what she wanted. She guessed everyone was busy exploring the dungeon. She could buy some in the system store. After chiseling so many crystals, her personal balance reached 50,000. But the supplies in the store were too expensive, and buying a small amount of healing potion was a bit of a waste. She had no choice but to send a message to the chat group asking for help. "Does anyone have healing potion?" Someone quickly replied. "Aw, are you all hurt? Did you get into any danger?" "I'm not, but are any of the others?" Yinlan stared at the dashboard in anticipation. After a while, a friend messaged. She thought it was the chatterboxer Yuan, but it turned out to be Luowen, the girl who wanted to die, but had been invited to sleep in her RV. "I have some homemade herbal remedies here. If you don't mind, you can use them as a compress." Yinlan's eyes lit up, and after confirming her acceptance, the herb appeared in her hands. Although she didn't understand pharmacology, it was clear that this herb had been carefully crafted. It had a bittersweet flavor, and it was specially pounded and wrapped in cloth. She applied the herb to the wound, and her burning skin felt a slight coolness, and the pain gradually subsided. He checked his personal attributes again. The negative status gradually disappeared, and his health was slowly rising. After confirming that he was all right, he applied the herbal remedy to Snowball as well. "Thank you, you're amazing. This herbal remedy is very effective." Luowen read the reply, a faint smile playing on his lips. No, this level is only considered low level in our hospital." Yinlan was a little surprised. "Are you a medical student?" "Yes, Chinese medicine. Chinese medicine is very impressive." As a child, she loved reading novels about female medical officers. Luowen felt a little shy at the compliment. No, Western medicine is the most popular these days, and our department's performance is always at the bottom. But it was Chinese medicine, not Western medicine, who saved me today." Luowen suddenly had an idea, and at the same time, he was grateful that Yinlan had helped him that day. She said gratefully, "Thank you for the inspiration." "Really? Congratulations in advance. I go find some herbs first, we talk later." "Keep going." After a short rest, the negative attributes completely vanished, and her health was back to full. Yinlan stood up, brushed off the non-existent dust from under her, but picked up Snowball and headed forward. The dungeon didn't end until 5 p.m., and it was only halfway through, so there was still time to continue gathering supplies. On the way back, Snowball huddled listlessly on her shoulder, neither chirping nor leading the way as excitedly as when they come. Perhaps he felt guilty for leading Yinlan into the cave and getting attacked by a monster. He looked a bit emo. Yinlan smiled at him and gently rubbed his belly. They come one way, but she planned to take another on the way back. Still holding the iron rod, she explored as she walked. Half an hour later. Cock-a-doodle-doo. A resounding crow echoed, and a massive object flew overhead. She looked up, her face instantly beaming. Wasn't it a pheasant? She didn't immediately apprehend it, but followed closely. It was a mature rooster, so it must have a mature hen waiting at home, most likely with a flock of chicks. As soon as she arrived at the dungeon, she picked a large pile of fresh mushrooms, paired with wild, free-range chickens. She wondered how delicious they would be. Yinlan's mouth watered at the thought of the delicious chicken soup and the firm chicken thighs. Unlike birds, pheasants can fly endlessly. After a brief display of flying prowess, they landed, proudly striding forward with their large combs aloft. Yinlan followed quietly and stealthily. The pheasant passed through a patch of thorn bushes and came to a dense jungle. It peered left and right, checking for signs, and when it saw it was clear, it crouched down and slipped inside. Yinlan crouched on the ground, peering through the gaps in the bushes. Holy crap! Besides the wild rooster, there were 2 plump wild hens, each nestled under a row of plump eggs. She was going to be rich. Yinlan couldn't suppress a smile, and she drew her bow and arrow from the air, about to capture them. Just then, a large net descended from the sky, tightly enveloping the 3 plump chickens. Holy crap! Someone's been intercepted. Yinlan's face darkened instantly, and she raised her eyebrows to look at the ungrateful robber. The sight froze her. He was a very handsome man, tall and thin, with a clear, handsome face. His eyes were dark and deep, his lips tightly pressed together, and as he looked at her, he exuded a charming, abstinent aura. Yinlan stared at him for only a few seconds longer before swiftly climbing to her feet. She stared warily at the man not far away. Who are you? Ji Zhou blinked, noticing a hint of red on the pale cheeks and the tips of his ears. He coughed softly and said, "From Area H39 of the survival game." Yinlan raised her eyebrows. Someone else was in the game, and in the area next to hers. That's right. With so many players, some would inevitably meet in the same dungeon. After further questioning, Yinlan felt a sense of shared loneliness, but the thought of those chickens forced her joy to subside. She put her hands on her hips and angrily said, "Even group members can't monopolize supplies. At least I found that rooster." Ji Zhou paused, unsure how to speak. He had originally intended to give her half. The boy across from him chuckled, seemingly thinking something, and said, "No problem." Yinlan looked at him suspiciously. "So easygoing? I thought there was going to be a tough fight." Cock-a-doodle-doo. The wild rooster, taking advantage of Ji Zhou's inattention, suddenly soared and crashed into the net, letting out a sharp, long crow. Ji Zhou quickly gripped the handle of the net. Seeing this, Yinlan rushed over to help. This was juicy meat right in his mouth. He couldn't let it fly away. With swift movements, Ji Zhou reached out and slid out an old hen. He held 2 chicken feet in his hand and handed them over. "Here." Yinlan also wanted an old hen, the perfect choice for soup, but she blurted out the rooster too quickly. Later, she realized she was too embarrassed to ask again. She hadn't expected this guy to be so discerning. She didn't show it on her face, but she was already beaming inside. She quickly took the hen and put it in her backpack. Ji Zhou placed the remaining pheasants, a male and a female, into his backpack and folded up the net. In the nest, only 2 rows of plump eggs remained, pristine white and very tempting. Yinlan turned away and took a deep breath. Ji Zhou glanced at Yinlan for a moment longer, then casually said, "I don't really like eggs. How about we each have a nest?" Yinlan immediately turned around, beaming. "Sure. I can help." Ji Zhou smiled down at that. Yinlan looked over, puzzled. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." The 2 hens were incredibly fertile, each nest containing over a dozen eggs. Yinlan, feeling elated after putting away the eggs, blurted out an invitation. "Oh, by the way, if you don't mind, we can go together for the rest of the trip." Ji Zhou glanced down at the girl before him, then quickly shifted his gaze. "Sure." So, the man and woman continued their journey side by side. Chirp, Snowball chirped untimely. Ji Zhou looked in the direction, a hint of surprise crossing his face. "Oh, what's this ball?" Chirp. Snowball fluttered twice, its black eyes widening, and it stretched out its claws, trying to scratch him. Yinlan immediately pinned it back onto her shoulder, smiling. "Snow elf. I found it in the snow." Ji Zhou uttered an "oh," ignoring Snowball's provocation and displeasure. Neither of them spoke for a moment, the silence awkward. Yinlan glanced at the man who had hurried to clear her path, a conflicted glint in her eyes. Ji Zhou, preoccupied with dealing with the thorns that had popped up in his way, didn't notice the change in the woman's demeanor behind him. Just as he was splitting the branch in front of him, a delicate cry of surprise came from behind. "Ah!" Brother slowed down. Ji Zhou turned stiffly, looking at the woman sitting on the ground, a sense of strong discomfiture. Yinlan felt a surge of heat on her face as these words left her mouth. Jiang Tiantian wasn't just for everyone. Even Snowball stared at her, stunned, his small, green eyes motionless, as if frightened. "Brother, won't you come and help me?" She lowered her head, her expression unclear, only a hint of tears lingered in her voice. Ji Zhou's face was troubled, but he finally walked over and extended his hand. Yinlan slowly raised her head, extended her hand, and grasped the iron hoe. With a force, the iron hoe clung to her and lifted her up. Yinlan's mouth froze. She hadn't expected him to be so virtuous. She was preoccupied with something, and the familiarity of the iron hoe hadn't given her time to dwell on it. "Brother, which district are you in?" she continued, slowly approaching Ji Zhou, twirling her fingers shyly. "I'm in District H39, I think I just said that." Yinlan's smile froze at the gaze, and she quickly tried to make amends. "Oh, I meant I'm in District H38. "What a coincidence, brother, we're neighbors." Ji Zhou's dark eyes fixed on her, and Yinlan quickly averted herself, feeling as if she were being seen through when she met his gaze. She walked onward, but the words continued to flow. "By the way, brother, what's your current transportation level? How many people are left in your community? Do you have any family in the game? How old are you? And do you have a girlfriend?" Snowball stood motionless the entire time, huddled obediently on Yin Lan's shoulder, only occasionally breaking into goosebumps when he heard the word brother. At first, Jizhou tried his best to cooperate, but eventually settled for and oh to get by. Just when he thought the awkwardness would continue, silence suddenly fell behind him. He glanced back quickly, and the girl's tense shoulders relaxed, as if relieved. Jizhou frowned, feeling a little strange, but politeness kept him from asking any questions. After walking quietly for a while, Jizhou suddenly spoke up. "Do you like durian?" "What?" Yinlan looked over, puzzled. Why did he suddenly mention durian? Jizhou pointed to the durian tree in the distance and said, "There's a durian tree over there." Yinlan followed his finger, and saw a strange tree emerging from the dense woods in the distance. Chapter 20. It really is a durian tree. I actually saw a living durian tree. Yinlan practically jumped for joy. Durian is one of her favorite fruits. People's opinions on durian are polar opposites. Those who love it praise its fragrance, while those who hate it complain about its stench. And she is one of the top enthusiasts among the enthusiasts. "So do you like durian?" Yinlan looked at Jizhou expectantly. Her eyes were conflicted, wanting him to say he liked it, yet also wanting him to say he didn't. Jizhou couldn't guess her thoughts and simply told her the truth. "I think I like it." Yinlan felt a little embarrassed. "Is that so?" Jizhou added, "But you can give me more. I like it occasionally, but I get tired of it if I eat too much." "Really? That's just..." Yinlan suddenly looked up, her eyes sparkling, but her tone was full of regret. What a shame. After discussing the distribution of supplies, Yinlan almost ran to the durian tree. Snowball always loved eating, but now he pinched his nose and flew away. This was an old tree, laden with fruit, densely packed on the branches like golden lanterns. The durian was ripe, its rich aroma wafting through the air. She took a deep breath, feeling her internal organs unblocked. Jizhou sauntered over and couldn't help but chuckle at her appearance. Yinlan turned to look at him, but Jizhou quickly averted his gaze. "It's getting late, let's pick some quickly." Yinlan nodded like a chick pecking at rice. "Okay." The two of them first picked the durian from the lower part of the tree and piled them in an open area. It had to be said that the durians were in excellent condition. The fruit was oval, round and plump, like a larger version of a lychee, each with at least 5 pods, and a conservative estimate of over 100 caddies. The durians in the lower part were quickly picked. The two stood together, exchanged glances, then looked up at the tree. Jizhou asked, "How about I go up there and pick it?" Yinlan immediately rejected the idea. "No, I'm afraid I might lose my grip and break it." She had seen many videos where catching durians was a real test of skill. A single mistake could send these ripe fruits crashing to pieces. Jizhou looked Yinlan up and down. "So you go? But this tree is quite tall." Yinlan tilted her head and thought. Climbing wasn't her strongest skill. Hesitantly, an idea struck her. She pointed at the little elf pinching its nose and said, "I know. Let it go." Jizhou clapped his hands. "Right, it can fly." Snowball's fur bristled, and he looked at the two of them in horror. How could he be so humane as to let a little elf, who hated the smell, pick durians? But it didn't have a choice. Yinlan quickly took a knife, placed it on the branch, and nudged its butt. Snowball felt wronged, but he could only pout and accept his fate. It sliced each durian with its slash. Like slicing a watermelon, its movements ruthless and decisive, while the two men below clung to it with glee. Snowball glanced down at the two men, who were occasionally joking with each other, and for the first time, felt a little redundant. It channeled its grief and anger into strength, moving with incredible speed, quickly picking the last durian. Yinlan gazed at the pile of durians before her, her lips curling up uncontrollably. She clasped her hands together and said, "Let's begin dividing the spoils." Then they began dividing them one by one. After a few dozen, Jizhou stopped her. "That's enough. I give you the rest." Yinlan's eyes narrowed into slits as she smiled, sweeping the durians into her backpack. "Really? I'm really embarrassed about that." Snowball glanced at her. "I think you're quite nice." This was an old tree, bearing 80 durians. After deducting the 30 she'd given the man, she still had 50 left. 50 in all, enough for her to eat for a long, long time. Picking durians takes time, and the clock was almost at 5 o'clock. Yinlan looked around, preparing to use her remaining time to pick up some wood. "Oh, by the way, can I add you as my friend?" Yinlan froze, unsure how to respond. "What? You're allowed to tease me, but I'm not allowed to add you as my friend?" The other person's teasing voice echoed, and Yinlan felt a little embarrassed. Something she had deliberately forgotten was brought up again. "Haha, How could I be so stingy? Add me, while the world channel is open. When the time ran out, the two of them were teleported back to the highway. Yinlan looked at the new profile picture on her friend's screen and muttered to herself, Jizhou, that's a nice name. After a hard day's work, she sat on the sofa and pulled out a large durian. Snowball, upon seeing the golden object, pinched his nose and jumped away. She then washed her hands and took out a plate and placed it on the dining table. Durian lovers love to open them, especially the thrill of opening blind boxes, especially when they find a bao-in durian. She cut a slit in the base of the durian with a knife and, with a flick of her hand, separated it into two halves. The two halves before her were bursting with meat and fragrant with a sweet aroma. Breathing this unique fragrance, she felt as if she were transported to a tropical jungle. She quickly peeled the remaining halves and carefully lifted them out onto a plate. There were 6 pieces in total, each as thick as an arm. She was so happy she couldn't help but take a photo and post it in the group chat. Wow, my favorite. I didn't expect the boss to find a durian. So plump and juicy, I'm drooling. Why did I only find corn, while some people found durian? Think positively, corn is a staple food, it's very filling. Based on my experience, Boss Yen definitely has more than one durian. He has a whole tree of durians. That seems to be true. How many durians would a tree have? I'm so envious. Boss, are you selling them? Playing cute and pitiful, Yinlan, there's a durian tree. I'm planning to sell a few today, but only for blueprints. She couldn't finish all 6 pieces of meat, so she gave 3 to Shi Yuanyuan, and Lua 1. When she gave it to Shi Yuanyuan, he also gifted her a piece of durian flesh, equally golden and plump. Yinlan's heart skipped a beat. She asked, what is this? Shi Yuanyuan, I told you about my cousin before, remember? I found him when the world channel opened, and he gave this to me. Take it, I have another one. Yinlan, what's your cousin's name? Shi Yuanyuan, Jizhou, I mentioned him to you before. You haven't forgotten, have you? Yinlan glanced at the familiar name on the friend list and sighed. She had indeed forgotten, but now she remembered it. After the durian was posted on the trading center, players quickly contacted her. Boss Yen, are you there? I have a pair of sunglasses blueprints. Can I trade them for durians? Blueprints were always valuable, and she had always wanted the sunglasses, so she readily traded them for an entire durian. The players who received the supplies happily posted about their 2-pack of durian flesh. After completing the first dungeon, the world channel opened, allowing players to post and follow other threads. However, the trading center was still limited to the region. The next player was a familiar male player. Yinlan remembered his name because he said he had a lot of wood in his dungeon. Hello, I want to trade 10,000 pieces of wood. 10,000. Did he use all his slots for wood? So bold. Yinlan asked, besides the durian, what else do you want to trade? The player replied, 200 pieces of charcoal and some fruit. 200 pieces of charcoal would be enough to get through the remaining days, and even more. He must be looking to trade some for other supplies. She estimated the value and replied, in addition to 200 charcoal, I also give you 50 rolls of toilet paper, a pair of sunglasses, 3 tangerines, 3 apples, and a box of durian. The player was incredibly excited looking at these supplies. With wood now plentiful, the exchange rate had risen to 10 wood for 1 charcoal. He expected her to bargain down, but she wasn't expecting such generosity. 200 charcoal could be exchanged for a lot of supplies. Sunglasses can prevent snow blindness and are very useful. And the fruit. He originally thought Yinlan would give him a few steamed buns, but she hadn't expected fruit. The fruit here is incredibly valuable. He only gotten a small orange in all the days he'd been in the game. Especially that box of durian flesh. It made his mouth water just looking at it. This dungeon was truly rewarding. He rubbed his back, which had been cramped from picking up wood, and eagerly agreed no problem. Yinlan, the charcoal, toilet paper, and sunglasses might take a while to get. They haven't been crafted yet. No problem. After the transaction was completed, the player proudly took a photo and posted it to the group chat, sparking another wave of envy. Just as the transaction was completed, the next player approached. Hello, I have 10,000 units of cotton. Want to buy it? Cotton can be made into clothes, quilts, towels, and even sanitary pads, and cotton isn't as common as wood. Yinlan was very tempted and asked, tell me your price. I need some charcoal, a men's jacket, and some men's underwear. Can you give me a durian? I love it. 50 cotton pieces can make a roll of cloth, and a roll of cloth can make a coat, and 10 pairs of underwear. She quoted a price based on the amount of cotton needed: 200 charcoal pieces, a coat, 10 pairs of underwear, 3 tangerines, 3 apples, and 1 durian. Her charcoal was extremely valuable in the icy and snowy conditions, so giving him so much charcoal was a form of security. The player readily agreed, no problem. Then she collected some wood, food, and scraps of cloth from several other players. After collecting the materials, Yinlan immediately began production. First, she paid off the players' debts. After that, she began selling new charcoal and clothing at the trading center. She made 3,000 pieces of charcoal at 5 seconds each, and a coat at 30 seconds each. She made 50 each for men and women. After production was complete, she handed the charcoal over to Shi Yuanyuan to sell. This was a huge trade volume, but fortunately, Shi Yuanyuan had 2 reliable helpers. I heard that Xiao He and Xiao Huang had discovered a resource point in this dungeon. Xiao He got a box of corn, and Xiao Huang got a box of instant noodles. After leaving the dungeon, she immediately went back to work and had a quick dinner. By the time everything was done, it was already 10:30 p.m. Yinlan rubbed her aching waist, quickly washed up, and climbed into bed. She opened the bed curtains and saw a fluffy white ball perched on the pillow, staring at her angrily. Thinking back, Yinlan remembered what she had promised it that day. No wonder it circled her twice before disappearing, not offering to help her. She assumed it couldn't stand the smell of durian and was hiding here, fuming. She poked its chubby cheek with her finger and chuckled softly, "Okay, I make you chicken soup tomorrow morning." Snowball's cheeks were still puffed up, like a frog. "I give you all the chicken legs, okay?" Snowball's anger subsided, and he flew to her face, kissed her, and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 21. With the dungeon supplies replenished, everyone had a good night's sleep. She had been too tired the previous day and had hoped to sleep in an extra hour, but Snowball, usually a lazy sleeper, got up on time for the first time, rolled around on her face, and even tried to tickle her with his fur. Yinlan had no choice but to get up and, as agreed, make mushroom soup for the greedy little cat. She washed the mushrooms and hens in the sink while Snowball took the initiative to go to the balcony to water the plants and pick fruit. Currently, the tangerines and apples are bearing fruit once a day, yielding nearly 20 fruits daily. Snowball and she consume for a day, and she stores the rest in the refrigerator or her backpack. The mushrooms, taken out of the backpack compartment, were still as fresh as yesterday. Even the soil remaining at the root smelled of grass. Looking at the mushroom roots, she felt a sudden inspiration and went to the balcony. The 2 fruit trees in the flower pot were each a meter tall, almost filling the entire space. However, there was still some space at the bottom, so Yinlan planted the soil containing mushroom spores. With luck, perhaps new mushrooms would sprout. Looking at the crowded flower pot, Yinlan felt a little melancholy. If she had a few more plants, it would have been overflowing. Back inside, she quickly chopped up the old hen and put it into the pot to stew. This was a sturdy, wild, free-range chicken, so stewing it took quite a while. After finishing, she sat at the dining table, eating an apple and checking the game board. Map: Iceberg Snowfield, number of game days, 6, weather, heavy snow, temperature, -15 degrees Celsius, winter time, 7 a.m. The temperature had dropped to -15 degrees Celsius, and 1 charcoal fire wasn't enough, so she added another one to the RV. 2 charcoal fires and 2 hand warmers warmed the car a bit. If there were enough gas, she have kept the air conditioning on. The friend list showed unread messages, and surprisingly, there was one from Jizhou. He sent a greeting, "Good morning, can you give me some mushrooms? I want to stew some chicken." He had given her so many durians yesterday. A few mushrooms wouldn't be worth much. Yinlan picked a few of the best ones to give him. "Jizhou, thank you. I make them for you to try." Giving away a few mushrooms in return for a bowl of chicken soup was a fantastic deal. Yinlan suspected he had no business sense, but for some reason, she didn't refuse. Then came Luowen. "Yinlan, I have good news for you. I've gained the profession, pharmacist. I have a chance to receive a medicine every day. I have to thank you for this. If it weren't for you, I would have wanted to die. This medicine I just got this morning. I'm giving it to you. You can't refuse it." A profession. A profession has finally appeared. Yinlan was heartily happy for her. She congratulated her and accepted the supplies. It was a compound snake fat ointment, specifically for itchy skin caused by frostbite. With the temperature dropping now, frostbite is extremely common, so you can imagine how valuable this ointment is. After replying to the message and sending a visitor invitation to Shi Yuanyuan, she opened the chat group. Surprisingly, quite a few people in the group had gained professional skills. Player 1, my profession is miner. Every day, I have a 50% chance to receive one piece of metal, rubber, or glass, and a 5% chance to receive one electronic component. That's amazing. A free item every day. Oh my god. Why don't I have such good luck? Player 1. This is a skill card I got from a hidden treasure chest I stumbled upon in a dungeon yesterday. Player 2. Me too, but my skill is housewife. Every day, there's a chance you receive a toothbrush, toothpaste, shampoo, laundry soap, and so on. I just got a bar of laundry soap today. Anyone want to trade it in? Lifestyle players are so lucky. If you save up enough, you can exchange it for supplies. I'm so jealous. Player 3. I'm a nutritionist. I just got an Oreo this morning. It's not much, but I'm already very satisfied. Not only the players are envious, but even Yanlan is starting to feel envious. Who can understand the joy of opening blind boxes every day, but she has a sign-in system. By completing designated tasks, she has a chance to receive various supplies and props. It's like a fusion of various professions. Speaking of the sign-in system, she pulled out the reward she received over the past 2 days, a backpack expansion card and an automatic cleaning card. She got the backpack expansion card yesterday. Thinking of the card's origins, Yanlan was momentarily embarrassed. It was really difficult for him. She clicked use, and her backpack expanded from 10 slots to 20. With ample space, she placed the 48 durians, cotton, and upgrade materials crammed into the RV. The thousands of cotton, and which she had stored with Shi Yuanyuan also had room. The RV had its own shower and toilet, but the sewage and feces generated needed to be disposed of on their own. After so many days, she had already noticed a slight odor, and the automatic cleaning card arrived just in time. The automatic cleaning card had 3 uses, and she clicked use it, and the RV was instantly refreshed. The previously cluttered interior was now neatly arranged. The floor was sparkling clean, without a speck of dust. Even the kitchen waste, sewage tank, and black water tank had been cleaned. The entire space even emanated the delicate, fresh scent of daisies. It was indeed an automatic cleaning card, so effective. She carefully placed the card in the secret compartment under the dining table, knowing she had to use the remaining 2 uses quickly. After finishing all that, Shi Yuanyuan was teleported over, and Snowball took the initiative to open the door. He entered, holding a quarter of a rooster, his expression pleading for praise. Here, this is a gift from my cousin. I give you some. Through the bare head of the rooster, Yanlan could vaguely recall its familiar appearance in life. Her lips twitched slightly, and she took it with a smile. Thank you. Come in and sit down. Shi Yuanyuan sat down on the sofa and sniffed. What's that smell? It smells so good. Yanlan smiled. What a coincidence. I also caught a hen yesterday. Let's eat some together later. Shi Yuanyuan jumped up in surprise, and looked at Yanlan suspiciously. What a coincidence. My cousin got durian and pheasant. And you got durian and pheasant too? Yanlan laughed. What a coincidence. Maybe your cousin went to the same dungeon. Same for me? You know, with so many people in the world channel, there's always a certain chance of matching up. Shi Yuanyuan nodded in agreement. That's right, the world is so big. If you had met my cousin, you would have remembered him instantly. He's always the most eye-catching person in the crowd, tall and handsome, a very manly type. Yanlan lowered her head. Ahaha, really? It's a pity we didn't meet. After chatting about her cousin for a while, she turned the topic to the hottest career topics of the moment. Fuck, guess who I saw yesterday while browsing the World Channel? Who? Shi Yuanyuan. That disgusting Sandman anime. A scumbag like him actually got a profession called cigarette dealer. It sounds like he's not a good guy. The mention of Sandman anime brought back bad memories to Yanlan's mind. She frowned and asked, cigarette dealer? Shi Yuanyuan replied, yeah, he was posting about it in the World Channel, attracting quite a few heavy smokers. After that, Shi Yuanyuan showed her the photo, even covering the text, presumably with some unsavory words. I don't know what this secondhand smoke is. I've never seen it before. Yanlan took a closer look. The supplies the professional players in the group received were mostly real-life items, like Oreo cookies, Dio brand soap, and Crest toothbrushes. But this cigarette was something I never seen before. There wasn't even a brand or flavor. It was really strange. Shi Yuanyuan frowned. I can buy it, and have someone research it. There's definitely something fishy going on. Yanlan nodded. Even if there wasn't anything fishy going on, smoking wasn't a good idea. Sure, Yuan added, speaking of which, Jiang Tian is more pleasing to the eye. Although she's a bit pretentious and often sells pirated goods, at least she's providing supplies for the players. Speaking of pirated goods, she had just put sunglasses and clothes on sale at the trading center yesterday, and Jiang Tian immediately started collecting cotton and glass, imitating them incredibly quickly. After sitting for a while, Sure Yuan decided to go to the crafting station to produce supplies. He also happened to have several thousand pieces of wood and cotton stored by Yanlan, which could be made into charcoal and clothes. Wow, so interesting. Put a piece of wood on it, and in 5 seconds, it turns into charcoal. It's like magic, and Sure Yuan is having a blast. He probably finds it novel and keeps busy. Yanlan, who spends almost the entire day at the manufacturing table, like an assembly line worker, is already bored and lets him be. 5 seconds for one piece of charcoal is still too slow. He hopes to get another attribute enhancement card. Sure Yuan produces, and Yanlan sells. Charcoal is always so popular, selling out as soon as it's released. Besides exchanging it for wood and upgrade materials, Yanlan also trades it for a lot of novel items. They were all obtained by players in dungeons, including a rice cooker and a kettle. She still hasn't found the blueprints for the snow chains and car roof umbrella, but she found a professional designer to draw them. To recreate the physical structure, the artist also recruited people with relevant work experience in the World Channel to participate. Everyone who provides useful suggestions or points out errors can get a piece of charcoal, and many people are willing to do this job. Zhu Yuan handed over the finalized blueprints and said, "Please come back to me if you need drawings in the future. I can do a bit of everything from clothes to daily necessities." Yanlan checked the blueprints. The drawings were incredibly detailed, with dimensions for every joint and component clearly marked, a testament to the work of a renowned manufacturer. She replied, "Okay, no problem." Then she paid the full design fee, along with 40 pieces of charcoal and 10 rolls of toilet paper. With the blueprints in hand, Yanlan quickly produced the finished product. After she installed it on the car, the chicken soup, which she had been simmering for hours, was ready. The two of them, along with the spirit, sat down at the dining table. As soon as the lid of the pot was opened, a rich aroma permeated the air, inviting a deep inhale. The pheasant was tender, and the chanterelles were fresh and smooth. The two, combined, created a golden broth with a rich flavor. On this cold winter day, a mouthful of warm chicken soup warmed the stomach and nourished the body. Yanlan also cut a plate of fruit for the table, a balanced combination of meat and vegetables, a nutritious feast. Halfway through her wolf-down meal, Sure Yuan suddenly produced a large bowl of delicious chicken soup, piled high with chicken meat. "Hey, this is what my cousin just gave me. Yanlan, try it, and see how it tastes. My cousin doesn't cook often, but when he does, it's a feast." Yanlan silently glanced at her friend's screen, then guiltily took the soup from Sure Yuan. After taking a sip, her eyes suddenly lit up. It was indeed delicious, but she already had a bowl of the same thing. Chapter 22. On day 7 of the game, with a charcoal fire and plenty of food, the day passed peacefully. On day 8, the temperature dropped to minus 25 degrees Celsius, and the snow on the road was shin-deep. Yanlan, as usual, traded supplies in the morning and drove around searching for treasure chests in the afternoon. To prevent snow blindness, she wore sunglasses and installed tire chains on her RV's tires. The chains were heavy, and the tires squeaking on the snow. But to level up quickly, she had no choice but to drive cautiously. Just as she found a treasure chest and was about to get out to retrieve it, a message alerted her. For some reason, she clicked on it. It was from Zhizhou. "There will be danger soon. Remember to stay in the car, close the doors and windows, gather your supplies, and be ready for action at any time." Yanlan paused as she was about to open the door, her heart racing. Danger? There will be danger. Having spent some time with him, I know he's a steady, reliable person who wouldn't joke about something like this. Knowing the gravity of this matter, Yanlan immediately forwarded the message to the group chat, moved the flower pots and water collector on the balcony indoors, and closed the doors and windows. Although she was highly respected in District H38, this story was unfounded, and many people initially doubted it. "Boss, are you mistaken? I see everything is fine outside." "Yes, it's just snowing quietly outside, nothing unusual." "Do you have any evidence? Show me some proof, and maybe everyone will believe you." Yanlan, "I'm sorry, I don't have any proof, but this information is from a reliable source. Please trust me." "You're kidding." You believe me just because you say you do. Do you think we're all fools? Jiang Tiantian jumped in just in time. That's right. Don't alarm everyone with your alarmist rhetoric. We're running low on supplies, so we have to get out and search the treasure chests. Unlike you just lie there and there are supplies. She had been lying quietly, but when she heard the special quack quack message alert, she suddenly sat up and eagerly opened the game panel. After reading the message, she was dancing with excitement. Haha, but she had found fault with me. She was just thinking about how to intensify the battle when Qin Shengsheng, the guy with the bowl-cut hair, sent a message. This guy is so annoying, always interrupting her at the critical moment. Qin Shengsheng always followed Jiang Tiantian's updates. He always felt that Tiantian and Yanlan had an uncanny chemistry. Every time Yanlan posted, she would immediately jump in. Still puzzled, he sent a private message to Tiantian. Tiantian, did you use the prop card I gave you last time? Who did you set as your special attention? Jiang Tiantian replied quickly. Of course I did. It's you. Qin Shengsheng felt a warm feeling in his heart, but thinking of their tacit understanding, he was still a little unsure. Are you sure you clicked it right? Did you accidentally click Yanlan? Jiang Tiantian said confidently. How could that be? You know she's the one I hate the most. How could I set her as my special attention? She continued to comfort him. Don't worry, I set it as yours, but you never talk or post, so I can't see your messages. Qin Shengsheng thought to himself that this was indeed the case. He rarely spoke in the group and had never posted in the World Channel, so it was normal that Tiantian didn't see it. He felt ashamed of his doubts and apologized. I'm sorry, Tiantian, I just care about you too much. Jiang Tiantian, it's okay. We're still separate. By the way, brother Shengsheng, did you get any durian? I don't know why, but I've been craving durian lately. The thought of durian brings back memories of my life with Mom. Oh, thinking of Mom brings tears to my eyes. Qin Shengsheng said distressedly, Don't be sad, Tiantian. I go make some supplies right away. I'm sure I can get you a whole bag of durian. Thank you, brother Shengsheng. If possible, please send me a few bags. I'm afraid one bag won't be enough. Don't worry. Qin Shengsheng already treated Jiang Tiantian like his girlfriend. If his girlfriend wanted food, he would do whatever it took to get it for her. Jiang Tiantian quickly dealt with Qin Shengsheng and returned to the group to continue fighting. Unexpectedly, the tide turned. The handsome young man she had her eye on, Shi Yuanyuan, actually came to Yanlan's aid. It was infuriating. She was wondering why she couldn't flirt with him. It turned out she had been hooking up with Yanlan all along. Why? She thought she was just as pretty as Yanlan, had a good temper, and in real life, all the boys around her liked her. Her chest heaved with rage, her heart simmering with fury. She ignored Yanlan's warning and casually opened the car window. At that moment, danger erupted. There was a loud bang from the sky, and hailstones came crashing down. The hailstones, as hard as pebbles, slammed into the car like bullets, the crackling and crashing sounds terrifying. And among the numerous ice crystals, some ferocious little monsters were searching for their prey, ramming cars and biting people. Caught off guard, Jiang Tiantian was bitten and screamed in panic. Beep! Hail is coming! Players, please begin the fight. Yanlan, weapon already drawn, glanced around nervously. The car's roof umbrella, deployed in advance, offered protection from the hail, but it didn't hold out for long before a ripping sound of fabric ripped. Without the umbrella's protection, the hail slammed down hard on the roof and the windows, leaving pits and cracks in the roof and the glass. Additionally, there were tiny hail monsters mingling with the hail, uttering strange cries, like mischievous children, and deliberately ramming the car body. The RV rocked back and forth. Yanlan stood inside, struggling to steady herself, watching helplessly as a dent was dented into the wall in front of her. Listening to the clattering noises outside, her face darkened. This couldn't go on. Snowball, you take care of the front, I take care of the back, Yanlan commanded coldly. Chirp! Snowball, receiving the command, immediately rushed forward with its claws bared. It opened a car window and launched an attack on the hail monsters outside. Just as a hail monster tried to squeeze in through the car window, Snowball thrust out a foot and delivered a fierce kick. With a scream of pain, the hail monster was kicked to the ground, its body shattering and dispersing in a stream of snow and water. Yanlan had long suspected its strength, and seeing it handle it with remarkable ease, she returned to the balcony with peace of mind. The balcony connected to the interior of the house through a glass door. This area was large, and the number of monsters gathered there was correspondingly the largest. She raised her frost moon bow, half-pushed the glass door, and launched a desperate counterattack. Using Skill 1, the clustered monsters were stunned. Then, she picked up an arrow and fired it with lightning speed. Skill 2 pierced through, exploding the swarm of monsters, shattering them into tiny shards of ice. Killing a hail monster adds 1, and your balance increases by 10. Killing a hail monster adds 10, and your balance increases by 100. Since there's a balance to be taken, there's no way she'd be lenient. The first wave of hail monsters was launched out onto the balcony. Yinlan took a step forward, firmly holding the intersection between the balcony and the interior. She stood steady, her demeanor composed, bow in both hands, arrows pointed. She stared at the battle ahead, and as soon as the monsters approached, she instantly released the fully drawn bowstring. The arrows pierced the air with a sharp whistling sound, piercing the monsters with pinpoint accuracy. Even though the subsequent arrows lacked skill attributes, she maintained her position with impenetrable force. The scene was intense. As one wave of hail monsters was slain, another followed, like bloodthirsty monsters, refusing to rest until their enemies were slain. Yinlan threw herself into the battle, holding her ground for nearly 2 hours, not allowing the monsters a single opportunity to gain advantage. After her bow and arrows were exhausted, she used a shovel and a stick to keep the hail monsters at bay. But gradually, her strength began to wear thin, and her arms began to ache and swell. If even someone with enhanced physical fitness could handle this, ordinary players would surely have it even harder. Just as she was considering retreating indoors, the hail suddenly ceased, and the monsters flew back into the air. The hailstorm was over. Yinlan waited a moment, watching only snowflakes fall, and all was quiet, like a silent film. She breathed a sigh of relief and returned to the sofa. "Snowball, you're amazing." "Chirp." Snowball jumped for joy at the praise. Seeing Yinlan rubbing her arm with a grimace, he considerately found a towel and dipped it in warm water to apply a warm compress. Yinlan accepted the hot towel and smiled. "How thoughtful. I make you something delicious later." "Chirp." It shook its head vigorously for the first time. Snowball had played a significant role this time. If it hadn't helped guard the front, the car window would have shattered long ago. Killing hail monsters earned bonus points, but Snowball's kills didn't count against her. Yinlan checked and saw her personal balance had increased from 50,000 to 60,000, a small gain. They had defended well, and the car was only slightly impacted, with no significant impact. But the others weren't so lucky. "What should I do? There's a huge hole in my window, and the cold wind is blowing. I feel like I'm freezing." "Me too, but I used a piece of cloth to block it out, which is a bit of a break." "Holy crap. Are they made of steel? Even a tough off-road vehicle could get a hole in it." "You're lucky. My tire is flat. Does anyone have a repair kit?" "Urgent. Very urgent. A hail monster got into my car and took all my food." "Oh my god. What am I going to eat next?" "What? I'm fine. I followed Boss Yan's advice and packed all the important supplies into my backpack. Aside from the car leaking, there's no major damage. Thanks to Yinlan for reminding us, otherwise we wouldn't be prepared at all." "Yes, you're worthy of being a boss." Amidst the complaints, Jiang Tiantian's words stood out. "I got a bite on my hand, and it's bleeding. Does anyone have any hemostatics or painkillers?" Yinlan couldn't help but chuckle. Her kind words hadn't been taken seriously, and now she had to bear the consequences. After being bitten, Jiang Tiantian retreated into the car and quickly rolled down the window. Faceted by the relentless attacks of the hail monsters, she was terrified and could only cower in the car, refusing to move. After 2 hours of trepidation, the monsters finally dispersed, but the SUV was battered to pieces, even the tires shattered. Even more dangerous was the wound on her hand. She bandaged it with several strips of cloth, but the bleeding wouldn't stop. Her body was suffering, and she needed hemostatics. The Jin gang had asked her to go through the formalities at this critical moment. Even going through the formalities when she was about to die, how pedantic, that Qin Shengsheng was also a consumptive. He normally wouldn't communicate with anyone, and even when she was dying, he didn't dare to speak up. It was truly fucked up, meeting these useless men. She had no choice but to beg for help in groups and forums. Chapter 23. Yinlan rested for a moment before exiting the RV. As the hail monsters were shattered, she vaguely saw some drop supplies. Snowball followed closely behind, his furry body bouncing happily in the snow like a white yo-yo. A spirit born of ice and snow, it possessed a natural affinity for the elements. Though the hail monsters had been reduced to a puddle, traces of their ferocious movements remained on the snow. The RV had always been parked in the same spot, and the drop supplies were concentrated there, making them easy to find. Sure enough, after taking a few steps, she spotted a black object lying in the snow ahead. Before she could even get close, the sharp-eyed Snowball rushed forward to retrieve it for her. Seeing her injured arm, Snowball became much more obedient and sensible, often taking the lead in many things. Her impatience made her smile. The little elf was probably worried that her broken hand wouldn't allow her to make food for him. Yanlan opened the black plastic packaging and found a pair of black leather gloves with a fleece lining, making them very warm. She took a photo and posted it to the group chat. Defeat the hail monsters, and you find supplies. Everyone, remember to pick them up. The players, having experienced the sudden attack, were shivering in their cars, not daring to venture out. Seeing Yanlan's message, their chilled hearts finally warmed. Player 1, really? I remember killing several. I need to go check them out before I get buried in the snow. Player 2, I was hiding in the car the whole time and didn't dare to take action. I didn't get anything. What a shame. Player 3, this is all your fault. Didn't the boss tell us to be prepared for the battle? I was thoroughly prepared. Thinking hailstones are afraid of fire, I made a fire stick. Sure enough, they didn't dare come near, and I was lucky enough to kill a few. Enough said, I need to quickly look for any drop supplies. Player 4, damn, you're so smart. Player 3, oh, I just kept them away. Unlike the big guys, I probably killed a lot of them. Player 4, I regret it now. I should have gone hailstorm hunting earlier. Player 1 returned quickly with good news, haha. There really were drop supplies. 5 units of gasoline. Thanks, Mr. Yin, for the heads up. Me too. I got a white flour bun, but it's been sitting in the snow for too long and it's a little cold. Give it to me, if you're not willing to give it to me. I'm not. You wish. Seeing that all the players had received this message, Yanlan turned to carefully searching for supplies. Other players avoided the hail monsters whenever possible, but she took the initiative and, with Snowball's powerful fighting ability, she killed countless monsters. She carried a large pile of supplies back to the car and placed them on the table. With her hands free, she took off her gloves and warmed them over the charcoal fire. Once her palms were warm, she began to inventory the supplies. Metal, rubber, and glass were common items, and she had found 10 electronic components alone. Most of the food was steamed buns and bread, with occasional. She placed snacks like melon seeds, peanuts, and spicy noodles in a wooden wicker basket on the dining table. Of particular note, she obtained 10 car repair cards. Hail monsters specifically target cars, leaving most players' cars in tatters. The repair cards they drop after defeating them barely compensate. Car repair cards require materials. Her car had a large crack in the window, several dents, and what appeared to be a slight tire leak, but the damage wasn't severe compared to other players, so she only spent 20 metal and 10 glass. With a click of the item card, the entire RV was bathed in a warm white light. As the light faded, the RV looked brand new. Not only had the cracked glass been repaired, but even the tires were fully inflated. At this moment, a friend sent her a message. After what had just happened, she took every message extremely seriously and immediately opened the friend list. Sure, Yuan and Yuan Zhou sent messages simultaneously, both with the same question. Sure, Yuan, Yanlan, do you have any hemostatics? I'm injured fighting monsters, and the bleeding won't stop. Yuan Zhou, Yanlan, do you have any hemostatics? I've got an old wound that's ruptured, and the bleeding won't stop. Yanlan, not wanting to be careless, quickly created a small group with the others and added Luowan. At Luowan, do you have any hemostatics? 2 of my friends are injured and bleeding, and I'd like to ask for your help. The herbal remedies Luowan had given her during the dungeon were quite good. Besides being a Chinese medicine practitioner in real life, he had recently acquired the pharmacist profession in the game, so he must have quite a few medicines on hand. The other party replied quickly, sending 2 hemostatic pills to the group chat without further ado. Yes, everyone, use them quickly. If the bleeding still doesn't stop, please let me know. Half a minute later, Sure Yuan and Yuan Zhou both sent messages of thanks. Thank you, this ointment is great, it stopped the bleeding. What's the price? No charge. Since you're Yanlan's friends, you're my friends too. Friends should help each other. Sure Yuan was very friendly. How can I be so polite? Yuan Zhou, on the other hand, was very sincere and presented a gift package directly to Luo when in the group chat. Thank you. Please accept this, or I feel bad. Seeing this, Sure Yuan offered a gift of equal value. Luo truly wanted to help them. These were made from herbs she gathered. Besides the time it took, they weren't worth much. More importantly, they were Yanlan's friends. Luo didn't understand Yuan Zhou and Shi Yuan's personalities, but Yanlan knew them well enough and tried to persuade her. Just accept them. We might need your help later. Luo helplessly replied, okay, thank you all. Yanlan, I have 9 car repair cards left. Do you need any? No, I got several from killing hail monsters. I just traded them with a player for women, but thank you anyway, Yanlan. Yanlan nodded. If you don't need them, I put them up for sale in the trading center. Yes. Shi Yuan was bandaging his bleeding arm, still suspicious of today's sudden turn of events. He couldn't help but ask Yanlan, how did you know there would be danger today? Huh? Yanlan blinked, then replied calmly, someone told me. Shi Yuan, I see. When you sent that message to the group chat, I was shocked, wondering if you made a mistake. But then my cousin sent the same message right afterward, and he's a stickler for boasting, so I was convinced. Yanlan, that's a coincidence. A friend I knew told me. Yuan Zhou, anyway, everyone was prepared, so no one was hurt. Shi Yuan, although no one was hurt, all the windows in my car were cracked. All of them. The slight consolation is that I got some supplies after killing the hail monsters, which is kind of compensation. However, repairing the car cost me a lot of materials, so I have to slow down my upgrades. Yuan Zhou simply started chatting with him. What level? Small RV level 4. Yuan Zhou chuckled, his sarcasm flaring. Oh! You're still only off-road level 3. I thought you already reached RV level 4. Are you being sarcastic? No, you're just being petty. Shi Yuan frowned. His intuition couldn't be wrong. I'm petty? You're just being intentional, aren't you? Pie! Hey, dung beetle, Shi Yuan retorted defiantly. Tomboy. What had been a peaceful healing group suddenly took a turn. 2 injured members of the group began arguing and engaging in personal attacks. Luo didn't know what to do, and frantically tried to mediate. Everyone, stop arguing. We're all friends. Harmony brings wealth. Harmony brings wealth. Yuan Zhou and Shi Yuan said in unison, who's friends with him? The small group chat was abuzz with noise and bustle, while Yanlan, the culprit who had brought the 2 enemies together, was chatting with someone else. Hello, I really want to thank you today. If you hadn't warned me in time, I would have damaged a lot of supplies. Jizhou, it's all a small matter. Yanlan asked casually, by the way, how did you know about the danger today? Precognition. I accidentally acquired the danger prediction skill. Yanlan was stunned. Was there such an amazing skill? Everyone was either getting skill cards or professions. If she hadn't had the sign-in system, she would have been lost to the crowd long ago. A strong sense of crisis arose within her, and she immediately stood up from her seat and squatted. Snowball had been quietly eating dinner when the figure across from him suddenly stood up, nearly startling him. Seeing his young master simply squat, he waved his hand and continued eating, clutching a large bowl. For car trading cards were placed on the shelf, and as soon as they were added, a player contacted him. Wangda couldn't count how many times he had visited Yanlan's trading backstage. He had suffered from rhinitis since childhood and was in delicate condition, so he had to use only the best charcoal and toilet paper. He couldn't stockpile much at once, so he had to be frugal and grab supplies as needed. This time, he wasn't trading for charcoal or toilet paper, but for car repair cards. Like most people, he wasn't very good at fighting. He had been hiding in his car during the hail monster attack. Although he wasn't injured, the car was nearly totaled. The windows were covered with cloth, but it couldn't withstand the fierce wind and freezing temperatures. Shivering with cold, he finally made up his mind and contacted Yanlan. Luckily, Yanlan had one last car repair card left. He couldn't wait to send a message. Hello, how much are the car repair cards? Yanlan, electronic components X20. Electronic components, 20 more. Wang Da's first instinct was to refuse. Electronic components are extremely scarce. If he gave them away, he wouldn't know when he even upgrade, and if he didn't, his life might be in danger. He was deeply troubled, secretly hoping, can I trade it for something else? The other party was unusually aloof. For example? Wangda thought for a moment, and listed a few things the other party might be interested in. A box of chocolates, a box of face cream. Chocolate is filling, and face cream protects your face from frostbite in winter, both of which are very attractive to women. But in the end, he was disappointed. Yanlan refused without a second thought. His eyes drooped. Of course, these supplies, precious to ordinary people, were a piece of cake for the big boss. He had no choice but to give up the 20 electronic components. After getting the repair cards, he spent some more repair materials, and his backpack was once again empty. He took a final look at the group chat. Everyone was having a rough time. Some were having air leaks, some were having flat tires, and all sorts of other bizarre problems. He sighed deeply. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Chapter 24. Waking up early has become a habit. Yinlan rises on time and swiftly completes the entire routine: sign in, exercise, wash, and eat breakfast. The sign-in tasks have been quite simple these past few days, but the rewards have been mediocre. Sometimes, she misses those bizarre quests the system assigns. At least the rewards are generous. Today is the 9th day in the iceberg snowfield map. The temperature has dropped to minus 30 degrees Celsius, and the snow on the road is knee-deep. Walking on it feels like being dwarfed, a comical sight. The continued low temperatures have had a noticeable impact. Driving is difficult, treasure chests are scarce, charcoal is in short supply, and there have been casualties. After yesterday's hailstorm, players suffered heavy losses. Overnight, H38 Zone lost dozens more players, leaving only 9,600 players. The chat group has become active again. Whenever there's a significant drop in players, some players will spontaneously organize to discuss and learn from their experiences. Yinlan didn't participate. She had more important things to do: level up. Yes, after 6 days of hard work, it's finally time to upgrade. Does it cost 1,000 glass, 1,000 metal, 1,000 rubber, and 200 electronic components? Yes. After a familiar flash of white light, the RV beneath her feet transformed. Current level: medium RV LV5. Next level upgrade requirements: 5,000 glass, 5,000 metal, 5,000 rubber, and 2,000 electronic components. What surprised her most was the RV's size. Previously, it looked small at only 1.7 by 5 square meters, but now it had expanded several times, measuring approximately 3 by 10 meters. This highway has 50 lanes, and at 3.5 meters per lane, it's about 175 meters wide. While her RV is considerably larger than in real life, this is a game world, so its width is insignificant. The driver's seat has been expanded from a 2-seater to a 4-seater, and the interior is accessible by simply opening the curtain. The bed on the large roof remains, and a skylight has been added. On clear nights, you might even be able to see the stars. The interior layout remains the same, with the addition of a bedroom. The bedroom, located behind the bathroom, is 8 square meters and contains a 2 by 2.2 meter bed, perfect for resting when you don't feel like crawling into bed. The RV's performance has also been improved, with significantly thicker glass and 6 wheels instead of 4. Yinlan took a look around, and was very satisfied. The RV had more room to move around, making life less stressful. News of the upgrade quickly spread throughout the group. After spending more than 10 days together, everyone used her as a role model. Boss Yin, how many materials are needed for the next level upgrade? Yinlan reported truthfully. Fuck, so many. My backpack can only hold 1,000 per slot. 5,000 of each material won't fit in my backpack. I might as well just sit there and do nothing. Do you have the ambition? You can save up some. That's easy to say. Yesterday, I spent 100 on car repairs and another 30 on snow chains. There's no way I can save up. That's right. It's easier to spend money than to make money. Yesterday's raid caused a sudden drop in supplies. This demand has fueled everyone's enthusiasm for treasure chest hunting, leading to a surge in sales of snow chains, umbrellas, and sunglasses. Producing one snow chain requires 10 metals, and she sells them at twice their useful value. This chain can be used for a long time, and can be broken down into metal when not in use, so it's a good price. Driving the upgraded RV feels different than the original, and Snowball is incredibly excited. It's round and plump, so there aren't any sunglasses that fit it, so Yinlan made 2 strips of cloth to tie around it to protect its eyes from the strong radiation. She produces supplies indoors. Charcoal remains her primary product, and she produces dozens of other items, replenishing them as they sell. When there aren't any customers, she browses other people's trading centers to see if they need anything. Recently, a group of players in Zone H38 have acquired professions, offering a wealth of finds. Xie Yuan is one of them, but his profession is a bit of a no-brainer: librarian. Others are nutritionists, pharmacists, or at least housewives, but he's a useless librarian. In real life, being an administrator might be a stable job, but in a dehumanizing survival game, it's practically useless. Every day, he had a 50% chance of receiving a book. On the first day, it was a magazine, on the second day, nothing, on the third, a comic book, and today, a chemistry textbook. Magazines and comics were fine. They were a bit entertaining. But what the hell was this chemistry textbook? It was outrageous. There was no point in keeping it, so he just put it up for sale, hoping someone would buy it and get some supplies. But after so many days, nothing had come of it except a few ha-has from passers-by. But today, there was a private message. Xie Yuan assumed it was just another casual order, not holding out hope at all. He replied languidly, "Please let me know if you need it." "You want all 4? How much do you want?" Xie Yuan's half-closed eyes suddenly fluttered open, staring at the familiar name and asking, "Really?" "Yes, how much do you want?" "Xie Yuan, just charcoal. Give as much as you like." He knew Yanlan had the most charcoal. Yanlan, pondering the reply, was being asked, "How about giving as much as you like? Too much and you'd be at a disadvantage, too little, and you'd be in trouble." It was truly a test. "How about 15 charcoal?" Xie Yuan was almost incredulous. Something that had previously been unsold was now being sold for 15 charcoal pieces. Charcoal was a rare commodity, so hard to come by that you couldn't even snatch it up. The other party quickly returned the 15 charcoal pieces. Xie Yuan's mouth widened, revealing his 8 large teeth, and he quickly clicked confirm as if he was in a hurry. Haha, it seems his profession isn't completely useless after all. Yanlan received the chemistry book, flipped through it, and handed it to Shi Yuan. "Last time you said you were looking for someone to research the cigarettes sold by the Sand people. I wonder if this helps you." "Shi Yuan, I don't know much about it, but it should be relevant. I pass it on to him." Yanlan, "Okay, good. Thank you for your hard work." Shi Yuan, "Well, I'm not happy with that Sha guy either." Then he sent another message. "I also upgraded today. I have a small RV like yours. It's a far cry from my real-life mansion, but there's something special about things you've earned through hard work." Yanlan smiled, full of respect. He had suddenly gone from a pampered rich second generation to a hard-working survivor who had to do everything himself. Not everyone could handle that kind of shock. But he pulled through, and not only did he pull through, he was living well. I had offered to lend him materials for an upgrade, but he refused. He felt he could live well in an off-road vehicle, and that once people start to burden others, it becomes a habit. His cousin had taught him to strive for the best in things he could do himself. Speaking of his cousin, Shi Yuan was full of flattery. "My cousin is so handsome, you really don't want to see his picture?" Yanlan was momentarily unsure how to respond and found an excuse to escape. Just after leveling up, the system had also gifted her a diamond treasure chest. According to current understanding, treasure chests have 4 levels: bronze, silver, gold, and diamond. Diamond was the highest level she ever received, and it was unknown if there were higher levels. However, the last time she got a diamond treasure chest, it yielded a magical flower pot that bore fruit every day. This time, she still had no idea what treasure she'd find. She opened it with reverent care. Inside, she found a palm-sized, metal, fan-shaped fragment with a ripple pattern. She looked around but couldn't figure out what it was, so she took a photo and posted it to the small group she created yesterday. Shi Yuan had named it, "Get Rich Together. Level Up Reward. Do you know what this is?" Yuan Zhou, "I don't know." Luowen, "I can't tell." Shi Yuan, "It must be a treasure." Nonsense. If she could send emojis, Yuan Zhou would have wanted to roll his eyes. Shi Yuan, "I'm sorry, I've offended you again. But I have a solution." Yanlan's eyes lit up. "What solution?" Shi Yuan didn't reply, but a dozen seconds later, a system notification appeared in the group chat. Ji Zhou had been added to the chat by Shi Yuan. Yanlan couldn't help but twitch her lips. So that was the solution he was talking about. Shi Yuan, acting like a master, took the initiative and introduced, "This is my cousin. You can call him Ji Zhou. He's also won the title of leading car owner several times in a row." "Cousin, do you know what this fragment is?" Yanlan stared intently, for some reason, feeling as if he would definitely know. "Ji Zhou, I don't know." Yanlan's chest tightened, a bit embarrassed. But he added, "But I have an identical fragment. These 2 fragments can be put together. Once you gather the remaining fragments, the answer will be revealed." Yanlan immediately perked up and clicked on the picture Ji Zhou had sent to enlarge it. It was indeed an exact match for her own fragment. She placed her fragment on the picture. It matched perfectly, even the ripples on it aligned perfectly. Her fragment and Jizhou's fragment formed a larger sector, forming 2/5 of a circle. This meant that as she gathered 3 more fragments, she would know what this fragment was. She began to look forward to it. Yinlan gathered the debris and went to the balcony to pick fruit. The upgraded balcony was 3 meters long and 2 meters wide, making it plenty spacious even with the flower pots and water collector. There was also a screen net on the balcony to prevent objects from entering the RV. The net could be retracted and opened freely. When not in use, just press a button on the balcony, which was very convenient. The flower pots now contained 3 plants: tangerines, apples, and mushrooms. She also had durian seeds, but the pots were too small to accommodate the extra plants. Sighing, Yinlan began to pick fruit. This time, the harvest was the most abundant yet: 12 tangerines, 15 apples, and even a full basket of mushrooms. Combined with the previous day's harvest, there was no way she and Xueqiu could finish all the food, so she gave some away. Sure, Yuan, Yuanzhou, and Luo Wen each received 4 pieces of fruit and 10 mushrooms. Jizhou had helped her a few days ago, so he gave him double the amount. Soon, Jizhou sent a thank you text. Thank you for the fruit and mushrooms. Is there anything you like? Yinlan thought for a moment. She had everything she needed. Not yet. Okay, if you need anything, tell me, and I definitely get it for you. Yinlan's face flushed, and for a moment, she didn't know how to respond. As she was lost in thought, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her abdomen, and cold sweat began to break out on her forehead. Chapter 25. A sudden, sharp pain in her abdomen sent her convulsing, and she crouched on the ground. Yinlan hadn't expected that even in the game world, with all her physical indicators digitized, her monthly period hadn't yet disappeared. It was minus 30 degrees Celsius outside, and with the wind, she didn't dare stay any longer and went inside, basket in hand. Every period was accompanied by a dull pain, but today was especially intense, like her internal organs being churned by a hand, perhaps due to the inclement weather. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead, her lips began to turn pale, and her lower body felt sticky and uncomfortable. There were no sanitary pads here, and she couldn't find a replacement. Just as she was feeling melancholy, she found a sanitary napkin blueprint she had received long ago in her backpack. She hadn't used it in so long that she almost forgotten about it. She only made some jackets and underwear from the 10,000 cotton balls she purchased, so she still had plenty left, perfect for this purpose. She placed the blueprint on the workbench and a cotton ball, and 5 seconds later, a fully packaged sanitary napkin appeared on the table. Yinlan immediately grabbed a change of underwear and went to the bathroom. The sanitary napkin was made of pure cotton, with 2 small wings. It was light, breathable, and very comfortable. After changing, she said goodbye to Snowball and went back to her bedroom to lie down. She had collected a lot of cotton a few days ago, and even made herself a thick cotton quilt. She covered herself with the warm quilt and cradled a hand warmer in her arms. The heat was transferred to her, and she felt the pain in her stomach ease slightly. After a while, Snowball parked the car and flew into the bedroom with a cup of hot water. Seeing her lying on the bed with her eyes closed, he gently put the cup down and flew out. When her period came, she became very pretentious. She stayed in bed from that afternoon until the next day. Feeling much better after a night's rest, Yinlan got up, washed, and changed into a clean sanitary pad. I have to say these sanitary pads are excellent quality, comfortable, and practical. They don't even feel like they're on top of your underwear. Yesterday, due to her stomach aches, she only made 2, and now that they're all gone, she's starting to make more on the crafting table. 1 sanitary pad requires 1 cotton ball. She had a few thousand cotton balls left from the 10,000 she collected earlier, so she made all of them into sanitary pads, and put them on the trading platform. She has girl problems, and other female players probably do too. The advantage of being famous is that you don't need to advertise. The news spreads naturally, and female players flock to her. Boss Yin, I need to exchange for sanitary pads. 10, not 20. Yinlan could see the player's excitement and eagerness through the text. She smiled and replied, okay, I mainly trade in wood, cotton, and upgrade materials. Everything else depends on the situation. Wood and cotton are 2 major consumables that need to be replenished constantly. Yesterday's upgrades had almost wiped out all the materials. How much cotton do you get for a piece? Yinlan, 5 cotton pieces for a piece. I happen to have cotton, but I don't have enough. Can I use something else? I have fresh vegetables. She swallowed. It had been ages since she had fresh vegetables. What vegetables? The female player replied, lettuce. I planted several in a flower pot, and I'm ready to harvest them today. Yinlan's eyes lit up. You have a flower pot too? The female player was puzzled. Isn't that common? I made a simple wooden pot myself, using soil I dug up during a dungeon quest. Many players do the same thing. It's just that everyone's vegetables mature at different times, and mine just happened to grow faster. Yinlan was a little disappointed, having expected another magical flower pot, but also somewhat relieved. Everyone had figured out a lot of survival tips that would greatly benefit the entire zone. 1 head of lettuce can be exchanged for 10 sanitary pads, but I want it with the roots. Haha, I understand, the female player said, surprised by the exchange rate, but also expected. The food in this game is all packaged, with almost no fresh food available. Lettuce grows in normal soil, has a long growth cycle, and yields little, so exchanging it for 10 sanitary pads is a no-brainer. Back in the dungeon, she come across a few heads of lettuce and dug them out, roots and soil included. It took a lot of effort to dig the soil, but now it felt like it was worth it. The female player looked at the thriving lettuce with a fondness, then scooped a bucket of melted snow water from the bucket and carefully poured it over the head. The transaction was complete, and the head of lettuce with the roots appeared before Yinlan. This female player was quite skilled at growing lettuce. Even in the cold winter, the lettuce grew lush and vibrant, without a single rotten leaf. She took the lettuce indoors to the kitchen counter, took out a knife, and cut it just above the root. She put the leaves in the refrigerator and planted the roots in a pot on the balcony. The 1-meter diameter pot held a tangerine, an apple tree, and a few small mushrooms, leaving no room for extra. She had no choice but to remove 2 mushrooms and replace them with lettuce. Just after planting, a female player named Sunflower arrived. Boss Yin, I have rice, flour, grain, and oil. How can I exchange them? Yinlan thought the player's name sounded familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere before, but her doubts were drawn to the rice, flour, grain, and oil that came with it. What specifications? Sunflower, 1 pound of rice, 1 bag of salt, 250 milliliters of rapeseed oil. These are all top-notch items. Treasure chests usually drop food like steamed buns, steamed bread, and bread. The best ones are instant noodles and boxed lunches. Almost everything is ready-made. I've never found anything like this before. The food is good, but the quantity is too small. Yinlan asked, can you give me more rice? 1 pound isn't enough. Based on Snowball's appetite, 1 pound of rice would last him 2 meals. Sunflower, my profession only has a 50% chance of dropping 1 item each day, so that's all I have. But I trade with you first if I get any new ones. Another player with a profession, she had to admit, she was a little envious. Okay, 1 supply for 20 sanitary pads. Sunflower agreed without hesitation. Okay. Sunflower received 60 sanitary pads, and immediately split them into 2, and sent them to their Lu Xiokui, come on, group, excitedly saying, I actually got 60. We each get 20. Zhang Xiaoxiao, wow. These sanitary pads are really good quality. I love them. Lu Zilin, I was told that Boss Yan's deal was a good one. Sunflower, yes. The quality is incredible. Next time we have stock, we contact her in advance. Yinlan placed the rice, flour, grain, and oil she received on the shelf next to the stove. She no longer had to worry about running out of seasonings when cooking. The next person was a boy, speaking haltingly, and he looked very familiar. She flipped through the chat history, saw the name, smiled, and deliberately increased the price to sell it. Based on the consumption of at least 3 tablets a day, 15 tablets are needed for 1 period. Half of the girls are from the H38 area. Although several thousand tablets may seem like a large quantity, in fact, only a few hundred people sold them, and the stock was quickly sold out. After completing the transaction, Yinlan stretched, remembering that she hadn't completed her check-in task for today. System, check in. Please trick the first opposite-sex friend on your list into saying, fuck, this task is getting difficult. Yinlan patted her chest, feeling no guilt at all. She remembered that the first person on her list was Shi Yuan. If it was him, she wouldn't have any psychological burden. As soon as she clicked into the friend's screen, a message suddenly popped up. Her eyes blurred, and she felt like fainting. Looking at the profile picture pinned to the top, she felt a bit overwhelmed. Jizhou, are you there? Are you there? It was the first time Yinlan had seen him so anxious, and she couldn't help but ask, yes, what's going on? Jizhou, there will be a new game task tomorrow. Be prepared. Last time, Jizhou said he had precognitive abilities, so he must have foreseen this as well. She pondered, is it a dungeon or a monster attack? Ji Zhou was very honest. I don't know. I just know it's not dangerous. It's both a challenge and an opportunity. So what preparations do I need? Yeah, get the gas ready. That's all I have. Thank you for coming all the way to tell me. Of course, it's a win-win situation. The conversation should have ended there, but Yinlan thought for a moment before tentatively asking, by the way, you said last time that I'd tell you anything I wanted, right? The other person didn't hesitate. Yes. Yinlan gritted her teeth. Then I want milk tea. No taro paste, no milk tea. Ji Zhou was stunned by Yinlan's words. No taro paste, no milk tea. So what do you want? Yinlan, I don't care. I don't want taro paste or milk tea. As if to remind him, Yinlan repeated, I want milk tea, not taro paste or milk tea. This tone was completely different from her usual one, even tinged with a hint of coquettishness. Ji Zhou was completely confused and asked again, do you want milk tea with toppings or without? Or are you completing a mission? I don't understand. Can you be more obvious? More obvious? All she needed was the answer. After all he said, the man still didn't understand. Yinlan was almost impressed, and took a deep breath. From the sudden appearance of the message, she had guessed that today's mission was definitely unachievable. It turned out to be true. It was a shame for the prize. It should have been quite generous. Thinking it through, she simply gave up. It's okay. I don't want it. Ji Zhou's mouth parted slightly. His words stuck in his throat. He carefully read Yinlan's request again, still not understanding what she wanted. There hadn't been any messages from that person in ages. They must have closed the chat panel. Ji Zhou frowned, pondering for a long moment before finally unable to resist, and clicking on his cousin's profile picture. I want milk tea. Sure, Yuan nearly poked his eyes out when he saw his cousin's message. He hadn't seen it wrong. His cousin, who always seemed to be indifferent to worldly matters, actually wanted milk tea. If it were real life, he could pack him a cup, but this was a game. It was truly torturous. Before, he let her drink the milk tea and refused it, and now, when it was gone, she was begging him for it. He was truly convinced. Sure, Yuan rolled his eyes, and picked up the cup beside him. Speaking of milk tea, he was also feeling a bit craving for it. No milk tea, but cousin, don't you never drink milk tea? I don't care, I want milk tea. No taro paste, no milk tea. Sure, Yuan's mouth nearly burst with water. He hurriedly wiped the dampness from the corner of his mouth and asked tremblingly, no taro paste, no milk tea. Ji Zhou focused his attention and came. Yes, no taro paste, no milk tea. Guess what I want. Sure, Yuan chuckled. Are you serious? Ji Zhou's face flickered with anticipation. Really? Just guess what I want. Sure, Yuan rubbed the goose bumps on his arms. You want kisses? Yup, so disgusting. No, cousin, what are you doing? Do you really want milk tea, or is someone trying to trick you? He was startled. Did a girl try to trick you? Tell me who it was. Who was it? You want kisses? Kiss? A false scenario played out in his mind, and Ji Zhou's expression suddenly grew awkward. The answer turned out to be this. Chapter 26. Check-in successful. Obtain skill card X1. Skill card? Yinlan's spirits perked up, and she eagerly retrieved the card floating in midair. Skill card, Magnify. The properties of the magnified object remain unchanged, with the same physical and chemical structure. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Then the skill card vanished, transforming into a golden light and merging into her body, its usage techniques fully revealed in her mind. So this was a skill. Just like Ji Zhou's prediction, each player's profession had a similar function. She couldn't wait to try it out. Skills had a 24-hour cooldown, so she had to choose the most important one. This RV could only be upgraded honestly. Skills and function cards had no effect on it. Besides the RV, the most pressing item was probably the magical flower pot. She had always complained that the flower pot was too small for planting, and now her wish could finally come true. She hurried to the balcony. She scooped a handful of soil from the flower pot and pushed down with her palm. A brilliant white light instantly enveloped the soil, and the skill began to activate. It was the soil within the flower pot, not the flower pot itself, that had the effect of promoting growth, so there was no need to enlarge the entire flower pot. She could feel the power within her continuously flowing into the sudden burst. As the last bit of the skill dried up, she exhaled and lowered her palm. To accommodate the soil, she went to the manufacturing table and produced a large rubber flower pot. Previously around 1 meter diameter, it was now a rectangular 1 meter wide and 1.5 meters long, perfectly fitting the balcony. The enlargement skill had a weaker effect on items with special properties, but she was quite satisfied. Over time, she would eventually gain more and more. She then took out a leftover durian seed, dug a hole, and buried it, using a nearby water collector to water it. Durians have a longer growth cycle than apples and tangerines, so it would probably take a few days longer to bear fruit. After planting the durian, she hummed a song as she returned indoors. The weather outside was so cold that she didn't want to go out unless absolutely necessary. There was no air conditioning inside, but there were 3 charcoal basins, each holding 4 or 5 pieces of charcoal, the fires burning red hot. Yanlan immediately began producing charcoal on the crafting table. Daily demand for charcoal exceeded supply, and she was practically watched by the players as she sat at the crafting table. Due to the heavy consumption of the past few days, the wood inventory had dwindled significantly, and the same predicament as before was slowly returning. Many players had died in their sleep from the cold. After producing 1,000 pieces of charcoal, the RV came to a steady stop. She knew this meant she had discovered a treasure chest. Sure enough, a snowball flew from the driver's seat and landed on her shoulder. She donned leather gloves and a thick woolen hat, opened the car door, and headed out to play in the snow. The wind was biting, and a snowflake accidentally drifted onto her face, sending a sharp shiver down her spine. She struggled to free her foot from the snow, shook off the clinging snow, and took the next heavy step. Walking through the icy snow, each step felt like walking on marshmallows, soft and weak, incredibly difficult. The dozens of meters took her several times longer than usual. She picked up the treasure chest she had pierced through the snow and stumbled back. Just then, a massive creature rose from behind her. It was white except for a ring of black hair around its eyes. It was silent, its fierce eyes fixed on the struggling human. It raised its massive paw, ready to strike Yanlan on the back. Yanlan was completely oblivious. A little elf playing in the snow not far away, chuckling, turned and was about to throw it at her, only to be caught off guard by the massive beast. Snowball's eyes widened, and he let out a heartbreaking cry. Squeak! Yanlan's heart sank. Just before the bear's paw was about to shatter her skull, she dodged the fatal blow with a deft roll. When she stood up, she already held an icy, deep blue bough. The bear's paw slammed into the snowflake, the impact so powerful that it dented the thick snow. Ding! Triggering the snow monster, polar bear, HP 1000. Having missed its prey, the polar bear roared, its voice resonating through the sky and even causing the snowflakes to tremble. Yanlan had already calmed herself down and unleashed 4 arrows in quick succession. The arrows were cold and made a sharp, whistling sound. Skill 1. Stun, briefly freezing the enemy. Skill 2. Pierce, dealing fatal damage to enemies at range. After the 4 special arrows, ordinary arrows were fired one after another, lightning fast and extremely powerful. By the time the polar bear's stun ended, its health had dropped by 500. Ouch! The polar bear angrily slapped its chest with its paws, seemingly confused as to how it had lost half its life in a moment of hesitation. It opened its bloody mouth and lunged at its prey. Yanlan's gaze was determined, watching the polar bear's every move. She always managed to nimbly turn and escape its clutches a second before the bear struck. At the same time, several arrows were fired, shooting straight at the polar bear. Snowball also used his strength to kick the polar bear left and right, distracting her. Health 400. Health 20. The last arrow, piercing the polar bear's chest with a sharp thrust. Health 0. The massive body collapsed with a clang. Yanlan breathed a sigh of relief and walked towards the polar bear. Once the polar bear was dead, a pile of supplies appeared on the ground. Yanlan clicked to pick up the items, and they all appeared in her backpack. They couldn't stay outside for long, so she and Snowball quickly retrieved the arrows they had shot and returned to the RV. The door was closed tightly, keeping out the biting wind. Yanlan removed her gloves and warmed her hands over the brazier. Snowball went to the sink and washed 2 apples, giving one to Yanlan and popping the other into his mouth. He chewed them with a crunching sound, sounding incredibly good. Yanlan glanced at him lovingly before turning to open the treasure chest. Yesterday afternoon, I was on my period and didn't open my mouth. Including what I found today, I've accumulated a total of 5 treasure chests, 1 gold chest, 2 silver chests, and 2 bronze chests. Adding the drops from the polar bears, I've gained quite a bit today. Killing the polar bears yielded 4 bear paws, 1 bear gallbladder, and 4 bear meat. Bear paws and gallbladders can be used to make medicine, so she gave them to Luowin, asking her to help make a tonic potion. A piece of bear meat weighed 2 pounds, but since she didn't like eating it, She put it all up at the trading center and sold it to those in need. Aside from that, there was a bag of white items that particularly caught my eye. Yinlan held it in her palm. It was wrapped in a white plastic bag. Inside were chunks of a white, gelatinous substance, a bit like rock candy. Flipping the bag over, she saw the words written in large letters, Snow Melting Agent. It was actually Snow Melting Agent. The bag had instructions stating that one snowmelt can melt a 3x 100 meter square of snow. This one bag was enough to melt almost the entire 100-kilometer stretch of snow ahead. Thinking of tomorrow's mission, she had an idea. Then she began opening treasure chests one by one. The heavy snow had severely hampered her search for supplies, and she had only found 5 treasure chests in the day and a half, less than half of what she usually finds. She obtained 5 metals, 5 rubbers, 5 glass, 2 electronic components, 5 purple rice bread, 5 meat buns, 2 bananas, and 1 small fan. She put all the upgrade materials into her backpack. The backpack had been expanded from 10 to 20 slots, so she could store them however she wanted. As for the purple rice bread and meat buns, they seemed delicious at first, but after eating them for over 10 days, she felt like vomiting. She better save them for a few days and eat rice to help with the greasy feeling. The banana was another fruit that hadn't appeared. Yinlan immediately picked one up and started eating it. This banana had a thin skin and thick flesh, and was sweet, soft, and delicious. The only drawback is that bananas reproduce asexually, so there are no seeds for her to plant. As the sky darkened, Yinlan prepared dinner. She had harvested a head of lettuce that morning, just enough for one meal. She began washing the lettuce and opened the group chat. The players were already discussing the earlier request to stock up on gasoline. I have a few dozen units left. I was planning to use it to run the air conditioner tonight, but after hearing what Boss Yan said, I decided not to. Ever since the last hail monster attack, Boss Yan's words have become like a god to me. Yeah, I wonder what quest tomorrow will bring. I'm guessing it's something related to driving. In that case, gasoline alone won't be enough. There's so much snow on the road, my car can't move at all. Have you used the canopy umbrella? It can protect the tires from freezing. You should also use anti-skid chains to help the car move. It's a bit expensive, so I can't bear to buy it. Go to Jean Dabong. They sell it cheaper. I advise you not to buy it. I only had it for 2 days, and it fell apart. Fallen apart. Ah, the quality is so bad. I buy Yinlan's. Anyone want to share the order? Me. Jiang. Tian happened to see the message and angrily poked Qin Xingxing's profile picture. How are the sanitary pads? Are they ready? Qin Shengsheng stopped what he was doing and handed her a stack of sanitary pads. They're ready. I bought the first one from Yinlan, and I just made the rest. Tian, what do you think? Jiang Tian eagerly picked up the 2 sanitary pads to compare. The difference was immediately apparent. Yinlan's was tightly packaged and had a smooth surface, while Qin Xingxing's looked like second-hand goods, soaked in water and yellowed. Her mouth twitched, and she erupted in a furious roar. Idiot! How could you make such poor quality? Anyone with a discerning eye would have chosen Yinlan's. I wonder how much I have to lower the price to sell them this time. This is so annoying. Chapter 27. It was the 11th day on the iceberg snowfield map, and there were still 4 days until the end of the game. Outside, heavy snow fell, and the temperature dropped to minus 40 degrees Celsius. Yinlan rose from her warm bed and unwrapped the hand warmer she had been cradling. After a night of this, the 2 charcoal fires had burned out. She put on a sweater, then a coat. This coat had been manufactured with special properties that allowed it to automatically adjust its temperature based on the weather, protecting it from minus 50 degrees Celsius in the winter while remaining very cool in the summer. Now, while other players were bundled up like dumplings, she was the only one wearing casual and light clothing. The first thing she did when she woke up was sign in. The task was simple. She received a pack of rubber bands. She was used to wearing a high ponytail, which made her look fresh and energetic. Her previous black rubber band had lost its elasticity, and was so loose that she had to retie it several times a day. She counted the 5 rubber bands in the pack, enough for her to use for a long time. Putting the rubber band on the bedside table, Yinlan walked out. Leaving the bedroom, a few steps back led to the balcony, where her most cherished flower pot sat. The durian seeds were beginning to sprout, and the lettuce had grown into a ball. She didn't pick the lettuce, but left it to bloom and set seeds. She picked up a basket that had been casually placed nearby and began picking. 8 tangerines, 6 apples, 10 shiitake mushrooms, and 15 chanterelles. The chanterelles were fragrant, having lost none of their aroma despite growing in a pot. She still had half a pound of rice left, and plenty of rapeseed oil, just enough for a stir-fried chanterelle. She hadn't had any lunch boxes recently, and she hadn't tasted rice in days. She missed that delicious aroma so much. After exercising and washing up, she started breakfast. This morning, she had meat buns again. She placed 2 on a plate, and cut up a plate of fruit. As soon as she had placed them, Snowball flew out of the bedroom. It seemed like it had clairvoyance, always appearing at mealtime. Seeing it stretch out its paws and pounce on the buns, Yinlan immediately reached out to stop it. Glancing at its sleepy appearance, she said disdainfully, "Snowball, I told you to rinse your mouth and wash your paws before eating. You forgot again?" Snowball puffed up his cheeks and reluctantly went to the sink. After breakfast, Snowball went to the car. He tried to start the RV several times, but it still wouldn't start. This was the first time he had encountered this situation, and he anxiously jumped out of the driver's seat and rushed to Yinlan's side for help. "Don't worry, let's go down and check." She checked the display panel in the driver's seat. All the lights were normal. She frowned, grabbed a shovel from the interior, and got out with Snowball. At night, the RV's canopy was raised, so snow didn't fall on the windows. However, the tires, affected by the surrounding cold air, were frozen solid with ice. Yinlan tapped the wheels with a shovel, and a crisp sound followed. "It's so hard." She began to shovel away the ice, but it was stuck tightly, and it took a lot of effort to remove the thick layer of ice from the tires. Besides the RV itself, the thick, hardened snow on the road also presented a problem. Then she took out a small piece of snow-melting agent, which resembled rock candy, and placed it on the snowy road in front of the car. Then the snow-melting agent, upon contact with the snow, produced a strong chemical reaction. After a burst of bubbling sounds, the frozen road ahead began to melt. The snow melted, turning into a trickle of water that flowed along the road. Yinlan hurriedly loaded Snowball into the RV. It was just 8 a.m. when the long-lost system chime sounded. The supply station will soon open. Entrances are randomly distributed and will close at 8 p.m. Players are encouraged to explore. Repeat the announcement 3 times. The snow cleared ahead, and Snowball began to drive forward. Yinlan entered the chat group. "Did you hear that? There's a supply station. It's so loud, even the soundest sleeper could hear it. What do you think? Are you all going?" "Yes, it's a supply station, so there must be food. I've been starving for days, damn." Boss Yin was right yesterday. "We need gas today." "So what? Talking a little more won't hurt. And it earned you endless praise. Anyone would do that, right?" "That's right. If she's really kind, why donate some supplies? Why all this pretending to be nice? I think she's the most pretentious person I've ever met. She'd die if she doesn't make her presence felt." In recent days, more and more people in the group have been saying bad things about her. Yinlan frowned and wrote down their names. But there were also people who spoke well of her. "That's not true. These reminders are good for us. If they hadn't reminded me, I would have run out of gas long ago." "Right. You can't expect too much. So what if there's gas? Can you drive the car?" Well, I can't. The ice on the tires is broken, but the snow on the road is a big problem." "But what does that have to do with Yinlan? They've done their duty by reminding you." Just then, someone in the chat group shouted, "Boss Yin is selling snow melt. Everyone hurry up and buy it. Purchase limit, 2 yuan per person, and I've already bought some." "Wow, that's awesome. Boss Yin is the eternal god. No more words, I'm going to buy it." Yinlan had the ability to magnify, but she hadn't used it today. After getting into the RV, she used it on the package of snow melt she obtained yesterday. Snow melt is a normal chemical, unlike the flower pots, which have special properties. Her ability worked particularly well on it. The white ice crystals, previously the size of a fingernail, magnified to the size of a fist, and the snow melt effect increased from 100 meters to 10 kilometers. The packaging said the package contained 5,000 crystals, with a purchase limit of 2 per person. That meant she could sell it to 2,500 players. With 9,500 people remaining in Area H38, she had helped over a quarter of them. She prioritized sending some to Jizhou, Shiyuanyuan, Yuanzhou, and Luowen. Jizhou gave her a pork belly in return, Shiyuanyuan gave her a bottle of hand cream, Yuanzhou gave her a pack of noodles, and Luowen gave her a box of cold medicine. She listed the remaining items on the trading platform. As soon as they were listed, several notifications popped up in the back end. This time, she mainly traded for upgrade materials, and some food and drink items. Recently, the number of treasure chests detected had been relatively low, so while materials hadn't been much, she had gotten a lot of food and drink. Boss Yen, I'm here again. Yinlan had a deep impression of this sunflower. She remembered their Lu Xiaokui squad, where the sisters helped each other and lived a relatively good life. She heard that the three of them had already upgraded to a small RV. Yinlan, welcome, welcome. Sunflower, can I help my other two sisters exchange? Yinlan, we've worked together so many times, no problem. If someone else asks to buy it on my behalf, that's not an option. After all, if we're not familiar with them, who knows if they use it themselves or sell it at a markup? Great. Thank you, sir. Yinlan, what are you exchanging for today? I have a 5% chance of getting a rare food item. I didn't expect to get lucky today, and actually got one. I'm so happy, ahaha. Yinlan, wow. What's that? Sunflower, A5 gene, approximately 100 caddies, Australian lobster. Australian lobster? 5 gene. That's incredibly expensive in real life. She felt the other party was being unfairly shortchanged by 15 yuan for de-icing agent, so she offered, besides de-icing agent, is there anything else you'd like to trade? Sunflower, being a smart person, understood immediately. Sanitary pads are running out fast, so I need to stock up. Also, it would be great if there was some cold medicine. Xiaolu has been coughing non-stop these past few days due to a cold, and we can't get any. How about 20 sanitary pads, and a box of cold medicine? Sunflower exclaimed, what? Boss, you actually have cold medicine. Treasure chests rarely dispense medicine. The only ones left are homemade Chinese herbal medicine, and the only pharmacist in the group. The supplies are scarce and hard to come by. Yinlan didn't mention that she knew the pharmacist. The box of cold medicine was a drop from her profession this morning. Yinlan, well, I got it by chance. There are 12 packets in a box, which should be enough. Sunflower, enough. Maybe there's a few extra packets to trade for other supplies. Alung took the exchange, still wielding the pliers vigorously. She quickly placed it in the sink and covered it with a cover. This Australian lobster was incredibly large, enough for her and Snowball to enjoy a good meal. The snowmelt sold out quickly, and many people who didn't get any lamented in the group chat. What should I do? How can I find the entrance without snowmelt to clear the way? This system is a bummer. Yeah, I want to go to the supply station. The name sounds like a good place. It's so cold here. I've taken off all my clothes, even my blanket. I've never been so embarrassed in my life. I have a high-pressure water gun that can melt snow. Anyone want to borrow it? Hey, boss. I want one too. The entrance closes at 8 p.m. I guess I can only lend it to 2 people. Ah, it's sold out so quickly. Hey guys, I've found another good idea. The System Mall has snowplows for rent. They're charged by the hour, 10 credits per hour. 10 an hour? That's expensive. No way, you don't even have 10 credit? Killing one hail monster gives you 10 credit. I was just too cowardly to go out. Luckily I have credit. I'm going to rent some babies. Hey, I have 2. Ah, what should I do then? I suggest you get a shovel and dig it yourself. You still have a chance if you dig until the afternoon. Dig it yourself? You're serious? Listen or not, I'm going to shovel the snow anyway. Encouraged by the supply station, the long-dormant highway finally came alive. Even cars that had been parked there for days shook off their snow and began to move forward. The entrances were random, and the future was uncertain, but with the help of the snowmelt, the RV's journey was relatively smooth. Just as Yanlan placed her 5th block of snowmelt, an entrance finally appeared ahead. The entrance stretched across the road, occupying almost the entire lane. With a sharp scraping sound, the RV came to a precise stop in front of the entrance. She pulled on the brakes, removed her sunglasses, and leaned forward. The entrance was wide and large, but the road inside was completely obscured, as if shrouded in a mist, which slightly hindered her desire to explore. Snowball had been huddled in the passenger seat, happily breaking off a slice of tangerine and popping it into his mouth. At first glance, he dropped the juicy tangerine slice in his hand and peered excitedly through the window. Sometimes, the reactions of other species can serve as a basis for judging the truth. Yanlan gently squeezed her hand on the steering wheel, sat back, restarted the RV, and slowly drove towards the entrance. The closer they got to the entrance, the more everything inside began to emerge, like layers of silk unraveling. Chapter 28. A barrier blocked the entrance. As the RV approached, it didn't sense the barrier lifting. Yanlan had no choice but to slam on the brakes and look around. There was a small guardhouse on the left, but it was unmanned. She frowned slightly and rolled down the window, looking out. A camera suddenly popped out from inside the booth and shone a light on her face. Recognition successful. Please collect your pass. A tray was then pushed out, holding a black card. She took the card. The front was inscribed with the words "Pass, valid at supply stations." Snowball, who had been watching the entire process, saw Yinlan receive a card simply by showing her face. He hurriedly flew over to her shoulder and rubbed her cheek, his innuendo obvious. Turning around, he saw it staring intently. Yinlan had no choice but to hold the fluffy snowball in both hands and hold it up to the camera. The camera was about to return to the unmanned booth when it detected another unidentified object and was forced to extend it again. The probe mechanically swung back and forth, emitting a green light and beginning to scan. Snowball tilted his head slightly, eyes closed, looking reveling in the sun. If one ignored the green light, one might have mistaken him for a sunbath. The camera scanned back and forth several times, but it still hadn't completed its inspection. It clearly sensed the mistreatment, opened its eyes, and barked at the camera in protest. She. The system chime sounded. Recognition successful. Yinlan didn't even need to do anything now. Snowball grabbed the card and hurriedly flew back to the passenger seat, holding it tightly in his paws, fearing the machine would change its mind and snatch it away. At the same time, the gate blocking the road ahead rose. Yinlan told Snowball to hold on tight, restarted the RV, and drove in. The car was fully loaded, and the entrance behind her vanished silently. She withdrew her gaze from the rearview mirror and looked straight ahead. This was a large, open-air ecological parking lot, and her RV was located in one of the driveways. The open-air parking lot had different parking spaces for each vehicle type, and each space was spaced with a certain number of trees and shrubs, creating a design that was both beautiful and practical. She saw no other players along the way, and there were no spaces suitable for a medium-sized RV, so she continued driving forward. Finally, she found a suitable spot. The parking space was at the very end of the lot, but even at the end, it was the center of the entire supply station, as several low, spacious buildings stood on the other side. After parking the RV neatly, she opened the door and stepped out. Her first action was to take a photo and reply to the chat message. Sure, Yuan had asked her a few minutes ago. Yinlan, are we there yet? How's the supply station? Yinlan, feeling the gentle breeze, replied, just parked. The scenery is nice here, and it's not cold. Just as she was about to close the chat panel, Sure Yuan's message popped up. I'm there too. Is this the entrance? She zoomed in on the image. It was exactly the same as the one she'd seen, but she figured every supply station entrance looked like this, which didn't mean much. She replied briefly, then closed the panel and explored the parking spaces. Each one had a charging station and water refill port, but they weren't working. She found the card swipe screen and swiped the black pass. With a beep, the gate opened, and she pulled out the charging port to plug the RV in. The RV had always been able to run on electricity, but there were no charging stations. Now with free electricity, who would waste gas? After taking care of the basic water and electricity, she clapped her hands and prepared to check out the buildings. Before she took a step, she heard the rustling of tires on the road behind her. She was startled and turned around immediately. There were two small RVs, jostling for position, each pushing the other, seemingly competing to see who could run faster. The car squeezed in at the back was temporarily blocked, so she couldn't see who was inside, but the outline of the driver in the front, who was so proud, looked familiar. As they got closer, she could see the man's face clearly. It was Sure Yuan. Unexpectedly, he had such good luck, arriving at the same supply station. The car lagging behind stepped on the accelerator at the last minute, nimbly overtaking and coming up ahead. Yinlan also saw the driver's face clearly. Although she had never met him in person, the neatly cropped hair in the profile picture made a strong impression. It seemed this wasn't just good luck, but rather that everyone had come to the same supply station. Yuan Zhou snagged the spot next to her and held steady, while Sure Yuan, a step behind, had to park across the street. Both of them were seasoned drivers, quickly backing into the parking space and exiting. Sure Yuan pointed angrily at Yuan Zhou as he exited. You cheated. We agreed to start the competition together, but you left first. Yuan Zhou glanced at him nonchalantly. All's fair in war, understand, childish? Sure Yuan, visibly irritated by the mockery. You are the childish one. I'm already 20. Yuan Zhou pouted. 20, but I'm 23. Sure, Yuan had a fiery temper, and was easily angered by Yuan Zhou's nonchalant remarks. Unable to convince her, he turned to Yanlan and complained, "Yanlan, look at her." Yanlan smiled and waved, all right. Yuan Zhou, seeing Yanlan in person for the first time, couldn't help but open his eyes wide, his eyes filled with unconcealed amazement. He hadn't expected Yanlan to be so capable, and so beautiful. Snowball, playing in the tree, heard the noise and flew down, only to find a girl staring intently at its young master. Chirp! It immediately flew onto Yanlan's shoulder, and glared fiercely at Yuan Zhou. Sure, Yuan, accustomed to this behavior, now looked at Yuan Zhou with a gloating look. Yuan Zhou was completely captivated by Snowball, oblivious to his teasing gaze. Two hearts filled his sparkling eyes, as he gazed at the furry Snowball with overflowing love. It was so adorable, few girls could resist this round, plump, adorable, and slender little creature. An involuntary smile crept over her, and without a second thought, she reached out to hug him. That's Snowball, right? So cute. Squeak! Snowball swung his paw and slapped Yuan Zhou's hand. But he knew he was Yanlan's friend, so he didn't use much force. The soft paw felt like a tickle. Yuan Zhou seemed to enjoy it, exclaiming, "Such a soft paw." Yanlan glanced coldly at Snowball, then turned back to apologize with a smile. "Haha, don't mind it, it's just its personality." Yuan Zhou's full attention was on Snowball. While the little creature was stunned, he excitedly scooped him up, tugging him against his chest and squeezing him. It's okay. I just like it like this. Wow, so soft, so cute." Small smack. Small smack. Not only did he rub it, he also smacked it hard a few times. This was the first time an outsider had molested it so blatantly. Snowball was shocked, his face wrinkled as he looked at his little master for help. Yanlan coughed lightly, and silently averted her gaze. Seeing Sure Yuan's eyes light up beside her, she said, "I guess there's a supply station in each district, and everyone will eventually gather there." Sure Yuan nodded. "I thought so too. I don't know when Luowen will arrive. I just told her about our meeting." "Yanlan, it should be soon." "Well, then we just wait for her here. This is our first time meeting together." "It's just," Yanlan asked, puzzled. "What's wrong?" Sure Yuan glared at her, a hint of grievance in his expression. "It's just that my cousin is missing." "Poor cousin, he doesn't live in the same community as us. I was going to introduce you two to each other." Yanlan laughed awkwardly. Haha, what a coincidence. How could she tactfully mention to him that they already knew each other? "Oh, by the way, there are a few buildings over there. Let's go check them out." Unable to think of a better idea, she simply changed the subject. Sure Yuan was clearly caught up in the action. He became visibly excited and slapped Yuan Zhou on the back. "Quick! Stop smacking. Let's go see what's over there." Yuan Zhou paused and, following his gesture, looked towards the buildings across the street. Poor Snowball had a brief escape from the clutches, but just as he was about to return to Yanlan's shoulder, Yuan Zhou snatched it back, tucked it into his arms, and kneaded it relentlessly. Yanlan quickly turned and walked forward. After crossing the street, they arrived at the nearest building. The walls were sealed, with no windows to see inside. They walked another 100 meters before they came to a large glass door with the word restaurant written on it. The men exchanged glances, their expressions noticeably different from before. Even Yuan Zhou paused. Sure Yuan took the lead in pushing the door, but after several attempts, he couldn't get it open. "Can you do it?" "Let me do it." Yuan Zhou pulled him aside with one hand and went forward himself. Snowball finally took this opportunity to return to Yanlan's shoulder. While they were trying, Yanlan walked to the other door. From behind, Sure Yuan's gleeful sneer could be heard. "I told you it wouldn't open, and you didn't believe me? You've been slapped in the face." Yuan Zhou scratched his head. "No, this door isn't locked, and there's no sensor. It should open." "Why so many shoulds? Just tell me if it doesn't open. I won't laugh at you, ha ha." "You?" Suddenly, Yanlan's eyes lit up, and she turned to the two people making noises. "Come and look at this." "Did you find anything?" The two of them came running over. Without Yanlan's explanation, Sure Yuan read out the notice posted on the doorframe. Restaurant hours, 7 to 9 a.m., 11 to 2 p.m., 6 to 10 p.m. So it's not even dinner time yet? They had plenty of snow melt and came in earlier than everyone else, so it's only 2 p.m. now. The others looked at each other and agreed. "Then let's check out the other buildings first." Determined, they headed towards another building. The building is much smaller than the restaurant, but its glass doors are wide open and you can enter. Convenience store? Sure, Yuanyuan looked at his two companions, his face filled with anticipation. Is it free? Yuanzhou, we find out when we go inside. The three of them stepped inside. It was an unmanned convenience store, with only an automatic checkout counter at the entrance. The store was filled with several tall and long shelves, each one neatly arranged with merchandise. This one isn't free. You need a personal balance. Yanlan pointed to the price tags on the shelves. Even though it wasn't free, having a place to shop was still a joy. Sure, Yuanyuan wandered through the shelves, glancing excitedly. There's a wide variety of goods here, and they're cheaper than at the trading center. I should definitely go on a shopping spree. Yuanzhou jokingly retorted, you talk as if you have a lot of credit. Sure, Yuanyuan didn't argue with her this time, his handsome face falling. Yeah, I only have 100 credits, so I can't buy much. Yanlan comforted him, it's okay. I have plenty. Just tell me if you want anything. Sure, Yuanyuan's face lit up. Although he wouldn't actually ask Yanlan to buy it for him, it was still touching to have a friend who cared so sincerely about him. Since they were already here, even if they couldn't afford to buy anything, they had to see as much as they could, so the three of them began browsing aisle by aisle. Snack aisle, biscuits, chocolate, ice cream, cakes, melon seeds, peanuts, spicy snacks. Wow, there's so much variety, but I don't need it urgently, so let's skip this one. Sure, Yuanyuan dragged the two girls through the shelves and quickly browsed to the next aisle. Toiletries cabinet, soap, shower gel, toothbrush, toothpaste. Hey, there's a razor, I want to buy one. Yuanzhou glanced at his smooth chin, frowned, and asked, you should have a razor, right? Why buy one? Sure, Yuanyuan was stunned. I don't have a razor. Then what did you use to shave? Sure, Yuanyuan couldn't help but stroke his chin, his face filled with unconcealed pride. Hey, I used a kitchen knife. Pretty good, right? Yuanzhou stared at him in disbelief, silently taking a step back. After browsing several more rows of shelves, Yanlan finally found what she was looking for in the far corner of the convenience store, potted plants. The pots weren't filled with flowers, but rather various edible plants, scallions, garlic, lantern peppers, pea sprouts, and cherry tomatoes. Because it was a convenience store, it didn't have the wide variety of items you find in a seed shop. They were more for ornamental purposes. But these were invaluable to Yanlan. She had fast-growing pots, which would give her a few more dishes to eat in the future. Yuanzhou and Sure Yuanyuan also joined her, adoring the small potted plants. They had witnessed for the past 10 days how precious fresh food was. Sure Yuanyuan rubbed his hands and said, I've decided. I won't buy a razor, but a few small potted plants. That way I have fresh vegetables to eat from time to time. Yuanzhou also swallowed his saliva. I want some too. Let's buy different varieties. Sure, Yuanyuan. Okay, I buy two, you buy two, and Yanlan will buy one. Luckily we came early. There's only so much stock here. If we'd been any later, it would have been gone. Seeing they were getting further and further away, Yanlan quickly stopped them. Well, actually, just me buying is enough. Yuanzhou turned around. Why? We're all paying together. Sure, Yuanyuan had a good guess. You want to plant it in a fast-growing pot? But isn't it so full that there's no room left? Yuanzhou slapped Sure Yuanyuan hard. What fast-growing pot? You didn't even tell me. Sure Yuanyuan rubbed his aching arm in frustration. You didn't even ask me. Yanlan scratched her head. Actually, I have a skill. I can plant more in a pot once it's bigger, so don't try to compete with me for it. Yuanzhou was stunned. So awesome. Sure Yuanyuan rolled his eyes at her, then smiled and said to Yanlan, then we respectfully obey. The convenience store was comparable to a small supermarket, with thousands of varieties. They browsed for another hour before they were ready to leave with their small potted plants. Just then, a loud bang came from outside the door, and the laughing group froze. Looking through the gap, they saw the glass door forcefully opened, then bounced back against resistance. A group of men armed with iron bars stormed through the doorway, their fangs bared and their faces menacing. The leader was a frail, overweight man, his flesh sagging from recent days of starvation. He drooled greedily at the roomful of supplies, like a glutton that hasn't tasted meat in a while. On either side of the gate stood two teams of men armed with knives, fiercely guarding the gates and blocking any players who tried to enter. The players had gone through so much hardship to get here. How could they watch helplessly as their supplies went into someone else's pockets? Yet, due to the other party's superior strength, they dared not confront them head-on, and could only vent their frustration verbally. Why won't you let us in? That's right. This is shared by all of us. Why are you monopolizing it? You be struck by lightning. The frivolous, overweight man pointed a fist at the door and sneered, with what? With my fist. In response, the two groups at the door unsheathed their weapons, their blades pointed at the crowd. The players flinched and slowly retreated. A sickly-looking male player, seeing this, quickly stepped forward with a metal bar in hand. Don't be afraid, everyone. We're in numbers. Together, we can take them down. The players surveyed the scene, and after careful consideration, someone finally stepped forward. He raised a shovel and shouted, "Fight them." More and more players were willing to fight back, and the man who had stepped forward first had a triumphant smile on his face. With their numbers, as long as they could overwhelm the opponent with their momentum, they had no fear of losing. Bang! Just then, two loud bangs echoed from the scene. After a few seconds of eerie silence, the man let out a scream, "Ah! It hurts!" His kneecap was pierced, and he instantly fell to the ground. Blood gushed out, soaking the entire ground in the blink of an eye. There was a rustling of the crowd. Players who had stood out secretly retreated back to their teams, their heads bowed, fearing for their lives. The fallen man braced himself on the ground, his heart sinking as he watched his teammates, who had just been on his side, retreat in the blink of an eye. He sneered miserably and looked in the direction of the bullet. Across the street, a man in his 40s with high cheekbones stood lazily, one hand in his hip pocket, the other holding up a khaki pistol. His dry, thin lips blew into the smoking muzzle. This khaki gun was powerful and had a strong recoil. A single shot would either kill or cripple someone. The players grew even more fearful. The enemy was armed. How could they possibly withstand it? They practically buried their heads in their necks, not daring to utter a single sound. Some even blamed the fallen man. If he hadn't instigated them, they wouldn't have stepped forward, and they didn't know if the other person would have been harmed. The man had prominent cheekbones, and a pair of small, inverted triangle eyes that were sinister and filthy. His strange, ugly aura was unforgettable. Yinlan recognized him instantly, her heart tightening slightly. Shi Yuanyuan, who was standing beside her, cursed softly, "What bad luck. We ran into that pervert Sha." Yuan Zhou wasn't surprised at all. He clearly knew him. Amidst the timid gazes of the crowd, the middle-aged man let out a sinister chuckle and walked towards the convenience store. The portly man who had entered the room first immediately greeted him, offering a flattering smile. "Brother Sha, you're here. We can handle this little matter." Sha Fen gave him a dark look, saying nothing. The fat man shuddered, inexplicably feeling as if death were gripping his throat. The players stood trembling on either side, leaving a void. Sandman Fan, leading the fat man, walked slyly along, like a thug on patrol, scanning the crowds on either side with shifty eyes. If he saw a female player of some beauty, he would linger on her face, breasts, or some private part for a few seconds, even sticking out his tongue and deliberately licking the corner of her mouth, making a strange sound. Several female players broke out in goosebumps, as if being licked by a slippery snake. The mere thought of it made them nauseous. As they passed the fallen man, he gave an inexplicable laugh, and suddenly kicked him. "Ah!" The man screamed again, blood gushing out from beneath him again, causing the onlookers to tense. The Sandman approached the convenience store entrance and said to the person inside, "Whoever's inside, can you come out now?" The fat man was visibly shocked. "What? There's someone else inside." Yinlan and the others were in a blind spot. They could see outside the door, but not inside. Yet, the Sandman was able to detect it instantly. He was truly perceptive. She frowned slightly, and walked over with Shi Yuanyuan, stopping not far away. The Sandman's snake-like, cold gaze swept over Shi Yuanyuan, before landing on Yinlan. He half closed his eyes, surveying her, his interest piqued. "Oh, you're a pretty girl after all. You look so familiar to me. Have we met before somewhere?" Yinlan sneered, exuding an air of inviolability. "Not really. After all, I never associate with animals worse than pigs and dogs." "A beast worse than pigs and dogs. A beast." The Sha Fan's eyes suddenly opened, his sinister, disgusting gaze fixed on her. Those two words echoed in his mind like a demonic sound, slapping him hard in front of everyone. It was the most speechless loss he had ever suffered, leaving him no chance to retort. "So he's Sandman Fan. I was there for that verbal fight. It was fantastic. He was even permanently banned afterwards. We still don't know which hero did it. Well done. I hope Boss Yin can give him a good beating this time." The players began to murmur and jeer, and even his subordinates uncomfortably avoided his gaze. Sandman Fan's face darkened instantly, and he slowly raised his hand. "So you're that bitch Yinlan." "There's nothing to say then." Yinlan's eyes flickered, her lowered hands clenched into fists. Sure Yuan, anxious, began to move when Yin Lan, standing beside him, grabbed his wrist. The muzzle of the gun was already aimed, pointed directly at his forehead. The other players, anxious and worried, stared at Yin Lan. Sandman Fan's index finger touched the handle, his dark teeth bared in a sinister grin, as if enjoying his prey's final fear. Yin Lan's heart pounded wildly. At that critical moment, a snowball descended from midair, striking Sandman Fan's hand holding the gun. The snowball's force was so strong that the gun instantly slipped out of his hand and flew to the corner of the container. Sandman Fan's heart sank, and he ignored the pain in his ankle and the strange white object as he strode to pick it up. But then, a neatly dressed girl with short hair flashed out from behind the container and quickly picked up the daggers on the ground. Don't move. The situation suddenly reversed. This time she was the hunter, and he was the prey. Sha Rafan was stunned for a moment, forcing a smile. Sister, do you want to kill me? Yuan Zhou was momentarily dazed, and Sha Rafan keenly sensed it. He slowly stepped forward, trying to break down her defenses. Sister, put it down. This is a society ruled by law. You can't shoot. Yuan Zhou's hand holding the gun trembled slightly, and he began to retreat. Hold on. If you don't hold on, I'm going to shoot. Sha Ranfan's face lit up with a smile, his stiff back beginning to relax. He stepped forward without hesitation. Really? Are you really going to shoot? I said, hold on. Hear me? Hold on. Sha Rafan ignored him, staring at Yuan Zhou with malicious intent. Bang! 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 For loud bangs followed, and he collapsed to the ground with a clang, his inverted triangle eyes wide open. He probably never imagined that the woman across from him would not only dare to shoot, but also with such precision. Boss! The fat man and the others rushed forward, each raising their knives to block the Sandman's advance. Yin Lan reacted quickly, immediately drawing the Frost Moon bow from her space and drawing the bowstring. Sure Yuan produced a broadsword, and Yuan Zhou once again raised his gun. Don't move. The battle was imminent. The Sandman looked at the bow, which chilled his body, and his heart sank. An indescribable chill shot from his tailbone to his skull. He took another look at the other party's strength. A community celebrity with a special weapon, a woman skilled with a gun, a tall man, and an unfathomable mysterious animal. He hurriedly grabbed the fat man's trouser leg. Fatty, go. But are we going to suffer in silence? The Sandman vomited blood again and roared. I said, go. Yin Lan kept her bow drawn, her eyes blazing. Get out. The fat man glanced at the group of 2 women and 1 man across from him, feeling somewhat unwilling, but he obeyed the leader's orders and carried him out. The vast group disappeared, and the convenience store was mostly empty. The people watching outside were stunned, and only the man lying on the ground cried out in pain, Yin Lan, save me. Yin Lan looked over, her eyebrows expressionless. I'm Wangda, please save me. She still had some impression of Wangda, a man in very poor health, always quick with his hands, always grabbing charcoal quotas, but only buying 1 or 2. She hadn't expected him to come in. Yin Lan finally sighed and walked over. Sure Yuan and Yuan Zhou glanced at each other and followed. Wangda was shot in both legs. Now the wounds have split open, and the bleeding needs to be stopped urgently. Before stopping the bleeding, the bullets need to be removed. She took out 2 pieces of cloth and pressed against the wound. How's your health now? Wangda gasped. I was shot just now, leaving me with only 20 health points. But the bleeding and the negative effects of being shot have caused my health to keep dropping. I only have 10 points now. He trembled uncontrollably as he finished. Yin Lan pursed her lips and calmly looked at the players around her. Does anyone know any medical skills? He needs the bullet removed immediately. The players looked at each other and shook their heads. Wang Da's heart sank to the bottom of his chest. He spoke tremblingly. Can't he be saved? Can't he be saved? Yin Lan opened her mouth, staring at the bloody mangled legs. In the end, she said nothing. She didn't want to jump to conclusions, but she really had no other options. Seeing her like this, Wang Da's head buzzed. He had never felt so depressed. His voice trembled as he looked at Yin Lan expectantly. Am I going to die? I persevered for so long and finally made it this far. I don't want to die. Please save me. Yin Lan remained silent, not answering. Sure Yuan and Yuan Zhou behind her sighed. Yin Lan, you're here. We finally found him. A familiar voice rang out from nearby. Yin Lan whipped her head around, her eyes suddenly brightening. No, he should be able to be saved. Luo would not only study traditional Chinese medicine, but also knew anatomy. A bullet removal operation like this should be no problem for her. After leaving the venue to Luo, Yanlan returned to the convenience store, having not yet paid for her several edible potted plants. The onlookers also reacted and rushed into the convenience store to buy. Soon, screams were heard. What? You need your personal balance. Oh my god, really? But I don't have any balance. I just don't believe it. A player, clutching a pile of items, was about to rush to the door when a strange force struck him, sending him flying to the ground for no apparent reason. He tried several times, but the same thing kept happening. You won't let me out, and I can't eat right here. Unconvinced, the male player began to unwrap the food. But something even stranger happened. His limbs stiffened like a puppet, his movements completely contradicting his intentions. Finally, like a zombie, he stretched out his arms and legs and leaped straight out. Holy crap! This is amazing! Looks like you really need balance. Then what were those Sandman guys fighting over? We had to buy them anyway. Well, I didn't know that beforehand. If I had known, no one would have gotten hurt, the player said, glancing at the person outside, grimacing in pain. Yanlan shook her head. This group of people. She followed her previous shopping plan and bought 5 small edible potted plants. Sure, Yuan bought a razor, and Yuan Zhou bought a set of dumbbells. By the time the 3 men and the elf left, Luo Wen was already bandaging the wound. So fast? Sure, Yuan asked, echoing everyone's thoughts. I just got a medical card. What a pity. After saying this, Luo Wen felt he had spoken out of turn and shut up. Medical cards were a rare commodity. Wang De stole a glance at Luo Wen, who looked sullen, and bowed his head in gratitude. Haha, thank you so much. You're also a friend of Boss Yen, right? That's amazing. I lost 80 health points, and you restored them in an instant. Yanlan finally realized, 80? Wang De, yeah, that one shot took 40 health points off main. That's pretty powerful. Yuan Zhou caught Yanlan's gaze and pondered. We were both hit in the same spot, and my marksmanship is just as good as Sandman's, so he should have lost more health. Our health cap is both 100. I can only withstand 2.5 shots, but he took 4. Sure, Yuan's eyes widened in horror. How did he survive until now? Yuan Zhou, not only is he alive, but he was still breathing hard when he died. This is a bit hard to explain. Sure, Yuan frowned. Could it be that he found a treasure that increased his health? Yuan Zhou's face was bitter. Oh no! Why would such a good thing happen to him? I rather he took a health-boosting pill. Sure, Yuan, but I didn't see him take it. Wang De, standing nearby, suddenly said, well, I heard some rumors. I don't know if they're true or not. Sure, Yuan hurriedly urged, tell me quickly. Wang De, isn't Sandman Fan a cigarette dealer? It's just that ordinary cigarettes don't attract many buyers. I heard this cigarette has an automatic health regenerating function, and it's being sold at exorbitant prices in his group chat. Sure, Yuan snorted. I was wondering why he wasn't active in the World Channel. Turns out he has his own buyer group. Can I join it? I want to see how chaotic it is. Wang De hesitated, probably not. The requirements for joining the group are extremely strict. Not only do you need Sandman Fan's approval, but you also have to pay a hefty entrance fee. If they had offended Sandman Fan, they would be eliminated at the first step. Lost in thought, Yanlan suddenly asked, by the way, are the results of that study I asked your friend to do last time out? Sure, Yuan sighed. I was just about to say that. We don't have testing equipment here, so we can only make a rough estimate. He speculates that this cigarette contains some strange substance that makes people feel euphoric. Luo Wen, euphoric? A cigarette can have such a miraculous effect. It's not just any cigarette, is it? Sure, Yuan. My friend said the side effects are severe. While it can help with blood circulation, it can't be consumed. Luo Wen, it's a shame there's no proof. Without a test report, no one would believe it. Sure, Yuan sighed. Yeah, thankfully he's only selling it within his own group. If it spread, it would be disastrous. The others fell silent, unsure how to resolve the issue. At this moment, Wang De broke the silence. Everyone, I can walk now, so I like to go to the convenience store first. Sure, Yuan glanced at him. Okay, next time, be smarter, and don't always rush ahead. Wang De was filled with gratitude. Yes, I will. Thank you so much for today. After Wang De left, it seemed unnecessary for them to stay here any longer, so Sure Yuan suggested they go to the remaining building. The 4 figures standing side by side disappeared, and the players hiding behind the wall finally emerged stealthily. Chapter 29. In a secluded corner, a man with a build like King Kong scowled disapprovingly at the sweet-looking female player across from him. Vice President Jiang, why are we hiding so cowardly? Let's go out and fight. With my title as the champion of the martial arts tournament, how can I be afraid of him? Zhang Shi and Wang Shire, standing to his left and right, immediately chimed in. That's right. Our President Jean is a fighting champion, a master of martial arts. Right now, he should show his authority to those minions. The bowl-cut boy nearby tried to speak up for the female player, but his face flushed crimson, and he hesitated for a long time, unable to utter a single word. Jiang Tiantian calmly glanced at the scene, already unable to suppress her countless eye rolls. A bunch of brainless ruffians, plus a somewhat useful but cowardly coward. Such a large team relied on a single woman, her guidance. If she didn't need the team's protection, she would have fled long ago. Although he was complaining bitterly inwardly, his face remained gentle as water, and he feigned mystery, guiding them. What do you think of our Jean gang's position in District H38? Jean Bouet patted his bulging chest muscles. Of course, we're the top gang. Jiang Tiantian's mouth twitched, but she didn't object. When that sand people occupied the convenience store and shot and injured people, should we help or not? Jean Bouet said confidently. If he dared to occupy the convenience store and steal supplies, he would be my enemy Jean Bouet, and of course, he cannot be forgiven. As for the shooting and injuring people, that has nothing to do with me. Zhang Shi, exactly. Our President Jean is extremely powerful. Dealing with that withered old man would be as easy as crushing an ant. This flattery touched Jean Bouet's heart, and he proudly raised his neck to accept his subordinate's admiration. Jiang Tiantian closed her eyes, unable to bear the sight. She opened them again, her smile returning to its original state. Of course, President Jin's strength is undeniable. But if we get involved, we make enemies. Both the Sand People and Yanlan are capable, and it wouldn't be a good idea to make enemies with either of them. It's better to let them fight each other, while we reap the benefits. More importantly, one of them has guns, and the other has bows with special attributes. We're far inferior in terms of weapons, and we probably won't get any good results if we go. Jean Bouet pondered for a moment, and felt that Jiang Tiantian was right. He was stronger than them, but his weapons were indeed weak. It would be great to gain an advantage without any effort. He nodded repeatedly. Well, the vice president is indeed thoughtful. Here. Zhang Shi, the vice president is truly worthy of being our Jean gang's brain trust. Wang Shire also praised. Vice President Jiang is awesome. It's not all my credit. Our president knows how to appoint the right people, has a unique vision, and discerns talent. Without him, I wouldn't be here. Seeing Jean Bouet immersed in the praise, Jiang Tiantian chimed in, but Tiantian helped the Jean gang avoid a lot of trouble this time. I wonder what reward President Jean is giving you. Jean Bouet, overwhelmed by the praise, raised his hand and said, You're a hero today. Just ask for anything you want. Jiang Tiantian blurted out, Then I want the Shield of Light. What? Not only Jean Bouet, but even the lackeys behind him looked displeased. The Shield of Light was dropped by the boss from a monster. It can transform into a life-saving shield in a critical moment. Everyone in the gang wanted this treasure, and now Jiang Tiantian was given it like that. They were unwilling to accept it. Wasn't it just to keep them from getting involved? It was worth such a precious reward. Jiang Tiantian glanced around quickly, then suddenly sobbed. The big brothers are all strong men capable of self-defense, but Tiantian is a weak, helpless woman. In this world of cannibalism, she can't survive without any protection. She then looked up at the bowl-cut guy beside her, her eyes blinking pitifully. And Sheng, I worked so hard to find him. He's wanted to leave the gang several times, and I've tried so hard to persuade him to stay. Now he's thinking this time, I don't know. Sheng, taking the hint, finally said, Yes, I want to quit. Jean Bouet's eyelids twitched. Sheng was the Jean gang's money tree. Jiang Tiantian could leave, but he couldn't. Besides, he had said he could choose any gift he wanted. Going back on his word now would only make him lose face. Never mind. Just consider it a bonus commission for Sheng. They benefited greatly from him, too. But he still felt like a piece of flesh had been ripped out of him. Reluctantly, he gritted his teeth and pulled out a delicate little shield from the compartment, handing it over. I, Jean Bouet, keep my word. Here. Jiang Tiantian was overcome with emotion. She squeezed her trembling hands and took the shield. Thank you, President Jean. Your words are truly golden, and your promises are worth 1,000 gold. Jean Bouet was no longer in the mood to flatter. Though his heart was deeply grieved, He managed to put on a brave front. Well, everyone should learn from the vice president and do things that benefit the guild. The guild will not treat you unfairly. Zhang Shi and Wang 12 echoed weakly, we follow the president's instructions. Not bothering to check on his subordinates' mental states, Jing Bui took the opportunity to whisper to Jiang Tiantian, this time, you have to convince Jin Shengsheng to stay. He can't leave. Jiang Tiantian said sternly, Tiantian will do her best. When Yanlan and the others reached the last building, quite a few players were already inside. Game City, Shi Yuanyuan exclaimed, ah! It's the Game City. Yuan Zhou scratched his ears, disgusted. We can see it. Damn it! What are you waiting for? Hurry in! Shi Yuanyuan rushed in first, and Yuan Zhou rolled his eyes. Yanlan shook her head, soothed the agitated Snowball, and followed suit. Luowen, observing the peaceful yet heartwarming scene before him, a smile played on his face. The Game City resembled a snack street, with a long, wide aisle in the middle and various attractions on either side. As soon as he entered, several female players rushed over, excitedly surrounding Shi Yuanyuan. Female 1, Yuanyuan, I finally see you in person. Female 2, I didn't expect you to be so tall, about 180 centimeters. Female 3, haha, and quite handsome. Shi Yuanyuan laughed heartily, haha, you ladies are beautiful too. Yanlan and the other two arrived shortly after, and the three female players glanced over. Who are these people? Yuan Zhou crossed his arms, and glanced at Shi Yuanyuan briefly, saying nothing. Shi Yuanyuan hurriedly introduced, this is Yanlan, you know her. The other two are our teammates, Yuan Zhou and Luowen. Ah! The three female players covered their mouths and screamed, Boss Yin. It's you? Their voices were so loud, everyone around them looked over, privately sizing up Yanlan. So she's Yanlan. She's so beautiful. That photo doesn't look like her at all. What's wrong with the system? Maybe she's deliberately distorting herself. As expected of a big shot, she's so low-key. Yanlan was a celebrity in District H38. Everyone had bought her wares, and while they weren't familiar enough to greet her, it didn't stop them from peeking at her. Yanlan coughed lightly and turned. I'm Yanlan. Who are you? The three female players excitedly introduced themselves. Lu Zilin. Zhang Xiaoxiao. Sunflower. Yanlan. So you're Lu Shukui. She was always busy with work, and with so many players coming to buy things, she couldn't remember many of their names, let alone look through their profile pictures. So, she couldn't even identify any of their faces. Yes, we're the Lu Xiaokui sisters, the three of them said, their eyes brimming with affection as they stared at Yanlan's face. I didn't expect you were so pretty in person. Yanlan gave an awkward laugh and looked towards the stalls, changing the subject. By the way, do you have any recommendations for fun games in this game city? The three sisters quickly surrounded her and led her to the game stalls. Lu Zilin, there are nearly 50 stalls here, including shooting games, claw machines, and ring-tossing games. Each stall has 10 attempts. Just swipe your card, and if you win, you get a prize. Zhang Xiaoxiao, it's just a little difficult. Sunflower added, we tried half the stalls and won 3 pairs of socks. Shi Yuanyuan then interjected, when it comes to games, you have to rely on me. I'm a master of them, and no one dares to challenge me. Yuan Zhou rolled his eyes at him. Don't brag so much. Shi Yuanyuan was unconvinced. Then let's have a competition later. Yuan Zhou, let's compete. Who's afraid of who? So they went to the first stall, ring tossing. In the front were several supplies, becoming increasingly valuable as they went further back. The closest row of supplies was 5 meters apart, the furthest a staggering 10 meters. The rings were almost half as small. This was much harder than ring tossing in the real world. Shi Yuanyuan couldn't help but twitch his lips at the sight. Yuan Zhou sneered. Scared? Shi Yuanyuan feigned composure. Nonsense. Let's start the competition. The two of them swiped their passes, and the machine dispensed 10 tiny rings. Their competitive spirit was overflowing, and they engaged in a heated competition. He and his opponent were both very accurate, each landing 5 rings. Shi Yuanyuan looked at Yuan Zhou with admiration. I didn't expect you to be so good. Yuan Zhou swallowed his disparaging words, and said uncomfortably, you're not bad either. Luowen didn't like it, and since he wasn't very skilled, he gave it all to Shi Yuanyuan, who gave her everything he had. Finally, it was Yanlan's turn. The crowd of onlookers had noticeably grown, their gazes particularly intense. Yanlan strolled leisurely, unnoticed, pulling out 20 rings. Chirp! Snowball on her shoulder cried out in protest. You want to play too? Chirp. Wow, so cute. If I had known, I would have given you all my rings. Yuan Zhou couldn't resist the urge to pet him again. This time, Snowball was on guard, leaping onto Yin Lan's other shoulder. Yin Lan gave him a doting look. These 10 are yours to begin with. Go play. Snowball took the 10 rings she handed him, and jumped up and down excitedly. The surrounding players had long been curious about this snow-white creature. They suspected it must be a powerful beast, and were eager to see its strength. But the result was disappointing. Snowball didn't know how to play at all. His rings were thrown crookedly, not even touching the edge. The players sighed. That's it? Oh, let's go. That's all you can do. After throwing carefully but haphazardly, Snowball flew into Yin Lan's arms with a droopy face, leaning forward for comfort. Yin Lan hugged him and rubbed his soft belly, suppressing a laugh. It's okay, I win it back for you. Chirp. Snowball's paws danced, his spirits quickly returning. Placing Snowball back on his shoulder, he began to throw the ring. She stood steady, her eyes fixed forward. The thrown ring follows a parabola, with a minimum distance of 5 meters and a maximum of 10 meters. It weighs 50 grams and has a g-force of 1. According to the principles of horizontal projectile motion, its initial velocity should be... What's wrong with her? Why isn't she moving? Is it worth thinking about? Just throw it. That's right. Yin Lan suddenly made a move, waving her hand and throwing a ring. First row, a box of Oreo cookies. Hit! Wow! Hit! Sure Yuan and the others exclaimed. The player who first started complaining froze. It's probably just a coincidence. This is only the first row. Second row, a pair of socks. Hit! Third row, a blue 4-piece suit. Hit! Fourth row, a rice cooker. Hit! 10th row, an automatic cleaning card. Hit! The crowd's cheers grew louder, then faded into silence, their eyes fixed on the goddess in front of the stall. Chi-Chi. Snowball chirped happily as the last circle was thrown. Everyone suddenly recovered and congratulated him. Awesome, Boss Yin. You hit the target every time. Absolutely amazing. More and more people gathered to watch the following games, and she earned more and more supplies. The 3 sisters, Lu Xiaokui, who had been leading the team, were already exhausted. They said the mission was difficult, but after working for a long time, they only got 3 pairs of socks. He got 10 supplies in one game, each one extremely precious. It was so embarrassing, so embarrassing. Snowball felt a little dizzy. Instead of nestling on Yin Lan's shoulder, he stood above her head with his hands clasped in his paws. No one could ignore this flamboyant Snowball, who saw Yin Lan. He accepted everyone's admiration and praise with a sense of peace. Yin Lan picked out 3 items from a pile of supplies and gave them to the 3 sisters. Thanks for showing us around today. The 3 sisters were a bit overwhelmed and waved their hands repeatedly. What kind of tour is this? You can do just fine without us. Yin Lan, they're not worth much, and I already have a few of the same kind. There's no point in keeping them. The 3 sisters looked at each other. This. Sure Yuan held out his hand appropriately. You don't want them? Then give them to me. I don't mind having too much. The 3 sisters quickly accepted them. Haha, yes, yes. Yin Lan, it's past 5 o'clock. We're going to eat. What are you planning? We're going to the convenience store first. If we're late, they might sell out. After saying goodbye to Lu Xiaokui and her 3 sisters, the 4 of them and the elf headed back to the restaurant. The restaurant was already open, bustling with activity and filled with players. Each player held a large plate of food. The air was filled with the aroma of food, making the players, who hadn't had proper food in a while, salivate. Sure Yuan glanced around and swallowed silently. The entrance closes at 5 o'clock, but it seems a lot of players are still coming in. Yuan Zhou glanced around and nodded in agreement. Quite a lot. Yin Lan, however, was concerned about something else. Let's go check out the restaurant's rules. Luowen, who had been following quietly, whispered no need. I've already checked in the group chat. The restaurant is buffet style, with 3 dishes, a soup, a piece of fruit, and a small snack. Sure Yuan clapped his hands excitedly. Such a sumptuous meal, and it's free, hee. Luowen nodded. Okay, just swipe your pass. Sure Yuan led the way, Yin Lan followed closely behind with an anxious Snowball, and Yuan Zhou walked intimately at the back, arm in arm with Luowen. The group headed towards the long row of buffet windows. The restaurant was a bit like a university cafeteria, but without the waitresses serving food. It was all self-service. The food, served on small plates and under the soft lighting, looked incredibly delicious. There were numerous food selection windows, and the food was dazzling. Choosing the 3 dishes and 1 soup they wanted from the hundreds of ingredients was a real challenge. It took several people a while to finally settle on their dishes. After swiping their cards and choosing their seats, they heard an argument up ahead. "Give it to me. Everyone gets one. Why should I give mine to you?" "Why?" "With my fists." The men looked at each other, speechless. The words sounded familiar, as if they had heard them not long ago. Perhaps the argument had failed, so they began to fight over the food, a constant clattering sound. "Oh my God, my soup spilled. You band of robbers, shameless. You wasted food, God bless you." Even in the chaos, the few surrounded still managed to squeeze out, protecting their plates. Their hair was tangled from scratching, but the plates in their arms remained intact. Seeing Yinlan and the others, his eyes lit up, and he hurried behind her. "Boss Yin, they're stealing my food. I spilled all my broth. You must help us." Yinlan rubbed her temple, a headache aching. Which unfamiliar player was trying to establish a connection with her again? The robbers turned around. It was the Fatty's gang they had met that afternoon, only this time their leader, Sandman, was missing. The Fatty snorted coldly upon seeing Yinlan, and swaggered over with several of his men. "You again, trying to meddle in other people's business?" Yinlan sneered. "If I say no, will you let me go?" "No." The players hiding behind her were stunned for a moment, staring cautiously at her back, their feet unconsciously about to step back. The fat man's drooping eyelids narrowed, as he glared at Yinlan across from him with ill intent. "Haha, of course not. Just because my boss is afraid of you doesn't mean I am." Yinlan twitched her lips slightly. "Then why bother talking? Just fight." She hadn't been wrong. This fat man had been wanting to fight her to the death since they'd been at the convenience store. How could he let such a good opportunity go by? The fat man's eyes darkened, and he raised a hand, commanding, "It seems you're refusing to accept my offer. Brothers, attack." Yinlan immediately reached out to stop him. "Wait." The fat man frowned. "What's wrong? If you're afraid, kneel down and kowtow to me." Yinlan remained calm. "Of course not. I'm afraid I mess up my food if I fight you." "You?" The fat man's nostrils were smoldering with anger, but he still told her to put down her plate. After all, the food would eventually be his, and it couldn't be wasted. The 4 of them placed their plates on the nearby table and were about to join the fight, but Yinlan suddenly grabbed Luowen and said, "Luowen, you don't have to go." Luowen lowered his head, a little bewildered. "Do you think I'm holding you back? I may not be very skilled, but I won't retreat." Yinlan shook her head. "No, it's not safe to leave our plates here. Someone needs to guard them. Food is very important to us." Luowen looked around and saw that many people were greedily eyeing the abundant food, hoping to steal it in the chaos. This was the team's logistics support, and she had to keep a good eye on it for everyone. "Okay, I wait here for you. Be careful." Yinlan returned to the scene with Yuan Zhou and Shi Yuan. The fat man across from them, noticing that one person was missing, burst into a hoarse laugh. Shi Yuan couldn't stand the unpleasant hoarse voice anymore and raised his middle finger at the fat man. "Hey, can you hurry up? You're keeping me from eating." The fat man suddenly flew into a rage, and with a cold shout, he led the charge. The enemy had 5 men, and Yinlan had 3. This time, none of them used weapons, relying solely on their bare fists. Yinlan's physical fitness had been refined by the cold springs, and coupled with constant practice, her strength and speed had reached 95. Yuan Zhou had been on the team before, so dealing with these thugs was no problem. Though Shi Yuan had been a playboy before, he had learned and practiced everything he could. In this fight, Yinlan could tell the outcome with just her feet. In less than a minute, the fat man and his comrades were beaten to the ground, kneeling and begging for mercy. "Sister Yin, please let us go. I was forced to come." "Yeah, actually, I didn't want to come either." Shi Yuan stomped the speaker's foot hard. "Who are you calling sister?" "Brother Yin, it's Brother Yin. Please, please let us go." Amidst the crowd's pleas for mercy, the fat man lowered his head, hiding the gloom on his face. He lost. He actually lost. How could this be possible? How could he lose to a young woman? He couldn't let it go like this. He would make Yinlan pay. The hand hidden behind his back flipped lightly, and a sharp knife appeared in his palm. "I let you get away with it, and then you die. Yinlan, be careful." Yinlan's ears twitched, and she caught a flash of silver light in her peripheral vision. She instinctively spun around, avoiding danger. The first strike missed, and the silver light stabbed again. This time, Yanlan saw clearly that it was a delicate knife with a green blade that seemed to be poisoned. Her eyes darkened, and she took it seriously. The enemy was armed and pressing close. She couldn't draw her bow and arrow at this point, so she didn't dare get close and could only maneuver cautiously. When he stabbed again, Yanlan met him head-on. The fat man's bloodthirsty smile was on his face, as if the person facing him was already a corpse. Yanlan chuckled softly, then suddenly shifted her form and leaped to the other side. With a light spin, she kicked the knife out of the fat man's hand. The knife soared into the air, and before it landed, she tapped her toes and kicked with her right foot, redirecting the knife and piercing the fat man's palm. Ah! The palm was pierced, the flesh peeling back, blood gushing out. The fat man screamed heartbreakingly, his hands trembling. His fate had a deterrent effect. The others trembled in fear, their inner conflict suppressed. Yanlan ultimately didn't kill him, instead coldly saying, "Get lost." Shi Yuan and Yuan Zhou also released the players they were pinning down. Receiving the pardon, the players immediately stood up and shakily began to retreat. After a few steps, they noticed the fat man still standing and returned. Yanlan gave them an impatient look, and they immediately grabbed the fat man, covering his screaming mouth, and ran away, bowing and nodding. The troublesome creature was cleared away, and the restaurant returned to life. The players murmured in disgust. Yanlan walked over to Luowen. "Thank you for reminding me just now." Luowen continued to speak softly, but his eyes had a brighter look. It's what I should have done." Shi Yuan and Yuan Zhou followed. "Thanks to your attentiveness, otherwise we wouldn't have noticed the fat man's little trick." Luowen seemed unaccustomed to being praised, his eyes shifting from one to the next. Yanlan said, "Okay, let's get started." Speaking of food, Shi Yuan had a lot of complaints. "I'm starving. It's all that fat guy's fault for making me eat so late." This dinner was the first time the four friends had eaten together, and since the food was generous and free, everyone enjoyed it immensely. After dinner, they took a short walk back to the parking lot. The RVs were all parked together, making it easy to communicate. Yanlan returned to the car and locked the door. She looked back and saw Snowball shaking his head as he was about to fly into the bedroom. Knowing its true nature, Yanlan immediately called out, "Snowball, you're so dirty you can't lie in bed without a shower." Snowball paused in midair for a moment before lazily carrying a basin and flying towards the sink. Chi-Chi. Snowball, sleepy-eyed, hadn't noticed anything in the sink. When he turned on the faucet, he was almost startled by the splash of water. "What's wrong?" Fearing for its safety, Yanlan hurried over and peeked inside. She hadn't had time to cook the Australian lobster she exchanged with Sunflower that morning. There was free food at the supply station, so she tucked it away in her backpack for now. Seeing the trouble was dealt with, Snowball returned to his sleepy state, squinting as he swayed. Yanlan shook her head and went to the balcony. Today, she bought 5 potted plants at the convenience store: green onions, garlic, capsicum, pea sprouts, and cherry tomatoes. She dug them all up and planted them in pots. Besides the small potted plants, she also collected all the fruit seeds for today's meal, though the variety was a bit limited: grapes, watermelon, and kiwi. The fast-growing pot was already full, and there was no room for more fruit trees. She'd have to wait until the pot was larger. She put the seeds away and returned indoors. Snowball was already crookedly sleeping soundly in the pot. She fetched a dry towel, wiped it clean, and hung it on the balcony to let the breeze blow. By the time she finished her shower, Snowball's pristine white fur had dried. She gently held it in her arms and returned to the bedroom. Her body and soul felt relaxed, and she slept soundly all night. Chapter 30. With the first day's show of force deterring her, no one dared to bother Yanlan again. She spent the next day at the supply station extremely leisurely. Aside from eating in the restaurant, she spent the rest of her time in the RV with several of her companions, chatting and producing charcoal for the players outside the station. However, the good times didn't last long. Just after midnight, everyone was silently teleported away in their sleep. When Yanlan awoke again, the snow and ice outside the window had returned. Map: Iceberg Snowfield, Game Days, 13, Weather, Heavy Snow, Temperature, -50°C, Winter Time, 7 a.m. A temperature of -50°C is extremely extreme, and the wind chill can make the actual temperature even lower. Exposed skin will almost instantly feel stinging, and frostbite can occur within seconds. Exhaled breath will immediately condense into icy mist in the air, and the cold air will irritate the respiratory tract, making breathing difficult. Vehicles and mechanical equipment will also cease to function properly due to frozen lubricants. Therefore, the safest protection measure was to stay indoors, warm yourself by the fire, and not go anywhere. She had learned this knowledge from the Sub-Zero Survival Guide. Librarian Xie had later dropped several more books, and this one was the most practical. She was so happy that she even gave him some extra charcoal. The drawbridge effect had taken hold, and most people preferred to trust experts and books over ordinary people. So when she took a photo of the book's knowledge points and posted it in the group chat, no one questioned them. Even Jiang Tiantian, who had always been a naysayer, was quiet. The charcoal supply was sold out, players couldn't go out, and they had no extra wood. And the weather was still getting colder. She needed a way to survive the remaining days. She flipped through the Sub-Zero Survival Guide over and over again, hoping to find a way out. Just then, a group message popped up on her friend's screen. She clicked on it, and saw it was from Shi Yuan. Everyone, hurry up and join the group chat. Her eyelids twitched, a hunch something bad was about to happen, and she quickly switched to the regional channel. The speaker was a stranger, Li Xiong, a burly man with a large beard. I got a cigarette from Brother Sha, and it's as effective as the legend says. I woke up feeling cold all over, my hands and feet numb, and I thought I was going to die. Thankfully, my friend kindly gave me a cigarette from Brother Sha. I thought it was just an ordinary cigarette, but after taking a puff, my body quickly warmed up, and feeling returned to my hands and feet. I was completely stunned. Now I can walk around shirtless without a problem. At first, most players were skeptical, and their negative impression of the Sandman anime made their objections even more intense. How can a cigarette be so magical? I think you're a Sandman fan's agent. He was banned and couldn't speak, so he sent you here to lobby. Yinlan already said that being exposed to minus 50 degrees Celsius will quickly cause frostbite, and you're still out there in the cold wind. You're kidding me. That's right, I won't buy anything from Sandman fan. Li Xiong, I can take a photo as proof. After saying that, he actually posted a photo of himself in the snow. In the photo, he was wearing thin clothing, his health bar was full, and he had no negative effects. One person's statement wasn't very convincing, but several other players jumped in one after another. I bought it too. It's really as amazing as he said. I can even find treasure chests in the snow now. Me too. I just found a bronze treasure chest. It's still worth it. 1 cigarette for a day's chance of survival. Some players were already tempted. How much is this box of cigarettes? Li Xiong, it's expensive per box, but you can buy them individually. 1 cigarette is only 50 metal. Oh, so expensive. Yinlan's piece of wood only costs a few metals. Li Xiong slowly coaxed. It's actually not expensive at all. 1 cigarette can keep you warm all day. And supplies are scarce right now. Not to mention metal, you can hardly find wood. Players on Li Xiong's side also began to encourage. It's not expensive. And decide now. By then, everyone will be buying, and there won't be any left for you. Shi Yuan couldn't stand it anymore and interrupted. Don't trust this Sandman fan. His cigarettes are questionable. Li Xiong, what's the problem? Do you have any evidence? Shi Yuan, I've consulted with a friend. This cigarette has negative effects. The high is only the initial euphoria. It become increasingly addictive, and by then, it'd be impossible to quit. Don't let him fool you. Li Xiong, no evidence. I think you fooled everyone. First, Yinlan acted like a good person, then she silenced Brother Sha. Her goal was to drive away her competitors and control the players. Shi Yuan, don't be so slanderous. Most of the people in this group have received help from Yinlan. She's doing this entirely for everyone's benefit. Li Xiong, for everyone's benefit. So how is she going to deal with this crisis? Everyone knows she's stockpiled enough charcoal for her own use. Does the players' lives have anything to do with her? Shi Yuan, many players have seen Sandman fan at the supply station. I think you all know what kind of person he is. Don't let temporary benefits lull you into complacency. Wangda, yes, he's a ruthless Sandman villain. We must not aid and abet his evil deeds. Li Xiong, I think you're in cahoots. Who else saw him kill someone? Wangda, there were dozens of players at the scene. Come out and testify. My leg was injured. However, whether they didn't see it or didn't want to offend anyone, no one except Yinlan's own people came forward to testify. Li Xiong, that's all. You're just deliberately slandering your competitors, so you can profit from it. Public opinion gradually shifted, and some players were already wavering. Yinlan, is that really the case? Everyone shivering from the cold, And you've stockpiled so much charcoal, and you're not selling it. How cold-blooded. Yanlan didn't answer. She had indeed stockpiled a lot of charcoal for herself and her friends. But wasn't that the norm? Everyone prioritizes themselves in times of crisis, and she wasn't selfless enough to burn herself to warm others. She remained silent, but several friends actively spoke up for her. Yuanzhou, Yanlan has done so much for everyone. Whether she's sincere or not, we all know. Don't fall for her tricks. Luowen, I was a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner before I started playing games. I've researched this cigarette. It's truly strange. Don't buy it. Wangda, I've met Yanlan in person. She's truly kind. More and more people took the initiative to speak up for Yanlan, and Li Jiong, unable to cope, simply said a word and disappeared. I don't care how nice Yanlan is. The problem now is that she's out of charcoal. Only Brother Sha can save us. If you want to buy cigarettes, private message me, and I add you to the group chat, but only for today. No more waiting. The chat ended there, and many players disappeared without a trace. Sure, Yuan angrily returned to the small group chat. Why are they so unwilling to listen? One touch, and they be at their mercy. Yuanzhou, some people are just like that. They can't think that far ahead. Luowen, actually, they can't do anything. Maybe the Sandman fan is their only escape route. Yanlan stared at the chat screen, feeling incredibly annoyed. She felt the frustration of letting someone jump into danger knowing they knew it was dangerous. She couldn't judge the players right or wrong. Between life and death, they simply chose a path to survival. To help the players survive the ordeal, she made all her cotton into clothing and bedding and sold it, but it wasn't enough. There's always a way out. That evening, a player contacted her, saying they found a coal mine in a previous dungeon and offered to make honeycomb briquettes for her to trade. I was originally planning to save it, but if I don't use it now to save people, I'm afraid I regret it later, the player told her. The honeycomb briquettes were designed by Zhu Yuanyuan, a designer at a major company. While more refined than her own, they were still far from the authentic system-generated briquettes. But even with its crude design, it solved some of the immediate problem. After making the last piece of honeycomb briquettes and handing it to Zhu Yuanyuan to trade, Yanlan stretched and turned to ask the lazily lying white ball, Snowball, are we having Australian lobster tonight? Sure. Snowball shook his fur, suddenly perking up. Then go to the balcony and pick some seasonings. It was freezing cold outside, and she had no desire to leave the warmth of the house. But Snowball was different. Born in the snow, he loved it the colder it got, especially since he was going to cook. He moved with remarkable speed, quickly gathering a handful of green onions and a handful of chili peppers. Yanlan went to the counter and unloaded the lobsters from the backpack compartment. The backpack compartments preserved the freshness, leaving them in the same state they had been before. The lobsters were waving their claws, full of life. With a flick of her knife, she quickly finished off the 5-pound prawns. She then mixed a bowl of her secret sauce, smeared it over the lobsters, and steamed them in cold water for 12 minutes. Finally, she sprinkled chopped green onions and poured hot oil on them. A plate of fragrant seafood was ready. As soon as it was placed on the table, Snowball set the table with exquisite dexterity. This steamed method preserves the authentic flavor of the Australian lobster. With each bite, you're bursting with shrimp meat, making it irresistible. As she ate, she admired the snowy scenery outside the window. If you ignore the fact that this is a survival game, the scenery outside is quite beautiful. Iceberg Snowfield. On day 14, the temperature dropped to minus 55 degrees Celsius, and the number of players in Area H38 dropped to 9,200. Yanlan had sold out all her charcoal, clothing, and coal. Players began relying on thermoses for warmth. Boiled water, they filled mineral water bottles, and placed them under their covers to keep them warm for extended periods. A unit of gasoline can travel 10 kilometers, and air conditioning only lasts 20 minutes, while a gas stove can last 10 days to half a month. Some players upgraded to level 4 minivans, equipped with built-in gas stoves. A single pot of boiling water could fill a dozen bottles, and any unused space would be sold at a low price to other players who hadn't upgraded yet. Yanlan and Zhu Yuanyuan had ample resources, so they would boil several pots of water every day, bottle them, and distribute them to the regional group chat. Those in need could collect them. Even so, the players' curiosity couldn't be quelled. They couldn't resist the temptation, and went to Sandman Fan to buy cigarettes, later showing off in the group chat. Iceberg Snowfield. Day 15, the temperature was minus 60 degrees Celsius, and the player count dropped to 9,000. The final day finally arrived, and everyone eagerly awaited it. Chapter 31. Just after midnight, the game map suddenly shifted, and the temperature quickly rose. One moment, the players were huddled in their blankets, shivering from the cold, the next, sweating profusely. Finally escaping the freezing temperatures of -60 degrees Celsius, they burst into tears of joy and immediately congratulated each other in the group chat. Yinlan went to bed in the freezing cold. She had set up 2 fires in her room, burning charcoal bonsai, kangs, stuffed 3 hand warmers under her blanket, and covered herself with a large cotton quilt. When the temperature suddenly rose that night, she had no warning. Even after the fires and hand warmers went out late in the night, the large cotton quilt still made her sweat profusely. Snowball, standing beside her, was no different. He loved the cold, and the rising heat had caused his fluffy hair to curl into wisps. But despite this, he slept soundly, seemingly dreaming of something delicious. His mouth smacked non-stop. Yinlan felt playful and pinched its open mouth with 2 fingers, shutting it. Its paws fluttered helplessly in its sleep. After tormenting it for a while, she sat up and threw back the thick blanket. She got out of bed and dug a thin blanket from the bedroom closet, draping it over Snowball. She then grabbed some light home clothes and went to the bathroom to change. While showering, she opened the game panel. Map, Ruined City, Days, 1, Weather, Overcast, Temperature, 25 degrees Celsius, Spring, Humidity, 60%, Time, 6 a.m. Ruined City? It sounded a bit more worldly than the alpine snowfields, but she soon realized she was overthinking it. Looking out the bathroom window, the new map was in full view. The highway remained the same, only the background had changed, as if pressing Ctrl+C and Ctrl+V to copy and paste another background image. Outside the highway lay a shambles, like the ruins of a city after war. Buildings with exposed steel, blackened walls, shattered doors and windows, and cars abandoned haphazardly on the roadside. The ruins everywhere looked desolate and dilapidated. Perhaps from being exposed to the elements for so long, one could occasionally see green moss in corners, cracks, or on abandoned cars. The sky was dark, devoid of sunlight, and it felt like it had just rained. The air smelled damp. A gentle breeze blew, carrying with it a faint, decaying odor. Yinlan wrinkled her nose and clicked into the regional channel. Everyone seemed in high spirits. It's been a long time since I last saw 25 degrees Celsius. So refreshing. This is the temperature a normal person should live in. I hope it stays that way. This map is called Ruined City. Guess what the disaster is about? Ruined City? Apocalyptic ruins? Could it be zombies? Oh my god, don't scare me. Zombies are disgusting. I don't want them. Did everyone notice? There's a new humidity level on the main game panel, 60%. I didn't notice it until you mentioned it. It seems like it wasn't there before, right? Yes, we only talked about weather and temperature before, so I wonder if this could be a clue to the game. Seeing this, Yinlan's eyes lit up, feeling relieved. It seemed someone had noticed this anomaly. I think you make sense. So will the humidity get higher or lower? Whether it's low or high, this map is easier than the iceberg and snowfields, right? Look how many people froze to death yesterday. That's right. It's just a matter of getting a little wet or a little dry. We can get through it if we persevere. Yinlan looked away, wiped the water off her body with a towel, and changed into clean house clothes. But her brow remained furrowed. Could this map really be easier than the previous one? She didn't think so. Coming out of the bathroom, she began her check-in task for the day. She received a small bag of fruit candies, about 20 in a variety of colorful flavors. She didn't have a sweet tooth, but Snowball did. These candies would last the little foodie for a long time. Then she went to the balcony to pick some vegetables. Her magnification skills hadn't been wasted these days. The balcony was currently 3 by 2 meters, and if the flower pots were expanded further, there wouldn't be enough space, so she made 2 1.5 by 2 meter empty flower pots out of rubber. She dug some soil from the original fast-growing flower pots and magnified them. It's the soil, not the pot, that has the growth-promoting effect, so the soil transferred to the empty pot still retains its special properties. One of the new pots was given to Shi Yuanyuan, and the other to Luo. Shi Yuanyuan was her longest-known teammate since entering the game world. They had collaborated many times, and since he was interested in planting, it was understandable that he was giving it to her. He provided all the materials himself, and 70% of the output would be returned to her. Luo planted Chinese medicinal herbs. As a student of traditional Chinese medicine, cultivating a medicinal field was the perfect fit. However, the variety of herbs planted in the pots was limited. They were the few she had in stock from her first dungeon. Fortunately, The flower pot has a rapid growth property, yielding a daily harvest, yielding a large quantity of medicinal herbs. Luo will then process these herbs into a potion for internal and external use, and will also give Yinlan 70% of the proceeds. This was a decision made after Shi Yuan and Luo discussed it. After all, this treasure was provided by Yinlan, and accepting it all would make them feel uneasy. Yinlan's current flower pot is 2 by 2 meters, occupying 2/3 of the entire balcony. The space is small, and she only grows 3 kinds of fruit and 7 kinds of vegetables. The fruits include tangerines, apples, and durian. The durian is also 1 meter tall and has a flower now, and it will probably bear fruit tomorrow. The vegetables originally included mushrooms and lettuce, but later added peppers, onions, garlic, pea sprouts, and cherry tomatoes. Each variety is planted in a small plot, densely packed beneath the fruit trees. The grape, watermelon, and kiwi seeds collected at the supply station were given to Shi Yuan to plant, and a batch of vegetable seeds were also reserved for him to use freely. She had a large basket of fruits and vegetables. Her backpack had been overflowing with fruit lately, so she simply put a batch on the market at the trading center. The durian harvest was coming soon, and she had put 20 of the remaining 45 durians on the market, 50 apples, and 50 tangerines. Shi Yuan had just harvested the grapes, watermelons, and kiwis, and since there were only a few, he was saving them for himself. As soon as they were put on the market, the news exploded in the chat group. Did Yinlan get some treasure? So many fruits on the market. It's likely she did. Professional players can only get 1 food item per day. Such a large quantity is definitely a rare opportunity. I haven't had fruit in ages. I need to go buy some. I'm going to. Don't compete with me. I haven't had fruit in half a month, and my period's already been delayed. Ahaha, that's just bad luck. I didn't get any fruit in my treasure chest, but I still made it to the supply station. There was a serving of fruit with every meal there. I miss it so much now. Slurp. Meanwhile, Qin Xingxing's private messages were practically exploding, all from Jiang Tiantian. Shansheng, are you there? Help me get some durian. I want 1. No 2. Are you there? Why aren't you replying? Are you still out of bed? Hurry up. The durians will be sold out if you're not up yet. Qin Shansheng had been toiling away on producing supplies these days. Unlike Yinlan's manufacturing station, he used his own skills, which was both time-consuming and labor-intensive. Working overtime every day as an assembly line worker was exhausting. He thought he had some rest during the early stages of the new map, but someone came to harass him just after 6 o'clock. The game notification beeped non-stop, irritating him. He reluctantly opened it and saw it was Tiantian. Suddenly, he felt as if he'd been doused in cold water and sobered up. He remembered that Tiantian loved durian, and she praised him for a long time when he snatched a whole box of durian flesh for her last time. He also remembered that Tiantian had been blacklisted by Yinlan, leaving him with no choice but to buy things for her. Qin Shansheng was panicked, not even able to reply before rushing to Yinlan's trading center. The moment he clicked on it, he watched helplessly as the last durian in stock dropped to 0, his heart sinking to the bottom. Tiantian's favorite durian had been lost because he overslept. Qin Shansheng was incredibly anxious. He wasn't good at communicating with people, and even worse at asking for favors. But this time, he wanted to fight for Tiantian. After hesitating for a long time on the transaction screen, he finally mustered the courage to click on the backstage private message to the owner. Excuse me, do you have any durian left? Yinlan was stunned when she saw the name. Shi Yuan often mentioned him in this small group chat, and the most common thing she heard was that he suffered from social anxiety. Unmoved by his identity, she coldly declined, sorry, the last one in stock just sold out. The message on the other end kept showing input is being sent, clearly indicating she had more to say. After a long wait, she finally got a message. I know you still have some in stock. Can you spare one for me? I really need it. Oh! Why should I give it to you? Qin Shansheng. This is a beautiful memory for Tiantian and her mother. She'd be sad if she can't have it. Yinlan's mouth twitched. Jiang Tiantian was such a storyteller. She was clearly just greedy, but she came up with such a bizarre excuse. But it could only fool a fool like Qin Shansheng. Qin Shansheng, are you there? I really need this durian. I trade you for anything you need. Speaking of supplies, Yinlan perked up. Wouldn't it have been nice to have said she could increase the offer earlier? Since the other party possessed national treasure level skills, she must have a lot of supplies. She simply opened her mouth and asked, do you have any item cards or anything? Qin Shengsheng was anxious, and without thinking too much, he laid out his entire inventory: RV repair card, cleaning card, teleport card. I want the teleport card. Qin Shengsheng choked, suddenly feeling a pang of regret. He spent days trading supplies for this card, and it could save his life in a critical moment. Was he just going to give it to her like that? His mind played a slideshow, alternating between Tiantian's tearful face and the teleportation card. After a long pause, he gritted his teeth and replied, "Okay, but I want 2 durians." "No problem, I give you 3. This time, Yanlan was very direct, sending the transaction link for the 3 durians in less than a second. Qin Shengsheng was stunned for a moment. He clearly given an extra durian, but it only made him even angrier. She was so generous to give him an extra durian. Doesn't that just mean she had plenty in stock? The more he thought about it, the worse it felt. But having already agreed, it was difficult to withdraw. He wasn't only bad at socializing, but he was even worse at saying no. He gritted his teeth, sent the item card to confirm the transaction, and went to find Tiantian with the 3 newly acquired durians. Teleportation item card. Instantly transports you to any desired location. Number of uses, 1. Although it's a one-time use, it's as precious as a life. Although Qin Shengsheng was a coward, he was quite kind to girls, willing to spend a fortune to please them. I hope Jiang Tiantian will cherish him. Yanlan looked at the card again and treasured it. The fruit was quickly sold out, so she began cooking, making a simple breakfast of noodles. She added a handful of lettuce to the noodles, topped them with 2 poached eggs, and sprinkled a handful of green onions just before serving, instantly giving them a fragrant aroma. As soon as they were done, Snowball flew out of the bedroom on time. Yanlan wasn't surprised, just staring at it before washing up and eating. The first day after changing the map, she encountered no danger or disaster. The day went by smoothly. After the day's journey, she opened the treasure chests and began to take inventory of her supplies. The backpack slots have been expanded to 20. Slots 1 and 2 are still 2 large wooden boxes, containing various miscellaneous items, including food, water, and tools. The RV has plenty of storage space, so she keeps items like pots and pans, toiletries, clothes, and shoes outside. Slot 3 is for gasoline, currently holding 200 units. Slots 4, 5, and 6 hold a total of 3,000 metal items. Slots 7, 8, and 9 hold a total of 2,500 glass items. Slots 10, 11, and 12 hold a total of 2,500 rubber items, and slot 13 holds 800 electronic components. Each slot in the backpack has a maximum capacity of 1,000 items, and each upgrade material takes up several slots. Upgrading to the next level requires the following materials: 5,000 glass, 5,000 metal, 5,000 rubber, and 2,000 electronic components. Currently, she doesn't even have half of these, so she need to stock up more. The 14th slot is dedicated to item cards. She currently has 5 car repair cards, 2 cleaning cards, and 1 teleport card. She earned these cleaning cards playing games in the game city at the supply station. Each card grants 3 cleaning uses, and she still has 2 unused cards from the first one, which she has stashed in the secret compartment under the dining table. Her crafting station remains the only production tool in Area H38, and her earnings are likely the highest in the area, but she has no intention of stopping. Chapter 32. 6 a.m. Yanlan woke up on time. The room was still a little dim. As usual, she reached for the lamp on the nightstand, only to find something slippery on her hand. Holy crap! What's that? She jumped up from the bed in shock. Snowball beside her opened her eyes sleepily, then slowly closed them again. She leaned over to the nightstand, and saw a layer of condensation on the smooth surface. She looked up and around. The wardrobe and the window panes were also covered in the same mist. Just then, a gentle breeze blew in through the open window. It had been a heavy night of dew. She had forgotten to close the window the previous night. The moisture in the air met the cold ground, quickly solidifying on the wall, forming tiny droplets of water, much like the return of the south wind. This kind of weather was the most torturous. She had to close the windows at night, and ventilate them during the day. If she wasn't careful, the house would be soaked. She frowned slightly, and flipped open the game panel. Map, Ruined City, number of game days, 2, weather, overcast, temperature, 25 degrees Celsius, spring, humidity, 65%, time, 6 a.m. As expected, this map is all about humidity. Yesterday, the humidity was only 60%, but it had risen to 5% in just one day. She stood up, and put on her slippers. Unsurprisingly, they felt damp. Even the slippers were starting to get damp. With only one pair of sandals, she could only swallow her nausea and go to the balcony to find a rag. On her way back, she touched the clothes she hung out to dry the previous night. Sure enough, they weren't dry yet. Not only were they not dry, but you could practically wring out water. The clothes she prepared for the previous map were all winter clothes. She only had 2 sets of thin spring clothes suitable for 25 degrees Celsius. It looked like she'd have to wait a while for a change of clothes. Although the RV was only 30 square meters, most of the structure was made of smooth, cold steel. Water droplets were everywhere, making it a painstaking task to clean. After panting and wiping herself to the ground, she changed into her workout clothes and prepared to get out of the car for her workout. Before getting out, she took the trash bags from the bathroom and the room with her. She had gotten this trash can and bags from a player with the housewife profession. When she couldn't bear to use her cleaning cards, she cleaned up the trash herself. After getting out of the car, Yinlan looked around and finally found a suitable spot. There was a green trash can right at the edge of the road, a large hole rotted in the bottom. It lay haphazardly on the ground, its white plastic bag swirling in the wind. Well, this isn't really littering, is it? She put the 2 trash bags down with a sense of peace and began her workout today. Since her last soak in the cold spring, her physical fitness had slowly risen from 90 to 95, but after reaching 95, it seemed to have hit a plateau, remaining unchanged for a long time. By the time she finished her workout, it was already noon, and her teammates in the Get Rich Together group had already begun their daily chat. Sure, Yuan, why hasn't Yinlan arrived yet? She's not still sleeping in, is she? Ha ha ha. Jizhou, she can't be. She's probably exercising. Sure, Yuan, how do you know her better than I do? Yuan Zhou, you think it's all you? You sleep until 8 or 9 in the morning. Sure, Yuan, nonsense. I've had a very regular sleep schedule since I started playing this game. Yinlan, who had just finished exercising, wiped her sweat as she replied, I'm here. What's up? Jizhou, we were discussing the secret to clearing this map. Any results? Jizhou, it's definitely related to dampness. We've come up with 2 solutions after discussing it. Yinlan, which 2? Jizhou, external and internal. External is related to our living environment and primarily aims to remove moisture from the air. Solutions include physical intervention, desiccant, and dehumidifiers. Internal means strengthening one's physical fitness. Initially, exercise and dehumidifying tea can be used. If the condition becomes more severe, acupuncture, cupping, medication, and so on can be applied. Luowen, I've listed the ingredients needed for dehumidifying tea. We can collect them in advance. Yinlan, okay, if you collected them, please send them to me. Okay. Yinlan sent the ingredients needed for dehumidifying tea to the trading center. Notice, looking for red beans, koic seeds, tangerine peel, poria cocos, honeysuckle, lotus leaves. Interested parties, please private message. The news quickly spread throughout the regional chat room. Did you see that? Boss Yen is looking for supplies. They look like they're for removing dampness. I drank this tea when I had a lot of dampness, and it's made with these ingredients. But what does this have to do with the game? Are we going to have to fight dampness later? I'm not saying this, but drinking this tea for just 15 days is completely useless. It's not as fast-acting as Western medicine. Yeah, Chinese medicine emphasizes gradual progress, and the effects are very slow. I think she's going in the wrong direction this time. Amidst the numerous messages, one player's comments were clearly vehement. Haha, she's just trying to get attention. After a few appearances, she thinks she's a big shot. Can you please not be so harsh? Yinlan has made a contribution to everyone. Although her direction this time was wrong, her approach is still good. Player, Ba! You're praising her so much. Do you know what she's thinking? She might just be laughing at you. Your name is Sun Jiyong, right? I remember you, the one who used to sell cigarettes to Sandmen. Are you trying to slander Yinlan again? Why would I slander her? I just can't stand how some people act so high profile. They make a small thing known to everyone in the district. Yinlan scrolled through the chat messages, remaining calm at the insults. It was common for people to insult her in the group chat, but she had memorized every name. But compared to before, she seemed to have more and more players supporting her, she thought optimistically. After posting the announcement, no one came for a while, so Yinlan started making breakfast. She planned to make a pot of vegetable porridge. In this weather, she had no appetite for anything. Something light was good for her health. Last time, when she made steamed Australian lobster, She used half the rice, and the remaining portion was just enough for a pot of porridge. Snowball had been a bit lethargic since yesterday, and even worse today. It wandered out of the bedroom like a zombie. In the past, it would swoop over as soon as the food was ready, but today, it was acting a little strangely. Reflecting on its birthplace, Yinlan asked with concern, "Is it very hot?" "Chirp." Snowball opened his hazy eyes, and nodded dazedly. She caressed Snowball's head lovingly, turned on the car's air conditioner, and pulled out a small fan she had redeemed long ago. After breakfast, the day's tasks began. Now that she didn't need charcoal, her work was much less, and since Snowball wasn't in good spirits, she took over the driving herself. Luowen said that the ideal humidity for the human body is between 40% and 60%. Anything above or below that will cause slight discomfort. On the second day, it was already at 65%. As she pondered a solution, a private message alerted her on the game panel. It was Sunflower. They had added each other as friends while playing at the supply station. "Sunflower, Boss Yin, I got a barley bonus for my class, but it's only 500 G. I'm worried it won't be enough." Yinlan's lips curled up, her dehumidifying tea starting to make progress. "This amount is definitely not enough, but don't worry, I have other solutions." Sunflower didn't ask further. "Really? That's great. Yinlan, are there any supplies you like to exchange?" "Sunflower, it seems we're not short of anything. What's in high demand right now?" Yinlan thought for a moment. "Probably fruit." "Fruit is great. My two sisters haven't had fruit in ages. How about kiwis and grapes?" Sunflower licked her lips. "Why don't I see those two in your trading center?" "Well, since the harvest is small, I just eat them myself." Sunflower was at a loss for words. They were still struggling to make ends meet, and Boss had already developed a rich variety of ingredients. After Yinlan handed over a bunch of grapes and 6 kiwis, she also gave him a bag of Job's tears. It was in a plastic bag, the shell Job's tears inside already, without the germ, so they couldn't be planted. Otherwise, they could be planted in a pot. Beep. That was the sound of the detector finding a treasure chest. She was startled, put down the Job's tears, and leaned over. It was a diamond treasure chest. She had only ever been rewarded with a diamond treasure chest after upgrading to level 5 of the mid-size RV. Normally, she only gotten bronze and silver, rarely even gold, let alone diamonds. "Ah ha ha ha." She laughed heartily. Snowball, standing beside her, gave her a weak look before turning away and lazily slumping in the passenger seat. She quickly opened the door and trotted over to pick up the treasure chest, which contained only a single blueprint. Dehumidifying tea blueprint, red beans, Job's tears, tangerine peel, poria cocos, honeysuckle, lotus leaves, etc., at least 3 ingredients, in a certain quantity. At least 3 ingredients, in a certain quantity. This was different from the previous blueprints for charcoal and toilet paper. Having obtained this treasure, she couldn't wait to share it in the Get Rich Together group. Sure Yuan replied the fastest. "Wow! You're so lucky. Everything you dream of comes true." "Jizhou, congratulations." "Yinlan, thank you everyone. We have to work hard to collect the remaining ingredients." "Luowen, yes, let's all work hard together." "Yuan Zhou, keep going." Yinlan happily held the treasure chest, humming a song as she returned to the RV. "I have a little donkey, but I never ride it. One day, I just had the urge to ride it to the market." Seeing her return, Snowball lazily opened his eyes, only to lie down and doze off again a second later. She glanced at Snowball suspiciously. The air conditioner was on, the fan was on, it shouldn't be hot, so why was it still so weak? She rubbed its belly soothingly and continued on its way. Lei Xiaoyan thought she wouldn't survive the iceberg snowfield map. Her supplies were all gone by the last day, and she only had a thin blanket left in the freezing off-road vehicle. She curled up in it, but no matter how hard she rubbed, she couldn't keep warm. Just when she thought she would freeze to death in solitude, Yinlan gave away several thermoses in the group chat, saying anyone who needed them could take them. She had initially given up hope. Boiling water required fire and wood, both resources. With so many people in the group, the daily consumption was enormous. How much could she possibly give? She casually ordered something, and surprisingly, a bottle of mineral water arrived, filled with scalding hot water. She trembled, cradling it in her arms, her cold body slowly healing in this simple thermos. Afterward, many players followed her example, pouring out the hot water when it cooled and returning the empty bottle to Yinlan, who continued to provide free hot water. Lei Xiaoyan persevered, bit by bit, thinking that she would repay Yinlan at any opportunity. On her first day in the ruined city, she found a bronze treasure chest early in the morning. Inside, she opened 2 bottles of water, 2 purple rice breads, and an apple. She was so hungry that she couldn't resist eating the 2 purple rice breads herself. Apples were extremely valuable in the game, and just as she was about to give them to Yanlan, she saw her selling a large quantity of fruit. She figured the boss wouldn't be short of them either, so she had to keep them in shame. The next day, she opened the same item, and just as she was feeling down, a gold treasure chest appeared in front of her. She ran over with a chuckle, then opened it. Her face instantly fell. It was a blueprint, but it was a useless paper cup blueprint. But it was the most she had to offer. After much deliberation, she decided to go to the trading center and privately message Yanlan. Is the boss there? Yes. Seeing the other party's terse reply, Lei Xiaoyan was a little worried. Would the other party despise her blueprint? Yes. Not wanting to keep her benefactor waiting, she hurriedly replied, Yes, I have a paper cup blueprint. Sure, what do you want in exchange? Lei Xiaoyan's face flushed. She had wanted to give it to Yanlan for free, but her clumsy words hadn't given the wrong impression. Would the boss think she was greedy, trading such a shabby item for supplies? No, I'm giving it to you. Free. She replied so hastily that she forgot the original message she prepared. Afraid the boss would find it awkward, she added the whole story. Thanks for the free hot water, it's kept me alive. There was no reply from the other end, and Lei Xiaoyan felt a little discouraged. The boss had all sorts of supplies, but he couldn't possibly look down on such a shabby blueprint. Just as she was about to say, No, it's okay, a large bunch of cherry tomatoes and a bunch of mushrooms were presented. They must have been freshly picked, with dew still on them, and each one was of superb quality. I appreciate your gratitude, but please accept the return gift, or I feel guilty. And your blueprint is very useful. I just happen to need it. Thank you. Lei Xiaoyan nearly broke down in tears after hearing this. The boss was truly thoughtful. Not only did he give her such a precious return gift, but he also reassured her that this shabby blueprint was useful. How could she have deserved it? Chapter 33. After a day's work, Yanlan lazily lolled on the sofa. Perhaps it was a contagion from Snowball, but she too was beginning to feel a bit sleepy. A thick cloud seemed to shroud her head, and everything before her seemed blurry and distant. She tried to lift her heavy eyelids, but was overwhelmed by a wave of sleepiness. She slumped limply against the sofa, her consciousness oscillating between haziness and lucidity. Her eyelids fluttered ever closer, and she finally sank into a dream, unable to extricate herself. After an unknown amount of time, a rhythmic vibration echoed from the void, a sound both familiar and unfamiliar. Ding! It was so loud, disturbing her sleep. Ding! She finally couldn't stand it anymore, and stamped her foot in frustration, only to find nothing beneath her. With a sudden jolt of fear, she mustered the courage to look down, only to be horrified to find a chaotic mess beneath her feet, some unknown, eerie place. Ah! Then, she began to plummet weightless. A shrill female voice echoed through the air, and she suddenly jumped up from the sofa. Snowball, sitting across from her, also leaped 3 feet high, looking around nervously. She woke up so suddenly that her heart was pounding violently. It took a long time for her to catch her breath. She rubbed her dizzy head and opened the game panel. An hour had already passed before night, and she felt nothing, almost lost in a dream. She frowned and clicked on her friend messages. The other columns were empty except for Jizhou's 99+ message. She felt a sudden pang in her chest, and clicked on it. Yanlan, are you there? Are you awake? I can't sleep anymore, Yanlan. Messages came every minute, and it was clear the other party was anxious. A sudden surge of warmth surged through her heart, and she immediately replied, I'm here. The other person seemed to be watching the chat window, and within a second, they replied, thank goodness. Yanlan asked, puzzled, do you know what's going on? The group chat has been unusually quiet today. I sent no replies to my private messages, so I figured maybe you all got infected. Yanlan, has everyone fallen into a deep sleep? Yes, not just you, but everyone in our district has too. But this is only the second day of the map, so the danger shouldn't be too great. They wake up naturally after a good sleep. Yanlan breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I don't know how long I would have been unconscious. It's okay. You just woke up. Take some time to recover. I go check on Yuan and the others. Yes, go ahead. After finishing her chat with Jizhou, she rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought. Even though it was the second day, the symptoms were terrifying enough. Uncontrollably falling into dreams during the day, unable to leave the house at night. A survival game where time is money was a dead giveaway. After a short rest, the grogginess in her head had mostly dissipated. She called up the check-in system again, looking at the tasks with trepidation. She bit her lip helplessly and clenched her fists. Forget it. Let's just go for it. At this point, people on the regional channel were gradually waking up. Suddenly, this video popped up, and they all clicked to watch. Seeing that the protagonist was a well-known figure in the district, they jumped up and down in excitement. Ah ha ha ha, so even the big guys don't know things. I did this dance in elementary school. It's called Little Flower. I didn't expect to see it again. My niece dances better than this. Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Yinlan felt a mixture of emotions, her expression blank, and for a moment, she didn't know what to think. A player used the clear card, clearing all group history. A message popped up, and the H38 zone's history vanished completely, as if they'd never been there. The players were stunned, refreshing their screen several times only to see nothing but a blank canvas, discussing the pinned message in the group. Oh my god, who's this awesome player again? It's definitely not Boss Yin. If she doesn't want to show us, she shouldn't have posted it. This person must know Yinlan. So impressive. Last time he used the mute card for her, and now he used the clear card. I'm so disappointed with him. I suddenly want to know if this person behind the scenes is a man or a woman. Amidst the gossip, a player jumped out. I'm telling you, you guys are so idle. You just woke up from a coma, and instead of caring about how you fell unconscious, you're fussing over all this nonsense. Yeah. How did I end up unconscious? Do you know why? I thought I was asleep, and was wondering how I gotten such a good night's sleep today, falling asleep in broad daylight. Haha, you're so careless. Yinlan looked at the player, who had suddenly appeared and smiled knowingly. It was her. She should have guessed it long ago. She shifted her gaze from the game panel to the prize floating in the air. It was a book with a dark blue cover. A book! What a shame! She had done something so shameful, and the system rewarded her with a book. Yinlan frowned, took it down, and saw the words complete collection of kung fu techniques on it, a smile breaking out. Oh my god, this is so worth it! I couldn't wait to open it. It contained everything from internal energy techniques to martial arts moves. While it wasn't the kind of magical skills you find in immortality novels where you could pull objects from the air, it still allowed you to climb walls and wield swords. Her physical fitness had reached 95, but she recently hit a plateau and hadn't been able to improve. Furthermore, lacking the necessary skills, she couldn't compete with the experts, who had been practicing since childhood. With this complete collection of kung fu techniques, she could leapfrog the competition. She immediately formulated a practice plan, spread out a yoga mat indoors, and began practicing, crossing her legs like in the book. After practicing for a few weeks, she suddenly opened her eyes, her pupils glowing. She was truly a treasure, and her body instantly felt lighter. Satisfied, she wiped the sweat from her forehead and stood up. Meanwhile, the Let's Get Rich Together group chat was buzzing with messages, and everyone was awakening from their coma. Sure Yuan, oh my god. I actually fell asleep in broad daylight. Luowan, I suspect it's probably related to the dampness. The normal humidity level in the human body is 40% to 60%. Anything above that will lead to excessive dampness, which in turn causes a feeling of lethargy all day long. Yuan Zhou, but the effect can't be that obvious. It's only the second day. Yinlan, my body is digitalized, so this shouldn't be impossible. Luowan, Yinlan, you're here. Are you feeling well? Yinlan smiled. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. Sure Yuan, we need to collect the dehumidifying tea as soon as possible. If our area doesn't work, we can try the World Channel. I have Xiaohei and Xiao Huang help out then. On the World Channel, few people are willing to exchange supplies with players from other areas unless they have special connections. After all, without the security of a trading center, it's easy for scams to occur. After the conversation ended, Yinlan began to take stock of the day's harvest. In addition to daily supplies and food, she also found a bag of barley and a paper cup blueprint. With dozens of new pieces of wood in her backpack, she had plenty of materials, so she simply set to work on the crafting table. She took out a piece of wood, placed the blueprint on it, and the sound of sawing wood rang out. 5 seconds later, a stack of paper cups appeared on the table. The background was a snow white, and the cups were printed with ink paintings, giving them a fresh and elegant look. She counted the next stack and found 5, suggesting a high yield. She planned to use paper cups for entertaining guests and making tea, so she added 10 pieces of wood to make 50 paper cups. She only had 500 g of Jobs tears. If she wanted to make dehumidifying tea, it would be far from enough to feed the tens of millions in the group. However, she had the ability to enlarge. She took out some Jobs tears, facing them with her palm facing down, and activated the ability. A pure white holy light enveloped the Jobs tears, and they slowly expanded until they reached the size of a watermelon. Dehumidifying tea requires at least 3 ingredients, and she had only collected 1 so far. There was still a long way to go. It was the dampness that had left her with no energy for anything. She worked for only a short while before she began to feel sleepy, nodding her head like the old man basking in the sun at the doorway. The old man was better off than her. At least, he didn't have to worry about his life when he slept, while she could sleep forever. Health points, 40, hungry, tired, and damp. Rest at night would still use up some of her health, so she pulled herself together and replenished her nutrients. However, due to the negative effects of her health capped at 80. She set an alarm for herself, but, unable to resist the drowsiness any longer, she fell into bed and fell into a deep sleep. As the morning light broke, Yinlan opened her eyes abruptly, awakening from a nightmare of relentless running. Despite a good night's rest, she wasn't particularly refreshed. Her head felt groggy, as if it had been punched. She closed her eyes and rubbed her swollen temples, only to find the hair close to her scalp was slightly damp. Her hair, which she just washed yesterday, had become oily overnight. Speechlessly, she lifted a strand of hair to examine it. Come on, her hair is dry. Normally, even if she didn't wash it for 5 days, it wouldn't get oily today, but it only took 1 night. She casually tossed her hair back and tried to get out of bed, only to see her swollen calves. They were sore and swollen that she felt like she'd been saturated with water. Oh my god! The series of changes had truly devastated her. While swelling could occur due to excessive moisture and poor metabolism, it didn't have to be this dramatic. Her calves, once only 30 centimeters long, were now, conservatively, at 35 centimeters. This game seemed to be disregarding her intelligence. Speechlessly, she went indoors to stretch while opening the game panel. Map, Ruined City, number of game days, 3, weather, overcast, temperature, 25 degrees Celsius, spring, humidity, 70%, time, 6 a.m. It's only the 3rd day, and I'm already experiencing unusual symptoms. Who knows how things will develop from here? At this point, no one in the group dared to say this map was easy. Fuck. I look so different after waking up. My eyes are puffy, my calves are tight, and I've got a little belly fat. If the voice wasn't mine, I think I swapped souls with some fat guy. I'm completely listless. I've been sleeping since 8 p.m. and haven't felt like moving. It's like I didn't sleep at all. My body aches like crazy, like I'm young. Aw, what should I do? I still have to find a treasure chest. So, if I can't find food, I starve to death. Is there any doctor in the group who can answer what we should do? The usually low-key Luo stepped up. Everyone, don't sleep when you wake up. Get some exercise to speed up your body's water metabolism. If the swelling continues like this, your body will collapse sooner or later. Dr. Luo, are there any other solutions besides exercise? I simply don't have the energy to run anymore. Luowen, there's nothing better at the moment. If the doctors don't have a better solution, how can we survive? What about Yinlan? Yinlan, have you collected all the dehumidifying tea? Yinlan glanced at him indifferently, not wanting to answer, but this person kept tagging her, as stubborn as a donkey. Helplessly, she could only reply coldly, no. What? It's been 2 days, and you still haven't collected it? This self-righteous look made her frown, and after taking a deep breath, she couldn't help but confront him. What? You can't live without my dehumidifying tea? Player, that's not true. It's just that everyone has too high expectations of you, and it's inevitable that you feel disappointed when you can't meet them. That's right. I thought you were so awesome, but now it seems like just that. Yinlan snorted coldly and retorted without hesitation. When God closes a door on you, he must have also clamped your head with it. You had a free way to prevent it, but you chose to die and wait for me to rescue you. What are you thinking? Just because you're so arrogant? As soon as these words were spoken, many diving fish emerged. Sure Yuan, Poochie, I'm dying of laughter. Mr. Yin is awesome. Wangda, good riddance. Lu Zilin, that's right. I have no obligation to save you. Support for Yinlan grew, and the player, unable to compete, simply left it as a comment. Friends, It'd take forever for her to gather the dehumidifying tea, and it's still unclear whether it'd be effective by then. Why not try Sandman cigarettes? A single smoke will keep you energized all day, and you have a chance to find more treasure chests. My friends all say they're great. Yanlan regarded the last sentence with a cold gaze. This must be his true purpose. After leaving the regional channel, the player who caused the commotion frantically sought out Li Xiong for praise. Brother Li, how's my performance? Like him, Li Xiong had previously advertised Sandman in the group, but he was more insightful and decisive than Yanlan. He had joined Sandman long ago and, according to rumors, was now Brother Shah's most valued subordinate, boasting a wealth of supplies, much to his envy. Now that Brother Li had finally been impressed and given him a precious opportunity to demonstrate his abilities, he would do his utmost to discredit Yanlan. At that moment, Li Xiong was sprawled unsteadily on the sofa, his feet propped up on the table. He half closed his eyes and took a drag on his cigarette, pausing for a long moment before exhaling. Amidst the haze of smoke, he shook his head slightly, his face drooping. Seeing the player's message, he flashed an impatient expression, and after a moment, he slowly replied, "Yeah, it's okay." The player rubbed his palms and asked impatiently, "Then can you recommend me to Brother Shah's cigarette dealer group? I want to have a try too." Li Xiong glanced at the message casually, a scornful, self-deprecating smile on his face. He thought so at the time too, but who knew what would happen later? It was nothing but a bottomless pit. He cracked his lips, revealing his dark teeth, and with a shrewd grin on his withered face, "No problem, I get you in." Meanwhile, the same topic was being discussed within the Jin gang. "Jin Buwei, I think we shouldn't wait for Yanlan. Who knows when her dehumidifying tea will be ready? Zhangxi, I think the president is right. Wang Shire, we follow the president's orders in everything." Jin Buwei was extremely pleased with his two followers. "Well, let's use our connections to infiltrate the Sha Ren Fan cigarette sales group, and buy a sample for Qin Shengsheng to use as a learning model." Jiang Tiantian, who had been silent the whole time, stood up and said, "President, you've forgotten that Shengsheng needs materials to make supplies. How can we even get those materials to make cigarettes?" Jin Buwei was publicly contradicted in the group and felt a little annoyed. "Then, buy as many cigarettes as possible. We can profit from the price increase when prices rise." Jiang Tiantian, "I don't think it's appropriate." Jin Buwei's rage was boiling. If it weren't for the game panel between them, he would have rushed to confront Jiang Tiantian. "Vice President Jiang, you're determined to go against me today, aren't you?" Since he wasn't around, Jiang Tiantian rolled her eyes without hesitation. "I just think his cigarettes are questionable, so I don't recommend buying them. You've seen the character of Sandman Fan before. Who can you turn to for justice when you get hurt? Besides, we have enough supplies, so a day or two won't be a big deal." Jin Buwei's anger was quick, but Jiang Tiantian's words brought him to his senses. Yanlan and the others had previously said Sandman Fan cigarettes were questionable. Since they weren't buying them, he shouldn't be the first to be a guinea pig. After thinking things through, Jin Buwei began to make amends in the group chat. "Well, I agree with Vice President Jiang. Let's just endure for the next few days, but we still have to collect treasure chests." Zhang Shi and Wang Shire, got it. As one of the players Yanlan had supported, Lei Xiaoyan trusted her unconditionally. When Boss Yan told her to collect ingredients for dehumidifying tea, she went looking for more treasure chests. When Boss Yan told her not to buy Sandman cigarettes, she resolutely refused to touch them, and waited patiently. When Boss Yan told her to exercise to remove dampness, she immediately ran a few laps on the street. When she woke up in the morning, her whole body was swollen like pork stuffed with water, so tight it felt like it was about to burst. She felt weak and wanted to stay in bed, but she gritted her teeth and persevered. If one lap didn't show any improvement, she'd do 2. If 2 didn't work, she'd do 3, 4, or even 10. After an hour, she was drenched, as if she just crawled out of the water. Lei Xiaoyan bent over, stretched her legs, and panted, her eyes involuntarily glancing at the ground. "It's gone! The swelling in my calves has actually gone down. Although it hasn't returned to its original state, it's much better than when I woke up this morning." She excitedly shared her story in the group chat. "Exercise really works. I ran for an hour, and the swelling has gone down significantly." One player's success quickly inspired others to follow suit, and exercise to remove dampness became a trend. Yanlan, however, continued to frown at this statement. "On the 3rd day, I needed to exercise for a full hour for the swelling to go down. Would it take 2 hours tomorrow, and then 3 and 4? With so much time spent exercising, How could they have the energy to find food? She had plenty of food, so she didn't have to worry, but many players still struggled with the label of daydreamers, relying on daily treasure chests for their food. While the lives of other players were of no concern to her, she still felt it was worthwhile to offer a helping hand while she still had the energy to spare. Dehumidifying tea needed to be prepared, as did desiccant and a dehumidifier. As a last resort, medication also needed to be prepared in advance. There was so much to do that she felt a bit overwhelmed. Chirp! Snowball flew in from the balcony, trembling above his head as he held a large basket of fruits and vegetables. Harvesting vegetables was now a daily routine for him. Placing the basket on the dining table, Yanlan sorted and organized the fruits, preparing to take some to the trading center to sell. The tangerines were golden, large, and soft. As she touched the smooth peel, a bold idea came to her mind. So she immediately contacted Luowen. Can I make dried tangerine peel using the peels from the Babagan tangerines? Luowen quickly replied, dried tangerine peel is mainly made from orange peel, but tangerine peel is also acceptable, just not as effective. Yanlan, intrigued, asked expectantly, can you make it? Luowen thought carefully for a moment and replied, making dried tangerine peel requires selecting the peel, washing it, drying it in the sun, and aging it. The first steps are easy, but the aging part is more difficult and takes time. Besides, I only have theoretical knowledge and have never practiced it. Yanlan was excited. Her guess was right. Most people who study Chinese medicine have some knowledge of this. It doesn't matter. I take whatever steps I can get through. If I don't have all 3 ingredients, this is a backup. Okay, I get started now. I happen to have some dried tangerine peels here. Let's see if I can use them. Of course. With the progress on the dehumidifying tea, Yanlan felt much better. Humming a song, she went to the driver's seat. Today was another day to search for the treasure chest. The dampness had affected her body functions from the outside to the inside. Even though she played music in the car to stay awake, she started to feel drowsy after driving for a while. A glance at her health revealed a mere 60 points, fatigue and dampness. Not only had she lost dozens of points in the morning, but her health had also taken a toll. Dampness was understandable, after all, exercise couldn't completely eliminate moisture from the body, but fatigue was truly difficult to describe, considering she slept for a full 10 hours yesterday, even with a physical fitness of 95, if she felt this way, let alone the other players. Her eyes had lost their former brilliance, lifeless as 2 pools of stagnant water. A dead aura enveloped her, so enervated that she barely had the strength to speak. To prevent herself from falling asleep, she stared wide-eyed, her eye sockets brimming with bloodshot. She had originally planned to take turns driving with Snowball, but it couldn't handle it any better than she did. After a brief moment in the passenger seat, it fell asleep. Her efficiency was extremely low that morning, and after finding her second treasure chest of the day, she was forced to stop. She couldn't hold on any longer. It wasn't just her. The other players felt the same way. In a small, unorganized group of players, a male player named Lu Man finally erupted. This game is rubbish. Not only did I not find a single treasure chest, but they're telling me my health is down by half. Other players responded, maybe I've contracted a negative attribute. Lu Man, this is ridiculous. I'm going to starve to death sooner or later at this rate. I need to go buy cigarettes from the Sandman fan. Anyone want a team? Ah, I don't dare. Yanlan said his cigarettes are problematic and potentially addictive. Lu Man spitted, Tian Yanlan, did she save your father or your mother? You trust her so much, but has she ever considered you? Not only has she not found a treatment in all this time, but she's also not letting anyone find another way. How selfish. I still trust Yanlan. Xie Yuan has dealt with her before, so you know her best, right? Xie Yuan was a librarian by profession. Yanlan bought all the books he dropped, regardless of whether they were useful or not. In his heart, Yanlan was a kind-hearted person. At this point, he naturally defended Yanlan. I trust Yanlan 100%. If she'd been selfish and gone to another map, she wouldn't have volunteered so much free hot water. You're willing to trust the ruthless Sandman fan, so why not Yanlan, who saved everyone? Yeah, just listen to us. We're just a little slow this time. Wait a little longer, maybe we get news soon. Lu Man, still waiting. The longer we wait, the worse we suffer. Yanlan is a big spender on supplies. Even without finding treasure chests, she can still survive until the maps switch. But we can't. Our negative attributes are getting worse, and survival will only get harder. I heard everyone's rushing to buy Sandman fan cigarettes. He's going to raise the price soon. If we don't get there soon, we won't even have a single cigarette left. Lu man, I don't care what you think. I just don't want to sit there and wait for death. Anyone want to join me in a cigarette game? I've got connections. They can add me to the group. The group was quiet for a moment, and then someone chimed in. I go with you. I want one too. Let's try it first. Xie Yuan, unable to dissuade him, reluctantly closed the chat panel. For now, he could only hope that Yanlan would find a solution soon. Chapter 34. Yanlan was chipping ice from the refrigerator. Since her mind couldn't resist the drowsiness, she decided to use external stimulation. Hiss, ha! As soon as the ice touched her face, she shivered with the cold, and her spirits immediately returned to a great degree. She came to the sofa with the ice cube in her hand, ready to eat some lunch to replenish her energy. Snowball had been sleeping for most of the day, and since she couldn't wake him, Yanlan decided to eat something. Rummaging through her backpack, she found a piece of purple rice bread. Since she had fresh food, she rarely ate packaged foods like this. After not having eaten it for a long time, its taste had returned to its original deliciousness. She took a bite, filled with the aroma of purple rice and bread. She chewed it vigorously, checking her messages. I found a bag of red beans and a can of Poria Cocos. Yanlan's attention was completely focused on the words red beans and Poria Cocos, and she didn't even notice who sent the message. The recipe for dehumidifying tea requires at least 3 ingredients. Having previously collected Job's tears from sunflower, and now with these 2 ingredients, the player's negative status can be cured. Just as she was about to click to check, she saw the person chatting with her. It was Ji Zhou. She was a beat too slow. Ji Zhou and she weren't in the same zone, and she had never traded supplies with players from other zones. If he gave her such precious materials, would the players in their zone resent him? Seeing no response for a long time, Ji Zhou couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Yanlan thought for a moment and answered truthfully, "If you give it to me, what will happen to the people in your zone?" Ji Zhou thought without hesitation, "What does it matter to me? I just want myself and those around me to live well. Besides, materials are most useful in the right hands, aren't they?" Yanlan was speechless. With so much expected of her, she felt a bit overwhelmed. Sometimes she envied Ji Zhou's personality. He was cool when he should be, unlike her, who appeared cold on the surface, but always softened for various reasons. Thanking Ji Zhou, she began producing the dehumidifying tea. Tea required hot water, so she boiled a pot of water on the stove beforehand and proceeded to process the raw materials. Having not yet used her magnification skill, she used it all on the red beans and Poria Cocos, only stopping when it was completely exhausted. A handful of red beans had become 25 kilograms of soybeans, and a small piece of Poria Cocos had been magnified 50 times. Adding the quick seeds from yesterday, she had just enough to make up the 3 ingredients. She saved some for tomorrow and put the rest away. On the crafting table, ordinary dehumidifying tea probably wouldn't be very effective, so she thought about it and added the crafting table's attribute enhancing function. The enhanced crafting table's production speed was halved, and there was a 1 in 1,000 chance of obtaining an attribute item. These chances could be accumulated, and she had saved up several opportunities without using them, so this time was the perfect time to use them. Probably because of the large quantity, this time the crafting took a surprising 10 minutes. While waiting, she sent Shi Yuan a visitor invitation, just in case things got busy, and she couldn't handle it alone. A short while later, there was a knock at the car door, and Yanlan immediately ran to open it. Shi Yuan, standing at the door, yawned and greeted her lifelessly. As she entered, she glanced around and asked, puzzled, "Where's Snowball?" Yanlan pointed to the curtain at the front of the RV. "He's been sleepy all day, sleeping there." Shi Yuan didn't have the energy to ask any more questions. He sat on the sofa, his chin resting on his hands, nodding off. "It's affected too." Yanlan pulled some pre-frozen ice from the freezer and handed it over. "Yeah, it's affected too." Shi Yuan took the ice and applied it to his face, instantly feeling much more alert. "Let's try the dehumidifying tea right away. My negative attributes have been bothering me for days, and it's really frustrating." "Yeah," Yanlan said, walking to the production table with surprise. "It's just finished." She made 50 kilograms of dehumidifying tea today. Since 2 of the ingredients were provided by Ji Zhou, she transferred 25 kilograms to him. Shi Yuan watched the suddenly vanishing tea cake, his eyes narrowed slightly. "Who did you give it to?" Thinking of his relationship with Ji Zhou, Yanlan didn't dare look directly at him, mumbling softly, "A friend." He provided 2 of the ingredients, so I gave him half of the finished product. Sure, Yuan's voice wandered. Oh, a man or a woman? Yanlan glanced up at him, then quickly lowered her gaze. A man? A man, I guess. A man! He was startled, then realized he overreacted and shut his mouth again, muttering softly, No, I have to get my cousin to do it soon. Yanlan, with her sharp ears, faltered her smile. She pretended not to hear, and fiddled with the freshly made dehumidifying tea. The tea was roasted and pressed into a uniform cake, which had a delicate fragrance. She broke off a small piece of tea cake and placed it in a flat-bottomed glass. She poured hot water from a kettle into the cake, and a cloud of white mist instantly rose into the air. The heat dispersed the tea cake, floating on the surface before slowly sinking. After brewing, the tea soup has a light yellowish hue and a natural, rich aroma. She gently swirled the glass by the handle to ensure an even brew. Then, she fetched 2 paper cups from a stack and filled them. She and Sure Yuan each took a cup and began to taste it. The tea had the sweet aroma of roasted koik seed and red beans, with the slight astringency of poria cocos, the 2 flavors blending perfectly. She took a sip. The flavor was rich and mellow, with a lingering sweetness that made her feel relaxed all over. Sure Yuan also closed his eyes and savored it. It's delicious. The 2 finished their drinks and reached for refills. Sure Yuan suddenly remembered something, and with a whoosh, he opened his game panel and screamed exaggeratedly, Ah! My negative attributes are gone. Yanlan, hearing this, also opened her game panel. She had been holding 10 negative attributes, but now they were all gone. She stood up and stretched her limbs. The swelling on her skin had subsided, and the fatigue in her body had vanished like a panacea. As expected of a gaming world where every indicator is expressed in numbers, the effects come quickly. Sure Yuan was now brimming with energy, having long since shed the languid look he had when he arrived. He raised his teacup and observed excitedly, That's awesome. Tell us how we're going to sell it. Yanlan thought for a few seconds and said, Let's sell tea cakes, 5G each. She drank the entire cup of tea before her negative effects completely disappeared. Assuming 1G of tea cake can soak up 50 milliliters of water, this 200 milliliters paper cup would need about 4 or 5 grams of tea cake. Sure Yuan agreed wholeheartedly, I think so too. While selling semi-finished products might be easy for some people to learn, it's at least convenient. Xiao He happens to have a digital scale. I borrow it from him. Of course, the sum refers to the Jin gang, but Yanlan felt it was just right. It would be too tiring for her to be the only one responsible for mass production in a district, and it would easily lead to resentment. A digital scale was quickly borrowed, and Sure Yuan weighed the goods while Yanlan handled the sales. Before the sales, she planned to give a portion to a few friends in the group who hadn't yet arrived. Prepare 2 100 GT cakes for them. Sure Yuan followed the instructions, and did as he was told. Suddenly, something felt wrong and he looked up, puzzled. Why only 2? There are 3 other people in the group besides us. Yanlan, without hesitation, said, Ji Zhou is pregnant. Sure Yuan replied without hesitation, How did you know he was pregnant? Yanlan choked and evaded the question. He's so capable, he must have had a plan long ago. Sure Yuan stared at Yanlan suspiciously. Really? I think you're quite capable. He then privately messaged his cousin. After receiving confirmation, his curiosity intensified. He felt like the 2 of them were hiding something from him. Oh, a customer's here. Weigh them quickly. Sure Yuan was distracted by her, and skipped the subject, which finally gave Yanlan a sigh of relief. Before launching a new product, she always posted an announcement in the trading center. Players who saw it would spread the word, saving her a lot of explanations. When the announcement came out, Jean Dabong was the first to react. Zhang Shursan, special dehumidifying tea, 5G each, first come, first served. Did everyone see the announcement Yanlan just posted? Wang Shire, yes boss, we can act now. Jean Buwei was also extremely excited. The past few days of waiting had been exhausting, worrying that Yanlan wouldn't be able to gather the ingredients for the dehumidifying tea, and even if she did, it wouldn't be very effective, making him look foolish for not buying up the Sandmanban cigarettes beforehand. Fortunately, Yanlan performed admirably, not only synthesizing a dehumidifying tea, but also a dehumidifying tea with special properties. He straightened his back and issued an order in the group chat. Action immediately. Zhang Shi, Wang Shire, and I will each lead our team to buy up as much dehumidifying tea as possible. The more the better. Whoever gets it first will send the template to Qin Shangsheng. We've accumulated quite a bit of materials, so we should be able to use them. The members of the gang began to work frantically. Jiang Tiantian glanced at the message and closed her eyes to rest. She had been blacklisted by Yanlan, and everyone knew about it. At first, she'd been annoyed by their ridicule, but now she felt quite free. At least she could slack off on many tasks without a problem. The news of the successful synthesis of the dehumidifying tea caused a stir among the Sandman team. At the time, he was nestled in the arms of a cool beauty, catching grapes from her mouth. The message came from his latest and most trusted subordinate, Li Jiong. The fat man had lost a hand at the hands of Yanlan, and the scar still lingered, leading him to become a marginal figure over time. Li Jiong, Brother Shah, Yanlan has released a new dehumidifying tea. How should we respond? Shah Rafan sneered, motioning for the beauty to feed him another grape, and replied, buy up all her stock before the players buy it. When the players are desperate, they naturally turn to him, and then they have everything they want. Li Jiong replied cautiously, Brother Shah, her trading center has a limit on the amount per person. We probably can't grab that much. Shah Rafan was clearly unconvinced. How could that be possible? If the trading center doesn't work, then we can use smuggling channels. I don't believe I can't crush her with supplies. Li Jiong, Brother Shah, it still won't work. She never approves friend requests in group chats. Hearing this, Shah Renfan's rage surged. He shoved the beauty to the ground, spitting the grape seeds and skins from his mouth into her pretty face. You're a bunch of losers. You can't even handle such a small matter. And those bitches like Yanlan, they're always against me, right? The beauty ignored the filthy grape skin stained with disgusting saliva on her face. She lowered her head and crawled to the ground, minimizing her presence, not daring to breathe. But they were the only two people in the room. After smashing 2 plates, Shah Rafan noticed the trembling beauty on the ground. He let out a sinister laugh and slowly walked towards her. The beauty didn't dare look up, but she felt Shah Renfan's snake-like gaze on her. Suddenly, a chill shot from her tailbone to her head. Her heart pounded violently, and her shoulders shook more and more violently. Despite her frailty, the man offered no mercy. Instead, he kicked her hard, cursing, I let you go against me, I let you go against me. The woman's internal organs, squeezed like compressed air, were aching. She screamed and pleaded miserably, Brother Shah, please, spare me. The Shah Raban didn't let her please go, continuing to kick her. The woman held her head in her hands, her body hunched in pain, trying to resist the man's attacks. But his feet were everywhere. He wore spiked shoes, targeting her vulnerable spots, chest, abdomen, face. With each kick he cursed, you bitch. Yanlan, die. Yuan Zhou, die. You 2 bitches. It was as if he had transferred all his hatred for Yanlan and Yuan Zhou onto her. The woman could no longer remember how many bruises she had, only the burning pain. She kept coughing up blood. At first, she begged for mercy, but gradually, her pleas grew fainter. She knew that this heartless man before her would not spare her a single blow for her pleas, and would even be more violent because of her weakness. At this moment, she felt a surge of hatred, hating herself for not listening to her group friends and getting involved with this pervert. She convulsed in pain, wishing she could die sooner, so she wouldn't suffer so much. But when her health reached 10, Sandman stopped kicking. Sandman Fan, hands on his hips, panting heavily, fed her 2 pills with disgust, then stuffed a cold steamed bun into her mouth and said, remember to bring a different woman tomorrow. This time, she have to be under 20. If you don't, you suffer. The woman stared at the ground with lifeless eyes, her voice lifeless. It was unclear whether she had heard or not. Yanlan was completely unaware of the violence she had provoked. She was busy responding to various messages from customers. She had made a total of 25 kilograms of dehumidifying tea. At 5G per cake, she could sell it to more than half of the players in Zone H38. Exchanges for metal, electronic components, and other upgrade materials could be automated. 2 metals for 5G of tea cake. Exchanges for other materials were manually managed by her, and since these players made up the majority, her workload increased dramatically. Hey, I snagged another spot. She looked at the provocative smile and inexplicably thought of someone. She glanced at the name above, and it was indeed him. She pursed her lips, not wanting to chat. Still trading for 5G tea cakes? Wanda had always been frugal, always exchanging supplies at the lowest possible rate. But this time, it seemed that wasn't the case. Wanda, I don't know how much I can get in exchange. Yanlan piqued her interest. What do you mean? Wanda sent a blueprint with a note. Just open the blueprint, take a look. Yanlan clicked on it, and saw it was a blueprint for desiccant. She couldn't suppress a smile and asked, I have enough dehumidifying tea. Is there anything else you need? Wang Da's smile was almost unbearable. Hey, I need some toilet paper and some food. Wang Da used up his toilet paper quickly, often coming back to her to trade within a few days. Without asking why, she replied, in addition to 100 g of dehumidifying tea, add 10 rolls of toilet paper, 10 heads of lettuce, 10 apples, and 10 tangerines. Wang Da was so excited at the list of supplies that he practically leaped for air, eagerly agreeing, no problem, no problem. As expected, a useful blueprint could buy over 10 days of happiness. As soon as Yanlan received the blueprint, she showed it to Shi Yuanyuan, who was weighing items across from her. Look, I got a new blueprint. Shi Yuanyuan took it and excitedly read out, Desiccant blueprint, permanent requires 1 stone. Wow, this ingredient is so simple, it's everywhere. Yanlan nodded in agreement. She was also so excited just seeing this. Shi Yuanyuan handed the blueprint to Yanlan. So, when do we start production? Yanlan, collect some stone today and sell it tomorrow. Shi Yuanyuan gestured, okay. While they were still selling dehumidifying tea, the players over there started collecting stone. Lei Xiaoyan was one of the first to see the news. She immediately scurried off the SUV and to the edge of the highway. Outside the highway lay various dilapidated buildings, and many rocks had crossed the boundary and were scattered on the inside. She bent down to pick them up like a little girl picking mushrooms. Stone +1. Stone +2. Stone +1. As soon as she touched a stone, the game automatically converted it into a quantity and placed it in her inventory slot. Some large stones would even be exchanged for 2. Quite intelligent. Soon, she had collected 10 stones, just enough to exchange with Yanlan for a bottle of dehumidifying tea. She glanced eagerly at her inventory slots. In another day or 2, she gathered enough upgrade materials to upgrade to a basic RV. Then she could enjoy a comfortable hot bath and sleep on a soft bed. After nearly 20 days of sleeping in her car, she felt like her body was falling apart. She was filled with anticipation for a brighter tomorrow. Chapter 35. Yesterday, after selling dehumidifying tea, I spent several hours continuously making desiccant, and finally practiced the martial arts moves in a complete collection of kung fu techniques. It was already 1 a.m. when all the work was finished, making it difficult for Yanlan to get out of bed in the morning. It was past 8 a.m., and she was still lying in bed. Snowball didn't smell the familiar aroma of breakfast. He drowsily kicked off the small blanket and pulled back the large curtains on the front of the bed, only to be surprised to find no sign of his little master inside. 25 degrees Celsius wouldn't be hot enough to use the air conditioner or fan in the human world, but he was afraid of the heat, so Yanlan had specially prepared a small room for him in the front of the RV to keep him warm, using the air conditioner and electric fan every night. Knowing how much power this thing consumes, Snowball turned off the switch and flew inside. He stopped when he passed the stove, and with his paws, he lifted the lid of the pot. It was empty. There was no breakfast left for him. It pouted, put down the pot lid, and flew to the bedroom. Opening the door, it saw its little master, who always rose at 6 a.m., now slumbering in the sun, still lying in bed. It opened its eyes wide in confusion and flew to Yanlan's ear, chirping, chirp. Yanlan was exhausted and sound asleep when a sudden noise reached her ears. She brushed aside the noisy Snowball and turned over to go back to sleep. Seeing it couldn't wake her, Snowball flew back to the small room on the roof, fetched a miniature feather duster, landed on her chest, and used it to tickle Yanlan's nose. Yawn! Yanlan sneezed violently several times before finally opening her eyes. She slowly stood up and said helplessly, You naughty boy, why are you up so early today? And that feather duster? You're not even thinking about collecting your own fallen feathers. Snowball waved his feather duster in protest, chirping. Yanlan knew she couldn't persuade him, so she shook her head. She opened the game panel, and suddenly felt sober. Oh my god, it's 8 o'clock. She quickly changed her clothes, and frowned slightly, when she saw the obvious swelling in her limbs. The swelling that had just subsided after drinking the dehumidifying tea yesterday was back again. Map, Ruined City, days in game, 4 weather, overcast, temperature, 25 degrees Celsius, spring, humidity, 75%, time, 8:05 a.m. The dampness has worsened again. It seems I have to drink the dehumidifying tea every day. She went to the stove and boiled a pot of hot water to make a pot of dehumidifying tea. Snowball, as usual, went to the balcony to pick fruits and vegetables. She woke up late today and was too lazy to make breakfast, so she just washed a plate of cherry tomatoes to eat. The cherry tomatoes, fresh from the refrigerator, were like rubies. One bite filled her mouth with a sweet and fragrant aroma. She ate while checking her unread messages. Sure Yuan, is Yanlan here? Didn't they say they'd be selling desiccant at 8 o'clock this morning? Several players have been asking about it. I saw it, and please message me as soon as possible. She immediately sent Sure Yuan a visitor invitation. There was so much work to do today, and help was desperately needed. It would be great if she could get another visitor invitation card. When Sure Yuan arrived, it was Snowball who opened the door. He had seen him many times before, and his initial arrogance had gradually become familiar. He casually handed him a tangerine, and flew to the dining table to sort the fruits and vegetables. Seeing how well he was doing, Sure Yuan was filled with envy. He's amazing. Not only can he drive, but now he can pick vegetables too. Hearing this, Snowball worked even harder. After sorting the fruits and vegetables, he wringed out a dry rag and flew back and forth, wiping the moisture off the interior of the RV, his demeanor uncomplaining and diligent. Yanlan glanced at it, suppressing a smile, then remained silent. Sure Yuan glanced around and said, with the desiccant, the moisture doesn't seem as bad as it was yesterday. Yanlan nodded. Yes, but I guess it won't be enough in a few days. Sure Yuan was optimistic. We just have to wait a few days and see. Yeah, let's start selling it then. Desiccant, like charcoal and toilet paper, takes 5 seconds to make. Last night, it took her a full 4 hours to make nearly 3,000 units. She gave them all to Sure Yuan's friends, Xiao He and Xiao Huang, to sell. This is their reward. Please pass it on to them for me. And thank you. Yanlan took 1 or 2 of each type of fruit and vegetable that Xueqiu had sorted and handed them to Sure Yuan. Sure Yuan accepted the 2 generous packages, her eyes curling with a smile. Then I thank you on their behalf. The desiccant for Xiao He and Xiao Huang was exchanged for stone. Stone wasn't valuable, so she had no worries. She and Sure Yuan would handle the other important supplies. Although most of the work had been handed over, there was still a shortage of staff. Yuan Zhou was obsessed with finding treasure chests and killing monsters, while Luo had to tend to her herb pots and spend a lot of time pounding the herbs, making it difficult to ask them for help. It would be great if the production time at the crafting station could be reduced. After all, she spent more time on it every day than processing the goods at the trading center. She selected some of the remaining ingredients for the dehumidifying tea from yesterday, and used the Amplify skill to enlarge them to 50 kilograms. She placed them all on the crafting station and added special attributes. Sure Yuan was envious of her using the Amplify skill. They had both started out as penniless gamers, but now they had reached the pinnacle of their lives. What a world of difference. He suddenly remembered a recent news story. I heard that Qin Shengsheng of the Jin Gang has upgraded his skills. It used to take 20 seconds to produce 1 supply, but now it takes 15 seconds. Really? Yanlan was thrilled. If his skills could be upgraded, then hers could probably be upgraded too. Sure Yuan, seeing her excitement, consoled her. Well, players speculate that skill upgrades are probably related to proficiency in using them. His skills appeared earlier than yours, so it's only natural that he upgrade earlier. Yanlan nodded. As long as she waited patiently, her skills would eventually upgrade. 10 minutes later, a thick stack of tea cakes lay neatly stacked on the table. The humidity had increased, and now 10 g of tea cakes was needed for a day's use. The dehumidifying tea was limited, so some players, who couldn't find it, would rush to buy desiccant, which was unlimited. Zhu Yuanyuan hadn't received any design work from Yanlan these past few days, so she went about finding supplies herself. Yesterday, she was lucky enough to snag a 5G bottle of dehumidifying tea. She couldn't bear to use it all, so she broke off half and soaked it in 100 milliliters of water. After drinking it, although her body was still in a state of abnormality, her energy was largely restored, allowing her to continue driving and searching for supplies. Today, she rushed to grab the dehumidifying tea, but as soon as she clicked on it, the inventory dropped from 99 to 0. Thinking quickly, she quickly went to Xiao He and Xiao Huang, who were selling desiccant. Thankfully, there was still plenty of desiccant. All of it was exchanged for stones. She had seen the announcement yesterday and collected hundreds of stones to exchange for 10 packets of desiccant. The desiccant was a household dehumidifying type, and the amount was enough to fill an entire small RV. Following the advice of other players in the group chat, she made a homemade tiered box with a leaking hole and placed the desiccant on the top layer. Shortly after placing it in, she saw beads of water seeping into the water collection box on the bottom layer. The air was incredibly humid, and several packs of desiccant would likely need replacing daily. Zhu Yuanyuan had thought 10 packs would be enough to get through this map, but now it seemed like that wasn't enough. The dehumidifying tea and desiccant seemed plentiful, but each person got very little, and the stock quickly sold out. Players who hadn't bought any were extremely anxious. These were life-threatening survival supplies, and they were frantically tagging Yanlan in the group chat. "Boss Yan, are you out of dehumidifying tea? If you don't have any, can you make some more desiccant? We have plenty of stones." "Haha, luckily I was quick and grabbed both." "Fuck you, can you spare me one? I've been lying in bed all day, and my food is almost gone. I need to recharge and find a treasure chest." Go to the Gene Gang. They also have dehumidifying tea and desiccant. Has anyone tried them? How effective are they? I have. The dehumidifying tea doesn't taste great and isn't as effective, but it's adequate. The desiccant is about the same quality as Yanlan's. Hurry and grab some, as they're running low. Then I have to hurry, or I run out again. Yanlan brewed a pot of dehumidifying tea specifically for drinking. She and Zhu Yuanyuan drank it sip after sip, and their negative effects quickly disappeared. Snowball also regained his energy after drinking the tea, acting as a diligent driver. It was already 11 a.m. when the last cake of tea was sold. Zhu Yuanyuan collected the commission from Yanlan and returned to her RV. She had gotten up late today and immediately rushed to handle various matters at the trading center. Because Zhu Yuanyuan was present, she hadn't completed her clock-in duty. As soon as he left, she activated the check-in system. The task was simple: sing a song. After she finished, she posted it to the group chat and then ignored it, eager to check the rewards. Successful sign-in, receiving 1 attribute enhancement card. Attribute enhancement card doubles the effect when applied to specific objects. Ah! She screamed in excitement, clutching her head. Snowball, who was driving, immediately slammed on the brakes and flew inside, circling around her. This was her second attribute enhancement card. She used the item directly on the crafting table without exploring. Attribute enhancement card is being fused, please wait. Fusion complete, please check. Crafting table. The enhanced crafting table's production speed is halved, and there's a 5/1000 chance of obtaining an attribute item. The production speed has been halved again, and the attribute probability has increased. This is simply the best news I've received today. It initially took 10 seconds to create a simple item, then 5 seconds, and now it should be 2.5 seconds. She placed a stone on the crafting table, and sure enough, a batch of desiccant took only 2.5 seconds. Xiao He and Xiao Huang exchanged 30,000 stones today, a large number, so they were placed in the backpack compartments of themselves, Yanlan, and Zhu Yuanyuan. Yesterday, it took her 4 hours to make 3,000 desiccant bags, but today it only took 2. Still feeling it wasn't enough, she spent another 5 hours converting 7,000 of her own stones into desiccant. With a full 10,000 in stock, she could have a good rest tomorrow. Chapter 36. Day 5 of the Ruined City map. Humidity 80%. Day 6. Humidity 85%, the air already humid and sticky. Yanlan was accustomed to waking up early to boil a pot of hot water for tea. While the water was boiling, she replaced the desiccant in the RV. She had just opened a few new bags before bed last night, and this morning, the desiccant box was already full of water, weighing at least a pound. And that was just inside the closed room. Outdoors, even more so. The weather was normal and rainless, but the high humidity made it foggy, as if a thin veil separated people from the surroundings. Yanlan shook her head speechlessly, and dumped the water box and the spent desiccant out. The indoor trash cans were already full, and since the RV hadn't been cleaned in a few days, she retrieved the self-cleaning card from the secret compartment in the dining table and used it once. A flash of white light, and everything in the room suddenly became gleaming, as if through a high-definition filter. Garbage vanished without a trace, and even the RV's sewage and black water tanks were completely clean. A clean living environment transforms one's entire spirit. She sat happily on the sofa, sipping tea and casually flipping through the magazines she'd gotten from Xieyuan. Just then, Snowball flew in from the balcony, carrying a basket full of fruits and vegetables, landing nimbly on the dining table. Yanlan glanced at it slowly, then resumed sipping her tea. She didn't know if it was her imagination, but the swelling in her body felt much slower to heal than in the past few days. Yesterday, just 1 cup of tea was enough to fully resolve it, but now she was on her 3rd. She frowned and pinched her still swelling forearm muscles. Just as she was about to ask everyone in the group for advice, a heart-wrenching cry echoed from beside her. Yanlan's heart skipped a beat. She looked up suddenly to see Snowball, his mouth wide open, his paws gripping his throat as he screamed. She immediately scooped up the Snowball and placed it in his gaping mouth. Is it stuck in your throat? Spit it out. Snowball shook his head frantically. When his throat couldn't be pinched, he began to tear at his own fur frantically, as if that alone would alleviate the pain. His snow-white fur was tangled from being scratched, and the fallen fur lay layer upon layer on the dining table, a shocking sight. Seeing his self-torturing behavior, Yinlan felt a prickling pain in her heart. She had met Snowball in the first map, and after spending so much time together, they had already developed a rapport. Yinlan held his paws tightly with her hands to prevent him from hurting himself. She rubbed his head and patiently soothed him. Just bear with it. The doctor will be here soon. Time passed quickly, but she still felt like it was a year. When there was a knock at the door, she rushed over almost impatiently, not even having time to greet the person outside before pulling them in. Luowen, come and take a look. I don't know what's wrong with Snowball today. While Luowen had never treated an elf before, she had treated animals and read several veterinary books. She held the flailing Snowball and began to treat it. Yinlan didn't understand, so she stared intently, fearing something might happen to the adorable little ball. Luowen's brows furrowed unconsciously. Yinlan, her attention completely focused on her, saw this. Her heart leaped, her voice trembling. What's wrong with him? Luowen glanced at Yinlan, smoothing his brows to avoid her worry. He asked calmly, Did Snowball eat anything this morning? Yinlan quickly pushed the pile of fruits and vegetables over to him. It's all here. We eat it every day, so it should be. Her voice stopped abruptly when she saw the brightly colored mushroom in Luowen's hand. She asked curiously, What is this? I've never seen it before. Luowen used a pair of crude homemade tweezers to pick up the mushroom and examine it, his brow furrowing. It's a poisonous mushroom. Snowball's symptoms must have been caused by eating it. Yinlan was immediately terrified at the mention of the word poisonous mushroom and anxiously asked, Is there any hope? Luowen pulled a packet of acupuncture pills and a few pills from his backpack and reassured her, Don't worry. I have homemade detoxifying tablets. He'd be fine after a good night's sleep. He then gave Snowball 2 injections and a pill. Snowball stopped his self-harming behavior and fell asleep. Yinlan took Snowball from Luowen's hands and cradled it in her arms. It was so small and fragile. It was the first time she had seen it so quiet, and it was at this moment. She anxiously confirmed, Will it really be fine after a good sleep? Luowen nodded solemnly. Trust me, I give you a lively Snowball again. Yinlan finally felt relieved. To keep a close eye on it, she made a makeshift bed for it on the dining table and placed a miniature strawberry-printed blanket over its belly. After making sure it was all right, she carefully examined the culprit. She looked at the neat row of tooth marks on the vibrant mushrooms and blamed herself intensely. It's all my fault. I didn't check carefully what it ate. Luowen shook her hand. Soothingly, It's not your fault. There are so many different kinds of mushrooms, and even humans can't tell them apart, let alone a little elf. It's okay. Yinlan still couldn't forgive her own oversight, but I should have noticed this mushroom popping up out of nowhere. Lately, Snowball had taken the initiative to pick and sort the vegetables. She figured having help would save time, so she confidently handed it over, forgetting it was just a clueless elf. If she paid him a closer look, Snowball wouldn't have suffered this. Luowen, who had been sitting across from Yinlan, intentionally distracting her, picked up another poisonous mushroom and pondered, Where did you get this poisonous mushroom? It must be in the balcony flower pot. It's been picking vegetables lately. The two of them met eyes, and in tacit understanding, they stood up and went to the balcony. The fast-growing flower pots, which took up half the balcony, were crammed with various crops. Into the space where the mushrooms had once grown, several brightly colored poisonous mushrooms had been squeezed in. They were growing rapidly, already larger than the largest chanterelles. Growing alongside the normal mushrooms, they smelled even better than the chanterelles. No wonder Snowball admitted his mistake and took a bite. She carefully pulled the poisonous mushrooms up by the roots and threw them from the balcony onto the road outside. Yinlan, look! Luowen's voice came from behind. Yinlan was nearly in a state of stress after the Snowball poisoning today, and Luowen's words almost frightened her. Across the balcony stood a water collector, but the filter at the water inlet was now covered in a layer of green hairs, clinging tightly to the filter, looking quite disgusting. The air is so humid it's moldy, Luowen said. Yeah. Yinlan responded, removed the filter from the water collector, and threw it off the balcony. It wasn't a vital component, so she could use something else instead. But the problem now wasn't the water collector, but the sudden influx of mold and poisonous mushrooms. Just as they finished cleaning up the water collector, the game notification chime started beeping non-stop. The two exchanged glances, both with a bad feeling. Sure enough, as soon as they clicked into the game panel, Yuan's messages bombarded them. In the Get Rich Together group, he posted several messages in quick succession. Go check the main group. So many people have gotten poisoned from eating poisonous mushrooms. How stupid. They can't even identify poisonous mushrooms. Oh my god. These idiots always try to pin everything on Yanlan. Are they crazy? By the way, Yanlan, don't come forward. We give you a more convincing proof. At first glance, his messages were confusing, but clicking into the regional channel answered all my questions. Player 1, everyone, come out and judge. My girlfriend bought mushrooms from Yanlan today and got poisoned. She had no good intentions. He even took a picture of the woman's exposed whites of the eyes, black lips, and foam coming out of her mouth. This person's miserable condition quickly drew criticism. Player 2, this is so heartless. Selling poisonous things to people to eat. Player 3, this is so heartless. This is how she makes ill-gotten gains. No wonder she has so many supplies. Player 4, am I the only one who cares about how they started a relationship in the game? Player 1, the initial victim, stood up. I don't care. Yanlan caused my girlfriend so much pain. I want compensation from her. There's always a group of organized and disciplined players in the group who, regardless of right or wrong, ignore logic and blame Yanlan whenever something goes wrong. Yuan had already handled the situation with ease, loudly refuting in the group chat. You say Yanlan poisoned your girlfriend. Do you have any evidence? Player 1, already prepared, took a photo of a pile of mushrooms and posted it. Of course I have evidence. These are only sold by Yanlan. My girlfriend foamed at the mouth after eating them. The other players were willing to believe Yanlan, but they had actually seen her selling these things at the trading center, so this time, they all kept silent. Luo clicked on the picture to enlarge it, and sure enough, he saw a brightly colored poisonous mushroom hidden among them. He showed it to Yanlan, then took a screenshot and sent it to her. It's true that the other mushrooms were bought from Yanlan, but they were common chanterelles and shiitake mushrooms, which I'm sure everyone recognizes. But this? It's a poisonous mushroom. Your girlfriend's symptoms were caused by eating it. Yanlan never sold such poisonous mushrooms. You accidentally ate them, and are trying to blame her. Yuan immediately called on the other players to chime in. Yes, I helped Yanlan sell them, but I've never seen such poisonous mushrooms before. Everyone rushed to buy them. Don't you think it's... Really? Lu Shirkue, I bought them a few times, and they were always fragrant chanterelles, not this kind of thing. Lei Xiaoyan, yes, I always check out Yanlan's products, but I've never seen mushrooms like this. Wangda, you were the one who accidentally ate poisonous mushrooms out of greed, and you still want to slander others. You're really something. The player, seeing his rogue intentions exposed, began to cry out in injustice. That was grown alongside the mushrooms Yanlan sells. Who knows if it contains poisonous mushroom spores? Yuan, you're being unreasonable. We sold you the finished product, and you used it to grow something else. How can you blame us? Player, I don't blame you, who else should I blame? I got the product from you, so I have to pay for it. Yuan was so angry that he cursed. You're such a weirdo. Before the two of them could start arguing, there was a sudden turn. I've never bought Yanlan's mushrooms, but I have one growing in my flower pot at home. It smells so good, I almost couldn't resist cooking it. Help! I just ate one. It tastes better than porcini. After showing off one, my lips are swollen. Does anyone have an antidote? I'm dying. I couldn't resist eating one either, and now I'm dizzy and nauseous. Please pay me a high price for the antidote. I've been exhausted and haven't found any food these past 2 days. I was so hungry I couldn't help but eat a few pills. Now my health is negative, indicating poisoning. Isn't Luo a pharmacist? Do you have any antidote pills? Help me. I don't want to die yet. Everyone was stunned by this wave of comments, and no one paid attention to the player whose girlfriend had been poisoned and demanded 100-fold compensation from Yanlan. Yanlan and Luo had already returned to the room while the players were chatting. Luo pulled all the detoxification pills from his backpack and looked across at Yanlan with trepidation. That's all I have. I don't think it's enough. Yanlan was tucking Snowball in, and seeing its breathing steady, she felt relieved. Looking up, she saw Luo worried and smiled reassuringly. It's okay. I can use the enlargement skill to increase the number. Luo Wen's eyes lit up, but he was still confused. But what about the dehumidifying tea? Yanlan replied, without the detoxifying tea, it'd be painful at best, but not fatal. The poisoning is more serious. Let's just get through today and see. Luo Wen nodded worriedly. That's all we can do. The detoxification pills she made were the size of soybeans. Yanlan enlarged them to the size of a fist, and Luo Wen used tools to divide them into smaller portions to sell to players. The number of poisoned people in the zone was surprisingly high, exceeding 500. Luo Wen had just sent one batch away when another arrived. By the end of her treatment, the usually quiet and gentle woman began to complain. How can they be so lacking in common sense? They're just eating mushrooms they don't recognize. Yanlan pushed a newly copied detoxification pill in front of her and calmly replied, maybe they're just starving and trying anything they can think of. Many players are short on food, and it's normal for them to accidentally ingest poisonous mushrooms, given their allure. Luo Wen nodded in agreement. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she remembered something she had overlooked. Why didn't I see the player who initially claimed to be poisoned come by the antidote pills? Wasn't he the one causing the most trouble? Yanlan paused, curling her lips in disdain. Maybe this was all planned. After all, this wasn't the first time she'd been criticized, and she was used to it. As she suspected, after a while of howling in the group chat, the player contacted Li Zhiyong stealthily. Hey, Brother Li, what do you think of this token of my allegiance? Li Zhiyong lay sprawled on his bed, his white sweatshirt stained black, unwashed. Amidst the thick smoke, he squinted his eyes, and glanced at the messages on the dashboard. He sneered, "Oh Wang, this is no good. Not only did you fail to harm Yanlan, you even let her profit from it." Lao Wang's confidence, initially buoyed, immediately deflated upon seeing Li Zhiyong's response. He argued unconvincedly, who said it didn't happen? No one said it directly. His original plan was to frame Yanlan, causing her reputation to plummet, while also securing a substantial compensation. But who could have imagined so many players would rally behind her? Li Zhiyong snorted. The process doesn't matter. If the result isn't good, it doesn't count. Lao Wang continued to flatter him. Please say something good, Brother Li. Li Zhiyong, of course, get out. Lao Wang's blood boiled instantly, his face flushing red. You can't do this. I've poisoned my girlfriend, and I even hired several shills at my own expense. Even if you don't drag me into Brother Shah's cigarette-selling group, you have to compensate me. Li Zhiyong's dark fingers pinched a cigarette, his eyes narrowed into slits. He shamelessly replied, I didn't ask you to use your girlfriend. You screwed up and you blame me? Idiot! Lao Wang was now being manipulated. The thought of his loss was heartbreaking. He begged Li Zhiyong humbly, Brother Li, you can't say that. Even if there's no credit, there's still hard work. Please consider me. The other party is no longer your friend. Please add them before sending. Please, for my sake. The other person is no longer your friend. Please add them before sending again. He sent several messages, but they ignored him. Seeing his message fall on deaf ears, Lao Wang pounded on the wall. Damn! Glancing at his collapsed girlfriend, he felt a surge of regret, but it was too late to say anything. Chapter 37. Day 7 of the Ruined City, 6 a.m. Successfully signed in, and received a blueprint for a wet-drying unit *1. What a rare find. Signing in and getting a precious blueprint. Today's humidity is 90%, so damp indoors that even desiccant is useless. Outdoors, it's even worse, like a steamy, enclosed shower room right after a shower. Just sitting there, and doing nothing makes me feel uncomfortable. Last night before bed, she placed no fewer than 10 desiccant packs around the room. This morning, each one was filled with water, and some boxes were even starting to mold. The city ruins outside the highway, bathed in moisture, had long since lost their original appearance. The ground was covered in slippery green moss, and the exterior walls of the buildings were covered in all sorts of fungi, red, yellow, green, purple, and all sorts of shapes and forms. According to the laws of nature, the brighter the color, the more toxic it is. Ever since yesterday's poisonous mushroom incident, players have become extremely wary of these spore-forming plants. They've repeatedly wiped away moisture from the RV walls, fearing the ever-present fungi would take over. As the environment improves, so too must various protective gear. Yesterday, I was worried that dehumidifying tea and desiccant wouldn't be enough, but today, I got the blueprints for a wet-drying machine. Yanlan flipped through the blueprints. The materials required were 3 metals, 1 rubber, 1 glass, and 1 electronic component. These materials are readily available, making them relatively easy to manufacture. The upgraded manufacturing platform has significantly reduced production time, but these mechanical blueprints are still more complex and time-consuming than those for charcoal or toilet paper. It takes a minute to make a wet dryer, and she made over a dozen on the spot. Wet dryers require electricity to operate, and the RV's power comes from gasoline. She had plenty of gas, but other players probably wouldn't be so generous, so she only stocked up a minimal amount. Wet dryers are small, about the size of a miniature coffee maker. She placed one in a corner of the room. After plugging it in, the indicator light came on, and she selected dehumidification mode, and the machine began to work. It was quiet, so it wouldn't disturb anyone in the room. After a short while, the machine began to emit a beeping sound. The water tank was full. It had already sucked up a bucket of water in just 2 minutes, and she instantly felt the room feel much drier. It had been ages since she'd been exposed to normal air, and every pore in her body felt refreshed. This was a valuable item. It could still be used after completing the game map. Then, she sent 4 dryers to the Get Rich Together group, where several people shared a lot of supplies with her. She accepted them all with a smile, without pretense. By the way, I recently got a can of brown sugar. I heard you girls get stomachaches when you have your period, so keep it for yourself. Just after collecting the supplies, Ji-Jo sent her another private message, also sharing a can of brown sugar. It was canned, with dozens of sugars in each pure in color. The aroma of sugarcane was palpable upon opening it. Over a decade of menstrual cramps had given her a precise sense of brown sugar. Just one sniff told her it was high quality. She could still vividly remember the cramps she experienced during her last period, and she'd been keeping an eye on news about brown sugar ever since. But this was a game world, and while brown sugar might seem ordinary to a normal person, it was incredibly rare. She hadn't heard of it in ages, so this gift truly touched her heart. Yinlan happily accepted it. Thank you. It's okay, as long as you like it. She looked at that brief sentence, but a strange smile curled her lips. News of the wet dryer spread quickly throughout Area H38. Players weren't surprised that she was the seller. They would be surprised if someone else wasn't. This time, she was producing, and Shi Yuanyuan was selling. Their collaboration was already tacit, and before she could prompt, the other person stated her requirements. Mainly replacing electronic components this time, right? Yes, Shi Yuanyuan thought, sensing that the person on the other end seemed particularly cheerful today. Before she could dwell on it, her thoughts were interrupted by a customer who came to ask about it. However, this customer seemed a bit unusual. Zhou Xingxing, Shi Yuanyuan, huh? Shi Yuanyuan looked at this question, feeling strangely surprised. However, he patiently replied, maintaining the mindset that God is the customer. Yes, a wet/dryer. I want to ask you something. Shi Yuanyuan suddenly had a bad feeling. He picked up the paper cup on the table and took a sip of the dehumidifying tea. What is it? Zhou Xingxing, are you Yinlan's boyfriend? The tea in Shi Yuanyuan's mouth suddenly gushed out, flowing down his nose into his esophagus. He choked and coughed hard, taking a long time to recover. What did you say? Zhou Xingxing felt very strange. Could it be that he hadn't expressed himself clearly enough? Yes or no? Shi Yuanyuan rolled his eyes at the game panel. No. Zhou Xingxing turned his head to look in the mirror at the young face. Fair skin, handsome, and beautiful, he was the fashionable, young, cute type. Thinking of this, he straightened his back and said confidently, that's good. I like her. Tell me about her preferences. Shi Yuanyuan refused without hesitation. I don't know what she likes, and she doesn't like your type. Zhou Xingxing snorted. What did he mean by not knowing? He just didn't want to have another competitor. He comforted her, thinking it was considerate. You like her too? Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Shi Yuanyuan was practically amused by the other person's audacity, and he forced himself to refrain from cursing. No, where did you hear that? Yinlan and I are just an ordinary boss-employee relationship. Zhou Xingxing pursed his lips. Do you think we're stupid? If you two weren't related, would she just leave the goods to you for no reason? I heard you even met in person. Shi Yuanyuan's heart ached. What the hell? His innocent job turned into a face-to-face meeting. Yinlan had disabled friend additions, so many people contacted her through the trading center. She was too lazy to deal with these social interactions, and often simply rejected these attempts at socializing. So these people set their sights on him. He encountered many players seeking romantic relationships, but this was the first time he'd seen someone offer themselves to him. Zhou Xingxing sent another message. Are you there? Tell me about her preferences. If I become successful, I definitely benefit from your help. Shi Yuanyuan's skin erupted in goosebumps. He rubbed his arms vigorously, taking several deep breaths before calming his raging anger. She and I are just ordinary boss and employee, not the kind of relationship you're describing. She's a public person, private and public, and she doesn't let personal feelings get in the way of work. To make his point, he even took a screenshot of his cousin's profile picture. See? She likes this type, manly and masculine. You're not her type, and neither am I. Zhou Xingxing had initially been unconcerned, but when he saw the photo Shi Yuanyuan sent, his confidence inexplicably waned. He knew from the image that this person was something special. Could it be that Yanlan really liked this cheat? After persuading Zhou Xingxing to leave, Shi Yuanyuan returned to responding to other inquiries. Wet and dryer units are expensive, selling for 10 times the cost, yet many users are still willing to spend the money. I think a basic RV is fine. It's enough. It's better to spend the materials than to save them. There's too much material for an intermediate RV. Since I can't raise it anyway, I might as well buy something comfortable. Wangda is the type of person who would rather live comfortably than upgrade, and he was still very fast this time. Yuanyuan, give me a wet dryer. Sure, Yuanyuan had met him once at a supply station, and they interacted frequently, becoming familiar with each other. No problem. How do I pay? Wangda, all the electronic components. As soon as the transaction was completed, he couldn't wait to plug it in and use it. He had a natural rhinitis condition, making him particularly sensitive to changes in the environment. Lately, the excessive humidity had been causing him a runny nose. But now with the wet dryer, his rhinitis would surely be much better. As soon as Shi Yuanyuan's inventory ran out, Yanlan's was already producing new stock. They continued trading until 12 noon. Shi Yuanyuan handed the last batch of traded supplies to Yanlan. After a moment's thought, he tactfully brought up the matter. Yanlan, has someone named Zhou Xingxing contacted you recently? No, what's the matter? That's good. If he tells you anything strange, just ignore it. Okay. Relieved by the other party's satisfactory response, Shi Yuanyuan finally breathed a sigh of relief and left the RV to exercise. As Yanlan's friend, he didn't want to be mistaken for her subordinate, so improving his own skills was the best way to refute the misconception. After finishing production on the wet drying machine, Yanlan began making dehumidifying tea. She first took some normal-sized quoque seeds, red beans, and poria cocos, and then used her skills to magnify them several times, creating special dehumidifying tea cakes for sale. Luo Wen also added some dried tangerine peel to her simple recipe, which she tried, and found to be much better than before. While she was working indoors that morning, Snowball had been driving. Ever since taking the detoxifying pills and getting some sleep, he regained his energy. However, Yanlan kept a closer eye on him, forbidding him from anything besides driving. The RV slowly came to a stop, and Snowball flew in from the driver's seat, landing on her shoulder. Chirp, Yanlan gave him a loving look, pausing her work. Hungry, huh? Let's have lunch. Today's trade had yielded quite a bit of food, including a piece of cured meat and a fresh sea base. Today, she planned to make a steamed sea-based dish, along with a side of vegetables. I heard from afar that the player who traded the perch had caught it during a previous dungeon quest, and had been hoarding it in his backpack. Speaking of dungeons, this game map is already halfway through, so I guess the time is almost up. The balcony connected to the outdoors, and the walls and floor were damp, covered in moss, and green mold in many places. I had used the auto-cleaning card yesterday, and it was back to normal in just one day. The air was thick with a damp, decaying smell, and she couldn't help but wrinkle her nose. She picked up the mop and began mopping the floor. After several passes, the water stains on the floor finally dried up slightly. But the moss and mold were more difficult to deal with. She scraped them with a shovel. Once they looked a little less unpleasant, she stopped and planned to use the auto-cleaning card again tomorrow. She still had 2 new cards and 1 old, twice-used card left. She had originally thought these would last several maps, but now it seemed like they would be good enough to last through this one. The air was damp and stuffy, and after only a short while, I began to sweat. I wiped my brow, picked up the basket beside me, and began to harvest the vegetables. The durian tree was now bearing fruit, but unlike other fruits, which ripen every day, this one ripens every 3 days, and only 1 fruit at a time. Yanlan was quite satisfied. After all, it was the king of fruits, the durian. Snowball, perched on her shoulder, flew to pick the vegetables from the flower pot. Yanlan grabbed its 2 feet and pulled it back. Chi-Chi, Snowball said, his legs being pulled, and turned his head to glare at her in dissatisfaction. Just drive for a few days. I take care of everything else. Snowball clasped his paws together, pouting in a nagging, adorable expression. Lan ignored her and began to pick the vegetables. A new crop would sprout tomorrow anyway, so she picked them all: peppers, scallions, pea sprouts, and so on. She put some of the harvested fruits and vegetables in the refrigerator for immediate consumption, and the rest into her backpack's compartments for freshness. Afternoon work was much easier, and she parked the car as soon as the sun went down. She increased her exercise time to 2 hours, 1 hour for physical strength training and 1 hour for practicing the compendium of martial arts. She had already completed the mental skills, and was now progressing to the techniques. With a little more effort, her physical attributes would soon reach 95. For now, improving her physical fitness was as high a priority as upgrading her RV. The first player to level up would receive a rare treasure chest, which had a high probability of containing a metal shard. She currently had 1 metal shard, 2 in total, if you could barely count Jizhou's. Once she collected 5 metal shards, she would know their specific uses. Currently, she had over 5,000 upgrade materials for metal, glass, and rubber, leaving only 200 electronic components short. Soon, she would be able to level up. Chapter 38. Yang Shui now has a stress reaction whenever she sees news about Li Xiong. Her body trembles uncontrollably, and the scene of being beaten up by the Sandman fan that day flashes back to her mind. In real life, she's an entertainment anchor who relies on her beauty. Simply by whispering "brother" in a sweet voice or wiggling her waist, she can receive huge tips from her big brother. Being an anchor makes money so easily and quickly that it took her a long time to adapt to this survival game. Her beautiful face should be adorned with exquisite makeup, showing off to wealthy bosses in the live broadcast room, not picking up wood and searching for treasure chests in the snow. Her delicate hands should be adorned with jeweled rings, casually showing off their handshaking skills for the camera, not pushing a heavy wooden cart and fighting ferocious hail monsters. The hardships of life haven't dampened her ambitions. One day, she saw the news that Jiang Tiantian had joined the Jin gang. Jiang Tiantian was known for her green tea rhetoric whenever she disagreed with someone. They were similar yet not. Jiang Tiantian could affectionately call any boy brother, but she was only stingy with the big brother who tipped her. Jiang Tiantian was too cheap. She disdained comparisons. Yet she joined the Jin gang and even became its second-in-command. Yang Shui was deeply dissatisfied. How could she have achieved such a position? In terms of appearance, she considered herself far superior to Jiang Tiantian. For boys, cuteness pales in comparison to sexiness. Jiang Tiantian was the inexpensive, free appetizer, while she was the expensive main course. But now, she had surpassed herself, both in fame and wealth. The past live streams, with thousands of praise, and the Big Brother's carnivals filled with tips, were still etched in her mind. She would often dream of it, and wake up laughing. She was determined to bring the aura of real life into the game. Blatant advertising on regional channels would have seemed lowbrow, so she intentionally or unintentionally revealed her real-life nickname, a sexy female streamer on Douyin with millions of followers. Later, the World Channel opened, giving her another platform to showcase her beauty and figure. Players gradually got into the groove of the survival game, finding some fun after work, and a few bored people, like before the game, were praising her with all sorts of flattery. She relished the compliments. The euphoric feeling brought her immense joy. But superficial praise wasn't the ultimate goal. The rewards from players were what she desired. They were separated by a virtual electronic screen, just like the pre-apocalyptic livestream. She had imagined her life would continue this easy until Li Xiong arrived. Since then, she has been consumed by deep regret every day. Ding! The piercing sound of a message alert rang in her ears, interrupting her beautiful fantasy. Unable to bear it any longer, Yang Shui opened the game panel and saw Li Xiong's latest message. Yang Shui, don't be so stubborn and refuse to reply. Brother Sha has a visit card. If he comes to see you in person, it won't be as simple as a couple of kicks. She didn't doubt that Sandman Fan had this ability. She's seen addicted players give up life-saving treasures for a pack of cigarettes many times. She had thought she could get away with just not replying and not accepting his invitation to visit. But now it seemed like wishful thinking. He was like a man-eating snake, targeting her. Thinking of what happened that day, Yang Shui suddenly broke down in tears, venting the repression she had accumulated over the past few days. It's all your fault that I'm like this. I curse you to be struck by lightning and die a miserable death. Li Xiong scoffed, disdainfully saying, if you weren't so greedy, would this be the case? Stop nagging. Have you found Brother Sha's men? Yang Shui screamed in anger, pounding the table furiously while she sobbed. She was filled with rage and resentment, angrily sweeping everything to the floor. Her teeth were tingling with hatred. If possible, She wanted to drag these two people to hell together. But she knew she was no match for them. Not only would they not go to hell, they would actually enjoy it. She finally clenched her fists, took a deep breath, and replied, "Didn't we just send someone last time?" Li Zhiyong, useless, died within 2 days. This time, let's try something new. Preferably under 18, something innocent. Yang Shue's pupils suddenly widened, her fingertips trembling. Her body limp, and she collapsed to the ground. Dead, dead. What kind of madness did that beast do? Thinking that she was responsible for the female player's tragic end, her stomach turned sour. She ran to the bathroom and tried to vomit several times, but couldn't. She cowered in a corner, trying to act like an ostrich, but Li Zhiyong wouldn't give her a chance. He kept sending her messages, urging her, "What are you doing? Why are you taking so long to reply?" Knowing she couldn't escape, Yang Shui suppressed her nausea and asked, "Why are they underage this time? This is illegal." Last time, the sister had already informed her in advance, but she still volunteered to go. Her actions against her same-sex sister were already inhumane enough, and now she was also targeting underage girls. She was truly worse than an animal. Li Zhiyong said nonchalantly, "This isn't the real world. What's illegal or not? I've brought the mission here. How you handle it is up to you. Remember, deliver it on time. Don't let Brother Sha come looking for you." With that, Li Zhiyong logged off, leaving Yang Shui staring blankly at the chat screen. She felt like a fish on a steaming plate, at the mercy of anyone. She had contemplated suicide, but after repeated attempts, her instincts always pulled her back at the last moment. After a long period of impotent rage, she finally contacted a female player whom Li Zhiyong had requested. As she sent the message, her lips trembled. "Xiaotong, are you there?" Xiaotong replied quickly, her words tinged with joy. Yes, Sister Shui, what's up? Thank you for the food you gave me last time. It was truly delicious. Here are the supplies I found today, and there's a lipstick in it. For Sister Shui, you look stunning in it." Yang Shui's throat suddenly felt dry. She softened for a moment, then hardened her heart before replying, "I don't need it. You can keep it. Xiaotong, this is a little gift from me to Sister Shui. Sister Shui is kind to me, so I should be kind to her too." Yang Shui felt a pang of discontent when she saw the Chanel lipstick. "Silly man, I'm only being kind to you because it's profitable for you." She hesitated for a moment, then, remembering Li Zhiyong's threat, sent the message, "I have a job for you. Just clean up at the client's place, and you receive a lot of supplies." The message was quickly read, and her heart was filled with mixed emotions. "Sister Shui, may I ask who the client is?" Yang Shui didn't hide it, because she ultimately had to add Sha Rafan as a friend and accept his visitor invitation. "It's Sha Rafan. But Sister Shui, didn't the group say he was immoral and had bad behavior?" Yang Shui's head was buzzing, as if she exposed him to a fire she knew was burning ahead. She had no idea what she was saying. Everything was just a boilerplate. Those are just rumors. Sha brother is a good person. Look, it's because of him that I have so much food. Sister Shui, when have I ever lied to you? There was a long silence, no reply. Yang Shui's heart was beating wildly. On one hand, she hoped her scheme wouldn't be discovered, and on the other, she hoped the other party wouldn't fall for it. Finally, Xiaotong sent a message. "If I don't go, will Sister Shui bully me?" Yang Shui felt her voice crack. "Probably." "I will," Xiaotong said without hesitation. "Then I go. Sister Shui gave me my life. I do whatever you tell me to do." Yang Shui felt her vision gradually blur. After a moment of stagnation, she covered her eyes with her hands and sobbed uncontrollably. She cried for a long time, staring blankly at the chat panel that had stopped, her hand unconsciously clicking on Xiaotong's profile. Player, Su Tong. Age, 16, nominal age, balance, hidden. Strength, 40, upgradable, speed, 40, upgradable, intelligence, 80, upgradable. She was only 16, and her physical fitness was only 40 points. Yang Shui took a deep breath, as if making up her mind, and sent Su Tong another message. "Xiaotong, you better not go." Su Tong, "But what will you do if I don't go, sister?" She was very clever, and seemed to have guessed her ill intentions, but she didn't blame her. In fact, she was willing to go herself to repay her kindness. Yang Shui felt incredibly guilty, and she didn't hide her feelings. "It's okay, he won't kill me." Su Tong, "But sister, haven't you ever thought about resisting him?" Yang Shui lamented, "I did, but I'm too weak. He's like a leech, constantly watching me, and I can't shake him off." Su Tong, "Sister Shui, we can't fight him, so why not gather everyone's strength? Yang Shui, what do you mean? Su Tong, Sister Shui, just listen to me. This time, you can just let it go. Over the next few days, we gather evidence and expose his evil deeds to the public. Yang Shui began to get a little excited, but she couldn't help but worry. But if I don't go, I'm afraid I'd be in danger. The Sand people exploited her public influence for all sorts of shameful things, so they wouldn't actually kill her. But Su Tong was different. Su Tong, sister, come with me. You protect me, right? Yang Shui's nose was tingling with sourness, and she vowed to herself, yes, I will. Every player on the road to survival was desperately striving to stay alive. After finishing her day's work, Yanlan sat down with Snowball for a pleasant dinner. Today they had stir-fried pea sprouts with bacon. She cut a third of the long strip of bacon. The bacon was smoked exceptionally well, with a rich, lean texture and a salty aroma. Paired with the tender pea sprouts, it was a perfect match for rice. Snowball's furry head remained buried in his bowl, his chopsticks unable to stop moving. Just then, the long-lost system sound rang out. Dungeon mission announcement. A random dungeon begins tomorrow. All players, please be prepared. Required item, 1 dungeon card. Duration, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Dungeons meant supplies, and the players were excited at the news. I've waited so long, finally, for the dungeon mission. I hope I can go to a supermarket this time and stockpile so much supplies. You're dreaming. I'd be so lucky if I could just go to a rice field and harvest some rice to eat. I haven't had fresh rice in ages. Slurp. This awful map is so damp. I feel like I'm getting moldy. Hurry up, the dungeon. I want to escape. In the Get Rich Together group, teammates were also eagerly anticipating the opportunity. Chapter 39. After checking all the facilities in the RB, Yanlan closed the door and stood on the road with Snowball. At 8 o'clock, the system chime rang. The dungeon was about to begin. This time, it was an extreme escape dungeon, with random maps and random dangers. Enjoy it, everyone. As soon as the voice fell, a simple vermilion door appeared before her. The operation was the same as last time. But this time, she hesitated. The previous dungeon was a resource search, but this one was an extreme escape dungeon. Just from the name, it didn't sound like a good dungeon. Not only her, but many other players were undecided. Extreme escape. It sounds so dangerous, I'm a little scared to go in. Me too, I feel like I'd be killed once I get in. You're so timid, isn't it? It's just an escape game. What's the big deal? I go first. Holy crap, what the hell is this? Ah, is it that scary? I'm not going. Then I'm not going either. I think it depends on personal preference. If you want to take a chance, then go for it. I believe the risk is high, the reward is high. If you're scared and don't go, that's fine, but don't be jealous of others' success. You're right, I have to participate. How can you know the outcome if you don't try? I'm going too. Let's go! Yanlan was also one of those brave types who charged forward. She took out her Frost Moon bow, slinging it over her shoulder, turned the doorknob, and walked in with her Snowball. Turning around again, the red door behind her transformed into a half-worn glass door. The interior was almost empty, but you could vaguely see where it once stood, a flower shop. So this is coming to town? She looked around. Before her lay a main city street, shops lining both sides, their various signboards adorning the doors. The sun was high in the sky, its golden rays illuminating the earth. If one ignored the eerie emptiness, it was a tranquil scene. Since it was a town, there were bound to be some supplies left behind, so she began searching one by one. Most of the shops here had a uniform decor, with large floor-to-ceiling windows, allowing her to peek inside. If there was any obvious supplies inside, she would go in and investigate. She passed by a steamed bun shop, a noodle shop, a bakery, a milk tea shop, and many other shops, finally stopping in front of a hot pot restaurant half an hour later. The shop was brightly colored and much cleaner, like a resource point in a game. She beamed, exchanged a glance with Snowball, pushed open the door, and walked in. Welcome. A standard female voice rang out from the front. Yanlan's heart skipped a beat, and she gripped the handle of her bow and arrow sharply, causing Snowball to jump in fright. There were actually people here? She pressed her palms together and looked forward. A golden lucky cat on the cash register not far away waved its hands mechanically. It had made the sound just now. Her heart dropped as she followed her gaze around the room. Besides the lucky cat, the electrical system was functioning normally. The ceiling lights, air conditioner, refrigerator, and so on were all working. After confirming that no one was inside, she walked quickly inside. Snowball had long since recovered from his shock. He flitted around the store, looking at this and touching that, fascinated by the novelty. Snowball, you go guard the door. Let me know if there's any news. Sure. Snowball immediately became obedient, raised his paw in salute, and peeped at the door, furtively exploring. With her faithful security guard by her side, Yinlan went straight to selecting her food, confidently filling her backpack with supplies. She had deliberately emptied her backpack before arriving, leaving the RV overflowing with upgrade materials. Now, 18 of her 20 slots were empty, freeing her from the worry of overstocking. This was a buffet hot pot restaurant. The meat section was filled with a variety of meats: marbling beef, lamb rolls, beef tripe, crispy sausage, and more. Meatballs included shrimp balls, cuttlefish balls, beef balls, and lucky bags. The vegetarian section offered a variety of vegetables and noodles, and there was also a beverage section. There were hundreds of different types of food, and since each slot in her backpack could only hold one type, it was impossible for her to fit everything into the compartments. Her mind raced, and in a split second, she was sprinting, gathering all the food into several freezers. Each freezer took up a single slot, so no matter how many different types of food were in there, it wouldn't matter. The vegetable plates were piled high. She lifted them easily with both hands, swiftly moving back and forth between the meat and vegetable sections. As expected of a woman with a well-honed physique, she moved more than a dozen times without even breathing hard. Just then, Snowball, who had been snooping outside the door, anxiously flew over, his paws waving erratically. Chirp! Yinlan's heartbeats beat rapidly. She glanced at the row of drinks before her, her movements quickening again. Chirp! Snowball was truly anxious. The enemy was right before her, yet her little master hadn't yet put away his supplies. Not only the drinks, but also the several coolers filled with food hadn't been put away in her backpack. Yinlan put the last row of drinks into the large wooden boxes in the first two compartments of her backpack, then ran to the meat section. Her hand slid across the coolers, emptying all 18 of them. After gathering her supplies, she felt much relieved. She ran to the door with Snowball, only to suddenly spot a group of strange men in black approaching from a dozen meters ahead. A chill ran down her spine, and she quickly retreated. They were wrapped in black cloth, tightly covered from head to toe, making it impossible to discern their true appearance. The mere sight of them gave the impression of danger. In this extreme escape game, could these men in black be the pursuers? Snowball spun anxiously in circles. Yinlan forced herself to calm down, quickly dragging Snowball under the counter a few meters away. She held her breath, and in a split second, the men in black pushed open the door and entered. Welcome. A standard female voice rang out from above her. Her pupils suddenly constricted, and she slammed her hand over Snowball, who was about to leap up again. She raised her index finger, silencing Snowball. Wooly hua la. Gigi goo goo. A hoarse voice, unusually loud, echoed overhead. She felt as if her heartbeat was practically pounding in her ears, a constant thumping that made her suspect the men in black could hear it. She tried to convince herself that they were only talking at the counter. They hadn't noticed her. But danger was imminent, and she couldn't pretend nothing had happened. The silent torment tormented her constantly. Suddenly, a black hand reached down, hovering just above her head, inches from her eyeballs. Yinlan's heart nearly leaped into her throat. She huddled motionlessly under the narrow container, clutching Snowball, afraid to even breathe loudly. Could it have noticed her? She stared intently at the textureless black hand, its palm gently touching her back. After groping around in the air, the black hand finally pulled out the drawer under the counter. She couldn't see outside, so she could only imagine what the other person was doing through the vague movements. In her imagination, the owner of the black hand was probably standing in front of the counter, leaning over halfway to rummage through the drawer. Luckily, he was only standing outside the counter. If he went inside, his whereabouts would be completely exposed. There were more than a dozen people on the other side, and their abilities were unknown, so it was best not to confront them head-on. Although she could guess their movements, the imagination was more terrifying than the fear of the unknown. Her heart was pounding, and she had a fleeting vision of those featureless black faces several times. She froze, not daring to move, until the conversation finally faded. But they didn't leave the hot pot restaurant. They were heading inside. Could they be dining here? Before she could react, a crackling sound erupted from inside, as if someone was rummaging through something. Oh no! The 18 freezers inside were stored in their backpack compartments, and the remaining food on the shelves had been cleared. If they were regulars, they would have guessed someone had been there, and discovered me hiding under the counter. Now, escaping this place was urgent. Yinlan quietly peeked out. A dozen of the other party were gathered in the food selection area, rummaging through boxes and cabinets. The fighting hadn't spread here. Now was the perfect time. She slowly inched her steps, quietly moving towards the door. Standing up would have been too conspicuous, so she remained crouched, moving step by step. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. The door. Her heartbeat quickened as she gently pushed the door open. Welcome back next time. A familiar female voice rang out, and Yinlan froze. She had actually forgotten about this. She stiffly twisted her head to look inside, her gaze meeting that of the man in black who had turned upon hearing the voice. After a second of awkwardness, she flung the glass door wide open and bolted out. Gwa! A sharp cry echoed from behind her, followed by the clapping of a dozen pairs of feet. Even if she couldn't understand their bird language, Yinlan knew she had offended someone. She didn't dare turn her head, running as fast as she could. Snowball on her shoulder clutched tightly at her collar, and the force of the forward thrust sent her flying backward. Outside the shop was a main thoroughfare. The enemy pursued her like a vengeful demon. She couldn't hide in the shop any longer, so she ran recklessly. The streets and alleys were filled with the scent of pursuers. Her heart pounded, and she didn't dare pause, exerting all her might with every step. Chi-Chi. She frowned, thinking to herself, oh no! She couldn't spare the time to look back, but Snowball could. The black-clad figure behind her was catching up to her. Her scalp tingled instantly, but she didn't stop. As she sprinted, she raised her frost moon bow, drawing the string with one hand. In a millisecond, she turned back and unleashed 2 arrows in quick succession. Skill 1, Stun. Skill 2, Pierce. As the arrows were released, they transformed into a chilling frost, spreading outward in a circular pattern from the arrowhead. The moment all the black-clad figures were frozen in place, an arrow pierced through them. The footsteps behind her gradually receded, and Yinlan breathed a sigh of relief, but they soon caught up again. This time, the black-clad figure's aura was even more violent, screaming and wailing, as if he wished to skin the woman before him. Chirp! Snowball's warnings grew increasingly rapid. Yinlan turned back and fired 2 more arrows, closing the gap again. Before entering the game, she had used the crafting station to craft a few more special attribute bows and arrows. Currently, she still had 2 stun and 2 pierce in her quiver. But this wasn't a solution. They were faster than her, and it would only be a matter of time before they caught up with her. They outnumbered her, and were stronger. So she had to find a way to get away from them, but this main city road was long and dingy, and there was no suitable opportunity. After using stun and pierce again, a small alley finally appeared ahead. She thought for a second before dashing into it. The man in black hesitated for a few seconds, his head stiffly glancing around, then he chased Yinlan down the alley. The alley was just as she imagined, a winding, branching alley with numerous paths. After running for an hour, her breathing began to erratically, but she couldn't give up yet. There were still a few men in black behind her, who hadn't been shaken off. She breathed deeply, gritted her teeth, and continued forward, her legs aching. Suddenly, she stopped dead in her tracks, her eyes wide open, a dead end. Her scalp tingled, her skin covered in scaly patches. She hesitated, unsure what to do. The footsteps behind her were getting closer, almost catching up. There was no way forward, and turning back would only lead to encountering the men in black. Her heart sank. Was she really going to have to face them head-on? She had used her attribute bow 3 times in a row, but hadn't managed to kill a single one. With only one left, her chances were slim. Just when she was at her wit's end, a familiar figure clambered over from behind the opposite wall. He produced a massive trash can out of thin air, and enveloped the 2 of them and the elf. Her head buzzed loudly, and for a moment, she was stunned. Did he think that covering the man in black with the trash can would hide him from view? She opened her mouth, but the man suddenly covered it. A hot breath clung to the man's palm, and he retreated, pressing a finger to Yinlan's lips. Yinlan's mind was dazed. Even if she had 1,000 questions in her mind, she could only remain silent. She followed the man's instructions and remained silent, hoping that the man in black was truly blind and couldn't see through this poorly concealed scheme. The trash can was cramped, and the 2 men were face to face. The last few men in black outside the trash can caught up with them. They mechanically turned their heads, exchanged glances when they lost sight of him, and finally left. The men in black chasing them from the other side of the wall did the same. The sound of receding footsteps finally lifted Yinlan's heart. Worried that the man in black might return, they had stayed inside for a while longer. Their bodies pressed together, their breaths mingling. They had only clung together out of necessity, but now, calming down, They realized how intimate this position truly was. Yinlan could see the man's handsome, cool, white jawline whenever she looked up. To avoid embarrassment, she lowered her head slightly, her ear pressed against his chest. Whether nervous or frightened, she could hear the rapid beating of his heart beneath his clothes. After holding this position for several minutes, she finally couldn't help but ask, "Can we go out now?" A hot breath reached her ears, followed by the man's sensual voice. "Okay." The trash can was open from the inside out, and Yinlan took a deep breath, finally breathing in the fresh air outside. The two emerged from the dead end and entered a secluded, empty room. After closing the door, the tense atmosphere completely dissipated. Their eyes met. "What a coincidence! Meeting you here." Ji Zhou's gaze flickered, a smile playing on his lips. "It's a coincidence. I was on the other side of the wall when I heard the noise and jumped over. I didn't expect it to be you." Yinlan finally asked her earlier question. "How did you know that covering the trash can wouldn't let them find us?" "Ji Zhou, I tested it. They're much faster and stronger than us. I figured someone this strong would have a weakness, and it turns out they do." Yinlan looked at him wide-eyed. "So what are their weaknesses?" Seeing Ji Zhou glance down at her, she added, "Of course, you didn't tell me for free. I compensate you." Ji Zhou chuckled, his hard expression softening slightly. Yinlan, unsure of his intentions, stared at him. Ji Zhou glanced at Yinlan again and said, "No need to compensate. I tell you everything. The men in black have weaknesses in their hearing and vision. They detect any sound above 30 decibels, and any unobstructed 90-degree field of vision will be detected. 30 decibels is about the volume of a whisper. As long as you're silent, the men in black won't detect you. A 90-degree field of vision is equivalent to looking 45 degrees to the left and 45 degrees to the right." Yinlan nodded in satisfaction. With this theory, the two of them had successfully avoided the men in black by hiding in the trash can. "Can I tell the other players this news?" She stared intently at the tall man with her dark eyes wide open. Ji Zhou smiled again, his voice deep, of course. Yinlan sent the message to the regional chat without a second thought. Since everyone was playing the ultimate escape game, it would surely be useful to other players. "So, shall we still go on a mission together today?" Seeing she finished sending the message, Ji Zhou asked casually, a fleeting glint of anticipation in his eyes. Yinlan looked up at him without hesitation. Of course. Who could refuse such a strong teammate? Ji Zhou's lips curled slightly, as he pulled two folding camping chairs from his backpack, spreading them out on the ground. "Then let's take a break." This was exactly what Yinlan wanted. She had been running non-stop for an hour, her spirits stretched to the limit. She definitely needed some rest. She sat down with a sigh of relief. Just as Ji Zhou was about to sit down, Snowball flew in front of him, wagging his paw and chirping. He hadn't spent much time with Snowball, but he could already guess what it was trying to say. He pursed his lips and apologized solemnly to the little elf. "Sorry, there are only two, so there's no chance for you." "Chirp." Snowball's fleshy paws rested on his round waist, his mouth pouting in dissatisfaction. Yinlan glanced at the puffy little ball, picked it up, placed it on her lap, and rubbed its head. "Okay, just bear with it while the conditions are tough." Snowball let out a grumble. He didn't like this man. Whenever they met, his little master would leave him. "Are you hungry? I have a beef burger." Ji Zhou handed over a large burger, still steaming from the freshly taken out burger. Yinlan sniffed. What an overpowering aroma. She hadn't had this kind of fast food in ages and missed it terribly, so she accepted it without hesitation. "Thank you." Snowball licked his lips, staring intently at the giant burger. It smelled so good, even better than the rice he ever eaten. "Here, it's yours." An exclamation mark appeared on Snowball's forehead. He fumbled with the burger Ji Zhou offered him, and took a bite with his mouth wide open. Snack. His eyes widened, and he lowered his head to devour it. This was incredibly delicious. Much better than the rice his little master usually fed him. He decided to eat this burger every meal from now on. Looking at his pathetic expression, Yinlan shook her head helplessly, unaware that the glutton had already made this luxury a regular meal. They rested for half an hour, replenished their water and energy, and prepared to set off. "I found a gathering place for men in black. They've been lingering there. Do you think there might be treasure hidden there?" Yinlan's eyes sparkled. "Let's go check it out." "Okay." Ji Zhou knew the location and led the way. Yinlan followed closely. She could spot the tall figure of the man whenever she looked up. His broad back and strong waist gave her a sense of security. The two encountered another group of men in black along the way, but this time, they had mastered their tactics, exploiting their visual and olfactory deficiencies, and successfully evading their attack. The men in black stood dazed on the street, then scattered aimlessly. The two hid in a corner, and found another way to get there. The gathering place Jizhou mentioned was quite a distance away, and it took them half an hour to reach it. There are quite a few people. Yinlan, hiding in a corner not far away, crouched down and poked her head out to check the situation. It was a tin-roof bungalow that looked like a warehouse. The shutters were wide open, and several men in black were lingering at the door. Jizhou poked his head out from above her. Yes, so we can't just attack head-on. Yinlan, then how do you plan to outmaneuver them? Jizhou, split into two groups. One group will distract them, and the other will take the opportunity to go in and search for supplies. Yinlan looked up at him. Then Jizhou interrupted. I distract them. I'm a fast runner. Yinlan frowned. Diverting the enemy was not only dangerous, but also risked betrayal by teammates. Besides moral constraints, there was no binding agreement between them. If she ran away after the supplies, it would be unfair to him. Her gaze shifted to the snowball above Jizhou's head. Snowball shuddered inexplicably at the familiar look. It remembered a similar situation last time, when neither of them went to pick the durian, leaving a smelly little elf to suffer. It turned around nonchalantly, flapping its paws as if ready to take flight. But Yinlan grabbed it and handed it directly to Jizhou, then let it go with you. It can help in a critical moment. It can also be used as a hostage to allay his concerns. Jizhou raised a brow, took the struggling snowball from Yinlan's hands, placed it on his shoulder, and rubbed its head soothingly. Be good, I give you a burger after you finish the task. Snowball's voice was high-pitched, and its soft head nuzzled against Jizhou's cheek. Yinlan looked at the snowball with two faces, her expression indescribable. Jizhou straightened up and extended his hand like a gentleman. Shall we go now? He rolled up his shirt sleeves to his elbows. His fingers were long, slender, and clean, with distinct joints. Beneath his porcelain-white skin, veins etched with vibrant strength. It was the most masculine hand she had ever seen, and she couldn't help but take a second look. Jizhou curved his palm upwards, uttering a small, questioning sound. Yinlan coughed lightly, suppressing the strangeness on her face, and grasped his wrist. The man's arm exerted force, and Yinlan easily stood up. She brushed the non-existent dust off her knees and said, Let's meet at the place where we rested earlier. Okay. Chapter 40. After setting their plan, the two split up, approaching from the left and right. From Yinlan's perspective, Jizhou and Snowball emerged from the shadows, shouted, and hurled a pile of pebbles at the men in black. Jizhou's aim was excellent. Nearly every stone struck the men in black's head. The men in black, struck by the bullets, looked in the direction of the stones, but did not advance in pursuit. Instead, they hesitantly faced back inside, as if burdened by other tasks. Come on, you little bastards. You can't catch me. Jizhou hurled another pile of pebbles, each one hitting its target. This time, he not only annoyed the men in black, but also deliberately provoked them. Yinlan, standing on the other side, watched with a shudder of fear. He was truly audacious. This time, the men in black didn't hesitate. With a furious roar, they chased after them one by one. Jizhou and Snowball sprinted away. He was indeed faster than himself, and in the blink of an eye, he and the men in black had vanished from sight. The warehouse entrance was empty, and Yinlan seized the opportunity to rush in. This was indeed a warehouse, but not an open-plan one. Instead, it was a mini-storage unit, similar to a parcel locker. It had 2 levels, each 1 meter high. Time was of the essence, and she hurried to the first mini-storage unit. This type of locker couldn't be opened from the outside, so she reached out and pressed on the metal door, as if she were retrieving a package. The metal door clicked once, but didn't open. She frowned and began to feel around. Sure enough, there was a white panel at the top of the door. Just like retrieving a package, she needed to enter a password, but unlike a normal locker, the password was numeric, and this one required a digit. I thought I'd just come in, grab some supplies, and leave, just like at the hot pot restaurant, but now it seemed like that wasn't going to work. Without giving it much thought, she looked at the question about the mini-storage unit in front of her. It was a common-sense multiple-choice question. Which country in the world doesn't allow air conditioning? She pondered for a second before decisively choosing Switzerland. With a click, the cabinet door automatically swung open from the inside out. She followed the opening and peered inside. Inside was an LCD TV. Yeah, she explained silently, squeezing the TV into the first compartment of the large wooden box with a single sweep of her hand, closing the door, as she did so. The second question was a Sudoku puzzle, which took her a while to solve. There was a small box inside, and without hesitation, she stuffed it into the box. She then answered several more multiple choice and true or false questions. Just as she was about to immerse herself in the ocean of knowledge, a noise erupted from outside. She gasped and took a large step back. Snowball wasn't around, and there was no one to guard her. She actually forgotten about this, and the group of men in black had returned silently. The sound was coming closer, so she quickly adjusted her breathing, turned, and ran to the end of the warehouse. She lit up the panel, quickly answered a question, and crouched down to squeeze in. She didn't dare close the cabinet door completely, so she pressed her hand against the inside of the iron cabinet, leaving a slight gap, allowing her to clearly hear the sounds outside. A group of men in black walked in, chattering incoherently. She couldn't understand what they were saying, but her breathing quickened and her scalp tingled. If they discovered she was hiding here, she would be dead. Her mind raced through her actions since entering. She should have closed all the cabinet doors, but the repetitive nature of the process made her doubt herself for a moment. Hidden in the dark and cramped space, she could clearly hear her own pounding heart. As the conversation and footsteps grew closer, her heart tightened, and she carefully held her breath in her chest, fearing to disturb the other person. The quieter it got, the calmer she became. The warehouse was so large, it was impossible for them to discover the problem so quickly and reach the end. So they were probably conducting a routine inspection. Once the inspection was complete, they could find another way out. The warehouse was dark, and she could see the men in black outside through a narrow gap, but they couldn't see inside. The warehouse was on the lower level, barely reaching the men's thighs. Suddenly, a man in black crouched down in front of her, his face separated only by a metal door. Her hair stood on end, cold sweat streamed down her back, and she immediately stifled the scream that threatened to escape her lips with her hands. She watched helplessly as the man in black reached out his hand. Just as she imagined herself being carried out like a caged bird, the iron door slammed inward, the tiny gap completely closing. A heavy weight lifted from her chest, then lifted again. This locked her in from the outside. How could she get out? The first thing she did was to find a way to contact Ji-Jo. But to her horror, the chat panel that had just been working was completely unavailable. After several messages were swallowed, she sighed in frustration. Perhaps this was because this was the system NPC's territory, and the signal was blocked. In this place where nothing could be done, she was truly devastated. She had agreed to meet Ji-Jo at their usual place. If he couldn't see her, he probably guessed the reason and come looking for her. Now she just hoped he arrived soon, so she wouldn't suffocate from lack of oxygen in this cramped mini-storage unit. She tried her best to breathe more evenly, but after half an hour, she still felt chest tightness and shortness of breath. She reoriented herself, leaning back and putting her head near the cabinet door. She squeezed the door with her hands, pushing it back until a tiny gap opened. The outside air flowed in due to the pressure, and her nose moved, finally breathing in oxygen. She waited like this for an unknown amount of time, but just as she was about to faint, she heard movement again from outside. Yanlan, like a frightened deer, once again focused her attention. She had experienced several shocks in one day, and her heart was truly breaking. Yanlan? Yanlan? It sounded like someone was calling her, and the voice was familiar. She pressed her ear to the metal cabinet door, listening carefully. Yanlan? It was indeed someone, and with a jolt of energy, her mind snapped out of its haze. The air inside the mini-storage unit was low, so to conserve energy, she gently knocked on the metal cabinet door as a response. As agreed, Ji-Jo led the men in black away, and returned to the empty room, where they had temporarily rested that morning. To give Yanlan more time to investigate, he even led the men in black around a few more times. But when he arrived at the agreed location, Yanlan was nowhere to be seen. Perhaps she was on her way back, he told himself. He sat stiffly on the outdoor lounge chair, repeatedly checking the time. Every tick of the number intensified his fear and anxiety. As time passed, he became acutely aware of something amiss, and began to contact Yanlan. Shockingly, he couldn't reach her, even though his cousin Yuan, who was in another instance, could still receive his test messages. A strange panic welled up in him, his intuition telling him that Yanlan was in danger. They were on a mission together, and if anything happened to Yanlan, he would never forgive himself. So he decided to return to the warehouse to check. A new group of men in black had gathered at the entrance, just as he had seen that morning. But his intuition told him Yanlan was definitely inside, so he once again distracted them, and took a shortcut back to the warehouse. The warehouse was empty and silent. He walked alone on the concrete floor, each footstep a twanging urgency against his heart. When he called out her name again, a faint response came from not far away. He was usually calm, but when he saw the thin figure fall out of the low, narrow iron cabinet, a gloom crept over him for the first time in his life, as if a ferocious beast dwelled within him, ready to burst through his defenses at any moment. "Let's get out of here." Feeling a slight tug on his arm, Jizhou glanced down at Yinlan's pale face, and said with concern, "Okay." He supported Yinlan, and found an empty shop not far from the warehouse, and slipped inside. As soon as he closed the door, he impatiently pulled a folding chair from his backpack and set it up. "Sit down and rest for a while." Yinlan didn't hesitate and sat down. Snowball had followed him all the way, and now landed on her shoulder, pressing his paws. After she sat down, Jizhou stepped aside, and quietly did something else. Yinlan glanced at him, and closed her eyes to rest. Due to the lack of oxygen, she felt dizzy and nauseous, as if she had just been to the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. "Here, take some medicine first." A gentle voice came from her ear. She drowsily opened her eyes, her gaze meeting Jizhou's. Jizhou shifted his gaze slightly. "I didn't know what medicine to use for hypoxia, so I tried some. This is glucose, and this is rhodiola." He then thoughtfully inserted the straw for her. Yinlan's heart warmed as she took the glass bottle, and took a sip. "These are all useful, thank you." Jizhou then pulled out another outdoor folding chair, set it aside, and sat down beside her. "I'm glad it's working." After drinking the medicine, the negative effects of hypoxia disappeared, and her health was significantly restored. Only then did she find the energy to open the game panel. Seeing the time, she exclaimed, "It's already 3:30. Let's quickly divide the supplies." "Jizhou, no rush, get some rest first." Yinlan shook her head. "I'm fully recovered now." To prove herself, she raised an arm and swung it. Jizhou chuckled and said lovingly, "Okay, then, after we divide the supplies, you can rest well the rest of the time." "No problem." Yinlan acted obediently. Time was running out, and with today's bounty, there was no need to search again. She spread all the supplies she found in the mini warehouse on the floor. She hadn't had time to count them earlier due to the urgency, but now there was a small pile. "Okay, everything's here." Jizhou didn't show much interest, just a smile on his lips. "Then divide them up as you like." Yinlan's face lit up at that. "Haha, then I be polite." Aside from the first few items, she didn't even bother looking at the rest of the supplies in the mini storage, simply stuffing them into the large wooden box. By the end, she counted no fewer than 30 items. Among them were 12 prop cards, 8 visitor invitation cards, 2 automatic cleaning cards, and 2 expansion cards. The cards were split evenly between the two of them, but these prop cards were all auxiliary items. Combat-oriented cards, like teleportation cards, were absent. The last time she got a teleportation card, she traded some durian with Qin Shengsheng. Perhaps she could find Qin Shengsheng again if she had the chance. She also got quite a few electronic gadgets, an LCD TV and a game controller for her, and Jizhou got a tablet and a Bluetooth speaker. Besides that, her favorite pair was a pair of Martin boots. With constant outdoor activity, durable shoes were essential. She once asked designer Zhu Yuanyuan to draw a design for her, but the actual shoes she produced were nothing like the real thing. They either made her feet smell or felt stuffy. But this pair was perfect, the right size, comfortable enough, and of good quality. They'd last worn in for 6 months without a problem. She used the expansion card right away. The previous expansion was horizontal, increasing the backpack slots from 10 to 20. This time, it was vertical. The original limit per slot was 1,000, but now it was 5,000. On a whim, she tried stacking freezers in one slot. It actually worked. The last slot could hold 5 freezers, probably due to the 5-fold increase in capacity. She looked at the mostly empty slots with satisfaction, then thought of the tens of thousands of upgrade materials piled up in the RV, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. There are still a lot of mini storage units left to be used. If I had known, I would have acted faster. Catching Jizhou's slightly accusing look, she quickly changed her tune, but life is most important. Supplies are nothing. After resting for an hour, the two were teleported out of the dungeon. The first thing Yinlan did upon returning was check the group messages. The regional channel had instantly swelled to 99, but she ignored them and went straight to the Get Rich Together group. "Jizhou, everyone safe, are you?" "Sure, Yuanyuan." "Yes, my cousin." "Guess what I got this time?" Yinlan peeked. "What treasure? An item card or a class skill?" "Sure, Yuanyuan." "Ahaha, You guessed right. I got a professional delivery driver. Delivery. With this, I have food every day. Yanlan, congratulations. Yanlan remembered how he used to worry about food every day, but now, he had such an amazing job. She was truly happy for him. Yuan Zhou, by the way, Yanlan, what did you get? Yanlan, haha, I found a hot pot restaurant. You guys come over for hot pot tomorrow. Sure Yuan, really? That's great. I've been craving it for a month. Luowen, but you only have one guest invitation? Yanlan, don't worry, I got 4 new ones. You all can come over. Yuan Zhou, frog fun, awesome. I'm going to have a feast tomorrow. Sure Yuan, me too. After happily ending their conversation, Yanlan went to practice some martial arts, quickly ate, washed up, and went to bed. Chapter 41. Day 10 in the ruined city map, the humidity plummeted to 40%. Yesterday, most players were participating in dungeon quests, so few experienced what 100% humidity felt like. Only a few players occasionally complained. I've missed this humidity for so long. I miss it so much. I regret not participating in the dungeon quest yesterday. I was soaked and slippery all day, so uncomfortable. I have to hide somewhere to at least get through the day comfortably. Oh my god, just thinking about yesterday makes me want to throw up. It felt like rotting moss was growing on me, and if you pick at it, it explodes in your face. No more talk you. I told you to go to the dungeon and give it a try, but you didn't listen. You're regretting it now. I regret it. What's even more regretful is that I have to listen to you brag about your dungeon haul later. Tell us what you got so we can envy you. I heard another group of players have acquired profession/skills. If you don't have profession/skills, at least you have to. Arrived a batch of supplies. I got the water skill, producing 500 milliliters of drinking water daily. Haha, my job is a courier, with a 50% chance of receiving a package daily. Today was my first supply drop, and when I opened it, it was a bag of sausage. I was so happy. I'm a farmer, and today I got 100 g of millet, which I can make some hot millet porridge. Oh my god, this is the first time I've eaten hot food here, and I suddenly feel like crying. My job is a cashier, with a 50% chance of receiving 1 in-game currency daily. My balance increased by 1 today. I don't have a job, but I found a clothing store with dozens of clothes. Come to my trading center if you need any. I really want to wear beautiful clothes. I got a sack of sweet potatoes. Can I trade them with you? Sure. Sweet potatoes grow the fastest and are very filling. Oh my god, you guys are so lucky. I'm so envious. I also want to thank Yanlan for her advice. My pursuer is also a man in black, so it's just in time for me. Yeah, I almost thought I was going to die here, but when she reminded me, I used my skills and saved my life. I would have gone too if I had known. Think positively. You saved your life by not going. Even if you knew the pursuer's weaknesses, this mission is still very difficult. After all, you have to run non-stop. Didn't you see that the remaining number of people was hundreds less after the dungeon? You have your share of sacrifices. Don't envy others. It's all earned through hard work. Yanlan took one last look at the number of players remaining. 7,800, a full 2,200 fewer than the initial 10,000. No wonder she felt the group chat was much quieter than before. With the humidity normal, she no longer needed to sell dehumidifying tea and desiccant. Instead, she used her Amplify skill on the fast-growing flower pots. She placed the excess soil in a rubber pot and passed it to Jizhou, thanking him for helping her with the extreme escape dungeon. She invited a few friends over for hot pot that evening, and relegated her regular tasks to the daytime. 1 hour of physical training, 1 hour of martial arts training. Thanks to the continuous practice, her strength and speed attributes had broken through the bottleneck and increased to 96. At the top level, each increase in a digit represents a new realm. She felt noticeably lighter, and her moves became more refined. It was already 9 a.m. when she finished her workout and showered. Snowball, who was sitting on the sofa, leaped up as soon as she saw her emerge from the bathroom, landing on her shoulder and cuddling affectionately. Yanlan glanced at it indifferently, wiped the saliva from her face, and understood. Are you so hungry? Didn't you just eat 2 kiwis? Chi. Snowball nodded repeatedly, his dark eyes looking expectantly at his little master. If it could talk, it would definitely be whining, hungry, hungry, hungry. Thinking of its playful behavior, Yanlan chuckled softly, noodles or buns for breakfast. Snowball, upon hearing this, simply shoved her in the face, flew onto the sofa, rolled around, and pretended to rub his eyes. Yinlan frowned slightly, a puzzled expression on her face. This was the first time she'd seen it unwilling to eat. If you don't have an appetite, then skip it. You won't die if you skip a meal. Snowball, ready to cry, froze. He stole a glance at his little master, who was wiping her hair with a towel, her expression serious and uncharacteristically joking. How could he skip a meal? He'd get hungry. He wisely flew over to his little master, licking her cheek and continuing to cuddle. Under the large towel, Yinlan's lips curled up almost imperceptibly. Don't think she didn't know what this little snowball was up to. He must have been craving her burger. Breakfast was noodles, as usual, but she thoughtfully added an egg and a few extra vegetables for the greedy cat. After eating, the two of them set out on their treasure chest hunt. Although they had enough supplies, they felt something was missing without a drive. Snowball was already an experienced driver, and Yinlan wasn't worried about his driving skills. After making some toilet paper indoors and putting it on the shelves at the trading center, she installed a TV in the RV. As soon as she plugged it in, the screen flickered with a snowy screen before returning to normal. It had the same menu interface as the TV screen before the game, except for a red scrolling entry at the top, which stood out prominently. Today's remaining usage time, 2 hours. It was even timed. Only 2 hours a day. She flipped through it briefly and turned it off, planning to enjoy it with her friends that evening. Having yet to find any treasure chests, she wandered around the trading center. She heard that players had found a lot of good stuff in dungeons, so she decided to check it out to see if she needed anything. Sun Jing, 35, had been an entrepreneur for over a decade, accumulating a considerable fortune. At the beginning of the year, she finally married her younger boyfriend of 8 years. She had imagined a sweet and happy life, but an unexpected event occurred while traveling. Her husband, usually a loving wife, had been having an affair right under her nose, and after being discovered, he had her drowned. Just as she was about to die, she arrived at this survival game. Initially, she was devastated. On the one hand, she felt the cruel betrayal of her longtime partner, and on the other, she felt the game was so devastating. But she'd been running her own business for years, having endured countless hardships. She quickly adapted, and her life gradually improved. She risked her life carrying dozens of pieces of clothing from yesterday's dungeon quest, hoping to sell them for a good price, but she hadn't anticipated the lack of interest. Oh, so it's this kind of clothing? I'm not buying it. It's expensive and impractical. It's inconvenient for me to escape. Can you make it cheaper? It's too expensive. I can only buy a loaf of bread. God knows, she traveled over 10 miles just for these clothes. Even if the price wasn't exorbitant, it was probably reasonable. A new friend told her that the players in the trading center were very good at bargaining. She didn't believe it at first, but now she's truly been amazed. It's really hard to sell something for a normal price unless it's essential. Just as she was about to offer a discount, a notification popped up in the background. How are the clothes? Do you have size M? Sun Jing's eyes lit up, and she replied eagerly, yes, in exchange for food. I want 3 sets. If you want hot pot, I give you 1 bag of beef, 1 bag of beef balls, 2 pounds of vegetables, and 3 instant noodles. How about that? Sun Jing was stunned by the list of items. Dry bread was common in this game, but hot pot ingredients like these were incredibly rare. She swallowed hard, and then took a closer look at the buyer's name. No wonder she was so generous, it was her. I'm going to eat hot pot. I love hot pot. Yinlan continued her shopping, bought some daily necessities, and spent the afternoon leisurely. It was almost 5 o'clock, so she packed up indoors. Bowls and chopsticks, cut fruit, washed vegetables, and various meats were piled high on a homemade wooden cart. Just as they were set up, there was a gentle knock on the door. She and Snowball immediately opened the door to greet them. Welcome. Jizhou arrived first. He handed a bottle of red wine from behind. A gift for you. Yinlan took the wine, and couldn't help but look at it. I'm sorry to have cost you so much. Such a precious wine must be hard to find. Seeing her happy, Jizhou's mood brightened visibly. That's good. Wine is only fun when you drink it with friends. As soon as he finished speaking, the remaining people were teleported over. Sure Yuanyuan grumbled in dissatisfaction upon seeing Jizhou at the door. Cousin, I tried to contact you but you didn't reply. I thought you were busy, but you came here first. How disloyal. Jizhou glanced at him calmly, his face unblushing. I didn't see it. Yinlan, watching the situation closely, intervened to smooth things over. Haha, everyone, stop standing around. Come in and sit down. The mid-sized RV was spacious enough for one person, but with 5 adults suddenly arriving, it felt a bit cramped. But everyone was enjoying the shared atmosphere, and didn't mind the small matter. Wow! You said we were having hot pot today. I thought there would only be a few dishes, but there's so much. Sure, Yuan was captivated by the colorful array of dishes on the cart as soon as he entered. Yuan Zhou and Luo also joined in, surrounding the small cart and chatting non-stop. I want the shrimp balls. And the marbling beef. The cuttlefish balls are good, and I love the flour sausage too. Yanlan chuckled softly, and went to the kitchen counter to open a glass of wine. Jizhou followed closely behind, extending his slender hand. Yanlan tacitly handed over the bottle. The two of them got along perfectly, and what had been a normal scene seemed unbelievable to Shi Yuan. That was his cousin, the one with the usual stern expression. He had never seen him smile and talk to a girl. His eyelids twitched, and a sudden thought struck him. Have you met before? Yes. No. The two people across from him blurted out, exchanged glances, and then replied in unison. No. Yes. Shi Yuan's face darkened at this moment, feeling as if he had been kicked out of a previously harmonious threesome. He didn't notice the ambiguous atmosphere between the two, but the attentive Yuan Zhou and Luo had figured it out. The two men's eyes met, each sensing gossip in the other's gaze. They quickly pulled Erlang Zishur away to steer the conversation away. Yuan Zhou, hey, please sit down. I'm starving. Luo, I'm hungry too. Let's start eating. The four guests sat down on the sofa. Yanlan pulled a chair and sat at the head of the table. She was the first to raise her paper cup. Come on, this is the first time the 5 of us have met together. Let's have a toast. Shi Yuan took a sip of the red wine from the paper cup, closing his eyes and savoring it carefully. It's delicious. The taste is mellow, with rich fruit and oak barrel aromas. A conservative estimate is 20 years old. Yuan Zhou glanced at him and pursed his lips. 20 years? Take your time to savor it. We're going to eat meat. Yanlan, I want some too. Shi Yuan, hey, how come they're all gone? Where's mine? The food wafted from the table, and a TV played nearby, creating a warm and peaceful atmosphere. After dinner, the group sat down to enjoy their last bit of fruit. Suddenly, a loud bell rang overhead. Dang. Congratulations to player Sandman Fan for successfully upgrading the first premium RV in Area H38, earning him the title of lead owner and a supreme treasure chest. Everyone present, except Jizhou, looked at each other in bewilderment. There was a moment of silence, and then Shi Yuan cursed, holy shit. How could it be Sandman Fan? Where did he get all those upgrade materials? He and Yanlan worked together as vendors, so they had some idea of the market. They produced so much every day, and yet they still hadn't gathered enough upgrade materials. And Sandman Fan was ahead of them with just a pack of cigarettes dropped in a single day. It didn't make sense. Yuan Zhou glanced at the two cautiously and whispered, I heard some players are addicted to his cigarettes, the kind that would die without them. Shi Yuan said angrily, that wouldn't require so many materials. How much does a pack of cigarettes hold? Yuan Zhou, that's the problem. With so little supply, they auction them off one by one. I heard a single cigarette can fetch up to 50 electronic components. Some people even sell their bodies for a single cigarette. Shi Yuan slammed the table hard. Oh my god, that's so heartless. Luo sighed, it can't be helped. Once you're addicted, it's hard to quit. Shi Yuan, isn't that just like drugs? Luo, we're now certain there's drug content. Jizhou glanced at Yanlan, and seeing that she wasn't affected by the news, he relaxed a little. She sighed, but the question still had to be asked. What are your plans next? Yanlan had calmed down, and she said calmly, if he behaves himself, we all be fine. If he keeps causing trouble like before, we have a life or death struggle. Yuan Zhou squeezed her hand tightly. We're a team, so we can solve any problems together. Besides, I shot him, so he probably hates me to death. Luo raised his hand, and me. Although I'm not very good at fighting, I can be your backup. Don't forget me. I've been practicing martial arts every day lately, and I need someone to review the results, Shi Yuan said. He glanced at Jizhou beside him, and sighed. It's a pity, cousin, you're not in the same district as us. If you were here, we wouldn't have lost at all. With that, everyone turned to look at Jizhou. Jizhou fed a piece of fruit to Snowball, who had been nuzzling against his hand. He raised his clear, pale eyes beneath long lashes, his demeanor gentle yet distant. I imagine that when the number of players decreases, we probably merge the servers. We should have a chance then. He then glanced quickly at Yinlan. If they could share a server, it would surely make things easier for them. Yinlan's eyes lit up, and she asked, merge? It's very likely. How many players are left in your server right now? 7,000. Sure, Yuan exclaimed, so few. Jizhou, well, after all, not every server has leaders as dedicated to the players as you do. Sure, Yuan sat up straight, his chin raised slightly, and said proudly, of course. Happy times always fly by quickly, and at the appointed time, the group returned to their RVs. Yinlan gazed at the now empty RV, lost in thought. A merge? That would be quite interesting. Chapter 42. The next day, all players received a system announcement. The District Chief Selection Tournament has officially begun. Selection rules. Players voluntarily register. After registration, all survivors in the area will vote. Each player has one vote, and the highest vote getter wins. Selection deadline. 8 p.m. on the 14th day of this map. The District Chief's authority is temporarily hidden. Please sign up now. A window popped up as the announcement was made. District Chief Selection Tournament, countdown, 64 hours, registered players, 0, votes, 0. Yinlan thought for a second before clicking the register button without hesitation. Her name immediately appeared at the top of the registration column, and she cast her sole vote. Players were abuzz with discussion about this new competition. District Chief sounds awesome. Anyone want to sign up? With great power comes great responsibility. A small-time operative like me wouldn't join. I'm just waiting for the big guys to take me to the top. I like to give it a try. What if I get chosen? Ha ha. Hi everyone, before the game, I was the mayor of Shanhua Village, a town under City A. Please give me a vote. You're really hilarious. Yinlan has signed up. Jean Bouet showed up too. Oh my god, Sha Refan has signed up too. They're all bigwigs in the group. Everyone has a precious vote. Who are you going to vote for? Sure, Yuan stalked from behind the group chat. It's definitely Yinlan. She's a good person, acts with integrity, and is incredibly powerful. Yuan Zhou, when it comes to contributions to this district, no one can compare to Yinlan. She truly deserves the title. Lu Zilin, Yinlan has helped me so many times. All of us in the group are voting for her. Xia Yuan, me too. Our group will definitely get better, and better after she becomes district mayor. Wang De, everyone, please support Yinlan. Many players in the group have benefited from Yinlan's support, and her supporters immediately surpassed the other two players by a wide margin. But most players are still waiting and watching. With only 64 hours left until the election, they're not in a rush. I suggest everyone stop being so ridiculous in supporting Yinlan. After all, the title of District Chief isn't just about selling supplies. It requires not only a service-minded attitude, but also strong personal strength and leadership. Don't you think Yinlan, as a woman, is sometimes too delicate? As harsh as this may sound, there are times when those in power must be ruthless and decisive. Look at the founding emperors of every dynasty. They all climbed to the top through sheer bloodshed. And look at the leaders of various countries in modern history. Only strength and dominance can safeguard a nation's interests. This person, quoting from classics and speaking eloquently, quickly won over the already shaky hearts of the players. I think he's absolutely right. Yinlan has certainly helped a lot, but being a great salesperson doesn't guarantee strong leadership. This district chief selection process is no joke. That makes some sense. Several of Yinlan's loyal supporters were immediately disgruntled. This is a game world. How can you compare us to historical figures? And how do you know Yinlan doesn't have leadership skills? I think she's quite capable. The player spoke up again. I have a hypothesis, I'm not sure if it's correct. The game has each district elect a district chief, so they can lead everyone in future competitions against other districts. If they had to kill someone, would she be able to do it? Yeah, girls are always softer. Boys tend to be more rational and ruthless in times like this. I also think it's better to elect a male district chief. Sure, Yuan had long lost his temper, and when he started yelling, he even cursed himself. Who says boys are naturally stronger than girls? Last time at the supply station, which of those boys could have beaten Yinlan? I'm actually more optimistic about girls, because they're soft-hearted and kind, and they're perfect for this inhumane survival game. A player whispered back, but don't forget, the district chief is going to lead us in the PK competition. Sure, Yuan, bah, that's just speculation. Don't just listen to it and make a fuss. But I think what he says makes sense. Besides, look at how our national leaders are mostly men. Yeah, it's not that we don't trust Yinlan, it's just that a man would be more suitable. Jiang Tiantian watched with great amusement from behind, laughing uncontrollably as Yanlan's followers were criticized. Ah ha ha ha, she was so happy. Normally, everyone praised Yanlan so highly for supplies, and now, when their own interests were involved, they dragged her into this. This drama was so entertaining, she loved it. Jiang Tiantian didn't hesitate to get involved. I think what you guys are saying makes sense. Although I'm a girl, and girls help girls, this is ultimately about the vital interests of all the players, so I can't be partial. Sorry, Yanlan, I can't support you this time. But, our president Jean Bouet, who happens to possess all the qualities you mentioned, masculine, strong, and capable of leadership. Everyone, please vote for him. Jean Bouet is a brainless man, perfect for her manipulation. Jean Bouet, please vote for me. I will lead District H38 to glory. Zhang Shi, support President Jean. Wang Shire, President Jean is #1. Sandman fans' lackeys also took the opportunity to advertise. Li Xiong, it's time for Brother Shah to step up. Look at the hundreds of people we lead. Who wouldn't obey Brother Shah's leadership? Lu Man, exactly. We have real-life examples. Unlike some weak women, whose team members can be counted on the fingers of a finger, yet they brag about their leadership skills? It's shameful. A passing player, you have a point. Shah Renfan's team has hundreds of people, and they're all completely obedient without any objection. So, he should have no problem leading us. Sure Yuan, but Shah Renfan not only traffics drugs, he also commits murder. Li Xiong, do you have any evidence? If you don't talk nonsense. I sue you for defamation. You? Sure Yuan was furious, and ran to the Get Rich Together group to complain. Are they crazy? They actually elected Shah Renfan as district chief. Yuan Zhou, hasn't we suffered enough? Luowen, don't worry, everyone. Yanlan still has the vote lead for now. Sure Yuan, but Yanlan's votes should have been way ahead. Yanlan said, everyone, don't worry. Sure Yuan, already impatient, became even more anxious upon hearing this. It's not urgent yet, but you be surpassed right away. Don't you want to be district chief? Even if you don't want to, we can't let the Sand People snatch it away. His pettiness will retaliate against us. I'm a boy, so I have a natural advantage. How about I sign up and ask everyone to vote for me? Yanlan chuckled and reassured him, don't worry, I've got it figured out. There are still 3 days until the elections end, and a comeback is possible at any time. She had studied the vote counts. Over 10 people had signed up, but the players were primarily supporting those 3. Jean Bouet's minor tantrums could be ignored, leaving her to compete with Sandman Fan. The tournament should have been at its peak of popularity right after its launch, but the total vote count was only a little over 1,000, meaning the vast majority of players were remaining on the sidelines. The next few days would be a game of mutual competition, and as long as she could capture Sandman Fan, her main opponent, victory would be easy. She continued, the more important thing now is this map. Haven't you noticed the humidity getting drier? Luowen, perceptive, also noticed this anomaly, but due to his personality, he didn't dare raise it until it became a problem. Yanlan mentioned it, and she immediately replied yes. Yesterday the humidity was 40%, and today it's down to 35%. I'm sure it'd be even drier over the next few days. Sure Yuan, whose emotions had been surging, realized they had a more serious challenge to face. The energy that had been surging through his body suddenly plummeted from his head to his feet. He felt a chill run down his spine, shuddering inexplicably. If it were just dry weather, I could still endure it. Could something else be going on? Bingo, you're right. Sure Yuan scratched his head. Oh my god, I thought the next few days would be safe. Yuan Zhou, you wishful thinking. Yanlan, tell me what you think. We can prepare ahead of time. After a brief discussion in the group chat, the group dispersed. The district chief selection competition had become a hot topic among players. In an anonymous private group. Friends, what do you think? Yanlan or Sandman Fan? I think that player is right. We need a tougher male player to lead us. Yanlan is a nice person, but Sandman Fan is clearly more suitable. I think so too. Okay, let's make this decision. Lei Xiaoyan, who had been lurking in the background, quickly emerged. Wait a minute. The group members examined her. What's wrong? Are you asking us to choose Yanlan instead? Did you accept her favor? Or did she save your life? A drop of sweat dripped from Lei Xiaoyan's forehead. She didn't dare to reply that Yanlan had indeed saved her life. Her mind raced, and she came up with an idea. Of course not. I don't even know her, So why would I vote for her for no reason? I just think this vote is incredibly valuable. It's better to save it now, maybe even exchange it for resources later. Oh, you're right. Luckily, I was too slow to vote. Thanks, Xian. Seeing her group members give up the idea of voting, Lei Xiaoyan breathed a sigh of relief. For now, she had no other choice but to find excuses to delay, hoping that other players would come to their senses. Jean Debang's internal group. Jean Bouet, my votes are still a long way from first place. Hurry up and promote me. Zhang Shi, President, I've gathered a group of players willing to vote for us, but they might need a little bit of, supplies. Wang 12, President, that's what I need. Jean Bouet waved his hand, approved. Zhang Shi, then I contact them right away and give us a boost in votes. Wang 12, President, you're awesome. Jiang Tiantian sneered. Haha, it's not the players who need supplies, it's them trying to profit from this. She can take the benefits, but not others. She narrowed her eyes and thought of a plan. President Jean, this is totally inappropriate. Jean Bouet's headache started whenever he saw Jiang Tiantian. He wondered if his anxiety was acting up. He took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. What's wrong with that, Vice President Jiang? Jiang Tiantian continued to persuade him. If we increase the vote count all at once, they definitely guess we're playing tricks. If they keep quiet like us, voting rights will become a hot commodity, and players will definitely bid up the price. It's better to save it for last and launch a surprise attack, catching them off guard. She even cunningly brought out the guild's national treasure, Qin Shengsheng. Shengsheng, isn't that right? Qin Shengsheng was completely under her control, so there was no reason for him to listen. Tiantian makes sense. Jean Bouet was quick-witted and quickly convinced. Yes, Vice President Jiang is right. Let's stabilize those players first, and then strike them by surprise. Ahahaha, they'd be stunned. Jiang Tiantian glanced at the chat panel with indifference and rolled her eyes. What a fool. Of course, she didn't think Jean Bouet could achieve the title of district chief, but if he did, she'd be contributing to it. Chapter 43. Day 12 in the dilapidated city, temperature 30 degrees Celsius, humidity 30%. Yin Lan had been running the dryer all night. She didn't notice anything indoors, but once she stepped onto the balcony, the situation was completely different. The most dramatic sight was the ruins of the buildings beyond the highway. When the humidity was at its highest, the exterior walls were covered in green moss and various colored fungi and molds. Now, they had all turned shriveled and yellow, shriveled by the high temperature. The fruits and vegetables in the rapidly growing pots drooped limply, their once soft soil lumpy and hard as cement from thirst. She frowned and walked to the other side to get some water. Suddenly, she realized that the water collector, which could collect a ton of water a day, now held only a third of its original capacity, likely due to the low moisture content in the air, resulting in a reduced yield. It took a full bucket of water before the fruits and vegetables regained some of their vitality. She then gathered a basket full of fruits and vegetables and returned indoors, sorting them while checking the messages. Upon opening the game panel, the District Chief Selection Competition window automatically popped up. It had been forced to close and couldn't be closed, seemingly remaining suspended until the competition was over. She checked the results. First place had already been taken by Sandman Fan, and she was already hundreds of votes behind him. She remained calm and composed, but she couldn't stand her companion's impatience. Shi Yuanyuan, upon seeing his vote count catching up, was furious. He and his two companions, Xiao He and Xiao Huang, were campaigning everywhere, even more actively than Yin Lan, the candidate herself. The dry weather had increased the number of players, inquiring about the wet-drying machine. Shi Yuanyuan seized the opportunity to drum up support. Wet-drying machines are limited in purchase. Purchasers must provide a screenshot of their voting results from the selection. The insinuation was particularly pronounced, pushing some players into making their choice, and Yin Lan's votes skyrocketed. Jean Bouet followed suit, also using the dryer and wet machine as bait to lure players into voting, but because his company produced inferior products, it wasn't appealing enough, resulting in only a slight increase in votes. The gap with the top spot narrowed, and Shi Yuanyuan felt incredibly proud. As long as he maintained steady growth, he could easily become district chief. Just as he was feeling smug, Zhou Xingxing sent him a message. This guy was so strange, he had a memory of him. You're lying. Another inexplicable message like this, Shi Yuanyuan was bewildered. What's going on? Zhou Xingxing, I checked every player in the regional chat based on the photo you provided, and there's no such person. You just don't want me to get close to Yin Lan, You want to enjoy her supplies all to yourself. How selfish. Sure Yuan, question mark. He scrolled through the chat history with a puzzled look on his face, and his memory began to return. Last time, I sent him a photo of my cousin to convince him. It was just a cop-out, but I didn't expect him to actually verify it with every single player. There are over 7,000 members in the group. With that much time and energy, there's nothing wrong with that. Sure Yuan's lips curled stiffly, a helpless expression on his face. I'm not lying. He's not from our district. Humph, I won't believe you again, liar. Zhou Xingxing had already concluded that Sure Yuan was deceiving him, and every word he said from then on was a lie. Sure Yuan replied, his voice slurred, I'm not lying. He's from the next door district, H39. We even had hot pot together last time. If you don't believe me, go find Yanlan and verify it yourself. Zhou Xingxing scoffed. You knew Yanlan didn't want to add you as a friend, yet you still asked me to verify it? Are you deliberately trying to embarrass me? Sure Yuan sighed. Then go find Luo Wen or Yuan Zhou. They were there last time. But I still advise you to give up on that idea. From what I know about Yanlan, she really doesn't like a gigolo like you who only relies on women. Zhou Xingxing didn't question the nickname gigolo, but only questioned Sure Yuan's assertion that Yanlan didn't like him. He's so handsome, how could she not like him? Before the game, his looks were the most popular with wealthy women. He was thinking too much. He forced his rationality back and looked back at the game board. I verify it. Whether she likes it or not is none of your business. As he left, he lashed out with a fierce threat. And wait! Sure Yuan sighed, finally extinguishing his helpful heart. He must have been completely out of his mind to agree to his friend's request last time. Selling a wet/dryer yielded a new batch of supplies, and Yanlan's mid-range RV now met the upgrade requirements. Does it cost 5,000 for glass, 5,000 for metal, 5,000 for rubber, and 2,000 for electronic components to upgrade? After she clicked confirm, her backpack's compartments instantly emptied, and the mid-range RV, which had been with her for nearly 20 days, transformed into a stunning new look. Congratulations on your successful upgrade to a level 6 large RV. Please check. The premium RV has 2 floors, each 30 square meters. The first floor serves as a living room for guests and dining, while the second floor houses the bedrooms. Originally, rest and dining were done on the sofa, but now it's partitioned. On one side, a large table for 6 sits next to the open kitchen, while on the other, a comfortable leather sofa with its own coffee table. The upgraded RV was much more spacious. Snowball could fly around freely inside without feeling cramped, and it could accommodate several more guests. This time, there were no notifications about the next-level material requirements. She figured the large RV was the top tier, and that future upgrade materials wouldn't be necessary. The RV was now spacious enough for her and Snowball, and while it was a good thing for her to no longer need to collect upgrade materials, there was a significant drawback. That was the long-cherished metal shard. She had one, Jizhou had one, and the function of the metal shard required combining 5. It was currently known that metal shards could only be obtained through in-game rewards for reaching the first place. Those who achieved first place would never be short of supplies. They had tried to bid high prices on the World Channel, but no one paid any attention. Unable to upgrade further, she didn't know where else to get them. Unable to think of a good solution, she simply collected the metal shards and went looking for a treasure chest. In the evening, an inexplicable gust of wind blew up on the highway, carrying a faint scent that everyone breathed in unnoticed. The strong wind continued all night, not stopping until 8 a.m. the next day. The humidity that day was 25%. Wangda was the first to show symptoms, as he was weak and had a low immune system. Last night, he had only had a mild dry throat, but early this morning, he developed a persistent cough. Thinking it was a cold, he made a packet of cold syrup and drank it. The symptoms worsened, leading to headaches and fever, and eventually chest tightness and hemoptysis. Seeing the bright red pool of blood on his handkerchief, he nearly fainted and quickly contacted Luo Wen, the doctor who had treated him the previous time. Luo Wen's class had dropped quite a few medicines over the past 2 days, and there happened to be some relevant treatment drugs. After taking them, Wang Da's hemoptysis symptoms improved slightly. However, this single case was just the beginning, as more and more players experienced similar symptoms. I feel dizzy and short of breath. What's going on? Me too. My whole body aches, like I've been run over by a car. Am I seriously ill? I started having a fever in the middle of the night, and even ice wouldn't bring it down. Now I'm coughing like my lungs are about to burst. I've got a huge rash all over my body, and it's itching like hell. It's a bit like the flu, but the weather has improved, so it's unusual for so many patients to suddenly show up. Please, professionals, come out and give me some advice. I'm in so much pain. Luowen appeared, eagerly awaiting his arrival. The ruins of the buildings off the highway are covered in fungus and mold. The recent dry weather, coupled with yesterday's strong winds, has spread all sorts of bacteria. Small spores were floating everywhere, presumably caused by inhaling spores, and causing fungal pneumonia. It's pneumonia. Fungal pneumonia, too. How horrible. Disgusting. I have those disgusting spores in my stomach. I hope they won't grow into mycelium. Luowen, don't worry, our team has recently stockpiled some medication for this. Anyone who's sick can come to me for treatment. It's just what? Dr. Luo, please tell me quickly. This is a matter of life and death, don't hold back. Sure, Yuan appeared at the right moment to chime in. It's just that we're on Yanlan's team, and she prepared these medications in anticipation of the danger. We need to show some sincerity if we want to buy them. Players were already very familiar with his campaign pitch. Stop dividing people up. Dr. Luo rarely speaks, so how come he's on your team? I am. Luowen shut the player up with this. Jiang Tiantian, realizing something was amiss, immediately jumped out of the group chat. Even if Luowen is on your team, you might not be able to produce so many medicines. There are nearly 1,000 people sick. Everyone knows that professions can only drop one medicine a day. Medicinal herbs require ingredients, and where would Yanlan get all that production material? That's right, you're not planning on breaking a single pill into pieces and selling them to us, are you? Without waiting for the player to argue, Sure Yuan took a photo and posted it to the group chat. This is just a portion. Luowen and Yanlan have another batch. This should be enough, right? Yanlan has the magnification skill. Over the past 2 days, she's been magnifying the medicine several times and then breaking it down to its normal size. The players are now seeing the sorted medicine. This is life-saving medicine. The players in the group fell silent after seeing the pile of medicine Sure Yuan had sent out. Sure Yuan, seemingly on purpose, reminded again, there's not much medicine left. Let's leave it to the players who support us. Everyone else, just bear with it for now. The group was silent for a second before suddenly exploding. It's just one vote. It doesn't matter who you vote for. I'm feeling awful right now. I need to go buy medicine. Yeah, it's just a district chief. You can't let me cough to death. And I think Yanlan would be a great district chief. She's kind and friendly. She doesn't discriminate against the weak. Even weaker players have a chance. That's right. I give her a vote. And just like that, Yanlan's votes once again surpassed Sandmanfan's to take first place in the competition, and the competition entered a fierce stage. Meanwhile, Li Zhiyong, who had been closely monitoring the voting process, quickly reported the news. Brother Sha, this is bad. Sha Rafan, who had been enjoying himself lately, always outdoing Yanlan, suddenly frowned upon seeing what Li Zhiyong had done. What's all the fuss? Even through the game board, a drop of cold sweat broke out on Li Zhiyong's temple. He quickly explained, a player got pneumonia, and Yanlan sold medicine to save their lives. They all voted for her. I expected Sha Rafan to be furious, but surprisingly, he offered comfort. Don't worry. Huh? Sha Rafan, don't worry. If they dare to vote, I dare to kill them. Chapter 44. Everyone thought Yanlan would be the winner of this district mayor election. Even she thought so. But the results of the vote the next day were shocking. Sure Yuan was like a raging little wild horse, ranting non-stop in the group chat. I'm so pissed off. Shameless. Yanlan couldn't calm down. This is truly unexpected. Yuan Zhou, how dare those idiots kill and threaten people? Thinking of the bloody and violent photos in the group chat, they felt a chill. Luowen, what should we do? There are only 8 hours left before the tournament ends. Time flashed back to 6 a.m., the sky was barely light, and most players were still half asleep. But one person had already packed up. In the dim sunlight, his face was terrifyingly gloomy. The system announced that player Sandmanfan had used a banned card to regain chat privileges. The H38 group chat had nearly 7,000 members, and many players saw the announcement. Learning the whole story, they were immediately enraged. Holy crap, what's going on? Let me give you a brief overview. Initially, Sandmanfan offended Yanlan and was banned by an anonymous player. So what's going to happen today? I have a bad feeling. Having seen enough of the player's antics, Sandmanfan spoke his first words after joining the group. Haha, I'm back. I'm in a good mood today, and I want to play a killing game. Well, who should I kill? Not everyone had witnessed his brutality firsthand, and some players, seeing him through the fast-paced game screen, began to curse. Damn it, you're a pervert. I didn't believe you before, but now I see it. What bad luck, friends. I've switched sides to Yanlan. Like a psychopath. Shah Rifan stared at the screen and laughed expressionlessly. Let's start with you. The player whose name was called looked horrified, but then relaxed. They were separated by a virtual screen, so how could he be killed just by saying so? It was probably just a verbal attack. Haha, he's so funny, even trying to kill you. The player scoffed and simply started chatting in the group chat. Yeah, he thinks he's the king of the world, killing whoever he wants? Knock knock. Knock knock. Just as he finished speaking, there was a soft knock on the car door. Wild monkeys had been on the road before, so the player didn't find it unusual. Knock knock. Knock knock. The knock was a little louder this time. He frowned and looked out the window. Outside the window, a thin, blackened face suddenly appeared from below, meeting his gaze. The player's pupils suddenly constricted, feeling as if their breath was being deprived, leaving only a shrill scream. I had originally thought that Sandman, being a man, had the leadership skills to manage a team of hundreds. Now I think I was blind. I vote for Yanlan. Sandman appeared just in time. Oh? Go ahead. I like you. You be the next target. The group chat atmosphere froze to a freezing point. Next. What does next mean? A violent and bloody image was posted, featuring the very person Sandman had just named as his target. The man, a strong man, now lay in a pool of blood, his head and body separated, his eyes bulging with terror. The photo was so horrifying that every player who saw it felt sick to their stomachs. The second player named was even worse. His body trembled, his legs shaking violently. By the time he realized what was happening, a foul stench had already settled beneath him. Unable to process the unsettling sensation, he cried out in the group chat, begging for mercy. Sharanfan. No, Brother Shah, please have mercy on me. Just now, I was blind and didn't recognize the true power of the mountain. I dared to defy you. At this moment, the group chat fell silent. The players hid in the shadows, trembling in fear. No one dared to object, no one dared to speak up. Li Zhiyong appeared at the perfect moment. Brother Shah has a range of targets for his killings. It all depends on which side you're on. The player wept with joy, as if they had found a lifeline. In the face of life and death, even their initial moral principles vanished. He wagged his tail at the Sandman fan like a dog, begging for mercy. Brother Shah, I voted for you. Here's a screenshot. Please spare me. Oh! Really? Having witnessed the Sandman fan's brutality, even a simple word terrified the players. Their concentration was intense, as if the enemy was lurking in the air around them. Indeed then. Fine. You got away with it. But who should we choose as our next target? Let me see. Li Zhiyong. Brother Shah, I have an idea. How about randomly picking someone from the enemy camp? The Sandman fan. Well, you're absolutely right. I give you one last hour. Those who didn't vote for me, be careful. Lu Xiaokui and the other three were the first to see the news. As Yanlan's most loyal fans, they naturally sided with her. Seeing the current situation, they all frowned. Lu Zilin, don't be afraid, everyone. He's deliberately causing panic to get your vote. Sunflower, yes, he probably used a prop card, similar to a visitor invitation card. We have that card too. It can only be used once a day. There won't be another chance to slaughter people today. Don't let him trick you into voting. Lu Zilin, everyone has seen the brutality of the Sandman. How can such a person be the mayor of our district? If he becomes mayor, won't we all live in fear every day? The player was slightly persuaded, but the intense fear brought on by the photo still dominated. Are you sure you only have one chance to slaughter him? Even if not today, what about tomorrow and the day after tomorrow? He always get his revenge. Yeah, that's nice to say. Of course you can be more relaxed if it's not you who's going to die. Friends, Sandman fan has 50 more votes. Our chances of being selected are increasing. This is terrible. The group said they agreed to eliminate him, but someone secretly voted for him. That's squeezing our chances of survival. Don't blame me for being cruel. If you don't work for yourself, you be punished by heaven and earth. Sorry, I'm afraid of death. The target of slaughter was randomly chosen from the enemy camp. Logically, with so many people in the group, everyone should be able to relax, but selfishness got in the way. Players who voted for him had a 100% chance of survival. Most people would choose this greater chance of survival and give up a longer-term strategy to save their lives. After all, they were ordinary people, and they didn't have the courage to endure the fear of slaughter. Seeing Sandman fans' votes accumulating, the Lu Xiaokui trio grew anxious. They now gathered together. While Lu Zilin was calming down the players in the group chat, he anxiously turned to ask his teammates, "How's it going? Have you contacted Yanlan?" Sunflower spun around anxiously. "No, I haven't been able to send a message." Lu Zilin, "What about the other teammates? Sure Yuan Zhou? Or Luo 1? Zhang Xiaoxiao scratched his head nervously. "I can't contact any of them. Same problem as Kue. Sunflower, I'm going to collapse. What should I do? I can't let that bastard get elected." Lu Zilin, "Shit, the hour is almost up. The Sandman team is about to choose their target." Sunflower touched her pounding heart and looked at her two teammates. "I have a feeling he chooses us this time. What should I do? I'm so scared. He'd tear me apart." Thinking of the male player whose head and body had been separated, Sunflower's tears welled up in her eyes. Don't worry. There are 3 of us. We may not be able to defeat him." Lu Zilin was clearly frightened, his face pale. Zhang Xiaoxiao held the two sisters' hands tightly and said calmly, "Don't worry, I've been hiding in the dark. He won't think you're here with me." Sunflower breathed a sigh of relief, but then tensed again. But what if the target of his card follows the player? Gulp. Zhang Xiaoxiao swallowed, her grip on the two sisters' hands softening slightly from exhaustion. She wanted to protest, but such a scenario was indeed possible. The RV was completely silent, the atmosphere tense and oppressive. "Ah!" Suddenly, Lu Zilin screamed. "Who? Get out! I'm not afraid." Sunflower stood up reflexively, grabbed a sharp kitchen knife, and glanced around nervously. Zhang Xiaoxiao's hair stood on end, her hands tightly gripping the shovel she prepared. Lu Zilin stared at her game panel and excitedly screamed, "The Sandman went to my RV, not here." She turned to congratulate her teammates, only to see two sisters, each grabbing a weapon and staring at her as if they were facing a formidable enemy. What's wrong?" Sunflower patted her fragile heart. "Nothing, I just got scared." Zhang Xiaoxiao, "Luckily, your linked RV isn't here." Lu Zilin, "We can't let our guard down. Contact Yen as soon as possible to get more support. That thug is ranting in the group chat again." The 3 of them turned to look. "Oh, the owner of this RV isn't home. You better hide well, don't let me find you. Who should we choose as our next target? I give you another hour to think carefully." Time went back to 12 p.m. sharp. In the Get Rich Together group, several teammates were indignantly complaining. "Luowen, what should we do? There are only 8 hours left before the tournament ends." "Sure Yuan, despicable, vile, and disgusting. He froze us for the entire morning." "Yuan Zhou, I was wondering why I couldn't log into the game panel, and now he shows me this. He's praying I don't see him." "Luowen, now's not the time to be talking about this. There are only 8 hours left before the tournament ends. What should we do?" "Sure Yuan, Yanlan, where's Yanlan?" "Yuan Zhou, Yanlan, do you have any ideas? Why don't we just do it and be done with it? Killing him won't cause any trouble." "Luowen, Yanlan, where are you?" After calling for a long time, Yanlan finally arrived. This time, she had a plan. "I have an idea, but just in case, I need military assistance." "Jizhou, I'm here. Feel free to ask for anything." "Yanlan, thank you so much. This time, I make sure he never returns." The 3 Lu Xiaokui sisters had contacted Yanlan countless times, but every message they received indicated a failed delivery. The 3 of them huddled in Zhang Xiaoxiao's small, basic RV, trembling with fear. "Did you go to Xiaokui's RV this time?" "Yeah, thankfully we were smart enough to hide at your place. Thankfully Xiaoxiao keeps a low profile." "Where did you go this time?" "To that unfortunate little fatty's house. I once sold him a bowl of porridge." "That's so pitiful." "Wow." Lu Zilin pounded the table angrily. "What kind of item card is that? How can he use it so many times in a single day? It's so unfair." The other 2 shook their heads and sighed, feeling very down. "Oh, I don't know." The clock ticked, every minute and every second agonizing. Suddenly Sunflower, who had been staring at the chat screen, stood up abruptly, her face filled with unconcealable excitement. "It's online! It's online!" The 2 sisters looked up at her. Yanlan is finally online. Chapter 45. Yang Shui had finally waited for this day. She gasped for breath, her chest heaving violently. Thinking of what she was about to do, she felt both nervous and excited. "Don't worry, sister. We all be with you." Su Tong, standing beside her, noticed her unusual behavior and stepped forward to hold her hand tightly. Yang Shui returned her hand's grip and pulled her towards the two men across from her. "Thank you." The man and woman standing across from her were both strikingly good-looking. The man was tall and handsome, his aura far surpassing any man she had ever met in her life, and she couldn't help but take a few more glances. But the man only gave a brief nod and a greeting, never glancing at them again. He folded his arms across his chest, leaning lazily against the RV. Yang Shui prided herself on her beauty. If she had met a man so indifferent to her in the past, she would have definitely approached him with a haughty air. But now, after the devastating incident with the Sandman, she dared only a quick glance. The girl, however, was gentle and considerate, speaking to her with a smile. "You're welcome. Your presence has helped us out in a very urgent situation." Yang Shui nodded, took a deep breath, and, under the gaze of several people, posted the evidence she had painstakingly prepared over the past few days to the group chat. "My name is Yang Shui. I once strayed from the right path and lived under the control of the Sandman. Now I want to expose the 10 major crimes of the Sandman. 1. Drug trafficking. 2. Forced purchases and sales. 3. Murder and robbery. 4. Extortion." She supported each charge with photographs, each one neatly organized and well-reasoned. "I guarantee on my own honor that the above evidence is true. He has a severe antisocial personality, is brutal and heartless, and is a murderer with a ruthless nature. He has killed countless people in recent days, and his crimes are far more than what has been recorded. This kind of person has long been conditioned. Becoming district chief won't spare our lives. It will only fuel his cold-blooded nature. He doesn't even consider us human. He wants us to be like chickens in his cage, ready to be slaughtered whenever he gets upset." Su Tong also stood up in support, "So we absolutely must not elect him as district chief. Once he gains greater power, our situation will only become even more dire." Already living in fear of being hunted, the shocking news further frightened the players. Yang Shui, once a top streamer on Douyin, even after her popularity plummeted in the gaming world, many players still recognized her. "Aren't you that streamer Xiao Shui?" "Yes, I know her. I heard you joined the Sandman fans, and lived a life of luxury with them. Now that you've exposed so many of his atrocities, how can we know if it's a trap?" At these words, many timid players tucked themselves into their blankets. "A trap? Yeah. You're deliberately tricking us into rebelling against him, so the list of murderers would grow and you be spared. This player's analysis makes sense. You women have such a vicious heart." Having failed to achieve the desired effect, Yang Shui felt anxious, thinking her efforts might be in vain. She clutched her palms tightly with her nails. Taking a deep breath, she gritted her teeth and replied, "I'm turning against him only because I was also a victim. I was brutally beaten by him, and witnessed his cruelty to innocent people. I aided and abetted his evil deeds before, and deserved a good death. But now I repent. I don't want to be oppressed by him anymore. I hope you will do the same." To bolster her persuasiveness, Yang Shui also shared photos of herself being beaten, her face bruised and bloodied. As humans, we naturally sympathize with the weak and cannot bear to see human suffering. Now, with the release of these inhumane photos, public opinion shifted significantly. How dare this bastard, born of a mother but never raised, beat a woman like that? I despise men who beat women the most. Thinking of my deceased ex-husband, I wish he have no children. Sister Shui, we support you. We support you. Friends, vote for Jean Buwei, but don't vote for Sandman. Jiang Tiantian, who had been watching the screen, wanted to speak out, but after seeing the pitiful photo of the woman, she held back. Even though the general trend had been corrected, some players still hesitated. "We can choose not to vote for him, but he can come to the player's door without any conditions, which is like an invisible bomb." "Yeah, it makes me nervous." "Yang Shui, don't worry, he's using a visiting prop card. I've counted, he can use it up to 5 times a day, and today is the last one left." "Huh? You know he has one last chance left, and you dare to betray us right then and there? Be careful, he might come after you." "Yang Shui, he's coming." After leaving 3 words, there was no response, and everyone in the group chat was in a state of panic. "Oh, he's coming." Yinlan raised an eyebrow slightly, her lips cold as she looked at the body before her that had transformed from virtual to real. Sandman spat on the ground as soon as he appeared. Seeing the people opposite him frowning, He grinned with a sinister grin, as if disgusted that the other person could satisfy his neurotic cravings. His pair of wretched triangular eyes first fell on Yang Shui and Su Tong, and his disgusting tongue, like a snake's tongue, stretched out of his mouth and licked the corners of his mouth. I was wondering why you suddenly dared to resist. Turns out you found some backing. What? You think she's the only one? Sandman Fan spoke slowly and frivolously, his gaze shifting from Yin Lan to Ji Zhou, who was leaning against her. And this mistress? Do you think you can defeat me? Ji Zhou clenched his fists secretly. His expression had been cold since Sandman Fan appeared, and seeing him still staring at Yin Lan without knowing what was good for him, the warmth in his eyes plummeted to zero. He took a slight step forward, blocking the other person's unbridled gaze. Yin Lan hadn't given him any hint yet, so he reluctantly let you live a little longer. Seeing the tall man across from him stand up, Sharon Fan sneered, haha, sizing him up impudently. Oh, your mistress is quite good at playing the hero. I wonder if she cried for her mother when the fight breaks out later. Ji Zhou sneered, undeterred by the taunting. Did you eat excrement? I can smell the stench from this distance. The women around him couldn't help but laugh. Ji Zhou's outward appearance was cold and indifferent, but his aggressive demeanor was quite different. Sharon Fan was incredibly petty, and his face darkened at the mockery. He dropped his comical smile and glared fiercely at the men across from him. Come on, all of you. If you act arrogant now, you be on your knees crying grandpa later. Ji Zhou took a few steps forward, completely blocking the girls. No need to join forces. I can handle you alone. Yang Shui and Su Tong tried to intervene, but were stopped by Yin Lan. The two anxiously said, the Sand people have a lot of props, and they're very difficult to deal with. Yin Lan calmly shook her head, signaling them not to rush. Based on her understanding of Ji Zhou, since he could say such things, his strength must undoubtedly surpass that of the Sandman Fan. She knew Ji Zhou's strength, but Yang Shui and Su Tong knew little about him. They watched the battle anxiously, weapons in hand, ready to step forward to help. The Sandman Fan wielded a silver hook bow, while Ji Zhou was unarmed. Every time the blade slid toward him, Ji Zhou deftly dodged it, simultaneously delivering a deadly elbow strike. Each time, Ji Zhou struck at the painful nerves, but they were not lethal, as if he were walking a stray dog with ease. The Sandman Fan, sensing his opponent's playful nature, intensified his anger, his eyes blazing with viciousness, and he wielded his scimitar with even greater force. But the opponent seemed to know his methods well. No matter how hard he pushed, the man could easily crush him. In just a few minutes, he was struck from head to toe, yet not even a scrap of the man's clothing was touched. This was the first time in his life he had faced such a formidable opponent. His blade hand was numb from the shock, and he grew increasingly flustered as he fought. A glimpse of the women watching from the sidelines sparked a thought. Yin Lan had been watching the battle unfold. This was her first time seeing Ji Zhou in action. She knew he was skilled, but she hadn't expected him to be so formidable. His moves seemed effortless, like walking on smooth ground, like a gentle breeze and drizzle. In reality, they contained profound insights, deftly mimicking every crucial moment with a single, fatal strike. The more she watched, the more amazed she became. She unconsciously copied his moves. There were still many areas of the compendium of Kung Fu she hadn't fully grasped. Perhaps she could ask him for advice. As they watched with delight, a small, shabby figure caught their opponent off guard and, with a cunning transformation, appeared before the three women. Yang Shui's heart nearly leaped into her throat as she watched the scimitar hurtle towards her. The situation was so swift, she was so frightened that she could only stare blankly at the gleaming blade. Countless thoughts raced through her mind in a split second. Just when she thought she was about to be ripped open, a long straight leg appeared beside her and fiercely kicked the Sandman in the chest. The Sandman flew several meters away, the scimitar in his hand landing with a resounding thud. Ji Zhou's heart sank at the sight of Yin Lan's danger, and he was in no mood for playfulness. He quickly stepped forward and subdued the Sandman with a single foot on his back. The Sandman felt a searing pain in his chest, as if his internal organs were being intensely squeezed. He hadn't expected the woman's strength to improve so rapidly in just one instance. He fell headfirst to the ground, his wand rubbing against the rough asphalt. Feeling the intense pressure from behind, he formed a mental plan, and his hand slowly began to move. He's trying to escape. Yang Shui, clutching her heaving chest and gasping for breath, caught a glimpse of Sandman Fan's subtle movements and screamed. Ji Zhou's quick eyes and hands flashed, a dagger materializing from thin air. Two flashes of silver light flashed, and with a painful scream, Sandman Fan's tendons were ripped. The game panel appeared for a mere second before disappearing. Sandman Fan no longer had the advantage to escape, and the foot on his back dropped. He stared in horror at the bloody hands before him. He tried to lift them, but he had no strength, and they trembled violently like a nervous twitch. Jizhou stood in front of Yanlan, not wanting her to witness this bloody scene. His health is running low. Should I kill him outright or let me do the final blow? Yang Shui interrupted Jizhou, glaring at the still howling body with hatred. Jizhou frowned, but didn't argue. Instead, he turned and looked at Yanlan, seeking her opinion. Yanlan grasped his hand and pulled him back. Leave it to her. Sandman Fan doesn't have the energy to argue anymore. Jizhou felt the delicate warmth in her hand, a barely audible smile curling his lips as he whispered, "Okay." Yang Shui held a pair of sharp scissors, followed by Su Tong. The two approached Sandman Fan with trepidation. The sight of this man, and the thought of the atrocities he had inflicted on them, filled them with deep fear. Sandman Fan squirmed on the ground like a disgusting maggot, screaming and writhing. Seeing her approach with the scissors, he even recoiled in fear, his fear finally giving way to hatred. Yang Shui screamed, closed her eyes, and with both hands, she stabbed him in the chest, the cut deep. As if piercing a heart artery, a stream of blood spurted out forcefully. Sharinfan's body suddenly curled up, and now he didn't even have the strength to scream. As if tasting pleasure, Yang Shui stabbed again and again, until Su Tong, standing beside her, grasped her hand. "Sister Shui, he's dead." Yang Shui gasped for air before opening her eyes, and looking at the motionless body before her, slumped to the ground. She murmured mechanically, "Dead?" "Yes, dead, Sister Shui, our revenge is complete." Yang Shui turned to look at Su Tong, hugging her and weeping, "It's complete. We finally don't have to submit to his tyranny anymore." With Sharinfan's death, his name instantly vanished from the district chief selection, and all the previous votes were voided. The tournament interface was forced onto the game console, and everyone witnessed this magical scene. Can anyone tell me what's going on? Sandman Fan, who just took first place, has disappeared. Is it true? Is it related to that player named Yang Shui? Yang Shui, can you please come out and tell me what happened? Yang Shui was still in a daze after her first murder, so Su Tong replied on her behalf. Sandman Fan is dead. Killed by Yanlan. In her eyes, the tall, handsome man was brought by Yanlan, so he naturally belonged to her. What? Fuck, he's really dead. We don't have him anymore in our district. Wow, 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 I want to cry. The constant shadow that's been staring me down is finally gone. Sure, Yuan and several of his teammates, their spirits rising after days of being suppressed, came out to inspect the area with a swagger. Sandman Fan was annihilated by Yanlan. Do you know who to choose for this round? Yes, of course. Brother Yin is still the best. Yanlan is forever the god. The round was no longer a threat. Yanlan glanced through the chat messages and left with peace of mind. She exchanged a glance with Jizhou and left. At 8 p.m., the system announced the entire district. The district mayor selection had officially concluded. Player Yanlan had won the election for district mayor of H38 with 3,000 votes. Sandman Fan had been annihilated, and all of his original 2,500 votes had been invalidated. Most of the remaining players voted for her. The news spread throughout the district. Yanlan's profile picture wore a golden crown, and her name was suffixed with district chief. Looking at the row of profile pictures, she stood out as the most dazzling one. What benefits does a district chief offer? Sure, Yuan asked her excitedly in the chat group. Yanlan searched around, but found no new features in the game interface, nor any additional items in her inventory. She replied expressionlessly, "No? Huh? At least some meal allowance, car allowance, or something." Yuan Zhou teased him, "Do you really think this is the real world? Meal allowance, car allowance, or something?" Jizhou, it's okay. Just because you don't have benefits now doesn't mean you won't have them in the future. It's better to hold power in your own hands than to have it held by others. Yanlan, though disappointed, shared the same sentiment. Chapter 46. Map, Ruined City. Time, Day 15. Weather, breezy. Humidity, 15%. Ever since the fungal pneumonia outbreak yesterday, Li Dian had been terrified. She bundled up tightly, even wearing the goggles she bought in the previous map. Unexpectedly, despite such meticulous precautions, she still caught it. Her throat was incredibly itchy, as if an ant were crawling in it, and she had to cough vigorously to relieve it even slightly. She suffered a similar illness before the game, and knowing it was a precursor to infection, she immediately panicked and went to Luo Wen to buy medicine, only to find that all the medicines in the trading center had been reduced to 0. She then went to Shuyuanyuan and Yinlan's trading centers, only to find the same situation. Just as she was wondering, her anus tightened, and she immediately covered her buttocks and rushed to the bathroom. Her stomach and intestines were churning wildly, and her anus could no longer be controlled and burst into tears. The second symptom of pneumonia, diarrhea. She clenched her hands and sat awkwardly on the toilet. A player with the same experience as her asked in the chat group, puzzled, "Dr. Luo, why are there no medicines so early this morning?" Li Dan stared at the screen. She wanted to know too. A large number of patients were infected this morning, and the medicine is sold out. Those who need it can drink some hot water and wait until tomorrow morning. Luo dutifully answered. This is over. It's even come to the point of trying to persuade people to drink hot water. Li Dan's heart suddenly sank. Just as she was about to pull up her pants and stand up, her stomach lurched again, and she knelt down with a cry of ouch. If this continued, even if she didn't cough to death, she would sooner or later suffer from diarrhea and dehydration. Realm merger notice. Due to the low number of players in each realm, which has affected the game's health check, the realms are being merged. Rules. By 5 p.m. tonight, the district leader must submit a list of players for their district. If the number of players reaches 10,000, the district will remain in existence. If the time limit is exceeded or the number of players falls below 10,000, all players will be eliminated. Note, players can request to change districts, but the district leader can forcibly decide who stays or leaves their district. At the same time, a bright red countdown appeared on the dashboard. Time remaining for elimination, 8 hours. The alarming 8 reds. Li Dan ignored the cramping in his abdomen and frantically contacted his teammates. They were also discussing the matter in their private chat group. Friends, players are free to request a zone change. Do we want to? Thinking of the life-saving medicine they had to grab tomorrow, she hurriedly advised, No. No. We've been in this zone for so long, we're used to it. Our zone is well equipped, and our zone chief, Yinlan, is a resource expert with strong abilities and a good personality. We might have a worse time in another zone. Dandan is right. Yinlan always has a solution for every disaster. I believe she can lead us on. Yes, our zone has 7,000 players, so getting 10,000 players is easy. My ex-boyfriend's zone is only left with 1,000 or 2,000 people are begging me for recommendations now. Yeah, we're even better off staying here. But guys, the district chief can forcibly decide the fate of players in this district. We're just ordinary people with no professions, no skills, and incredibly bad luck. Will she kick us out? I just got back from the World Channel. Many districts are advertising for outstanding players. They require at least one profession or skill, and the RV must be at least level 5. Hiss. Li Dan gasped, cautiously glancing at the small RV that had just been upgraded to level 4. His heart sank even more. The district chief can force players to stay or leave. Some say he kicks people out without a second thought. Ah! That puts us in real danger. Faced with the threat of annihilation, not only the ordinary players, but also those who had offended Yinlan, trembled in fear. In the Jin Gang's internal group chat, Jiang Tiantian relished the feeling of giving orders. Get ready. We might have to leave District H38. Any recommendations for a good district? Jin Bue confidently said. Why should we leave? Our guild is strong. Yinlan won't be able to stop us. Zhang Shi echoed, that's right. We've helped so many needy players. Why would we kick us out? Wang Shire quipped, Vice President Jiang has offended someone himself. Don't let this get in the way of the guild. Although Jin Bue was simple-minded, he became clever when his own interests were at stake. He grasped Wang Shire's hint with just a hint. We're a group. We must prioritize the collective good over individual interests. As the guild leader, I need to ensure everyone's safety first, so Vice President Jiang, I'm sorry. Jiang Tiantian's eyelids twitched, a bad feeling building. But I wasn't the only one who accused her. Didn't you all gossip about her in the group? Zhang Shi, you were the one who started it, right? Wang Shire, we were just following the trend at best. You were the mastermind. Zhang Shi, you better admit your mistake and not bring trouble upon everyone else. That's right. Jiang Tiantian finally realized she had been abandoned by the group. Although she initially disliked the guild, she disliked the stoic Jin Bue, the followers Zhang Shi and Wang Shire, and even the Bolka Qin Shengsheng. While everyone had their share of scheming, they weren't many. With her years of experience in tea-making, she easily fooled them, and she ultimately thrived. If she left, she didn't know if she could find a place with better control, or even if there was a district willing to accept her. A looming fear of the unknown hung over her, and she stared anxiously at the only straw in the group. This was the first time she spoke so cautiously to Qin Shengsheng. "Brother Shengsheng, what are you thinking?" This was the secret weapon for the gang's survival. Zhang Shi immediately jumped out and shouted, "This is your mistake. Why drag Qin Shengsheng into this? I'm warning you, he's from our Jinda gang. Wang Shire, Qin Shengsheng, think carefully. If you get involved with her, you be kicked out of this district. If no district is willing to accept you, you be wiped out. Obliterated." Other lackeys, "That's right. This isn't the time for romance. This is a matter of life and death." Jiang Tiantian stared at the control panel in fear, her lips trembling. She usually withheld his commission and spoke to him rudely. If she had known, she would have been nicer to him. He wouldn't abandon her at this critical moment, would he? One breath, 2, 3, and Qin Shengsheng didn't show up. The heart that had been lifted high slowly sank, like a huge stone pressing down on it, heavy and depressing. I don't think Yanlan is so petty. She wouldn't kick Tiantian out over such a small matter. Qin Shengsheng finally sent the message, and Jiang Tiantian held onto a glimmer of hope. Besides, I promised Tiantian that I would stay with her and never betray her. For some reason, her eyes, usually cold-hearted, felt a little warm. The other players received a system announcement, while Yanlan received a task. She needed to submit the group's player list by 5 a.m. If the group didn't reach 10,000 players, all would be eliminated. The regional chat room was abuzz with discussion, and players were on the verge of collapse amidst suspicion. Yanlan finally spoke out, despite much anticipation. "Don't worry, I won't kick you out unless you're guilty of excessive dishonesty or scheming. As long as everyone does their job properly, we all be fine. Of course, if you want to leave, I won't stop you. The deadline is 12 p.m. Anyone interested, please private message us in the group chat as soon as possible. No one will be accepted after this deadline." The avatar with a giant shining crown appeared in the group for the first time today, like a shot of tranquilizer, instantly calming everyone's hearts. One player asked frivolously, "Who are the names on the list of those who will be eliminated?" It served as a warning to everyone. "Yes, District Chief, we want to take this as a warning." Yanlan, "No problem, I've already drawn up a list." A long list of names of players was posted to the group chat, at least hundreds of them. The first one was Li Xiong, followed by Lu Man Yuan Depeng. These names look familiar. Aren't they all the people from the Sandman team? Yes, using the cigarette business to defraud others of their property and take the lives of players. Serves them right. I hope no district will accept them. Eliminate +1. Jiang Tiantian, who had been peeking at the screen, restrained her urges this time and didn't react the moment Yanlan spoke. Anxiously, she opened the list of eliminated players, scrolling through the names one by one. Her name wasn't on it. She seemed unconvinced, zooming in on the image and double-checking. She was indeed not on it. Ah ha ha. In the quiet of the RV, she laughed to herself. She knew Yanlan was the one who couldn't bear to see her go. As proud as Li Xiong had been, so frustrated was he now. Even if his financial backer died, the countless supplies in his backpack would keep him comfortable for a long time. But today, Yanlan's list dealt him a heavy blow. Before he could even protest, he was kicked out of the group chat. Shit! He swung the remaining food packaging in front of him and cursed bitterly. Yanlan had the audacity to kick him out, but it didn't matter. He had so many supplies, so many people would be willing to take him in. The dream was beautiful, but reality dealt him a heavy blow. Yanlan labeled him a multitude of things: murderer, liar, lackey, traitor, and so on. The district chiefs, upon seeing these labels, immediately rejected him, not even having time to curry favor. After issuing the announcement, Yanlan immediately contacted Ji Zhou. "Dear Mr. Ji, may I invite you to our district?" Ji Zhou was weeding a rapidly growing flower pot with his sleeves lifted. Upon hearing Yanlan's message, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, his icy, handsome face instantly melting. "Dear District Chief, what are the benefits of visiting your district? I'm very popular." Ji Zhou had always portrayed himself as a cool, handsome guy, and this was the first time he joked. The contrast was so cute that she couldn't help but chuckle, and she simply continued the conversation. "There are so many benefits. I can wash and cook for you, Mr. Ji, and massage your legs and shoulders. I'm always here at your beck and call. No need for the laundry and shoulder massage, but you must keep your promise to cook for me." Yanlan had only been joking, but she hadn't expected him to take it seriously. Thinking of her own mediocre cooking, which was only good enough for herself and Shuecho, she couldn't help but worry. But I'm not a good cook. How about hot pot? The hot pot ingredients were all readily available. She had over a dozen freezers full in her backpack compartment, but that would have seemed insincere. Okay, just don't invite Yuan and the others this time. Oh! Okay. Yinlan realized it belatedly, and her face inexplicably heated up. After successfully inviting Ji Zhou to H38, he recommended a number of players to the group, all of whom were close friends he had made in those 2 dungeons. In addition, Sure Yuan and the others posted a recruitment update on the World Channel, and people flocked to the group. I have a luxury RV and abundant supplies. Clicking on it, she realized she amassed all her wealth through fraud. She didn't own a single thing. You came here based on the promotion. What's the salary like? Are there any subsidies? I thought he was looking for a job. The players themselves were unaware, but Yinlan, as the district head, had the authority to inspect their backstage information. After a quick look, she found that those boasting were mostly troublemakers who had been kicked out. It was the honest and responsible players who met her expectations. Wang Taiju was originally from District C101 and had been a police officer before the game. His colleagues had always advised him to turn a blind eye, saying there were so many injustices in the world, how could he manage them all on his own? After joining the game, he had also been willing to help those in need, which had offended many people. He felt he was following his nature, but others saw him as meddling. When the district head kicked him out, he retaliated by labeling him with many negative things, so much so that many district heads, to save time, simply looked at the labels and rejected his application. All around him was a vast expanse of white. Wang Taiju sighed and racked his brains once again to revise his zone entry declaration. He couldn't tell how many times he had applied. He felt a dull tingle. He numbly applied, numbly introduced himself. Just when he thought he would perish quietly in this unknown zone, a notification came from the game. Ding! He thought it was another stereotypical rejection, and didn't give it a second thought. Ding! Ding! The notifications rang out in quick succession, a common occurrence in this zone channel, yet he had been kicked out just that morning. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. With trembling hands and a fluttering heart, he opened the game panel. Wang Taiyu had joined the group chat. Wang De, welcome new members. Lei Xiaoyan, welcome new members. Lu Ziling, a warm welcome. How could such a warm reception be possible? Ever since he entered this game, he experienced the warmth and coldness of human nature. Even the simplest expressions of concern felt like a luxury. But now, District H38 already had 7,000 players, and the remaining 3,000 were quickly recruited. At 2 p.m., Yinlan submitted the list. A resounding bell rang above the heads of all players in the district. District H38 had completed its mission ahead of schedule, and the erasure was lifted. The bright red countdown on everyone's dashboard disappeared, and they breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 47. The new map suddenly changed at midnight. Having experienced 2 different maps, the players had long since grown accustomed to the game's quirks. A 2-story luxury RV steadily advanced along the endless highway. In the spacious lobby on the first floor, 5 players sat around a square table. The table was set with tea, a delicately cut fruit platter, and thoughtfully accompanied by thin toothpicks. Yinlan, that's a really nice toothpick. Where did you get it? Sure Yuan tossed a piece of watermelon into his mouth, examining the bare toothpick carefully. Yinlan sat at the main seat. The toothpick blueprint you get from a player's treasure chest only requires 1 piece of wood. Since it's not essential, I'm keeping it for my own use, and not listing it in the trading center. After a pause, she continued, if you need it, you can make it yourself on the crafting table. Hee, that's great. This resonated with Sure Yuan, who happily reached for the grapes on his plate. Just as the toothpick pierced the grape, a slap came from the other side, slapping the back of his hand hard, instantly staining his fair skin red. Sure Yuan's hand trembled, and the already precarious grape fell back onto the plate. He grumbled, looking at Yuan Zhou across from him with a resentful look. What are you doing? Yuan Zhou folded his arms and smiled. It's okay, I just like seeing you wanting to eat but not being able to. Sure Yuan looked at her speechlessly. You're crazy. The 2 of them bickered every time they met, and Yinlan was already used to it. Seeing that they were about to quarrel again, Yinlan acted as a peacemaker and stopped the conversation. Okay, let's discuss the strategy for clearing this map. Sure Yuan obediently shut up, though he didn't forget to glare at Yuan Zhou. Yuan Zhou rolled her eyes, and simply turned away from him. Luowen, who sat next to her, had been quiet the entire time. Seeing this noisy yet heartwarming scene, he chuckled softly. Yinlan coughed softly and began the topic of the day. Regional Qualifying Tournament. Competition time. Days 1 to 10 of this map. Competition rules. Regional assessment. All members of the top 5 regions will receive rewards. At the top of the world channel is a leaderboard, with each region ranked from highest to lowest in points. Points are composed of base points and mission points. Base points are related to the number of remaining players. Since it was the first day, the initial points were all 1 million. Each player removed would deduct 100 points. Special mission rules are not yet clear, but each completed mission will award between 1,000 and 10,000 points. Yinlan finished her words and habitually glanced at Jizhou. Do you have any ideas? Jizhou's cold gaze softened instantly when it met hers, and they both smiled in unison. Yuanzhou and Luowen, observing the two interacting, exchanged glances and chuckled softly. Sure, Yuan, so engrossed in nibbling grapes in front of him that he missed the famous scene. Suddenly, he looked up and saw the two girls across from him, each with their own secretive expressions. He couldn't help but ask, eyes wide open and curious, what are you laughing at? There was a clear idiocy in his eyes. He had clearly tried every possible means to bring Jizhou and Yanlan together, but he hadn't noticed that the two had already been having some inklings of a relationship. Yuanzhou shook his head helplessly, looking at him like he was an idiot. Nothing. Sure Yuan glanced at her suspiciously, but he didn't doubt her. Jizhou glanced at Sure Yuan calmly. We need to focus on this competition. If we're going for basic points, we can't expect extra points from special tasks. There are gains and losses. As the district leader, Yinlan carried the players' trust, and the pressure suddenly intensified. Don't worry too much. We're all here. We handle any problems together. Jizhou keenly sensed her emotional fluctuations and offered heartfelt comfort. Yes. We solved this together. The others echoed her sentiments. Seeing this warm group of friends, Yinlan's mood inexplicably brightened. After the discussion, the others returned to their respective RVs. She took a package and moved to the driver's seat. Snowball, who had been concentrating on driving, sniffed the air. Upon catching a familiar scent, he excitedly turned around and saw the familiar package in his little master's hand. He immediately slammed on the brakes. Swish. The tires scraped against the ground with a sharp sound. Yinlan jerked forward, quickly grabbing the handle. If she hadn't reacted quickly, she would have been thrown out by inertia. Yinlan glared at it. This little elf was still so impatient. Snowball, knowing he made a mistake, bared his teeth and threw himself into her arms, acting cute. Okay. Be more careful next time. Pulling the fur ball away from her arms, she held out the burger. Here, Jizhou knows you love it, so I brought it just for you. This time it's egg and bacon. Thanks for the hard work driving. Snowball quickly hugged it with both hands and took a big bite. Its eyes sparkled. This was too delicious. Yinlan shook her head in amusement. If he loved eating so much, what would he do if someone tricked him into giving him a little treat? Snowball finished his burger and continued on his way. This time, the RV was driving along the edge of the road. A few meters away lay the rippling blue waters, slightly lower than the road. A few waves occasionally crashed onto the asphalt, creating a beautiful feeling of driving on water, like a person swimming in a painting. Yinlan gazed at the clear, crystal clear water, frowning in thought. Map, coastal floating bridge, number of game days, 1, weather, drizzle. Based on past experience, the main difficulty of this map is related to rain, but combined with the ocean backdrop, it could lead to many disasters. She sorted out her thoughts briefly, compiled a few precautions, and replied to the group chat. Many players had already tagged her. Zhang Shi from the Jinda gang. Why doesn't the district chief speak up? This is a group mission. Shouldn't he step up and help rally the troops? Wang Shire. This is a screenshot of another district chief's arrangements. Look how well organized the planning is. H38 district has 10,000 players, 3,000 of whom are new. Most people here only have the impression of Yinlan as a small vendor with abundant supplies, not the deep affection they have for her like Wang De, Lei Xiaoyan, and Lu Zilin. Compared to the other district heads, Yinlan's silence seemed a bit out of place, which made them feel like they had chosen the wrong person. They immediately expressed their dissatisfaction. When we chose her as district head, we felt she didn't consider her management skills. Now it's true. Yeah, it's been so long and we still haven't come up with a battle plan. At least speak up and reassure everyone. This was Wang Tieju's second day in District H38. Yesterday, Yinlan hadn't rejected him due to his various labels, and he had developed a deep trust in her. She might have been busy or thinking, so there was no need for them to be so anxious. Wang Taiyu and several other players tried to persuade these people. When the atmosphere had calmed down enough, an avatar wearing a crown appeared. He read it carefully and was stunned. Notes 1, 2, 3. Focus on stockpiling supplies 1, 2, 3. Life is worth points, please cherish it. Don't take risks completing special missions just to get high points. Do it within your capabilities. If you have any questions, please seek help in the group chat. And so on. If this were his previous district, he wouldn't care if you were old, weak, or sick. He'd definitely assign you a special mission. The atmosphere in the group chat was also very good, and most players were very cooperative, except for. Since the districts had already been merged, the district chief couldn't kick any more players out. After only one day of being quiet, Jiang Tiantian began to dislike Yinlan again. District chief's proposal is wrong. Special missions earn high points, so shouldn't players be encouraged to actively complete them? Why are you telling us not to? Lu Song was one of the new players. He unfortunately lost in the district chief selection tournament. He had a bad fight with his competitors, and couldn't afford to stay in his previous district. He had heard that the district chief was a good person, so he brought a group of friends here. He's a really nice person, but I didn't expect him to be so unmotivated. His face immediately darkened upon hearing these suggestions. If we don't compete, the quest rewards will be snatched away by others. That's unfair to us players who want to complete the quests. That's right. If everyone relies on others, who will be willing to do the quests? I shouldn't have come to this zone earlier. I didn't expect the zone leader to be such a wimp. I regret it so much. Many veteran players in the group felt deeply upset. They were simply low-level players with few hidden cards, so they simply gave up on the special quests if they couldn't win. Now, after hearing these people's comments, they felt guilty and kept silent. Ji Zhou had anticipated this setback and had been waiting in the chat group. Seeing things weren't going well, he immediately spoke out. Are we making it too complicated, or are you just too uneducated? Don't you understand the idiom doing what you can? It's okay if you die without completing the mission, but deducting 100 points and lowering the team score is even more disastrous. Jiang Tiantian clicked on Ji Zhou's profile picture the moment he spoke. Name, Ji Zhou. Age, 24. Level, Luxury RV Level 6. Strength, 99. Speed, 99. He scored almost full marks in every category, and looking at his profile picture, wow, he's so handsome. But why is he favoring Yinlan? Jiang Tiantian was immediately annoyed, nitpicking. That's easy to say, but this relies entirely on moral constraints, and who can accurately assess where the line lies between doing what's right and what's right? Lu Song, that's Vice President Jian of the Jin Gang, right? I've heard a lot about you. I don't think Yinlan is as insightful as you are. I wonder how she got to be district chief. This compliment touched Jiang Tiantian's heart, both praising her and disparaging Yinlan. She immediately replied with a beaming smile, Brother Song is very magnanimous. We can discuss this privately sometime. Before Lu Song could reply, Yuan Zhou jumped in. She had a blunt temper, and couldn't stand Jiang Tiantian's pretentiousness. Are you still calling me brothers again? How many good brothers do you have? Sure, Yuan, not wanting to mind the chaos, chimed in. How many outsiders are not important? The one at home who's honest and dutiful is enough, ha ha. Jiang Tiantian's face flushed with anger. The one at home pointed at Chen Shengsheng, her trusted partner, but their relationship had been a bit awkward lately. They needed to be smoothed over. So she held back and said nothing. Yinlan, who had been watching the crowd chatting behind her, curled her lips and offered a closing statement. As the district chief, I have the right to know your personal movements. Whether intentional or genuine, I find out if I investigate. But I'm giving everyone face, and won't resort to this unless absolutely necessary. You've all experienced many emergencies, and everyone has a personal balance. I'm sure you can assess the difficulty of a task. If you really can't figure it out, just ask in the group chat. After reorienting public opinion, she decisively left the group chat. There was still a lot of preparation to be done to get through this map, and she didn't have time to engage in verbal sparring with these people. The trading center had posted a blueprint acquisition announcement, but no players had contacted her yet, so Yinlan tried posting in the world channel. Her avatar wore a dazzling golden crown, and the post attracted curious players, looking for blueprints for lifebuoys, rafts, airbags, and more at a high price. This district chief, right? He actually posted to the world channel for help. Ah ha ha ha, take a breath. Ha ha ha, hiccup. Ha ha ha, she's so naive, so stupid. This is hilarious. We're all competitors. Who would be willing to trade supplies with her? The 45-year-old guy above. You're right. I bet a bag of spicy noodles no one will help her. It's simply unbelievable. H38 district is so unlucky to have such a district chief. Tens of millions of people on the World Channel, and 99 comments in a matter of seconds. Yinlan quickly scanned the comments and frowned. Could it be that even a World Channel this big can't be changed? No one was chatting privately, so she didn't rush and simply went about her business. A fine, misty drizzle fell outside. Fearing the rain might have carried some unidentified object, she sought out the renowned designer Zhu Yuanyuan. Yuanyuan, can you draw me a blueprint for an umbrella? Zhu Yuanyuan was driving in the rain when she saw Yinlan's message and immediately stopped. Yinlan always approached her with a deal. Yes. Umbrellas have a simple structure. I remember it perfectly. That would be great. Could you please draw one for me? Okay, no problem. She didn't ask Yinlan for the specific fee, because she gave the highest offer regardless. Zhu Yuanyuan then returned to her room and began drawing. Umbrellas were everyday items, and she was very familiar with them. She finished in less than 5 minutes and sent it to Yinlan. She asked expectantly, "Can it be used?" The message came back quickly. "It works great. By the way, can you draw a raft? Something sturdy, with rooms, oars, and sails?" Zhu Yuanyuan pondered for a moment and answered honestly, "That's a bit complicated. I'm afraid I can't do it." Yinlan hadn't been expecting much, so she just asked casually, "Okay then. By the way, do you want any reward this time?" Zhu Yuanyuan slurped her saliva. "Can I choose anything? I'd like some fruit, hee. No problem." After that, a bunch of grapes and a watermelon were delivered. The grapes were enormous, crystal clear, large and round. The watermelon was plump and round, weighing at least 10 pounds. She grinned foolishly as she hugged the fat watermelon. Yinlan hadn't asked her to draw a picture lately, so she'd been missing out on snacks. This harvest would last her a long time. Yinlan took the umbrella blueprint and began to produce it on the workbench. The materials were 1 piece of wood and 1 piece of cloth. Umbrellas were in high demand, with the crafting station producing one every 2.5 seconds. She quickly churned out a batch and handed them over to Zhu Yuanyuan to sell. Wang De was once again the first to grab an umbrella. As soon as he got it, he posted a message on the World Channel, intending to show off his trophy, but it didn't lead to a heated argument. 1F. Some small places just haven't seen the world. Are they even showing off a tattered umbrella? 2F. District H38, huh? They're ranked outside the top 100 in the qualifying rounds, so they're just a small place, aren't they? Wang Da's cheerful mood waned, and he retorted unhappily, "The umbrella may be small, but their concern is genuine. Our district chief prepared it specifically for us, worried we get wet." 3F. You know what? I saw their district chief's post this morning. He's so whimsical he's even thinking about trading with other districts. Isn't that funny? 4F. This district chief's IQ is a bit questionable. No wonder he made something as low-end as an umbrella. Isn't that a waste? 5F. That's right. Staying in an RV all day, how could he catch a cold when he goes out to collect treasure chests? 6F. Maybe the players in their district are generally less physically fit. Wang De, enraged, started a fight in the comments section, but he couldn't stand up to the crowd, and even District Chief Yinlan was severely criticized. Don't get angry. Don't get angry. You get sick and die sooner rather than later. Wang De patted his chest and consoled himself. The umbrella is still useful. Trust Yinlan. Chapter 48. The next day, the rain intensified. Yesterday's intermittent drizzle had turned into a steady drizzle. Yinlan, holding a black umbrella too large for the three of them, got out of the car for some fresh air. There was a slight accumulation of water on the road, but because the terrain was slightly higher than the sea level outside the highway, the water eventually gathered into a small trickle and flowed into the sea. She carefully measured it with her eyes, and found that the sea level seemed slightly higher than yesterday, which was not a good sign. She walked around the RV and confirmed that there was nothing unusual before getting in the car. It was raining outside, making it impossible to exercise on the road, but fortunately, there was a large covered outdoor balcony on the second floor. As soon as she got up, she received a message from Luowen. "Yinlan, I have something to report. More players are coming in to buy cold medicine today." I asked, "And they've caught a cold from being caught in the rain. We might need to make more umbrellas. Most of the players on the previous map had fungal pneumonia, and before they fully recovered, they were caught in the rain. The rain in this game is poisonous, so don't touch it. You quickly contract negative status. After replying to Lua1, she posted an announcement on the trading center, telling players she'd be releasing a wave of umbrellas at 12 noon. When the umbrellas were first released yesterday, many people didn't take them seriously. It wasn't until they started contracting negative status today that they started to take them seriously. They urged Yanlan to produce more in the group chat, but they couldn't get enough each time. After being despised yesterday, Wang Da's post saw a resurgence. Many players came to him, but this time, they weren't scolding him, but were looking for him to buy them on their behalf. Brother Wang, can you help me buy an umbrella? No one in our area has a crafting station. I caught a cold just by getting caught in the rain. It's amazing. Brother Wang, please help me. I can offer you a price. Double? Triple? If that doesn't work, quadruple. Brother Wang, this umbrella is really big, and the quality is really good. By the way, can you help me buy one? I heard your district has a lot in stock? Wang Da, who had been holding his breath, finally found a way out. He smugly left a message to the group of players who had belittled him yesterday. You catch a cold just by getting wet. Where did your poor health come from? 4 times the price? Only 4 times. I won't sell it to you even if you increase it. The district chief's love for us is priceless. Yanlan's World Channel also received messages from players in other districts asking for umbrellas, but she ignored them all, searching for important information among the numerous replies. Are you there? I have important supplies to exchange. Yanlan's eyes lit up, and she clicked on it. Yes. Player, I have the supplies you need. Can you offer me a price? Yanlan pursed her lips. The other party, still quite arrogant, said, as long as the goods are right, the price is negotiable. Player, okay, I have a few swimming rings. Yanlan pondered for a few seconds. Although they weren't blueprints, Qin Shengsheng had the skill to learn them, so she could buy them and have them made. Okay, send me the pictures first. Player A, why send pictures? Just trade directly. Aren't all swimming rings the same? Yanlan felt a little uneasy and insisted, let's take a look at the goods first. There's no point in buying without inspecting them. Player, really? No need to look. Here's my link. Yanlan clicked on the link. It only contained a partial picture of the swimming rings. This player was being secretive. There was definitely something fishy going on. She hadn't confirmed the transaction yet, but he insisted on sending her the full picture. Okay. You're such a slow trader. Unable to resist, the player sent the pictures. Yanlan clicked on the image and was immediately speechless. While this could be considered a swimming ring, it wasn't suitable for normal use. First, it was very small. Second, it was really small. To be more specific, it was called a baby neck ring, the kind a newborn baby would put around their neck while splashing around in the water. An adult's hand would fit perfectly, but if their neck were stuck in there, they'd probably suffocate. When Yanlan didn't respond, the player began to criticize. This swimming ring was hard to find. Not many people are willing to buy it from the regional channel these days. The implication was, just be content. Yanlan hated these kinds of sellers the most. It was like going to a clothing store and having them praise something even if it clearly didn't fit them, and then thinking you were poor and didn't know the value of the item if you didn't buy it. Hurry up. There's a long line for this item. Yanlan didn't want to waste any more time talking to him and ended the chat. The player's conversation was interrupted, and they left a comment under her post cursing her. Some people have their eyes blinded by shit. They really don't know what they're talking about. I'm looking up to you to trade, but you really think I'm being kind. Blah, blah, blah. Yanlan didn't bother arguing and immediately blocked him. When the next player asked, she was more cautious and asked for a photo first. Player Yang Xiaoyong, I have the raft blueprints. The other party was also very direct, sending a photo directly. Yanlan's heart skipped a beat, and she clicked on it eagerly. It was indeed the raft blueprints. But she was still a little confused, and clicked on Yang Xiaoyong's profile. Name, Yang Xiaoyong, Zone S210, Age, hidden. Balance, hidden. Strength, hidden. Speed, hidden. Health, hidden. This was the person who hid their personal information the most thoroughly she had ever seen, while the others were eager to showcase their power. Looking at his profile picture again, it was just a close-up shot, his entire face obscured by a massive cap, making it hard to see clearly. Unable to discern any clues, she simply asked, "Why would you trade with me? Shouldn't internal players be prioritized in a district-level competition like this?" According to information she gathered on the World Channel, Players with the raft blueprints were extremely rare. Yang Xiuyang's short body trembled, and he pondered his words several times before sending them out. I have my own considerations. Just tell me if you're willing to trade. Yanlan raised her eyebrows slightly. Since the other party was deliberately concealing the truth, she didn't need to ask any further questions. As long as she got the item, she was happy. Of course I would. Tell me what you like to exchange. I do my best to satisfy you within reasonable limits. Yang Xiaoyang, on the other side, burst into a childish laugh upon hearing this, and swallowed involuntarily. I want something delicious. Fried chicken, hamburgers, meat, and some fruit. Yanlan shook her head in amusement. Why was it all food? Just like Snowball, that little foodie? But she still felt obligated to remind him. Don't you need a raft? Yang Xiaoyang was stunned and slapped his head in frustration. Sure enough, he was still inexperienced and had forgotten the most important thing. But thankfully, the other person was a kind and good person. He quickly replied, yes. Yes. Yanlan smiled, okay, I give you the food first. I send you the raft after it's produced. Let's add each other as friends? Yang Xiaoyang, okay. This player liked fried chicken and hamburgers. She didn't have any, but she could ask Ji Zhou for them. She remembered that Ji Zhou had looted a hamburger shop in the Last Man in Black Dungeon, and he always brought her a few whenever he came. After sending the raft blueprint, a pile of supplies arrived. Yang Xiaoyang grinned happily, checking each one. 10 hamburgers, 1 watermelon, 20 tangerines, 20 kiwis. 3 hot pot noodles, 2 beef rolls, 2 shrimp balls, 5 heads of lettuce. Wow! So much food. Hamburgers, hot pot. All my favorites. She's so kind. Yang Xiaoyang smiled as he took a beef burger and munched on it, putting the remaining supplies into his backpack. Compared to the players in their zone, Yanlan was incredibly generous. The supplies she exchanged were all top-notch. More importantly, trading with her was safe. Raft blueprint, 50 wood, 20 rubber, 20 metal. The materials needed this time were quite a lot, but for her, it was a piece of cake. Yanlan placed all the materials on the crafting table, clicked on the additional properties, and the table began to produce with a clacking sound. It used to take only 2.5 seconds to make a small item like a roll of toilet paper, but making a raft took a full minute. The time and difficulty were related. The raft was so large that it was stored directly in an empty backpack compartment after it was built. She used her mind to sense it. The raft was 4 by 4 meters, surrounded by half-man-high railings. In the center was a pointed-roof wooden house, measuring 2.5 by 2.5 meters, not large, but sufficient for a night's rest. A row of air bags lined the bottom of the raft, giving it a sense of security. The raft with added properties had 1,000 points of protection, providing protection against certain dangers. She sent the first raft to Yang Xiaoyang and received a quick reply. Wow, a raft with special properties. I contact you next time I have the blueprint. This was common business courtesy, but Yanlan didn't take it seriously. After all, blueprints weren't easy to come by. She then produced 5 more rafts with attributes, keeping one for herself and sending the rest to the get-rich-together group. Sure Yuan checked his share and then, like a screaming chicken, showered the group with compliments. Oh my god! Mr. Yen is so awesome! I can't repay you enough. I'm going to work on this map for you for free. Yanlan happily agreed. Great. I'm so happy to have an extra free laborer. Luowen. Then I won't take the commission from the Chinese herbal medicine cultivation either. Seeing the situation developing in a direction she didn't like, Yanlan quickly stopped herself. Hey, don't be so polite, everyone. Just consider this a token of gratitude for your help during this time. Sure Yuan, needless to say, Yuan Zhou and Luowen had helped her a lot in the district chief election. Ji Zhou had saved her life, and since arriving in District H38, he had diligently managed those unruly players. Ji Zhou, then I won't be polite. Yuan Zhou, hee me too. Only Sure Yuan had a bitter face, swallowing his grievance. If he had known, he wouldn't have acted so nicely so early. The crafting station's accumulated bonus attributes were running low, so she stopped producing after 5 rafts. She listed these 5 at the trading center, specifically requesting rare blueprints. Then she spent another hour producing 60 ordinary rafts, handing them over to Sure Yuan to exchange for wood, metal, and rubber. She used the materials from her own inventory, which she had almost used up. As soon as the rafts were listed, people immediately started discussing them in the regional chat. The district chief said yesterday, we were collecting raft blueprints, and they've already done it today. What a proactive approach. Lever. But it's so expensive. A raft costs 500 pieces of wood, 100 pieces of rubber, and 100 pieces of metal. I just upgraded my RV, and I'm all out of materials. Me too. I'm always picking up wood, but I'm always using it. I never have any left. And I need 500 pieces of wood. Why do I feel like, whispering, Yinlan's prices are getting higher and higher? Yeah, I thought she was kind at first, but now she's acting a bit petty. Yuan Song had always had a bad impression of Yinlan because of yesterday's incident, and now he found an outlet to rant in the group chat. I'm not saying anything, but you absolutely have to buy it now that it's on sale? Look at the drizzle outside, not even a puddle. Are you planning on going fishing after buying a raft? The hesitant player suddenly realized, Brother Yuan is right. I don't think it's necessary this time. It's really not necessary. Besides, it's too expensive. Yuan Song, yes, we need to unite and boycott her. Otherwise, she thinks she's a treasure. Only a small number of players boycotted it. Another group watched silently from behind. The remaining few shrewdly rushed to Yinlan's trading center to buy it. Seeing that she needed special blueprints, they hurried over to Shi Yuan. 60 rafts were insignificant compared to tens of thousands of players. They were quickly sold out. Those who didn't get one even tagged Yinlan in the group chat. Headmaster, there are so few of them. Yes, they sold out as soon as we got in. I haven't even seen what they look like. Wangda had been saving materials for a mid-level RV, but when he saw the raft Yinlan had put on the shelf, he couldn't resist buying it. He had a strong sense of trust in Yinlan. Wangda, overwhelmed with a desire to show off, took a photo and posted it to the group chat the moment he got it. What a shame I snagged it. Come on, look at this beautiful little raft. Wow, it's quite a large item. No wonder it's so expensive. You're so lucky. You snagged it again. Wangda chuckled, my fingers are so fast, that's all I can do. Yuan Song was nearly chuckling at this group of clueless players. No, you guys are really rushing to buy it. Look at who else is making rafts in other districts. She's the only one who stands out. Lei Xiaoyan, a big Yinlan fan, if you're not buying it, shut up. Lu Shukui also chimed in. Yeah, what's it to you if we buy it? Even Wang Taizhu, a new member of the group, spoke up for Yinlan. I think it's better to be prepared. Yinlan selectively blocked chatter in the group chat. Just picking out the key points in her reply, we're making the rafts, but production is a bit slow this time, only 60 per hour. Ah! So few? We have to grab them early. I saw the pictures Wangda sent. 2 or 3 people can easily fit on a raft. I'm planning to build one with my 2 sisters, so everyone's pressure is much less. That's a great idea. I'd build one with my girlfriend, too. I just happened to get a visitor invitation card. Visitor invitation cards were extremely rare in the early days of the game, but after a full month of accumulating supplies across 2 maps, they've become commonplace. Now almost half of the players have them, so sharing a raft with a few people is no problem. Yinlan nodded in satisfaction at the group chat. Sharing a raft with a few people would reduce her workload considerably. Speaking of work, she thought of the Jean de Bang. It was already the 2nd day, and she hadn't seen them selling anything. Yesterday's umbrellas, today's rafts. Whenever she launched a new product, they always keep up the pace. Jean Dabong also wanted to sell, but Qin Shengsheng, the esteemed national treasure, fell ill. He contracted pneumonia despite defending the map with such vigilance. He recovered considerably with medication, but yesterday's rain, coupled with his recent intense work schedule, had him down again. Jiang Tiantian huddled in her RV, barefoot on the leather sofa, holding a bunch of purple-red grapes, tilting her head back and eating each one. So sweet. Jiang Tiantian narrowed her eyes in happiness. Yinlan was still quite capable, with so much fruit to sell. She decided to switch from durian to grapes. Just then, a message alerted her on the game panel. She reluctantly opened her eyes, and the smile on her face vanished at the message. At first, she didn't want to pay attention, but remembering that her relationship with Qin Shengsheng had been trending downwards, she perked up and picked some fruit to visit. 60 rafts per hour. Yinlan worked a full 10 hours and only managed to produce 600, far from meeting demand. She sighed. If only Qin Shengsheng were still okay, she'd be much less stressed. Aside from finding the treasure chest, she spent the entire day at the crafting table, and in the blink of an eye, it was already dark. Yinlan stretched her body. For dinner, she and Shueqiu had hot pot. Boiling the water and adding the ingredients directly was quick and easy. After dinner, she went to the 2nd floor balcony to practice martial arts. She had already mastered all the moves in Kung Fu experience, and was now consolidating them. Outside, a light rain fell. She wondered if she was seeing things, but the water on the road seemed a little deeper than it had been this morning. Chapter 49. Bean-sized raindrops pounded against the RV's roof, making a resounding clatter. Yinlan had been woken once during the night, then fell asleep again to the rhythmic sound of the rain. The next day, she stretched lazily out of her bedroom, standing on the second-floor balcony and gazing out into the distance. When she saw the scene on the highway, her sleepiness instantly vanished. It seemed her earlier guess was correct. The rain had fallen all night, and the highway was completely flooded. Thinking of the RV's relatively low chassis, she quickly rushed down. Fortunately, the water was only knee-deep and hadn't spread to the ground floor, but she still had to plan ahead. By then, the highway had already connected to the sea. If it weren't for the protruding RV, it would have been nearly impossible to tell there was a highway beneath. Yinlan sighed deeply and began her daily routine. System, check in. It's been a while since I've checked out anything valuable. I hope this time is a big one. After completing the task as required, a glittering golden card appeared before her. Wish card, one-time card the user can obtain any desired item within the game. It was a wish card. Ever since she saw this card, she'd been grinning from ear to ear, wandering around the RV, pondering what wish to make. Returning to reality? The game remained silent. Right now, the most valuable items she could think of were the fast growth pot and the crafting table. The fast growth pot had a booster skill, so it was completely unnecessary to use it here. The only option was the crafting table. She and Qin Shunsheng were the only players in Area H38 who could produce supplies. Recently, Qin Shunsheng had stopped crafting rafts for unknown reasons, and the pressure was piling up on her. There had been a treasure chest left unopened yesterday, so she immediately took it out to test it. Attaching the wish card to the treasure chest and clicking use, she clasped her hands together, made a sincere wish, and then opened it with hope. Wish granted. Congratulations. You've received one crafting station. It actually is a crafting station. She checked it with a smile. This crafting station hadn't been enhanced, and just like the original one in the RV, it took 10 seconds to produce a roll of toilet paper. Yinlan gave it to Shi Yuanyuan. She couldn't handle the production alone, but with two people, it would be much easier. Shi Yuanyuan's eyes lit up at the sight of the crafting station, and he rubbed his hands enviously. Is this for me? What about you? This is the other one. Yinlan interrupted his reverie. What? Then I be polite. Oh my god, I'm so happy. You could easily imagine the delight on his face. Every time Shi Yuanyuan came, he would fondly caress the crafting station. Yinlan saw it, and it was hard for him not to be happy. After the excitement wore off, Shi Yuanyuan asked, "This is yours. Will the profits be distributed according to commission as before? But can I use it to make my own things in my spare time?" Of course. This was a brand new crafting station. Producing supplies required new blueprints. The raft blueprints were already used up, but she had received blueprints for toilet paper, sanitary napkins, clothing, and umbrellas from other players. These tasks could be assigned to Shi Yuanyuan, so she could focus on producing the raft. At 8 a.m., all the players were awake and stunned to see the road transformed into a vast ocean. Even Yuan Song, who had always insisted on his own opinion, began to feel uneasy. The players in the regional channel continued to exert invisible pressure on him. What should I do? The water's already knee-deep today. Is it really like Yinlan said, that this map needs rafts? Ah! I'm going crazy. Rafts are in such low supply, I can't get any. Yuan Song's heart was pounding, but he still held on to his last bit of faith. No, it won't really turn into a vast ocean like Yinlan said. Yinlan had been urged by players to build a raft early in the morning. She quickly ate breakfast, replenished her health to 100, and set to work on the crafting table. Red lightning alert. Red lightning alert. A massive lightning strike will occur in half an hour. All players please stop driving, go indoors, turn off the power, and refrain from using any electronic devices. The lightning will last for 12 hours. Yinlan's eyelids twitched, and she immediately dropped her work, had Snowball park the car, and told it to stay indoors before turning off the main power switch for the entire vehicle. Other people's words might take a few seconds to process, but this was Ji Zhou, a man with precognitive abilities. Ji Zhou sent a notification to the Get Rich Together private group and also shared it on the regional channel. But many players clearly didn't believe him. New here, don't you know the rules? What can and can't be said? Don't you have any sense of propriety? My car's flooded and I'm already in a bad mood, And you're trying to act like this? Be careful, I spray you to death with a mouthful of salt water. That's right, spray him to death. Newbies just love to show off. Yinlan had been following Jizhou's updates. Seeing the players' disbelief, she stepped forward and clarified. Do you remember the warning about the hail monsters? The 7,000 veteran players in the group recalled the scene at the mention of this incident. Of course I remember. It was the district chief who warned us then. Otherwise, we wouldn't have known how we died. I even killed several small monsters back then. Yinlan said calmly. It was Jizhou who issued the danger warning. Jizhou? Jizhou, the same Jizhou mentioned above. Oh my god, it really is him. Red lightning warning. Quick, tell those friends out there collecting treasure chests to return. Half an hour is neither short nor long. Some kind-hearted players, after handling their own affairs, called their friends and spread the news. From 1 to 10, from 10 to 100, players in other districts also received the news. But the suddenness of the news also led to various skepticism. However, when the danger struck, many players outside the area were still unaware. Zhang Kun was one of them. He had discovered a diamond treasure chest, and was walking barefoot in the rain to retrieve it. When they saw the notification, they scoffed. Such news, whether true or false, was simply a trick to deceive others, so that their own district could obtain rewards. Some of the players who responded were foolish enough to actually believe this news. He shook his head in disdain, and continued walking towards the diamond treasure chest. Diamonds! They were incredibly rare. How could he give up such precious supplies just because of some fabricated news? Danger struck in an instant. His hand had just touched the treasure chest, and before he could even smile, a bolt of lightning struck. Boom! A loud thunder echoed through the sky. The lightning struck the water nearby. Water conducts electricity, and his body twitched violently, causing the treasure chest to fall into the water. Health points -30. He struggled to walk back, his numb body trembling as the second and third lightning bolts struck him directly. Health points -30. Health points -30. At this moment, his eyes bulged, and he fell to his knees in the water. The final lightning bolt struck, but this time, he wasn't so lucky, striking him directly, his bones and veins visible as if in an X-ray. A whiff of burning followed, and his entire body was reduced to a charcoal-like mass. In his final moments, he regretted not listening to advice. There were many players like him, but thanks to Jizhou and Yinlan's warnings, the players in H38 stayed huddled in their RVs and took no damage. Oh my god! Our zone has made it into the top 3. Some players, unable to do anything else, simply posted on the World Channel, and the top rankings astounded them. Originally, he was on Yuan Song's side, and thought Yinlan's approach was too conservative. Now, it seems like a complete strategic move. The previously leading district lost a significant number of points due to a lightning strike, which reduced the player population. However, District H38, with everyone alive, naturally jumped into the top 3. As long as this trend continues, everyone will receive a reward. The other players came back from checking the leaderboard, all brimming with energy. Ah ha ha ha. That's amazing. Thanks, Yinlan, thanks, Jizhou. The district chief is truly amazing. He brought such a powerful figure to our district. Did you notice? Jizhou is incredibly handsome. Oh my god, you're right. I think our district chief has some connection to him. Yeah. I remember Jizhou defending Yinlan on the first day, and Yinlan defending him again today. If these two weren't related, I'd chop off my head and let everyone kick it around. Sister, you're really into it, but I also think they're quite a good match. Ha ha ha. Amidst the cheerfulness, a pale-faced young man frowned in thought as he looked at Jizhou's profile picture. He seemed to have seen him somewhere before. Zhou Xingxing had always been confident in his looks, but this person's comparison made him feel instantly inferior. Logically, he should have remembered someone with such outstanding looks, so where had he seen them before? Oh right, he immediately dug up his chat history with Shi Yuan. Yinlan likes this type, the manly, masculine type. You're not her type. Clicking on the photo, he saw the man who had just announced the lightning warning in the group chat. So this guy really existed. He had thought Shi Yuan was just kidding. Zhou Xingxing had been taking better care of himself these past few days, even developing firm abdominal muscles, all for the showdown with Yinlan tomorrow. But Jizhou's appearance immediately stunned him. In height, looks, physique, and even abilities, Jizhou was 100 times superior to him. And Yinlan's public support for him on the regional channel clearly meant their relationship was more than just friendship. Strength, 99, speed 99. Thinking of that terrifying power, Zhou Xingxing shuddered. Fortunately, he hadn't declared his feelings, or he would have died without even knowing how. Outside, dark clouds gathered, lightning and thunder roared, and the sky suddenly darkened. Yinlan didn't dare turn on the lights, so she found a flashlight and set it on the crafting table. Using the beam of light, she diligently crafted the raft. The players who had been watching from the sidelines yesterday, seeing how quickly the storm was intensifying, rushed to the trading center to buy. Even Yinlan's 5 rafts with special properties attracted many inquiries. Does it really have 1,000 points of defense? Yinlan, yes, there's a screenshot on the link. Yes, I saw it and came to confirm. Yinlan had been a seller for a long time, and was accustomed to these customers' strange questions. She asked, what blueprint/item are you looking to trade? She had clearly stated that she would only trade rare blueprints/items. Firearm blueprint. After receiving the blueprint, player Zhongli was eager to find Yinlan. This was a weapon blueprint, and she had never seen anyone offer a weapon blueprint before. She had originally planned to test the price at the Jean de Gang, but remembering the embarrassing bathroom incident when she bought thin toilet paper from them early in the game, she decisively abandoned the idea and went to Yinlan. This blueprint was valuable, but it also had drawbacks. She was cautious, praying that Yinlan wouldn't notice. This can only produce firearms. Do you have ammunition? Zhongli sighed. She had been discovered after all. It wasn't so easy to fool her. She answered honestly, it's true that this can't produce ammunition, but the gun blueprints are available, so I'm sure we can also collect the ammunition. Yinlan thought about it, but without further hesitation, she decisively accepted it. Okay, a raft with attributes, no additional supplies. Zhongli was very satisfied with the negotiation outcome. Without the ammunition blueprints, the gun blueprints would be just a piece of waste paper. Fearing Yinlan would change her mind, she eagerly agreed. Okay, deal. Yinlan pondered the blueprints. This kind of lethal weapon was very suitable for ordinary players with low skills. The only gun she had seen so far was captured from the Sand People. It was currently stored at Yuan Zhou's place, gathering dust in a cabinet because the ammunition was exhausted. With the gun blueprints, the ammunition blueprints would also be available. Chapter 50. Wang De was lucky enough to snag one of the first rafts, but a raft wasn't nearly as comfortable as an RV, so he didn't sleep in one at night. His entry-level RV wasn't large, but it felt incredibly safe. He felt completely tucked away in a fortress, unconcerned with the lightning and thunder outside. Besides, the rainstorm was only knee-deep. Danger was still a distant prospect. Many people thought the same, until they were nearly drowned in the surging water in their sleep. The sound of rushing water woke Wang De in the middle of the night. Frowning, he lifted the curtains over the large RV and peered inside. The sight of what lay outside sobered him up instantly, as if a basin of ice water had been poured over him. Holy crap! The RV was still the same, but everything inside was soaked by the floodwaters, and the culprit, the source of all this, was pouring in through the gap in the door. Fortunately, he slept with his forehead high up. If he had slept on the ground, he would have been drowned. Without time to think, he hurriedly climbed out of bed, not even bothering to put on his slippers, and began to work. After putting the food, water, and supplies on the table, and the valuables left outside into his backpack compartment, he went to the RV door and pushed it outward. The rain had been slowly seeping inward due to the door's obstruction, but now, without resistance, it flowed in instantly. Wang De nearly choked on the sudden downpour. When the water level inside and outside was the same, he quickly took out the raft and placed it on the surface. The water level, which had only reached his knees yesterday, was now at his waist, and the heavy raft floated easily. The rain was pouring down, and the raft drifted with the current. Worried about drifting too far from the RV, he took out a rope and tied the raft to the RV's tow hook. Then he struggled to climb onto the raft and into the pointed roof house in the middle. He breathed a sigh of relief with the shelter. Those who had purchased rafts were lucky. Those who didn't were in dire straits. When the rain hit, they were completely unprepared. Some of them were using SUVs, which were almost completely submerged. They could only squat on the roofs, shivering under umbrellas. Those who had RVs at least had a shelter. They pulled up chairs and sat at the dining table, staring wistfully at the rising water. Can any players please save me? I'm standing on the roof of my car. The rain is pouring down, the water's rising, and I'm struggling with only an umbrella. I'm dying. Call the district chief. Call brother Shi Yuan. Call Jito. Wake up. Yinlan, get up. I need to buy a raft. I really need one. I scoffed at rafts when they were available, but now I regret it. I really regret it. Woohoo! I won't die here tonight, will I? It's better to save yourself than to wait for others to rescue you late at night. We're all in the same situation. Yes, Yinlan and the others are in a luxury RV with bedrooms on the second floor. They're probably asleep now. We won't be discovered until tomorrow. So what should we do now? Hurry and find a high place to settle down. Get a swimming ring. If you don't have one, find some foam or wood. As long as you can float, you be fine. Yeah, thanks for the reminder, everyone. Let's just hold on a little longer. Dawn will arrive in a few hours. Yinlan woke up the next day. Although she had prepared herself mentally, she was still shocked when she saw what was happening. Fortunately, she had moved all the important items from the first floor to the second floor the previous day, otherwise they would still be soaked in water. She leaned on the second floor balcony railing, gazing at the flooded road below. At this rate, the second floor would surely be lost tonight as well. She sighed, and opened the game panel to see how the other players were doing. Before she even clicked into the regional channel, she saw 99Gia's message, and she immediately had a bad feeling. Sure enough, as soon as she clicked in, she saw a variety of players in miserable conditions. Some were floating in the wind on soaked wood, some were soaked up to their necks in water, and some were lying on car roofs, exposed to the wind and rain. Besides these bizarre and tragic scenes, there were more people looking for her. And Yinlan, Mr. District Chief, are you still awake? I've slept long enough. It's time to wake up. It's already 5:30. How can you sleep in when survival is so difficult? Get up and start making rafts. Yinlan, upon joining the group, looked puzzled. What are you doing? Before she could finish her question, she was interrupted by an enthusiastic player. Don't ask. The question is, I'm going to make rafts. Yes, I need rafts. I could make several in the time it takes you to speak. Yinlan probably guessed it. He was waiting for her raft in an emergency. She curled her lips. She didn't know who had been complaining about the uselessness of rafts yesterday. The crafting station had been moved from the first floor to the second floor outdoor balcony. She pulled a chair and sat on the edge of the station. Above her was an oversized outdoor awning. The raindrops pattered against it, but otherwise, not a single drop of rain fell inside. Yinlan dumped all the materials onto the crafting table and began browsing the world channel. She wondered where District H38 ranked after that night. Her district was still in third place, with a base score of 1 million and an additional 50,000 special points. It seemed some players had already completed special missions. The first and second place players had 1.2 million and 1.1 million points, respectively, a relatively small difference. She compared them carefully. Her district had the most remaining players, with no casualties and no points deducted. The other two districts had seen a decrease in player numbers. Second place lost 50 players, and first place lost a full 200. Completing a special mission gave between 1,000 and 10,000 points. While it seemed like a good deal, it might have cost the lives of 10 players, so it was better to be safe. Ding! Yinlan turned and saw that the raft was finished within a minute. She loaded it onto the trading platform. As soon as she put it on the platform, she heard the sound of money dropping into a bag, and her backpack also contained a few more materials. She paused for a moment, sighing inwardly at the player's speed, then placed another pile of materials on the crafting table to continue production. Zhu Xiaoan was slow to level up. Her friends all had entry-level and intermediate RVs, but she was the only one still using an SUV. So when a heavy rain came and flooded her car, she could only stand on the roof, shivering under a plastic sheet. I told you to save some money, but you wouldn't listen. This is a game, not real life. You can't live paycheck to paycheck anymore. Her best friend earnestly advised. Zhu Xiaoan suddenly felt like crying, and she complained to her bestie, I didn't waste the supplies I worked so hard to save. I just wanted to buy something to eat. You don't know how long it's been since I've had proper food. Her best friend angrily scolded her. Aren't steamed buns fragrant? Isn't purple rice bread sweet? You ate roast chicken and then roast duck. You regret it now, don't you? Of course, steamed buns weren't as delicious as roast chicken and roast duck. Purple rice bread was tasty at first, but it got really greasy after eating too much. But Zhu Xiaoan didn't dare say anything, fearing she'd get scolded. She rubbed her slimmer belly and comforted her best friend. Okay, I know I was wrong. I'm currently scrambling to get a raft. The upgrade materials are gone again this time. When I get one, I invite you to stay with me. Her best friend replied, well, don't stress too much. My entry-level RV has plenty of room. When I get an invitation card, you can come stay with me. Even though she was chatting with her best friend, the Yinlan Trading Center kept hovering in the upper right corner, and Zhu Xiaowan kept refreshing it. Suddenly, a stock item popped up, and her throat tightened. She was so nervous and excited that she didn't even bother to reply to the message and frantically clicked to buy it. Please, please, this is the chance she needs to turn the tide. Ding. Seeing the words transaction successful on the screen, Zhu Xiaowan burst into tears of joy. She vowed to work twice as hard from now on. Yinlan continued to produce and sell. Half an hour later, Snowball emerged from the bedroom, rubbing his eyes. Chirp! He stretched out his 2 paws and looked expectantly at his little master. Yinlan knew it was hungry. She leaned over and pulled some fruit from the compartment of her backpack. Her voice lowered a few decibels. Eat fruit for breakfast. It's full of vitamins and nutritious. The stove was fixed to the ground floor and was now flooded, making it impossible for her to cook. Snowball stared at the tangerines in shock. He knew his little master was busy at work, but he was still eating fruit after several meals in a row. Ding ding. A message alert sounded, and Yinlan deliberately let out an ah, ignoring Snowball's resentful look and clicking into her friend's panel. Jizhou, I made some extra noodles. It would be a waste to throw them away, so I'm giving them to you. Yinlan's lips curled up unconsciously. She already had space in her backpack, so why was she afraid of wasting it? But she didn't point it out, and happily said thank you. Placing 2 bowls of noodles, almost overflowing, on the table, she took a deep breath, letting out a sound of enjoyment, and glanced at the elf, who was leaning back and tearing at a tangerine unhappily. Smells so good. Do you want some? If not, then I will. Before she finished her words, a nimble figure swooped over, pounced on the bowl of noodles, and slurped them up. Yinlan shook her head helplessly, and sat down to eat with him. She had to admit, Jizhou's cooking skills were truly impressive. The bowl of noodles, overflowing with eggs, greens, and chanterelles, was both visually appealing and delicious. She even drank up the broth. After breakfast, she patted her bloated stomach and casually loaded the rafts she had just finished making on the manufacturing table into the trading center. Just then, a message came through in the private chat, and she clicked on it. Good news. Terrible news. She knew it was sure Yuan, even from the tone of voice. What's up? The Jean gang has started producing supplies again. This will relieve a lot of pressure on us. For the past 2 days, she's been working non-stop on rafts, while Sure Yuan has been making umbrellas, occasionally scrambling for toilet paper and clothing orders. They've been so busy, they haven't even had time to eat. Yinlan switched to the regional channel and, as expected, saw Jiang Tiantian promoting her campaign. Jean de Bang continues to sell rafts, umbrellas, toilet paper, and other items at low prices with guaranteed quality. Please identify official personnel and avoid being scammed. Many players had been eagerly awaiting the arrival of Yinlan, but after all, there was only one crafting station, and production was limited. Seeing Jean de Bang finally appear, they were overjoyed and rushed to buy from them. With so many players being diverted, Yinlan felt instantly relieved. It turned out she was right not to kick them out during the server merger. Working at the crafting station until evening, Yinlan stood up to stretch her muscles and went to the balcony to observe the rising water level. The downpour had been relentless all day, and the water level had risen by more than 10 centimeters since this morning. It was estimated that it would reach the 2nd floor by midnight. It looked like she would have to give up this RV that had been with her for a month or so, and she suddenly felt a little reluctant. The other players also realized this and sighed in the group chat. I finally upgraded to a basic RV. Am I just going to throw it away like this? What else can I do? Do you still want to live in it? I plan to tie the raft and RV together and wait for this map to end. I like to tie them together, but if the raft stays there, how can I find the treasure chest? That's true. I better not tie them together. I just can't bear to part with my RV. 2 friends and I will share a raft. If we don't have a car, will we be able to get back? We can find it. You can go back in the next map. It's stuck there. Abandoning the means of transportation was inevitable, but Yinlan hadn't expected it to happen so early. The raft had risen to a height almost level with the 2nd floor balcony. She loaded the remaining supplies from the RV into her backpack compartment, climbed over the balcony railing and onto the raft, with Snowball following her. In the middle of the raft was a small room, 2.5 by 2.5 meters, with a 1.2 meter wide wooden bed. She took the mattress and bedding from her backpack and laid it out. A low cabinet sat at the head of the bed, a crafting table at the foot, and the remaining space held 2 chairs and a foldable wooden table. Although simple, the arrangement was cozy. The sky was gradually darkening, and the cabin was dark. Even with Jean Dawes' help, the number of rafts was far from enough. She turned on her flashlight and made another batch before bed. She worked from 6 to 1 a.m., and it wasn't until she heard a sharp crack of joints in her waist that she realized how late it was. The flashlight's light had dimmed from prolonged use. It was pitch black outside, with only a faint electric light in the small wooden room. HP 50, exhausted, her body was already in a negative state. For safety's sake and to have more energy for tomorrow, Yinlan cruelly closed the trading panel, deciding to wait until she woke up.